Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 63, A Dangerous Proposition. If we were normal, we might not be alive today. And that, my friend, is what gives us the edge we need. Shishio Makoto, Rurouni Kenshin. Bruce Wayne POV. I admit I did not expect your father to attempt something like taking over my body. I was lying. I completely expected something like that from him, although the forcibly making me a servant or a so-called shade was a surprise. But I don't understand why you are telling me this. Did you suddenly get a flash of conscience in you, or maybe did you start believing in the concept of karma? I joked. Talia al Ghul was as dangerous as her father. Actually, in some areas, she was even more dangerous. She could do anything to get what she wanted and was an extreme expert in manipulation, even manipulating the original Batman to a certain extent. She had inherited her manipulation and leadership skills from her father, but by combining them with her womanly charms, she could use them much better than the centuries-old old men. No, I don't hate what I do. I am very proud of what I am capable of and of the skills I possess. But my skill set isn't the most important thing in my current life. My family is, my sister is. And from what I have seen till now, it looks like my sister is infatuated with you. She thinks that she is in love. She doesn't seem to remember that us, demons, can't love. That's why we're what we are, we do what we do. But, one thing I do know is that if my father, the demon's head, tries to enslave you or take over your body, she will most definitely try to save you, something that will cost Nissa her life. Because my father isn't known for being forgiving, even if it is to his own daughters. I don't want to see my sister burning on a stake on grounds of betrayal. Talia completed as she coldly looked at my face, driving home the point that whatever she was telling me was only to help her sister and not to help me. I see. So I guess you want me to run away from here in the hopes that Nissa won't have to do something stupid to save me, thus in return saving her from your father's possible wrath. I am glad we are on the same page. She shrugged. I don't know if she was lying or not, since regretfully I never learned any lie detection skills, but judging from her body language, her words most probably seemed genuine. So, I chose to believe her for now, even though she could have easily faked her emotions and body language with her years of training. But still, I should try to pick a few of those useful skills like lockpicking and lie detection, or maybe even knitting. They could prove pretty useful for me down the line by increasing my versatility. Who knows when you have to knit a beautiful sweater for an alien lord to save the day? It sounds like a good plan, but sadly it's half-baked and has a huge chance of failing. You see, your father isn't just some local warlord, he is an extremely long-lived assassin who runs an international secret organization, an organization that spans the entire globe, through which he can find me anywhere I go anytime he wants. So, he will find me no matter how far I run away from here. Now, I know that there is quite a big chance that you already thought about that but just didn't care and wanted me to run anyway without taking your sister so that she could continue to live her normal life here. But, let's face it, even if I do not take her with me, she will probably go into depression and might even kill herself, or maybe even revolt against your father. Who knows? I bluffed shamelessly. I knew that Nissa liked me but not enough to kill herself over me, and I am also pretty sure that she would not be stupid enough to rebel against her father. She could be sad over me leaving, but she wouldn't become batshit crazy. No, the most probable thing that would happen was that she would try to find me herself a few years later and kill me due to some comic book plot misunderstanding, thinking that I abandoned her and left her to fend for herself or something along those lines. Hell, maybe even her sister or father could be the ones to instigate her against me. I didn't want any of that stupid bullshit plot to happen here. Are you trying to blackmail me? Talia frowned as she scrunched her eyebrows. What? Of course not. What do you take me for? I'm only telling you about different possibilities. I care about your sister as much as you do, and as long as I am with her, I'll never let anything happen to her. But what if I am not with her? I mean, let's face it. Your father is getting more and more unhinged by the day. I had heard about how he started this entire League of Assassins. To maintain balance, to make sure that the world doesn't become so toxic that it destroys itself, but can you honestly tell me that he is still the same as before, that he hasn't changed? I asked, making an innocent expression at which Talia seemed to grow more unsure of herself. How do you know? Talia looked confused and upset at what I was hinting at, yet a part of her expression also slightly hinted that she was scared of what the future could hold. I have heard the rumors. How he has stayed alive for all these years, as well as how he has changed. Who knows, maybe a couple of years later, you and your sister might even see him slip even deeper into the pit that he has dug for himself. Maybe he will be so disappointed at your performance in the next mission that he will decide to dispose of you permanently, or make you give him a worthy heir by forcing you to copulate with a stranger. Let's face it, there will never be a happy ending for any of you, neither you nor Nissa. I whispered like the devil trying to sway a pious man. Even though I was not sure before, I was now. Talia was immensely vulnerable for some reason, most probably because she had lost faith in her father after his recent stunt with Nissa and me. She was worried for her sister, maybe even for her father. And this was potentially an opportunity for me, a chance to get what I needed. I didn't want to hurt her or her sister, but their father needed to be out of the picture for me to move ahead with my plans. And if I could take advantage of Talia's lover for her sister to achieve this, I would. I know this would make me a scum, but it was better than letting the plot unfold and force everyone here to live a sad life full of hatred. Talia was mostly silent, her eyes staring blankly in front of her like she was contemplating something deep. "You still there?" I asked. "And how do you think that we could have a so-called happy ending?" she asked, her voice barely audible from her parched throat. "That would be tough. It's a road filled with all types of harsh difficulties, but the answer remains simple," I said slowly like a wise old man giving advice. "Take over the League of Assassins. Defeat Ra's al Ghul, take over your father's position, make the League yours, and show him that you are better than he could ever be. Show him that he already has an heir worthy of inheriting his name," I said as I walked up closer to her. I was walking on a really thin wire right now. I would have to choose my next words very carefully, or this entire thing could collapse on itself and all my plans would be ruined. "Your father has borne the burden of being the balance keeper of the world for far too long. He has worked too hard. He has lost too much, and slowly because of that he has changed, corrupted into something else. There is no more of your father in him, now there is only Ra's al Ghul. So, give your father the rest he deserves. Free him from his duty, this curse of a life, and just be yourself. That would be the happy ending for all of us, I promise." I whispered with a small smile as I saw Talia's eyes slightly enlarging as she realized the gravity of my words. Even though Talia pretended not to understand, she knew somewhat that I was mostly bullshitting to get her to oppose her father, to force her to change camps, but she still chose not to run away or declare me a traitor. She just stared at me with a powerless expression. Her cold eyes, despite having a hint of redness and tears in them, were glittering with resolution. I knew those eyes. I had once seen them on myself during Joe Chill's trial. They spoke volumes of the love, anger, hatred, and fear hidden in them, yet what they screamed the most was determination, not determination to do what was right or what she wanted, but to do what needed to be done. My sister doesn't need to know this right now, she is too weak. I'll be the one to end my father when the time comes. She should hate and despise me if she wants, but not herself for taking the life of her own family," Talia whispered resolutely. "She thinks too highly of her little sister's love for her father. But still, this entire situation strangely seems familiar somehow. The bigger sibling who is a ninja ready to spill the blood of family while shouldering all the burden and hate to protect the younger one. I thought to myself as I started to ponder the most efficient way to break apart the League of Assassins brick by brick. But still, I have to say that fate works in mysterious ways. I am currently dating the younger sister, yet the elder sister, who is supposed to be one of the best manipulators, got ready to betray and kill her father for me just after meeting me once. I wonder if I secretly possess Johann Liebert's talents inside me, or maybe I actually do have some sort of protagonist halo where I can convince people of stuff by my talk no jutsu. Well, whatever it is, I am just happy that I don't have to do all this alone. Taking over an assassin organization is no small job after all. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 64, Pawns in a Deadly Game. Never trust anyone too much, remember, the devil was once an angel. Kaneki, Tokyo Ghoul. Wayne Entertainment and Media HQ, Gotham, 2005. Omniscient POV. Mississippi Vale, I don't think you realize just how amazing a business opportunity this is. The offer that we have from the glorious Godfrey Broadcasting System Company can net us about $80 billion in one fell swoop. Just imagine how pleased Mr. Wayne would be if he got $80 billion for a news business he set up with just a measly $2 billion a few years ago. This could be one of the biggest and most profitable exits in the American media industry. A sweating fat man sporting a bald head said while nervously rubbing his hands. Mr. Morgan, I might be the youngest member of this company and even in this industry, but it will be one of the biggest mistakes in your life if you think even for a single second that I do not know what you are trying to do here. Do you think I haven't heard about your secret business meetings with the representatives of GGBS? Let me guess, they offered you a pretty hefty cut if the deal goes through, didn't they? Vicky Vale made a disgusted expression as she coldly stared down the man 3 times her age. No. I mean, I only want the best for Wayne Entertainment and Media. I mean, the news and magazine division is just a small part of the company. Selling it for such a hefty amount can help in focusing our... Mr. Morgan, perhaps you are forgetting that this company was established as not just a means to earn money but also to strategically support the Wayne brand name itself, as well as to help deliver unbiased genuine news to the masses. Furthermore, I think you are overlooking that Bruce neither likes selling his businesses nor leaving his employees at the mercy of others. So, you should think less about selling the company and more about improving it, and if you can't, then you are always welcome to leave. Vicky sternly said as she deliberately referenced Bruce by his first name to highlight the fact that she was much closer to the company's owner than him and held a much higher position. Ha ha ha, of course, Mississippi Vale. I guess I have grown too old to even suggest this. That's why fresh faces like you are so much appreciated by the company. Anyway, thank you for humoring this old man and giving him some of your precious time, haha. Maybe I should go now before I make any more such stupid decisions today. The old fat man almost dashed out of the room while sweating. The very mention of being fired from the company had scared him way too much even to try to continue to coax his younger boss into accepting the deal. Miss Vicky Vale, or as many people had secretly started calling her, the Deathly Vale, was one of the most successful people in Wayne Solutions' entertainment arm. She was a genius in journalism who, after completing her bachelor's in mass media and communications at the early age of 17, joined the same company her father was a part of and quickly rose through the ranks. Presently, she is not only one of the youngest but also one of the most influential people in the Wayne subsidiary, and quite surprisingly to many people, it was not because she was the daughter of the current editor-in-chief of the news division. Even though she joined as just an ordinary news content writer and reporter, her groundbreaking articles on scams, scandals, and the hidden corruption in Gotham, as well as her bold ideas, undaunting voice and unique look on different subjects, have quickly pushed her to the top, where now she was the youngest board member for Wayne Entertainment and Media, and in fact was on her way to becoming the public face of Wayne Entertainment News Division. Of course, her success could primarily be attributed to three things besides her own enormous natural talent in journalism. One was the continuous support she had been receiving from Cortana in conducting investigations for her news articles through the usage of data on the internet, as well as some of Bruce's stealth drones. Of course, some of the aggrieved parties that she had released articles on had tried to take revenge in various ways, but vengeance is not easy to achieve when the one you are trying to harm is a trained martial artist who has practiced mystical martial arts from her childhood and occupies a high administrative position at the helm of a rising media giant while being protected by dozens of cutting-edge combat drones from the shadows at all times. The second was her early entry into the online news business. After she realized the stupendous potential of the influence the internet could one day have on the news industry, she quickly developed various electronic media publications for providing news and information on various categories for free, like Insider, Medium, and even the online news aggregator, Flipboard. Her efforts, along with the algorithms provided by Cortana that the news platforms were based on, had resulted in Wayne News dominating the global online news world, which, although currently not so big, was still growing at an enormous rate every year. But, the third and biggest reason behind her quick and enormous success was the newly established national news network and newspaper, Daily Bugle, and its European counterpart, Daily Herald, as well as the Now magazine, which were all named by Bruce himself before he went to his trip. They had quickly taken Wayne Entertainment Media's news division to a national level where they could easily compete with companies like Daily Planet on an equal footing. Wow, that was the fourth attempt to buy one of our companies by bribing a high-ranking employee. I am starting to grow tired of having to ruin so many idiots' careers after they think they can get away with betraying Wayne Solutions. Sigh, I really miss you, Bruce. The world of media is not really as sunshine and flowers as it looks from the outside. I wish you were here to help me through all this, like you always have. I sound like a useless parasite for some reason, even to myself. She sighed as she looked at the various cuttings of the newspapers in front of her with different headlines for each of them. Billionaire orphan missing for more than 3 years. Where is Bruce Wayne? Newly appointed Kansas senator shows staunch support for Wayne Solutions' new government defense contract. Says missing billionaire Bruce Wayne is a blessing to the world. Is the billionaire teenager of Gotham running from piling debts and a falling company? Read ahead to know in detail. Wayne family, the great Gotham mystery. Has the young heir to the Wayne fortune joined his parents in the land of eternal sleep? Billionaire spotted in India. Is the Prince of Gotham going through a spiritual awakening? 6 board of directors in Wayne Enterprises killed in a mysterious gang shootout, company on its knees at its worst week ever in Gotham Stock Exchange. Is the Wayne Empire finally dying? Bruce Wayne is still a billionaire after losing more than $40 billion in the stock exchange in one day. Why the Wayne fortune will never disappear. A thorough case study. Wayne Solutions, the new diamond in the rough after the latest Gotham Merchant Bank acquisition, is estimated to be the biggest privately held company in America today, but Bruce Wayne, its sole owner, is still missing from the picture. Even when you are not here, you are still the talk of the town. I guess, people don't ignore handsome genius billionaires even when they are missing and presumed dead, do they? Maybe I should call up Kitty, force Cortana to give up your location, and then drag you back home. Haha, bet it would be funny. Vicky giggled to herself as she stared at one of the newspaper clippings which had an unclear shot of Bruce's face taken from far away while he seemed to be hiking on a mountain. But again, you trusted me and gave me a job to do, and even though it's extremely frustrating and taxing sometimes, I still love my current job, especially the new news show I have been doing on Daily Bugle as an anchor during prime time. Somehow, revealing the true face of the world and those who run it as they truly are to the viewers is really blood-pumping for me, and truthfully I don't hate the fame either. After all, it does give quite a power rush. So, I think I'll give you some more time to train while I cement our influence. And, by the time you return, I'll make sure that the city loves and respects you so much that the citizens will kiss the very earth you walk on. Vicky said with a wide smile on her lips as she looked outside the window from her office. Gotham had been growing bigger and bigger every day. In fact, its rate of growth in terms of financial success could even be compared to New York, and Gotham Solutions was the one who had not only indirectly caused it but was also the biggest gainer from this as well. Most people did not know this, but the way things were progressing, if Wayne Solutions and Wayne Enterprises ever merged, then in a few years Bruce Wayne could own the majority of Gotham's economy, whether directly or indirectly, and would truly become the one and only Prince of Gotham. League of Assassins Training Hall, Nanda Parbat. Omniscient POV. 7 seconds, that is a new record, Bruce. It seems that you have mastered yet another skill. Told you that a small world tour would be quite useful, didn't I? Ubu said with a grin that showed all of his half-rotten teeth as he viewed the stopwatch in his hands. Yeah, I guess it was. I never thought that I could even improve upon my current skills so much with just a fresher perspective on them. I always thought that I could know everything just from reading books or learning from one single expert. Guess, I was wrong. There is no end to learning, and there is no such thing called perfection. Bruce admitted aloud as he cracked his limbs after successfully escaping from a straitjacket while hanging upside down without having any sort of key or tool with him. Yes, even the demon's head is still learning all sorts of new things despite being alive for hundreds of years. But, this finally concludes your training in all the physical and mental arts. You have mastered almost everything we could teach in these fields. I think you are finally ready. The big loyal assassin minion said with a proud voice. Huh, for what? Don't tell me, you will finally be training me in sorcery and dark arts as you promised all those years ago. Even after so many years, all I could learn about magic from you guys, and my little world tour was a little bit of alchemy and feng shui. Magic is the only field I feel like I have zero defense. Bruce mumbled sadly, making it seem like he was trying to get some pity from Ubu. No, not the mystic arts. Not right now, at least. I was actually talking about your graduation. It has been delayed quite a while because of your thirst for knowledge and skills. But Ra's al Ghul has decided that it is finally time for you to truly become one of us. Maybe, you can continue to learn the mystic arts we have after that. Ubu said as he threw him a bait. I see. I guess, it's finally time then. Well, it was a good run. So, when will be my graduation ceremony, and do I have to do anything special for it? Bruce asked as he blankly looked at Ubu. There will be a small test, a test of character and loyalty you can call it. It's different for every person as it depends on one's personality and is designed by Ra's al Ghul himself. If you pass, you will be officially branded as a part of the League of Assassins and maybe in your case, even its head. If you fail, however, the penalty will be death. Ubu explained. I see. That is to be expected. This is an organization of assassins after all, not a university of researchers. Anyway, since our training is already finished, you will have to excuse me now. I have somewhere else to be. Ah, the demon head's daughter, right, or should I say, daughters? Ubu offhandedly commented without much change of an expression. What did you say? Bruce asked. He had tried his best to hide his relationship with Nissa and his partnership with Talia all these years, and he had the belief that he had been succeeding very well at that too. This mountain is the stronghold of the demon's head himself, and here he sees everything, even the things he doesn't want to see. If you thought that you could keep screwing his daughters without him knowing, then you were the most delusional person in the world. You were only able to do what you did because Ra's al Ghul allowed you to. It's that simple. Now, go and enjoy your youth till it lasts, Bruce. Life is a very fickle thing, you never know when it ends after all. Ubu snickered as he calmly stared Bruce in the eyes. Well, that's a massive red flag. Motherfuck. A/N. Hoist the red flag, everyone, because things are about to take a massive turn. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 65, Loyalty and Betrayal. Everyone always has a story they tell themselves to justify bad decisions. It never matters. You are always alone in your actions. Hawk, Dragon Age 2. Bruce Wayne POV. You sure that Nissa isn't going to be a problem? I asked Talia one last time as I wore the traditional League of Assassins clothes I was supposed to wear for my graduation ceremony. We were currently in my room, which was one of the very few places we could talk without having to worry about being spied on, since I had thoroughly checked the room for bugs and installed a couple of portable voice nullifiers which basically made this room fully soundproof. No, she definitely isn't. I sent her on a mission to our Arabian base, Ethaltheben saying that she was needed there urgently. She didn't really want to go and miss your ceremony since she didn't have the faintest idea what would truly be happening there tonight, but I somehow convinced her. She isn't going to be back by next week. So, by the time she returns, everything should be over. Talia spoke a little nervously. Hey, don't worry. I promise I won't let you die today. Whatever happens, you will get to meet your sister again, trust me. I smiled as I grabbed her shoulders and squeezed them lightly to give her some much-needed confidence. Both Talia and Nissa, though hated their father, were also utterly afraid of him and yet had an inner urge to constantly need his approval for all their achievements. This was of course by design. Raz al Ghul was a smart, cunning, and ruthless man, qualities that can make someone very dangerous when grouped together. He had carefully trained his daughters from birth and psychologically conditioned them to feel those feelings for him in a bid to make them equally merciless and yet loyal to him and the League, no matter what. I personally have been trying to apply my own psychological tricks to try to break the mental hold their father had on them for the last couple of weeks. I have even succeeded somewhat with Nissa due to how much she already distrusted and hated her father after the all-cast mission. I have even hinted about my own incompatibility with her father, which she took quite well to. I wanted to let her in on the plan about, well, betraying and murdering her father on the day of the ritual, since I didn't want her to misunderstand anything after finding it out on her own or from someone else. Also, she could be quite useful to us if she was included in the plan, and I had even started to slowly break it to her, but unfortunately, I wasn't fast enough. So we had no choice but to send her on a mission to keep her away and safe from everything that was going to happen tonight. Still, I have only been partially successful with Talia. Her father's toxic lessons were ingrained so deep within her that it sometimes even pushed her away from her own little sister whom she loved so much. It seemed that Raz had somewhat succeeded in making her think that her entire life's only purpose was to serve the League. For her, living a normal life was equal to a mental suicide. Through my barely successful efforts, I could only change her way of thinking partially about some of the League's illegal activities and the terroristic process of achieving its goal. Her need to seek constant approval and prove herself to her father had also decreased, but in return, she seemed adamant about proving herself useful and capable to me for some reason, even though I never once questioned her capabilities, knowing that she was possibly one of the very best assassins in the world, probably at the level of Marvel's Black Widow, only more ruthless. Hell, even her physique was enhanced to the degree of a pseudo-super soldier, much like her sister. Haha, just focus on saving your own life, Mr. Playboy. Believe me, I can survive on my own, don't try to play the part of a white knight. Doesn't quite suit your character. She lightly chuckled as she closed the distance between us and began to straighten my ninja costume, or as it is traditionally called, shinobi shizoku. You can't blame me for looking out for a pretty lady like you. I laid out some friendly flirting, earning an eye roll from her in return. This little flirting game was slowly becoming a norm between us even while in the presence of Nissa, and it was something that helped us to bond deeper and avoid awkwardness despite the two of us plotting a coup against her warlord of a father. You can't play this game with someone who has already mastered it, Bruce. Also, you are pretty lucky that you are my sister's boyfriend, otherwise, you would have been in quite some trouble. She snorted as she finished straightening my clothes and retreated while deliberately brushing her hands on my crotch and thigh. If she thought that this level of seduction was enough to break me, then she has another thing coming. I was the previous record holder of No Nut November in my last life. I thought confidently. Also, I have taken care of the mid-level and top-level experts of the League. Most of them won't be at the base when the ritual starts. Of course, none of them knows what's truly going to happen tonight. I gave them all various emergency missions to justify them for not being present at the base today. Of course, the all-cast suddenly attacking some of our outposts all around Asia was quite helpful. As far as anyone is concerned, even my father's death will just be a result of an assassination due to a Cold War against another organization, something truly unfortunate. She smiled cunningly as she looked at me with eyes that searched for praise. Good, you did your part well, Talia. Now, leave everything else to me. I'll take care of the rest. I confidently declared. I hope so. Because if my father doesn't die tonight, both of us will. She ominously said with her fear evident in her trained eyes for a second before she silently left the room without a single more word. I too followed behind her after waiting for a couple of minutes to make sure that nobody would be suspicious of us, even though most of the people here wouldn't tell anyone anything even if they saw us together, since Talia held one of the highest positions in the League and even I was quite well respected as one of the best assassins of the organization. Also, they truthfully didn't have the guts to approach and tell Raz al Ghul that his daughter might be potentially having an affair with someone or plotting something behind his back unless they had hard proof. The weather was exceptionally cold today, as it looked like an ice storm could rise up at any moment. Thick clouds passing through the mountain and heavy fog made it impossible for even me to see anything more than a few meters in front of me. It seems, winter is coming, I mumbled as I finally reached the main training hall on the mountain. I had trained in this place for a couple of years now, but I never had the opportunity to fully explore the monastery/dojo. Even the few drones I had sent on reconnaissance a couple of times had always ended up malfunctioning for some reason. I suspected it to be due to some form of magical protection. You ready, Cortana? I muttered under my breath. Always, sir. She confidently replied back from the ordinary-looking silver bracelet on my hands. Image. Good, because it's showtime, I spoke aloud as I entered the monastery with confidence. 2 masked guards posted at the door let me in without asking any questions or any change in their expressions. The entire dojo looked a lot different than how it appeared normally during my training days. Instead of training equipment, there were now different weird-looking scrolls adorning the hall walls. There was even an artificially raised altar in the middle of the hall as masked assassins stood surrounding it. Ubu in his combat attire and Raz Al Ghul in his traditional green cloak were also there, standing with inexpressive wooden faces and just staring at me without even blinking for a second. Talia had also taken her place beside Ubu as she just stared ahead blankly with a stony face. Raz Al Ghul strangely had a small bowl in his left hand from which traces of a green liquid were slowly dripping. There was a small trail of that same liquid on his lips as well, which he licked away using his tongue. Dozens of candles were illuminating the entire place, giving it an even more eerie and ominous vibe. Ah, I see you finally made it, Bruce. Welcome to your final trial. Forgive me for not decorating this place more, but we were a little short on hands. We seem to be in the midst of a war. Funny how people think that they can win against change itself. Raz Al Ghul was the one who broke the silence as he gave the bowl to one of the assassins, who bowed and took it away. I am grateful to be here and quite excited to be a part of one of the main forces that have governed the world till now, I said with a brilliant smile, not even letting anyone doubt that I was secretly figuring out the best way to kill him. Good, I guess then we are on the same page. Then, we can finally begin the trial. He said as he displayed a kind smile on his face and nodded to Ubu, who quickly went to a corner of the room and brought a chained unconscious human dressed in khaki-colored garments near the sacrificial altar. I couldn't see the person's face because the entire head was wrapped with a cloth mask. I remember this from the movie. He is going to ask me to execute some thief or something. I wonder, should I do that and give him a false sense of victory and security before I continue with the plan, or should I kill him before that? Well, depends on what the person is guilty of, I guess. I thought as I didn't pay much attention to the tied-up individual and just continued to stare at Raz Al Ghul. This person is guilty of a very terrible crime, one of the most terrible crimes one could ever commit, in fact. Your job is to execute this person and make sure that justice is upheld. Do that and you will be a part of the League. You and I together will change the world as we purge it of its filth. We will bring about a new dawn of humanity and keep the balance to make sure that the rotten of the society gets what they deserve. Raz Al Ghul declared proudly while Ubu kept his head down in respect and Talia looked directly into my eyes, waiting for my signal. Before I execute him, may I at least know what he is guilty of? I asked as I picked up the sword that was being offered to me by one of the assassins. Betraying one's own blood. He coldly said as he didn't even look at the figure. Isn't that too much of a punishment for? I tried to plead on behalf of him. No, she betrayed the very people that once cared for her, the very family that raised her, and for this betrayal, the only punishment is death. That's the true unbiased judgment of the League. Also, it is a she, not a he. He concluded as Ubu slowly raised the piece of cloth covering the bound-up person's head. What? What the hell is happening here, father? Why is she here? Talia yelled angrily as she tried to run towards her father in rage but was immediately grabbed by about a dozen assassins near her. The old man didn't even bat an eye at her. What is the meaning of this, Raz Al Ghul? I asked in a calm voice, yet anyone witnessing my face right now would know that I was anything but calm. I was feeling a combination of mixed emotions, surprise and anger being the biggest two of them. I told you, Bruce, my judgment is unbiased and true for everyone, even if it is for my own younger daughter. Raz Al Ghul said as his eyes glanced at the barely conscious face of Nissa lying on the floor. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 66, Coup Unveiled and Monstrous Showdown. In this world, the weak are the sustenance of the strong. The strong live, the weak die. Makoto Shishio, Rurouni Kenshin. Bruce Wayne POV. You really thought that you could outsmart me, Bruce? Me. The man who had been running this entire organization for the last 500 years. Me, who had not only started the League of Assassins but even developed it into the globe-spanning organization it is today. Ha ha ha, you might be an intelligent boy, but you are still plenty inexperienced, it seems. You have overestimated yourself too much. Raz Al Ghul mocked as he looked at me with a pitiful smile, challenging me to prove him wrong. And as for you, my sweet Talia, you showed me that you truly are my daughter, ambitious and cunning, just as I like it. You had been preparing the last few years for this day, hadn't you, preparing to take over the League the moment you get a chance. You have been lying to Bruce and even yourself when you said that you wanted to do this for your sister. But the truth is you just wanted to do this for power, you just wanted to be the new head of the league. Ha ha ha, you could have been my perfect heir. Pity that you are not my son. Ras Al Ghul said with a sneer. How? I asked without any change in my expression. How, what? How did you know what we were planning? I asked. I knew that Talia wasn't the one to leak the information of the coup, if I were to go by his words as well as the current surprised and angry look on her face, but I still needed to make sure that she hadn't betrayed me in any way. If she has, then Ras wouldn't be the only person disappearing from the face of the planet tonight. I see that you two share my distaste for betrayal, Bruce. But worry not, my daughter has only betrayed me tonight, for now, although I am sure that your turn also would have come soon too if I were to die that easy. She has the blood of a ghoul after all. Ras smirked as he looked at his daughter with complex eyes filled with both pride and contempt. That's one messed up and misplaced pride of a father. I thought to myself, albeit a bit relieved that I didn't lose my gamble by putting my trust in her. As for how I knew, it was petty obvious for someone like me who has been suppressing rebellions for centuries. I have had my fair share of students trying to take over the league after thinking that they didn't have anything to learn from me anymore. Of course, they were all idiots for thinking that I had actually taught them everything I knew. And, as for you, I knew that you weren't a normal kid the very first moment I saw you. Your acting skills were truly great, since even I was confused for the greater part of 2 years about your true personality and the extent of your physical capabilities, but even the most perfect actors slip up. It took me a lot of time to realize who Bruce Wayne truly was, and to connect the dots. But, I succeeded nonetheless and found out why you were truly here. You, Bruce Wayne, like many people before you, are a power-hungry, greedy, and selfish little person who wants nothing more than to amass more and more power in the name of safety and justice, just so that yourself can feel safe in this little world of ours. So that you have a purpose, a meaning to your existence. But, the worst thing is you don't even realize that yourself, do you? Ras Al Ghul stared directly into my eyes, his gaze unmoving like they were trying to hypnotize me. You sure you aren't just imprinting your own personality in me? I mean, those words sound a lot like you. I said with a straight face. Honestly, I was trying to buy some time because I wanted Nissa to wake up before the fight broke out, since a battle would mean that I would be unable to protect her unconscious ass from threats. Imprinting my personality. It is funny you mention that, since my plans tonight really are something along those lines. That's of course if you fail. So, what have you decided, Bruce Wayne? Will you kill Nissa? Sacrifice her for your goals, and become a true member of the League, the next leader of the League as my heir, or will you give up the best chance you have at taking over the League for yourself just because of a little useless thing called love? Ras Al Ghul couldn't help but chuckle as he uttered the last word, making his distrust in the concept clear. What are you talking about, father? You can't let Nissa die. She didn't do anything, we didn't even include her in our plans. She is innocent, please I beg you, father, let her go. I will replace her if you want. I can take her place. Bruce, please don't kill her. She trusted you. Don't betray her trust. I will do anything you wish, just don't let her die, please. Talia begged with constant tears flowing from her eyes as she tried her best to struggle against her captor's clutches, but unfortunately, the strength of a dozen trained ninjas was greater than even her enhanced physical capabilities. Truthfully, I am pretty hurt that you would even think I could kill her, Talia. I know how to look after what's mine. Also, as you yourself said, Ras, I am pretty selfish, sacrifice just isn't my cup of tea. That's for heroes, and I am definitely not a hero. I lost the right to call myself that a long time ago. I said as I noticed Nissa slightly moving, her eyes twitching. She was slowly waking up from her induced sleep. But you can call me something else, you can call me Vengeance. I took out about 6 black kunai and threw them to 3 ninjas standing the closest to Nissa while throwing the other 3 at the ninjas holding Talia, instantly killing all 6 of my targets. I see you have made your choice then. A real pity. Ras Al Ghul sighed, not even acknowledging the death of 3 of his ninjas. Pity this. I quickly threw a kunai at Ras with lightning speed, aimed directly at his throat. I was sure that as only an enhanced he would fail to dodge the projectile that I had thrown with almost all my super strength, but surprisingly, instead of dodging it, he just caught the kunai with his bare fingers, displaying a bored expression on his face, making the entire feat seem like nothing extraordinary. I told you, I didn't teach you everything. He said with an inexpressive face as he playfully twirled the kunai in his fingers and threw it back at me, which I too easily caught with my left hand. That makes 2 of us, I replied as I threw it at one of the ninjas running towards Talia to hold down, since she had mostly freed herself by overpowering the remaining ninjas. Take care of them, Ubu. I have to prepare for the true ritual. Ras Al Ghul confidently ordered as he silently walked further into one of the forbidden parts of the structure, disappearing into the darkness. You aren't getting away that easy, Talia yelled as she threw a couple of flying knives at her father meant to kill him, but they were all quite easily blocked by the giant minion standing in his path. You two shouldn't have betrayed him, Talia, because now I have to do something to both of you that I never wanted to. So, don't blame me for this. Ubu said as he took out a small strange cylindrical instrument from his robe with a needle on the top. Talia, go and free your sister and maybe try to thin the ninja population with your sister. I'll take care of the humanoid bear. I said as I cracked my neck, dodging one of the ninjas who was stealthily trying to go for the kill while I broke his neck with a single punch. Talia, who was also busy killing a pair of ninjas, just looked at me and nodded with a complicated face. From the look on her face, it seemed like she was thinking something that she should not be thinking, but I failed to determine exactly what. However, I was not worried. Even if she decided to run away or betray me now, I was currently at a stage where it wouldn't matter because I had plans of my own and one of my backup plans was already on its way here. I told you, Bruce, never make Ra's al Ghul your enemy, but you went ahead and did just that. And to think that I was just beginning to like you. Now, I'll have to break every bone in your body to please the master. Sigh, you could have averted all this and made it easy for all of us by just not plotting against the Lord. You would only have to kill some nobody or some thief in that case to pass the trial, and you would have been a loyal member of the organization. Ubu sighed, his voice almost sounded sad. You can just stand back then, Ubu. I don't have a grudge against you. I only have an enmity with the demon's head. So, if you stand down, I will let you live, I promise. Plus, if you don't remember, Ra's al Ghul himself just stated that I am much stronger than a normal human. So, if you were struggling to win against me when I was holding back so much of my true physical might, why do you think you are going to have a chance now? I debated. I truly didn't want to kill the man. Despite being a loyal bodyguard for Ra's al Ghul, I had never seen him do anything that was morally ambiguous. He was always only focused on his job to protect Ra's al Ghul. In a way, he was Ra's al Ghul's version of mercy. I can't defeat you, huh? Well, I guess that would have been normally true, but unfortunately, it's not. He instantly inserted the needle in his hand into the side of his own neck as a small sound of a pressure valve being released was heard. If you are going to cheat, I am too. At that moment, Ubu suddenly started undergoing a huge change in his body, both outside and inside. His skin darkened into a pale grayish color, his eyes reddened and his veins, especially those near his neck, bulged, all while the sound of cracks of his bones shifting reverberated in the air. What did you do to yourself? I asked, disgusted at how his body was slowly deforming to become even more bulkier than before. Master was running a little project on the side in our Arabian base to compete with the superhuman drugs that the Japanese and Americans were developing, particularly drugs like Mirakuru, a D drug to increase our physical abilities to a superhuman monstrous levels. Pant, it's still in development and not even nearly perfect, but it's enough F for squashing traitorous little bugs like YU. Ha 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 ha. So, congratulations to you, Bruce Wayne, you will be the first victim of Venom. Ubu completed in a monstrous voice as his transition also ended, setting him as an almost 8-foot-tall giant of a human with bulking muscles that would make any grown man feel like a small baby in front of him. Wow, God, you look hideous. I guess waiting for your speech and slow-ass transformation to be over was worth it, huh? If I had killed you the moment you injected that serum, I wouldn't have gotten to see your magnificently ugly face, so I am really glad I didn't. I guess that's why the main characters always give the bad guys the required time to complete their ultimate transformations. It's because they are genuinely curious to see the final result. God, you are one ugly piece of shit. You look like the perverted baby of a deformed elephant and an overweight hippo if they had a threesome with a zombified walrus. I could not help but comment. And I wasn't lying at the least. The current Ubu could be nominated one of the wonders of the world if an award was ever given based on how ugly one possibly could be. Image. I will kill you. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 67, Echoes of Regret. Killing is an art, and I am a master. Thane Krios, Mass Effect 2. Bruce Wayne POV. Take this, Ubu yelled as he threw another huge boulder toward me to crush me, which I effortlessly dodged. He had become massively stronger than before, but his intelligence on the other hand seemed to have decreased a lot as well, resulting in him having to resort to more brute and savage forms of attack than actual martial combat, which was a complete letdown to the warrior in me. Also, no matter how big and strong he was now, it still didn't change the fact that I was faster and quicker than him with a level of strength no less magnificent than Ubu, who was amped up by the Venom super steroid. Don't move. He yelled as he increased the rate at which he was throwing things at me, but was still unsuccessful in hitting me even once. This made him even angrier, which further limited his intelligence, making this joke of a fight far less entertaining and more disappointing for me than I initially thought it would be. Stop running away, you coward, and fight me. I have sacrificed my humanity, but I have become something much greater. He yelled as he threw an assassin who was too close to him in an attempt to hit me, but unfortunately for both him and the ninja, I was successful in effortlessly dodging the living projectile, resulting in the unlucky assassin getting splattered on one of the walls due to the sheer force he was thrown with. Now that I am finally the monster that I was always meant to be, I can not only defeat you but even serve the master with the effectiveness that I always lacked. I can finally fulfill my purpose. He roared with glee as his body further mutated and bulked up while he broke a huge pillar from the structure and threw it at me. But this time, instead of dodging, I took a deep breath and simply punched the incoming piece of cement with a significant amount of my strength, instantly breaking it into pieces. Sacrificing your humanity and becoming a monster for just a little more power. Even if you are a monster for a noble purpose like protecting someone, it still doesn't change the fact that you are a monster nonetheless, a strong creature with a weak will. So, you are still weak, Ubu. In fact, you are even weaker than before. I finally opened my mouth as I seriously spoke while looking him straight into his eyes. As for the reason I am not fighting you, it's because I don't fight weak-minded and weak-willed creatures like you. I looked forward to fighting the real Ubu with his amazing skills and experience. I looked forward to having a real battle with you, but you chose the cowardly way and made yourself a disgusting monster, forgetting your own lessons of always being in control of one's body. You disappointed me, Ubu, and I don't fight with disappointments. I can sense it. You are dying anyway because of the defective incomplete steroidal compound you took, your body rapidly burning your own chi and life force to keep you going. So why should I have anything to do with your death? Dying a disappointment in a cowardly death with a drug overdose, that's what you deserve for betraying my expectations and hope. I said as I simply dodged the next big projectile that came towards me. No. Fight me. Fight me. Please, let me have this fight. I need it. Fight me. He cried out more like a berserking beast than a human as he rushed towards me with a burst of speed that was extremely surprising for someone his size and punched me with everything he had, hurtling me towards the opposite side of the hall. Fight me. He screamed like a true maniacal monster as he again jumped toward where I had landed and began to punch me in rapid succession. Each of his punches was powerful enough to grind rocks to dust. I could dodge some of them even if they were in point-blank range, but a major portion of his punches successfully landed on my face and upper body directly. Fight me. He screamed again with a crazed yet desperate look on his face. Almost all signs of intelligence were already gone from his eyes, making him look like a savage, unintelligent beast fueled only by a drug-induced rage. No, I said calmly as I stopped both of his fists and held them tightly, not even letting him move the least as he struggled desperately to hit me. Groowl, he roared mindlessly as he headbutted me, but it wasn't anything I could not endure. Despite being a huge hulking monster, his monstrous physical strength still wasn't above the limits of my own. The monster version of Ubu continued to struggle in a desperate attempt to hit me and maybe even subconsciously tried to get a raise out of me to force me to fight back, but I didn't. I was determined not to. It was stupid, but it was simply my personal petty revenge, and most of all, it was a way for me to not feel guilty for killing one of the few people I liked here. For me, even if it was for the briefest of moments, Ubu had become a friend I knew as a fact would betray me one day and not hesitate for a single moment in sacrificing my life for his master, but he was still a friend nonetheless. And since I had no real danger from Ubu, at least not this version of Ubu who didn't even have the mental capability to use chi or any mystical martial arts anymore, I didn't have any reason to kill him and give him the satisfaction of dying in a glorious battle like a real warrior. No, he chose to be a monster and favored blind strength instead of skill, so there was no way he would get to die like a human warrior. I began to manipulate my own chi and send it into his body, trying to cleanse the drug from his system. I still wasn't a master at this, but due to the absence of any real obstruction inside his body, I was still succeeding. Gradually, after a few minutes of struggling, Ubu slowly became more and more docile as strength seemed to rapidly escape from his muscles and his physique began to release some mild warm steam while becoming smaller and smaller, quickly losing his monstrous size. It looked like the effects of the harmful steroid were finally ending. But unfortunately, Ubu didn't at all look like he was ever going to get his normal mental capabilities back. He had stopped moving at all and just stared forward with a blank look. He had made his choice, and as a result, the untested early version of Venom had forever changed him into a monster, both body and mind. He was no longer a human, and he never would be. I might not have fought you to give you the satisfaction of dying in a glorious battle, but I can at least give you mercy and grant you a peaceful death. I picked up a small kunai from the ground and slowly drove it straight through his neck, slitting half of his entire throat and ending whatever life was left in him. I would have liked to use an all blade on him to give him a more pure death, but unfortunately, the pair of blades can only be used on either truly evil threats or those of supernatural origin, and I was sure Ubu wasn't either one. He was definitely a bad person, but he wasn't truly evil. He was just a stupid, blind, loyal follower of someone who was. As the last breath left from the now 6 feet figure, I noticed something peculiar. There was a trace of a few drops of tears near his blank eyes, like he wanted to cry but wasn't able to. It didn't look like tears of anger or sorrow, but more like tears of regret. A monster never cries, huh? I mumbled to myself in a low voice, releasing a deep heavy sigh as I caught a glimpse of Talia and the now somewhat recovered Nissa fighting with about a few dozen assassins on their own outside the monastery, even looking like they were winning. Some assassins even seemed to have joined their team and were fighting the others on behalf of the two sisters. But I knew that they wouldn't be able to win. More and more assassins would keep coming here from the town below as they get the news of our little rebellion. In the next couple of hours, even the ones who had been sent on a mission would come back, and once those experienced ones returned, our chances of winning would be next to moot. So, I need to find and get rid of Ra's al Ghul as soon as possible, preferably within the next hour before those experienced assassins realize what was happening and come back. As for the ones who were already on their way to reach here from the town below, well. Cortana, are they here? I asked as I rubbed a slight bruise on my face, a result of the monster Ubu's repeated punches. The bruise had almost healed fully and was on the verge of disappearing completely, but it reminded me that I was still human and could feel pain and sorrow, unlike monsters. 8 T-15 minutes. There was a snowstorm, so they got delayed. Also, additional hostile armed forces were detected. Permission to commence the project, Firefly. Cortana's voice chimed in from my bracelet. She almost sounded a little sad. Maybe she felt pity for Ubu, or perhaps she felt it for me instead. Do it. You have full authority to use them as you like. Keeping the two sisters alive is your primary objective. Just try not to destroy all of them. Constructing even a single prototype hive made more than a $10 million dent in my pockets. I answered as I went towards the direction Raz fled earlier. No promises, Cortana responded. Omniscient POV. A strange matte black cylinder kept on a desk in Bruce's room in the hidden town of Nanda Parbat suddenly began to make a beeping sound like it was being activated somehow. Image. After a few beeps, the surface of the cylinder began to turn into scores of small insectoids looking exactly like glowing fireflies as they began to fly away on their own with a light wheezing sound through a slightly opened window towards the direction of the ongoing battle. Image. They currently had only two objectives in their program, observe and eliminate. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 68, Dance of the Fireflies. People do what is in their best interest, regardless of who gets hurt. Is it evil to take what one wants, to satisfy hunger even if doing so will cause another suffering? What some would call evil, I believe to be an appropriate response to a harsh and unfair world. Klaus Mikkelsen, The Originals. Omniscient POV. Nissa, we are slowly being encircled. If this continues, we won't be able to fight for much longer. Maybe, it is time for us to retreat. Some have chosen to fight for us, so we can still make it if we just have them cover for us. Talia started hopefully as she fought 3 different assassins all at once, still not being at a disadvantage for even the slightest bit. No. Bruce is still in there fighting, we can't abandon him, at least I won't. You however are free to leave any time you want, sister. After all, I doubt that you trust or even trust me enough to stick along. Perhaps I am just a liability to you. Nissa harumphed while slitting the throat of an assassin who had tried to kick her in the face. You are still angry at me. I didn't tell you because I thought it would be easier for you to not know that your own sister and boyfriend were plotting to kill your father to take over all his wealth and assets. But yeah sure, I would definitely include you the next time we plan something like this. Just stop making me miserable with that cold shoulder of yours, little sis. Talia said as she struggled to repel the attacks of 5 assassins who had attacked her together. Even though the two sisters had been quite successful in evading and countering all the assassins trying to kill them, things weren't looking up for them at all. Instead, they were constantly being pushed back by the attacking forces as more and more brainwashed ninjas joined the tide against them. Look out, Talia yelled as she quickly rushed towards her little sister and hacked away at the assassin who was about to literally backstab her with a massive hunting dagger. Keep your eyes open. There are too many of them. She said with concern as her mind began to run at full capacity on how to escape with her sister alive from what was basically a losing battle. After planning this very rebellion with Bruce for the last few years, Talia had begun to consider him as a friend, someone who was quite similar to herself, a kindred soul whose ambitions reached the sky just like her. Normally, he had the perfect traits she desired in a partner for herself, but unfortunately, he was already taken, and that too by her own sister, so even though she regularly liked to tease and flirt with him, trying to make him blush, she still stayed within her own self-defined limits. But all this didn't change the fact that she loved herself and her own sister much more than a boy she had met a few years ago, someone who might have just been using both sisters to take over their father's shadow empire. That's why Talia had always planned to seize any chance she got and become the next leader of the League of Assassins after her father's defeat before Bruce could even try, but unfortunately, like all things in the world, her plans had gone completely awry. Just when Talia was weighing her options and considering knocking Nissa out to forcibly carry her away to safety, a heavy tap on her shoulder by her little sister finally broke her out of her thoughts. We have new guests climbing from the east side of the mountain. Wait, those assassins, they are Canes, aren't they? Nissa sounded surprised with a hint of worry audible in her voice. What the hell are Cane's forces doing here? Did father call them for backup after he realized our plan? Shit, even escaping is going to be much harder than I thought. Come on Nissa, we don't have much time. We need to go, now. Talia exclaimed with worry as she tried to drag her sister away from the battleground while killing anyone who blocked her path. No, leave me. I won't go. Let me fight, Nissa argued like a little girl as she used her full strength to fight back against her sister's pull. She was determined to fight till her last breath. She wasn't gonna be like her father, she didn't want to end up like him. She knew that Bruce had trusted her to have his back and she was going to make sure that she didn't lose that trust of his. Zzz. Before Talia could answer, a strange faint noise suddenly began to echo on the entire peak of the mountain as almost everyone fighting stopped for a fraction of a second after hearing the voice in surprise. It wasn't exactly a loud sound but more like a combination of lots of soft sounds making it almost unbearably annoying for anyone nearby. It was like dozens of bees constantly buzzing near the ears. What is that sound? A random ninja whispered out loud while looking around for anything suspicious going on but couldn't find anything particularly fishy except for a great number of fireflies flying around. Fireflies. At this height. Nissa wondered curiously as she saw most of the fireflies converging on the assassins that were battling them as well as the ninjas coming their way while avoiding the two sisters themselves as well as their newly made allies. Almost everyone at the scene was now confused. Most had even stopped fighting. They could not understand from just where so many fireflies had come all at once. The entire area seemed to have gotten an extra glow in the dark of the night from the swarm of fireflies flying together. It was a weirdly beautiful scene. However, before anyone could appreciate their beauty for long, a ninja who was examining a firefly sitting on his arm suddenly yelled out at the top of his lungs. Wait, they aren't fireflies. They are. Boom 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 boom. Multiple explosions began to ring out all over the forest as each firefly exploded in a spectacular function like grenades giving rise to controlled blasts capable of wiping out entire living beings. Duck, Talia screamed as she forced Nissa down in an attempt to shield her from the explosions but not even a speck of flame or ember from the blasts touched them nor did they feel much considerable heat on their skin. It was like all the explosions around them were coordinated perfectly to take out the maximum number of enemies around them without harming either them or their new allies. It was nothing short of a miracle. Even the newest group of League assassins who had just reached the battleground were eliminated just like that without them even realizing how they died. A lot of the new squad's ninjas were still climbing the mountain and were pretty far from the bombing site but the rapid and repeated multiple explosions had caused a chain reaction that had created an avalanche, one so dangerous that it had not only wiped out almost all the climbers but even destroyed a major portion of the hidden town below. The entire ordeal had happened so quickly that most of the still living people weren't even able to comprehend exactly what had happened and were still reeling from the absolute shock of it. Cough, what the fuck just happened? Talia panted in panic and excitement as she coughed from the smoke. She could not believe her own eyes. Almost all of their enemies were dead from just that single round of explosion and yet, they were untouched which basically meant someone just helped them survive. But the question was, who? Something in the way. Something in the way, yeah. A slow melodious song suddenly began to play in the distance as the source of the sound gradually began to move towards them. Something in the way. Something in the way, yeah. The volume of the song continued to increase until the source where the song was coming from finally became visible to the people who were still alive and standing. It was one single high-tech looking drone that appeared to be flying in slow motion while scanning everything happening in the scene around it. Assigned objective accomplished. Project Firefly was designated a success. Data recorded. Thank you all for your participation. A polite female voice boomed out from the single drone as it hovered above the bombed site like it ruled the place. Is this really happening or am I dreaming? Talia questioned her own sanity as she tried to make sense of whatever she was seeing. She already had a lot on her plate but exploding fireflies and talking smart drones seemed to stretch her patience thin. I think it's our backup, from Bruce. He always told me about his fascination with drones and other tech stuff. So, maybe this is his. I mean he does have the money for all this. Nissa tried to make sense of their situation with a hopeful explanation. Protocol, League Slaughter Night, 70% complete. All chosen combat drone units reaching location in ETA 1 minute. The drone uttered as it slowly shifted into offensive mode while hidden weapons began to emerge from its body. This is a message for all League members. The League of Assassins Nanda Parbat headquarters has already been taken over and has been temporarily placed under the administration of Nissa and Talia Ghoul. You are requested to kindly cooperate with us and surrender to the true heir of the demon head or be prepared to die the most horrible death you have ever thought possible. It announced while ignoring both the Ghoul sisters as countless similar-looking droids began to appear beside it and took their positions beside the original one. Yep, it is definitely our backup, Nissa confirmed as she wondered just how smart and rich her boyfriend was to have an entire army of murderous drones in his arsenal as well as how parallelly stupid he was to place his trust in her elder sister. Hey Miss Drone, since me and my sister are temporarily in change, that means I can. Talia started talking with her gaze directed at the drones. Bruce has made me responsible for handling the entire surrender process as well as all the core decisions while he is absent. However, if any important decision that needs a human touch needs to be made or if you two have any particular requests then you can give your advice, Miss Talia. Cortana's savage reply immediately silenced Talia and almost made her eyes twitch. Yep, it is definitely Bruce's, Talia murmured with a bitter expression on her face. Bruce Wayne POV. I feel like someone is cursing at me for some reason. I wonder why. Whatever. I am sure handsome people get cursed a lot for their good looks. I thought to myself while feeling my inner narcissistic awakening at my own thoughts. Anyway, now to a more serious topic. I have seen 2 different small Lazarus pits till now while descending the stairs of the monastery and both are the most vile and disgusting pools of dirty puddle water I have ever seen. It looks like green radioactive dirty trash water for God's sake. So the question of the millennium is how the hell does Ra's al Ghul manage to bathe in these Lazarus pits without puking his guts out? A/N, Happy New Year my dear readers partying face. Hope the new year is going to be amazing for both me and you guys. Oh, and to celebrate the new year, I will be releasing an extra chapter at the end of the week if the story gets 1,500 power stones gemstone by the end of it beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me power stones gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 69, Echoes of the Demon. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Rhett Butler, Gone with the Wind. Bruce Wayne POV. Seriously, how long is this tunnel? I have passed through 3 mini-sized Lazarus pits already. Did he store every Lazarus pit he ever found in his life in here? I wondered aloud as I calmly walked through the dark tunnel, descending deeper into the monastery's massive underground chamber. God damn it, I should have brought my bat tool. Not only it would have been extremely useful, but using its plasma blade function and pretending like it is a red lightsaber in the dark would have been pretty cool. I am sure that if done well, even Ra's al Ghul would feel literal chills after seeing me emerge from the dark with a red lightsaber, provided that he hasn't seen the movie yet. Well, next time I guess. Clang clang clang, a sharp metallic sound suddenly began to echo from the darkness, like a metal banging against another metal, painting the eerie atmosphere even more ominous. So, it seems that you were waiting for me. Surprised that I came alone without Ubu? I asked as I saw the silhouette of Ra's al Ghul calmly standing in the dark with a pair of strange curved swords in his hands. No, I knew Ubu wouldn't be able to defeat you. If he was that good, I would have made him my successor, not you. He was only good enough to slightly delay you and serve as a small test to prepare you for what is to come now, but he even failed to do that, I assume. I guess he was more useless than I thought he was. He said without much change in his otherwise impassive expression while looking at my seemingly unhurt self. Well, yeah, guess what? I am not that easy to beat up, not even by my potential father-in-law. I joked back as I subtly glanced at our surroundings. It was dark, but with my enhanced sight, I could easily see through the darkness. The entire, underground chamber was an artificial cave with creepy symbols and figures painted all over the walls. The demon's head himself was standing in front of the biggest Lazarus pit I had seen till now, one that was almost half the size of an Olympic-sized pool. It was goddamn big. Even the ceiling was shaped weirdly like a big dome just above the center of the pit. You like bathing in fresh green chemicals, don't you? I joked. Clink, a loud shrill noise echoed all over the cave as Ra's al Ghul struck his swords against each other at a particular angle, immediately lighting up the torch fixed beside him with the sparks generated from the sharp blades hitting each other. No, but I will soon. After all, the next bath in there is going to be life-changing, for both of us. And as for my daughters, I never really cared about them. They don't understand the greater good, they don't understand my true purpose and the responsibility that someone in my position has to bear. So, you courting them changes nothing for me. However, that also changes nothing for you because Bruce Wayne won't be leaving this place today, at least not alive. Ra's al Ghul smiled menacingly. You have too many aspirations, Ra's al Ghul, just be careful not to choke on them. Anyway, now can we finally start, if you are done with all your theatrics that is. I am getting bored of having these heartfelt conversations with everyone every time I fight today. Ha ha ha. Didn't you learn, Bruce? The theatrics are part of the show. It's part of the illusion that an expert assassin casts on its target. Haven't you heard of the phrase, if you want to be the best, you must act like it first? Ra's al Ghul threw a bunch of kunai in my direction even before he completed his words while charging at me the very next second like a mad bull. I too didn't bother to speak any longer and just took a fighting stance while my twin flaming swords came to life in my hands as I mentally summoned the all blades and blocked the sword attack aimed at me. Clang, burning swords. It seems that sending you to that mission did quite some good for you. Shouldn't you thank me? He laughed as he began to slash his sword at me, each of his movements calculated and precise. He looked like he was performing a complex dance with his sword instead of fighting a life-and-death battle. His swords too didn't seem to be affected much by the all blades. Your leg work is excellent and so are the movements of your wrists. Good, you might just be the best student I have ever taught. You were not the most diligent student but you always perfected each and every skill I ever taught you. That was what set you apart from the others, your sheer determination to be the best, your tendency to not only master everything but to improve on it too. Raz Al Ghul complimented me as he used his strangely superhuman strength to remain on the offensive, even giving me a difficult time. But what about your sense of surroundings? He asked cryptically. What? I asked in confusion but I immediately understood the meaning of his words when the tile of the floor I stepped on while taking a back step sunk into the ground and a hidden contraption in the wall shot a small arrow at me with a speed that even the eyes could not see. If I was an ordinary human, I would have been hit by that arrow but as a proud super soldier, I was easily able to dodge it with minimum body movement. But it still created a small hole in my defenses, something that an experienced warrior like Raz Al Ghul was instantly able to capitalize on. With an expert blow of his sword, while sporting a green eerie glow in his eyes, he was able to slash the skin on my right thigh, creating a bloody gash. TCHH. I hissed my tongue at the stinging pain. It was a lot more painful than what I felt normally when a blade punctured my skin, which was strange because it was only a flesh wound. I immediately created some distance between me and him while waiting for the wound to heal up. But for some strange reason, the wound wasn't cauterizing, at least not at the superhuman rate I hoped it would, like all the rest of my injuries. Are you waiting for it to heal like all your other injuries always magically heal? Sorry for the bad news but you see the sword in my hand is not exactly an ordinary sword. Just like yours, these ones are special too. They are called the Soulbreaker. They don't promise to kill immortals like the all blades that you wield do but they too can have a peculiar supernatural ability. They can not only cut apart flesh but also damage one's very soul as well. So the immense pain you are feeling right now is not of your physical body but of your very soul itself. Raz Al Ghul said with a sinister smile, his Liam Neeson look-alike face seeming like that of a demon. Shit. I thought to myself. I was not afraid of a little pain or even the danger of death since I had enough confidence in my own abilities, but a sword that could hurt my soul was dangerous since I didn't know just how much damage my soul could take. I have hundreds of methods to protect my body and my mind but the soul was always a very sensitive topic. Till now, I had only found ways of evading ghostly and demonic possession by carving runic tattoos on my skin but I still hadn't found a safe enough method to protect my soul from direct spiritual attacks. So, the biggest threat to myself that I was always worried about was an attack on my soul because a physical body could easily heal but was the soul capable of the same healing as well? I didn't have an answer to that question yet. It probably required more research on the topic but that could be done later. Right now, I had to focus on winning this battle while taking minimum damage to my soul from those swords of his. Thus, I clenched the all blades tighter and started circulating my chi all over my body for some extra protection, while taking a deep breath. I wanted to finish this as fast as possible by using my darkness breathing style and going on full offensive instead of just defending against his attacks. Form 8, Oblivion Cyclone. I recited the technique's name in my mind as I began to rapidly run around Raz Al Ghul in a circle, hoping to confuse him and lessen his chances of blocking my attack or counterattacking. The dull light from the torch that wasn't able to completely drive away the surrounding darkness made it work even better. Raz Al Ghul wasn't a noob in sword fighting. He knew what I was doing but for some strange reason, he didn't bother to keep his eyes fixed on me. Instead, he appeared bored and overly confident, like he knew what was going to happen. However, that didn't discourage me. So, when I had gathered enough momentum, I finally began attacking, striking him from multiple directions all around him. I was also using my own, transparent world, ability to locate his weakest points and only attacking them along with his vital organs. But somehow, he was able to stop each and every one of them with calm movements of his swords, like he wasn't even trying. His eyes, even though weren't actively following me, still always seemed to find me at the last possible moment whenever I was about to land the attack. This is hopeless, Bruce, you can't hit me. Just accept that fact. You see, the Lazarus pit doesn't only just increase one's lifespan and bring them from the dead but when paired with certain other compounds can also have interesting magical effects. One such compound is something called electrum. It is extremely rare but I found a group of people who deal with it. Quite coincidentally, they are from Gotham as well. Anyways, you see when the water from the Lazarus pit is combined with electrum in a specific proportion, it can give one almost godly magical abilities. A superhuman physique is just one of them, the other of course is the ability to predict the future. My mind is working at such an unimaginable speed that I see everything happening without it even happening yet. The moment you lift the blade, I know where you are gonna strike it. I know your technique even before you initiate it. Right now, I am God himself. Even death cannot touch me. Raz Al Ghul exclaimed confidently as he blocked another attack of my sword. These types of shitty situations are when I realize how messed up the DC multiverse is. A planet-bursting alien can be driven mad by a guy in a Joker costume, and a centuries-old assassin can suddenly develop future-predicting powers just so that the playing field can level up. I thought as I stopped my useless attacks and backed a few steps away from the smiling old man. All that strengthened my muscles, yet I can't even figure out a way to get close to you and punch your head in without your swords tearing me up. 2 immortal swords, and I can't even land a single blow to permanently end you. Looks like I am at a real disadvantage. I laughed bitterly as I tore up a bit of my shirt and slowly bandaged it around the wound on my thigh while Roz just observed me silently with a small frown. In fact, every Batman and Bruce Wayne around the multiverse is almost always at a disadvantage. But the thing is, they know how to turn that into their advantage. They are always prepared for almost anything, and they always find a way out, just like I am about to. I thought with a confident smirk as I unsummoned one of the All Blades while inserting my hand into one of my pockets and felt the thing that I needed at that moment. You talked about death to not even be able to touch you, right? It seems you have grown quite confident after cheating death for so many centuries. I think you have forgotten the fear of true death. But, don't worry, I'll help you remember it. So, let's have a fucking fight to the death. A/N, all the names of the forms of his breathing style will be mentioned only once, so if you see the name of an attack, then it's only mentioned because he hasn't used it before. Also, the reason why Ra's al Ghul doesn't normally use Electrum with his Lazarus pit cocktail and possess powers all the time will be explained in the next chapter. Oh, and also remember that to celebrate the new year, I will be releasing an extra chapter at the end of the week if this story gets 1,500 Power Stones gemstone by the end of it, beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me Power Stones gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 70, Young Bat vs. Old Demon, 1. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Mike Tyson. Omniscient POV. Finally. You are ready to embrace even death merely to have the chance to defeat me. Good. I will enjoy this brief with you fight even though the result will be the same, me taking everything from you, for the League. Ra's al Ghul completed in a chill-inducing voice as he showed the ugliest and scariest smile he could muster, something that came quite naturally to him. Bruce on the other hand didn't stretch the conversation any longer and just decided to focus on defeating him. Ra's al Ghul right now might seem almost invincible with his ability to predict the future, but he didn't even think for a single second that this ability came without its limitations. What he could deduce from the old assassin's words and movements was that he couldn't exactly see the future, but that his mind had developed a certain characteristic from the chemical combination he had ingested, one that allowed him to use all the sensory inputs he received to simulate them to know the most probable results of the events he witnessed and thus predict what was going to happen in the short immediate future. In a single word, he had one of the abilities of a discount version of the Sharingan, which in the anime had a similar power. But the question was just how accurate was this ability of his? Was this so accurate that he could even predict the future as authentic as the Book of Destiny itself? Could it predict what was going to happen days ahead into the future if enough data was gathered? Did it have absolutely no adverse effects on his body or mind? Bruce didn't have an answer to any of those questions. But that didn't mean he was helpless. No, he not only had a way of getting all those answers for himself but also something that could enable him to directly counter Ra's al Ghul's newly acquired future predicting ability itself. This will be the first time I'll be doing drugs in both my lives. Truly, how far I have fallen. Well, anything to stay alive, I guess. He thought to himself and took out a small transparent pill from a hidden pocket in his kikuji. Bottoms up, Bruce muttered while slipping the experimental drug into his mouth and quickly swallowing it. Let's just hope this doesn't end up like one of the few bad simulations that Cortana simulated where my brain melted through my ears or where I became mentally handicapped after using this just once. He thought grimly as he subtly started a 12-hour countdown on his bracelet. Bruce Wayne POV. The NZT-48 pill I just swallowed was a modified version of the same drug that I had been working on for the last few years. The pill itself was almost the same as the original one, with its effects lasting for 12 hours after ingestion, causing some quite harmful side effects if not ingested regularly, although even if taken regularly, the user's body and mind would still be deteriorating slowly. However, the reason why the project took so many years to develop and was still risky to use was actually the development of the vaccine that was needed to take the pill without developing or experiencing any side effects. I had already developed and taken my basic NZT vaccine, which gave me immunity against all the side effects of NZT usage for about 1 year. However, I still wanted to research more on them because I was still not sure how effective the vaccine was against NZT in real life. That and some other concerns about my mind suddenly becoming completely apathetic were the reasons why I still hadn't used NZT on myself yet. But, as a wise man once said, desperate times call for desperate measures. After consuming the pill, for the first few minutes, I didn't feel anything. It was like nothing happened. There wasn't any big shock or headache or anything even remotely resembling that I had just consumed a very dangerous experimental drug that could potentially change my brain. No, All I felt was a little weird chilling feeling on my skin for a couple of seconds while also, for a split second, it almost seemed that my reflection in the Lazarus pit just moved slightly and looked at me with a calm and confident smile. However, I had no time to delve into what I presumed to be my mind playing tricks on me due to its recently increased mental capability. Right now, I could literally feel my mind working much faster than what was normal to try and solve just how Ra's al Ghul's new power worked as well as its limitations. I could feel my emotions, feelings, and sentiments being sidelined and shoved to the side to better use my mind's processing power more efficiently without bothering about that pesky stuff. In just a few seconds of observation, I was able to determine everything I needed to know. The world seemed to lay bare before me as my mind tried to deduce everything even before it happened. After I was convinced that I had deduced his secrets right and had a significant chance to defeat Ra's al Ghul with my current strength, I began to calmly walk towards him instead of charging at him again. With my cheat ability being influenced as well by this temporary upgrade of my mind, I could clearly notice his fingers twitching, his muscles tightening, and even how his blood was flowing inside his body in real time. It seems that you have grown confident again. Fine, it seems that I have to show you just how truly slash. Ra's al Ghul could not complete his words as a single sword strike from the all blades was able to slash all of the fingers in his left hand, resulting in him dropping his sword from that hand. He had tried to block my attack, but his prediction ability, which predicted where and how exactly I would land the attack, was wrong. He had predicted that I was going for his left leg, but the truth was that I was only making it seem like that by faking all my body movements, even the tiniest ones, when in truth, I was going for his left hand's fingers. How? He asked, bewildered, not at all bothered by the stream of blood gushing out from his missing fingers as he acted as nonchalant and unbothered as possible. Anyone other than him and he would have already been driven crazy by the immense blood loss. You are not the only one who can have an upgrade. Did you think you could one-up me by ingesting some chemical cocktail of magical elements? Oh no, my dear foolish father-in-law, I now know exactly how your new abilities work as well as how to counter them. Not only that, I can even tell from the minute necrosis that is beginning to set on different parts of your skin as well as the bulging of your veins why you never ingested the chemical mixture together before this. It was because you knew that your body wasn't strong enough for it and that it would begin to break down rapidly after you do it. I concluded calmly. It seems that you have grown smarter somehow as well. As expected from my chosen successor. The demon's head smiled, even though he was bleeding crazily from his fingers. This is only the beginning, I uttered as I started raining down attacks on him. Faking my attacks to confuse him mostly worked to deter his prediction abilities as I was slowly able to bestow damage on him while piercing through his perfect defense. Of course, Ra's al Ghul's centuries of experience made this strategy that much harder, but he didn't seem invincible or unbeatable to me any longer. In fact, even when he resorted to going on the offensive, I was easily able to use my own prediction abilities to anticipate his attacks and defend myself. A slash to Ra's al Ghul's shoulder to make him bleed even more, block a blow from his Soulbreaker on my chest, then a cut on his legs while dodging a kick from him in an attempt to create some distance between us. I was able to think out the entire sequence of the fight even before it started. Why am I not able to hit you anymore? What sorcery is this? Ra's al Ghul complained as he realized that he wasn't able to get the same advantage that he was initially getting. He with his enormous experience and skills was good enough to dodge a lot of my blows, especially those that could deal fatal damage, but on the other hand, he wasn't able to hit me as well, at least not the same way he wanted. He had lost his edge against me. Both of us had turned completely serious in this fight and were currently giving our all without using any more petty cheap tricks. As we fought using our blades, sparks flew everywhere while we both did our best to end the opponent as quickly and efficiently as possible. Currently, we were almost in a stalemate, but that was quickly changing as I got more and more of an advantage in our fight as I continuously did physical damage to him every few moves. Sometimes, it was a shallow cut on his arm or his thigh, and sometimes, it was a mere nick on his cheeks, but Ra's al Ghul was definitely steadily losing his ground in his duel against me. Or at least that was what would have been if he wasn't healing so quickly as well. Despite his body seemingly breaking down slowly from the inside, he was still physically going strong on the outside as his skin and flesh healed from the imposed damages at an astonishing rate. Even though the wounds directly caused by the all blades were harder to heal, they still at least managed to heal enough to stop their own bleeding. Stop. This is a waste of time. This is getting nowhere. Ra's al Ghul yelled in frustration as he backed away a little from me. He seemed tired, his body probably nearing its extreme limit. And what do we propose we do? Have a stone-paper-scissors battle to death? I quipped with a small smirk. I knew that at this rate I had the upper hand and he was merely panicking because of that. I had no thoughts of letting him leave this monastery alive today. If I die like this, you get nothing except an opportunity to take over the league. But my techniques, my skills, my knowledge, everything that I have accumulated for all these centuries will disappear with me. So how will that truly benefit you? Instead, I have another solution. Why don't we end this in a way that can benefit whoever wins between us? A way where the one who dies will definitely stay dead forever while the victor will get all the spoils. Ra's al Ghul proposed while panting slowly, trying his best not to let me know about him having already reached the limits of his body. What do you say, Bruce Wayne? All or nothing? How about it? Are you all in? The demon's head questioned as his right hand clenched his sword tighter while his left hand was able to do the same thing as well, even with missing fingers. A/N, remember that to celebrate the new year, I will be releasing an extra chapter at the end of the week if this story gets 1,500 Power Stones gemstone by the end of it, beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me Power Stones gemstone gemstone gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 71, Young Bat vs. Old Demon, 2, A Soup for the Soul. You need to accept the fact that you're not the best and have all the will to strive to be better than anyone you face. Rorinoa Zorro, One Piece. Bruce Wayne POV. So Bruce Wayne, do you just want to kill me and take over my organization, or do you want an opportunity to take everything I have for yourself, my knowledge, my skills, and even my life? Ra's al Ghul said, doing his best to tempt me to accept his offer. Now, the normal me would never think of even considering this offer of his. Hell, I would have already killed him to get this over with and be happy with only the League that I could take over after him, but the problem was that this was not the normal me. No, this me right now was high on a particular psychoactive drug that was forcing me to operate on cold hard logic rather than emotions and caution. And my logic according to my currently enhanced mind right now dictated that I could stand to profit more if I just heard him out. I could tell that there was a 77% chance that Ra's al Ghul wasn't lying. How? I finally asked, giving in to the temptation after running thousands of possible scenarios in my mind, concluding that this could really be a huge leap for me if I managed to somehow succeed. The Lazarus pit could extend one's life and even enable one to live for centuries, albeit with some terrible side effects including addiction to the water itself and even decay of the soul. The longer you continue to depend on the water, the more the side effects increase, making true immortality impossible through just this. Ra's al Ghul explained, revealing that he knew the negative effects he was currently suffering from because of overusing the pit. But after centuries of research, I discovered a way to achieve true immortality. If two different people enter the pit together and fully immerse themselves in its water, the Lazarus pit will choose only one of them to extend their life. The one with the stronger will to live, the one who can endure the pit's torture and outlast the other until they drown, will not only be the one to gain immortality without any drawbacks but also inherit everything that the loser had, including their knowledge and skills. The loser will die, while the victor will get all. He revealed his secret with a triumphant tone. I eyed him with suspicion, wondering what he was hiding behind his calm facade. So you think you can beat me in this ritual? You seem very confident. Or is this your last resort, and you are just acting out of desperation? Tell me, Ra's al Ghul, how desperate are you to keep living, in a world where even your daughters despise you and might try to kill you if you survive this? I asked, trying to gauge his true feelings. You have no idea about sacrifice, about responsibility. I have the duty to survive and lead the human race to prosperity, to save them from extinction even if it is from themselves. And if I have to kill my own daughters for that, then so be it. He screamed, trying to make his point. The worst thing about this was that he wasn't acting. He truly believed that whatever he was doing by building this weird terrorist organization full of ninja assassins while ending entire civilizations and cities, purging them from evil, was actually helping the world. I could tell that he regarded his work as something that he was doing for God himself. Truthfully, it was pathetic. Fine, then so be it, I repeated his words as the all blades from my hands disappeared. Let's do this then. One pit, two killers, one survivor. Let's see who wins. I said as I began walking towards the pit while Ra's al Ghul began to do the same in measured steps. By the way, I wasn't just blindly trusting the old assassin's words. Even if I was 93% sure that he wasn't lying, I couldn't let down my guard. No, the reason why I agreed to his proposal was to get his knowledge and skills, even though I could do it with the atmosphere, because I was positive that the device was not gonna work on him. Ra's al Ghul had lived for centuries and could be one of the most influential people on the planet. I was damn sure that he had at least a dozen different types of protections on his mind along with his own natural mental shields that getting in there was going to be practically impossible for me. The atmosphere was incredibly powerful, but currently, due to its technological limitations, when faced with magic or some other supernatural barrier around the mind, it was as useful as a knife in a bowl of ramen. So, this was my only opportunity to successfully gain Ra's al Ghul's knowledge. Of course, the immortality bit was a cherry on the top. My calculations and logic told me that fooling me wasn't going to be easy, especially when we were both going to be in the same pit together. If he tried anything, I had an 83% chance of being able to foresee it and a 65% chance of effectively stopping him. After we both arrived at the opposite edges of the Lazarus pit, Ra's al Ghul stopped and looked at me expectantly, his face still brimming with confidence. We have to dive in together, but since you look like you barely trust me, we will go in step by step and meet at the center of the pit. He announced. Fine by me, I muttered as I mentally tried to calculate the depth of the pit, which didn't seem like a lot, maybe about 9 feet. 3. 2. He started the countdown. I still can't believe that I actually agreed to this. I know as a fact that when my mind stops running at its full potential limit after this and I go back to the regular old emotional Bruce, I am going to curse myself for this, what is going to seem stupid to the regular old me. But, this is going to change a lot of things if it succeeds, particularly my efficiency at taking over the entire League of Assassins. I thought to myself as I didn't even feel a shred of fear in my completely logical and apathetic mind. 1. Now both Ra's al Ghul and I confidently stepped into the pit together, both hopeful at being the victor of this little match to achieve our own selfish objectives. The moment I came into contact with the pit's liquid, I felt it. The pit's water was not at all what it seemed from the outside. It was some metaphysical liquid that had something akin to chi mixed in with itself, something that could affect any living being not only physically but even spiritually. In fact, I could already feel it, the water was trying to seep deep into my skin while its energy was somehow trying to affect my soul. I could tell that staying in this water for long could be catastrophic for my unprotected spirit. I even activated my analysis ability to try to analyze what this compound truly was, but I only got a half-assed result. There were a couple of natural chemicals and elements mixed in with an extremely unique element, something that I was positive I could identify with enough research, but there was something else mixed in too, something unbelievably sinister and taboo. Amazing, isn't it? You can almost feel the water nourishing your body while affecting you on a more spiritual level as well. I spent years trying to artificially replicate these pits, but I was never successful. These pits are freaks of nature and can only be formed naturally. The best thing, however, is that they never lose their effectiveness, in fact, it only increases with time. Because with time, it gets the secret component it needs to effectively function, bits and pieces of the souls of its users. Every time someone uses a Lazarus pit, part of their soul gets torn off and mixed in with the pit's liquid, while the torn off portion sometimes even gets replaced with other pieces of souls that are already present in the pit. So, this entire Lazarus pit is actually a big soup of soul bits and pieces from its previous users. Ra's al Ghul explained while slowly approaching me, his intent to try to drown me apparent on his face. The pit was a living nightmare, a swirling mass of pieces of tormented souls that had once belonged to Ra's al Ghul and its other previous users. I should have recoiled in horror, fled from the abomination that defied nature and morality. But I felt nothing. No fear, no disgust, no pity. Only cold logic that kept me rooted to the spot. My objective still remained the same, the only thing that changed was the need to do this as soon as possible because something was slowly changing inside the pool. The water that seemed to want to nourish my body a few moments ago was now beginning to feel irritating on my skin, like it was some sort of weak acid that was gradually increasing in intensity. Bam! As Ra's al Ghul approached me, I launched a swift punch at his face, hoping to catch him off guard. But he was prepared for my attack and deflected it with his arm, then countered with a vicious headbutt. I shrugged off the impact and retaliated with a headbutt of my own, cracking his forehead open and drawing blood. The fight would have been much easier with my all blades, but I wasn't sure that using it inside the Lazarus pit would be the safest option, so I chose to just stick to my physical abilities as I used my strength to completely submerge him into the water of the pit and keep him there. We were locked in a fierce struggle for survival, submerged in the depths of the Lazarus pit. I could not use my breathing style underwater, so I had to rely on my chi to fend off Ra's al Ghul's attacks and overpower him. But the water of the pit was not a passive medium, it was a corrosive force that sought to consume us both. It burned through our enhanced skin, trying to melt our flesh and bones and assimilate our souls. Me and Ra's al Ghul were at a stalemate. I had my hands wrapped around his neck as I continued to push him down deeper and deeper into the pit, forcing him to breathe in more and more of the pit's acidic water while he had his fingers on my throat trying to rip my throat out. He had even tried to escape the pit altogether when he realized that he wasn't going to win as easily as he had previously thought, but I had made sure to not let him escape, pinning him under my weight inside the pit, as I patiently waited for this to be over. Our lives were hanging by a thread, as we fought each other in the deadly waters of the Lazarus pit. Ra's al Ghul had an advantage over me, as he had used the pit many times before and knew its secrets. But he had overlooked one thing. I had a hidden trump card that could keep me alive longer than him, my regeneration. Not only could I hold my breath for much longer than Ra's al Ghul, but also, my skin regenerated almost as soon as it was being destroyed, giving me a considerably higher chance of survival than the Assassin Lord. Of course, my accelerated regeneration could not keep up with the destructive properties of the pit forever, but again, I did not have to survive the pit's destructiveness, I only had to survive till Ra's al Ghul died. Oh. With a muffled scream, Ra's al Ghul made a final attempt to break free from my grip, but it was too late. The Lazarus pit had taken its toll on him, reducing him to a charred skeleton. He went limp in my arms, as his life force left his body. Ra's al Ghul was no more. Shit. I felt a surge of panic as I saw the state of my skin and body, ravaged by the pit's corrosive water. I had to get out of there before it was too late. I realized that the effects of my NZT-48 drug were wearing off, probably due to the pit's effects resulting in my emotions coming back to me. The drug and the desire to kill Ra's al Ghul had clouded my judgment, but now I felt the full extent of the agony caused by the pit's water. It was like being dipped in a pool of acid, slowly dissolving my flesh and bones. I realized how foolish I had truly been to enter the pit. I was a goddamn idiot to listen to a shrewd enemy like Ra's al Ghul and even attempt this. I cursed myself for agreeing to this challenge while wondering what had even possessed me to do such a foolish thing in the first place. A/N, well, the Power Stone gemstone count didn't even touch a 1000, which was disappointing. Pensive face, but still here is an extra chapter since I love you guys. Smiley face. Give me Power Stones gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 72, Furry Vigilantes. There is not a monster more dangerous than a lack of compassion. Master Splinter, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Previous chapter note, okay, some of you complained about a couple of things in the last chapter, mostly about the ill effects of the NZT-48 and the unneeded stupidity that resulted from it. I think it was my fault that I couldn't explain it completely through my writing. So, here's another try from me. NZT might be an OP drug since it increases your intelligence by a huge margin by forcing the brain to operate at its maximum capacity, but it is also equally dangerous not only because of its negative effects on one's health, which Bruce took care of using the vaccine, but because of how it suppresses the empathetic side of the brain, only giving way for the cold logical side of the user to reign supreme. It makes the user a fearless and mostly emotionless person who operates through cold hard logic. Bruce had an idea about this but didn't know just how much this apathy would affect him, and that was why he didn't want to use it despite having perfected the vaccine. The NZT high Bruce was absolutely sure he would win. That was why he took the risk, because it wasn't a risk at all for him, it was a known result. Even in the Limitless movie and the show, the drug almost gives birth to a separate personality of its users due to the absence of empathy in them after taking it, a personality that is driven purely by greed and an ambition to grow. After its effects wore off, Bruce got back his emotions along with his fear of death while losing part of his increased intelligence along with the logical reasoning that forced him to do the ritual under NZT's effects. To the regular him, it was an unneeded risk, but that doesn't change that this is going to help him, in the long run, a lot, something that his smarter self realized. A certain sewer of Gotham. Omniscient POV, animal dialect. Hey Ace, don't you think that we have destroyed enough of the Wiggles gang's hideouts? They have even retreated from the area where our mansion is located. I think we can let them go this time. At this rate, we will be destroying the entire rat population of the city if we continue our raids. I have heard some humans on TV say that destroying any one animal species in a particular area sometimes causes disbalance in the nature. Whiskers, the cute orange cat, expressed his worry as he and Ace continued to slowly walk through the sewer. Image. Plus, it stinks too much. And the dirty water might ruin my nails and fur as well. Selena spent a lot of money to get them all shiny just last week. She would be angry if I suddenly showed up with sewage dirt all over me. The cat further expressed his worry in his cute little voice as he scrunched up his tiny nose in an attempt to block the smell while making sure not to get his fur dirty in the sewage water while walking. You are complaining about the smell. You. I am a dog and you are a cat. Who do you think has a better and more developed sense of smell? My nose is so fed up that I literally can't smell anything anymore. As for getting ourselves dirty, Selena will probably scold you a little and then forget about it, but me. Alfred will most probably stop giving me my evening treats if he sees a single spot of sewer dirt on me. Ace complained with a growl. But even then, we have to do this. This is our duty as loyal pets after all. The Wiggles gang not only disrespected me by invading my territory, but they even insulted my authority by coming into my own house and tearing apart my dear old butler's uniform. Those rats even had the galls to chew on some of Miss Cortana's wires. No, I can't forgive them after that. I will make sure that they suffer for that. I will make them suffer so much that never again will a single critter ever challenge my authority or even dare to look in the direction of the Wayne mansion. I will kill each and every one of those rats. Ace barked in anger as he seemed to have taken the action of the rat gang quite personally. As much as I remember, Alfred is Bruce's butler, not yours. Also, about the pieces of apparel we are wearing over our heads to hide our identities. Don't animals remember each other by sense of smell? Mr. Wiggles responded after a while of silence. You should not concern your little head with details, Kitty Dynamo. Let me, the hound, be the one to worry about plans. Ace replied with a straight face as he continued to walk ahead with the confused Whiskers in tow. The truth was that Cortana had no need of Ace's assistance, nor had she ever asked for it. She could have easily eradicated the rodent infestation in the mansion by simply activating the pest control system that Bruce had installed. But Ace had implored her to let him handle the situation, and after days of begging and annoying her with his Kevin Hart human voice, she had finally indulged his request to lead the charge against the invasion of the rats. You see, after Ace had cunningly manipulated Selena to adopt Whiskers, he had thought that he would finally have Bruce's undivided attention every night while Selena was occupied with her new pet. But his plan backfired when Bruce left for a trip soon after Whiskers joined their family, and that too without even entertaining the idea of taking Ace with him. After that, Ace felt the emptiness of the mansion more than ever. His friends had grown busy with their lives, leaving him behind. Selena only allowed Whiskers inside her room. Deathstroke was always busy with his mysterious new job, never sharing anything with Ace. Alfred was kind, but not really a cuddler. Ace spent his nights alone, longing for a cuddle buddy. His days were filled with training exercises under Cortana's and Alfred's instructions, as well as shadowing the butler everywhere, hoping to find some distraction from his boredom. Ace had tried to surprise people by speaking like a human before he had learned the hard way that a speaking dog was not a good idea at all. So, now he had to always keep his translator off in public. In short, his life was boring without Bruce, and the only time he could have some fun was when he defended his territory, the Wayne estate, from intruders. He would chase and bite their balls, making them regret their trespassing. But even that had become rare lately. Ace felt a surge of excitement when he learned that there was a new challenge waiting for him. He had always craved adventure and danger, something that would make him feel alive and useful. He hated being treated like a mere pet, a pampered pooch who only knew how to eat, sleep, and obey commands. He wanted to show everyone that he was a faithful companion who could handle any task, no matter how difficult or risky. That's why he volunteered to take on the mission of eliminating the city's biggest rat nest, the notorious Wiggles gang. In fact, he even had Cortana make 2 special collars for him and his psychic Whiskers with a design similar to the bat tool. It didn't have all its fancy gadgets, but it did have a mini blaster that could emit a sonic blast which was harmless to humans but deadly to rats. With the collar around his neck and his peak canine physique, thanks to a special serum that Bruce had developed to extend his lifespan by several folds, he was the most formidable dog in the town. He had expertly navigated his way through the animal underworld, slaughtering the gang rats that crossed his path, until he reached this particular lair of the Wiggles gang, their supposed headquarters. It was located in the deepest part of the city's sewers, the dark and filthy domain of the rodents. Why do I feel like you are having a flashback? Also, how big is this sewer? I thought Leatherback said that we won't have to go far down this route to find the gang. Whiskers asked as he began to look visibly tired. Never trust an alligator, Whiskers. They and their cousins, the crocodiles, are born liars, not like us loyal dogs. Ace replied, not even halting in his steps. But I am a cat. Whiskers responded with a sigh. Tip-tap, 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 tap-tap-tap. They suddenly heard a faint sound of pattering feet, growing louder and faster by the second. As they looked around, they saw hundreds of small rats emerging from the shadows, surrounding them from every direction. The rats had different shapes and sizes, but they all shared the same hungry and vicious look in their eyes. Damn. We're trapped. Whiskers exclaimed in alarm as the cat arched back and assumed its typical fighting stance. He felt a twinge of fear as he saw the large number of rats closing in on him, but he also felt a thrill of anticipation. He had joined Ace in his quest not only because he was his best friend, but also because hunting rats was his second favorite hobby. He couldn't wait to get his claws on some of them and make them his trophies. Where is your leader? I want to talk to him. I want to look him in the eyes while I burn down the last of his little empire. I want to remind him of the law of the jungle he so desired, to put in him the fear of the hound whom he crossed by coming into my house in broad daylight. Ace roared proudly as he stood unfrightened in the face of danger. The rats remained silent and still, showing their teeth and claws at the 2 intruders. But soon, the mass of rats in front of them split into 2, making way for a much larger and more menacing rat that slowly approached them. He was twice as big as the biggest rat in the horde, and one of his eyes was missing, probably from a previous fight. He looked savage and hideous, as he gnawed on what seemed to be the leg of another rat. He was the Rat King. So you are the leader of this gang, the infamous Rat King, huh? Ace asked with a growl. Ah, the infamous Ballbiter and his sidekick Kitty Dynamo. Yes, a lot of people do call me that. But I like to go with my name, the name that was once given to me by the humans who made me into what I am today, Popo Corleone Wiggles. I commend you 2 for making this far here, but you won't be leaving alive from here today. You will be the food for my gang members for today's celebrations. He replied in a gruff yet calm voice as the surrounding rats began to cheer by snarling at Whiskers and Ace. It's the hound. But, how did you know about us coming here? Ace asked, uncaring about the nickname that he was actually famous for in the underworld. Leatherback, Popo answered in a single word. I am going to claw out both of that alligator's eyes after this. Whiskers whispered in suppressed anger at the betrayal, an emotion the cat rarely showed in front of others. Unfortunately, you would not have that opportunity. Any last words before you become pieces of meat for me and my gang? Popo Corleone Wiggles asked with a sarcastic bloodthirsty grin on its face. Yes. Say hello to my little friend. Ace said with a smirk on his dog face. Wah. Popo the Rat King could not complete his words as he exploded into chunks of flesh just as a weird burst of concentrated sound originating from Ace's collars reached his ears, spreading blood and rat flesh all over the place. Damn, now we are both covered in blood. Whiskers said as he activated his own collar to begin the culling of the rest of the stupefied rats. Look at the bright side, Kitty Dynamo. At least, we will be able to enjoy the next bit fully. By the way, let a few of them leave here alive. It would be helpful in spreading our name in Gotham's animal underworld. They should know that there is a new player in town and he will not let things slide. Ace said with a howl as he readied himself for the bloodbath that was to come. As you say, Ballbiter. Whiskers answered as it too prepared itself for its life's biggest snack time. That was the day that would go down in history as one of the most brutal and epic battles in the city's ruthless animal underworld. The largest gang in the city, the Wiggles, was wiped out by just 2 pets, the fearless duo of the ball-biting hound and his sidekick Kitty Dynamo. Primary Monastery's basement, Nanda Parbat. Human dialect. Are you sure we are going the right way? We have been wandering through this dark basement for the last 10 minutes. I just hope that Bruce is okay, Nissa exclaimed her worry and impatience as she ran in a rush alongside Talia and the hovering drone that was being piloted by Cortana. Okay. He is fighting our father. I just hope he is still alive. Maybe we will be able to defeat Roz if the 3 of us fight him together. Cortana can even give us artillery support. Talia muttered her plans as she brainstormed the best way to get rid of her father without letting herself or her sister get badly hurt. Right now, they had almost gotten complete control of the entire Nanda Parbat branch of the League of Assassins. The assassins who had pledged their loyalty to them and had fought for them in the battle were now along with the drones overseeing the rest of the takeover. Bruce should be in this direction. The last I knew he was fighting Ra's al Ghul, but for some reason, his communicator got completely destroyed, so I have no way of knowing his current exact status. Cortana said in what sounded like an emotionless voice to the 2 sisters. But the truth could not be further from that because right now, she was almost frying her servers with worry. She knew about Bruce duking it out with Ra's al Ghul in the Lazarus pit. But sometime during the fight, his bracelet had gotten destroyed by the acidic water of the pit along with his clothes and everything he had on him. So she had no way of knowing if Bruce was truly all right. All she could do was just hope for the best while preparing for the worst, and that was exactly what she was doing by having her drones prepare a special medical camp for Bruce outside. Suddenly Talia, who was keeping a watch on the Lazarus pits in the basement, yelled in surprise. Wait, I see something. That big Lazarus pit in front of us, it is shining. A/N, by the way, a rat king, the one defined in modern science, not the old superstitions and folklore, is a rat that is captured by humans and forced to repeatedly fight and eat other rats for survival through starvation. The rat king is basically a cannibal rat that is prepared by humans and then released in the wild to hunt and eat other rats. But of course, Gotham being Gotham, this rat king was a little bit of a freak who established his own gang. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 73, Reshaping Shadows. If we were normal, we might not be alive today. And that, my friend, is what gives us the edge we need. Makoto Shishio, Rurouni Kenshin. 1 month later. Omniscient POV. Are the weapons here? And what about the food, water, and medicines? We need the last shipment here by tomorrow for the remaining wounded who still haven't recovered completely. Talia asked the masked female ninja beside her as she walked through the streets of the partially destroyed League of Assassins city on Nanda Parbat. All of those resources are here, my lady. They arrived this morning. Mistress Nissa has even already started administering the medicines to the injured who have pledged their loyalty to the new demon's head. The masked assassin said in a stoic voice. My sister, huh? It seems that she is taking her role as part of the newly established high table quite seriously. Good for her. The sooner she grows up, the less worried I will have to be for her. How about our numbers? How many of our generals still haven't betrayed us? Talia inquired with a calm voice. Surprisingly, most of them didn't rebel and instead decided to join us after our new leader sent personally written letters to each of them. The only ones who didn't listen and completely cut off all connections after the recent attack were the divisions led by Lady Shiva, the Swiss, and the Magician. The Dragon has also been quiet and hasn't made his stance clear, but again he was never a major force. Even the assassins under him could be counted on one hand. However, the most dangerous of them all for us right now would be the Swiss or David Kane. Despite not being the strongest or the most influential among the generals, he is definitely the most cunning. Also, he currently occupies our oldest and second biggest stronghold after Nanda Parbat, the Theben, with the highest number of assassins among all of our generals under him, numbering more than 400, whereas we ourselves barely have 200 of them left after we called in all of our reserves directly under our control. An all-out war with him right now would be difficult. The female assassin said with a slight hesitation. David Kane. That man sure is ambitious. Even father barely maintained his control over him. It was only because of father's absolute ruthlessness and brutality that the men had never dared to cross him. But it seems that the moment he has gotten a wisp of our disadvantage, he has started showing his true colors. But still, I am positive that he won't attack, not until he is absolutely sure that father is dead, permanently. Instead, he will be biding his time and using it to increase his resources and soldiers. Talia stated confidently as she breathed out a tired sigh. She had been working way too much the last month than she ever had in her life. She had always been a princess, a shadow warrior, and sometimes a tool for her father. But, this was the first time she had become a leader after Bruce gave her exactly what she wanted and made her one of the 3 founding members of the High Table beside her younger sister and Bruce himself. Of course, at first, Talia was elated that she finally had the power she always desired and the chance to prove herself better than her father, but after about a month of managing the League's activities, she finally understood why Bruce had included her in the High Table instead of just having the complete League to himself as the new demon's head while reducing her to a mere pawn. It was because of the workload. The bastard didn't want to work at all. He liked making plans and preparing for the future, but when it came to the actual execution of those plans, he liked to dump the entire thing on either Cortana, herself, or her sweet innocent sister Nissa. Despite having power over the League, almost equal to Bruce, at least on paper, Talia didn't have any time to enjoy it at all. She had to work almost all day, especially with Bruce still supposedly recovering from his wounds and her sister not nearly being as adept in politics, leadership, and management as her. But still, she had to admit that Bruce delivered on everything he promised, from control over the League to getting rid of her father, and he did all that too without trying to trick her even once. One thing was clear to Talia: Bruce might not be as cunning, experienced, or knowledgeable as her father, but he was definitely twice the man Ra's al Ghul could ever have been. He was someone she and her sister could trust, someone who would not betray them just for a little bit more power or some glorious purpose. No, according to her observations, he was someone who put himself, his family, and his friends first, perhaps even before the world itself. He was a better person than her father was, but at the same time, this particular selfish trait of his also made sure that he had the potential of being a much bigger villain than Ra's could ever be. However, that didn't deter Talia at all, but for some reason, it made her even more inclined to trust and depend on him. In fact, after his recent change, there have even been times when Bruce took complete control of certain situations and acted as the supreme leader of the League despite the presence of the High Table, but Talia, instead of feeling insulted in such situations, for some reason always felt turned on. Anyway, your name is Jade, right? You were one of the earliest ones who pledged their loyalty to us and fought in the battle on that day a month ago, which by the way, I should thank you for. But, I want to know, how are you adjusting to your new life after the new demon's head came into power? Do you regret the passing of my faith, the previous demon's head? Talia asked her new ninja assistant while trying to forget all immoral thoughts about her sister's boyfriend. While polygamy and a man having relationships with multiple women were common things in the culture her family originally belonged to, with even her father doing it a couple of times over his centuries of long living, having received a modern education, she didn't want to be one of them, and most of all, she didn't want to earn the ire and hatred of her own sister for doing that. However, casual sex or a one-night stand doesn't count, right? I mean, if both of us are heavily drunk, then it wouldn't be anyone's fault in case something taboo happens. God, when did I become such a loose slut? I should hang myself in shame. She thought to herself while keeping a stoic expression on her face as she waited for the ninja in front of her to answer. Not really. I was actually a relatively new recruit who didn't perform very well initially when I first joined the League. Although loyal, I was too young and inexperienced at that time. The old Ra's al Ghul not only didn't value my loyalty but even sent me and a couple of others on a suicide mission to a mountain filled with undead without even warning us, despite knowing that we probably wouldn't even be returning alive. But the new demon's head and Lady Nissa were also on that mission. Under his command and leadership, we were able to return alive without any significant casualties. So no, my lady, I do not miss the old Ra's al Ghul. Since that day, I have owned a favor to my liege, one that I am finally able to give back by pledging my utmost loyalty to his cause. I am loyal only to one person now, Lady Talia, and that will never change. Jade, the assassin, made her thoughts clear without any hesitation or fear. I see. Good for you, I guess. You can go now, Talia said after a while of thoughtfully looking at her face like she was searching for any signs of a lie. Oh, and I would appreciate it if Lady Talia could kindly call me by my League alias instead of my real name. Jade makes me sound weak, like I am only something that is meant for decoration, and I don't want to be weak ever again. Jade requested with a small bow. Fine, you can leave now, Cheshire, Talia said, dismissing her with a careless wave of her hands before focusing her attention on the beautiful scenery of the mountainous city in front of her, or at least what was still left of it after Cortana's explosions that fateful night. Maybe I should take up a new code name too. Father wanted to give me the name Penumbra, but I didn't like it, so I never used it. Perhaps I should ask Bruce for his opinion. He might suggest a good code name for me. She thought to herself, not knowing that she had begun to depend more and more on the young genius billionaire than even she herself realized. Bruce Wayne POV. As I walked past the rows and rows of books in the massive library that was my mindscape, I noticed certain changes that had taken place in it for the last month which even I was unaware of. These changes were not made by me, despite this mind castle being my own. For example, there were now certain intensely glowing deep green and slightly glowing black crystals protruding from all over the walls of the library. They looked like they were put there deliberately by someone to strengthen the walls and thus as a result the core of my mind, but I absolutely had no idea whom or even why. Even the fireplace in the library behind which the secret vault containing my personal memories and top-secret knowledge was kept, had changed somehow to look like a grand Victorian-style fireplace with fire strong enough to even melt metal. Truthfully, it looked more like a large fancy-looking incinerator than a fireplace. What the hell happened here? I mentally thought to myself as I pushed a few random books in a unique combination, after which the fire dimmed down and a small hidden locker behind the fireplace could be seen. I had to further verify my identity by giving my iris scan and fingerprints as well as a unique voice-activated password, it may or may not have been, "I am Batman," to the locker, only after which did the secret vault completely open. It seems my mind has changed a lot after I absorbed all of Ra's al Ghul's memories. It has become bigger and stronger, but it also revealed something I had no idea about before. It showed me that the parts of Ra's al Ghul's soul or mind or whatever it was, weren't the only things that had been absorbed inside my mindscape. No, there was something else in here, something that had been present in my mind from the very start but had remained hidden. It was broken pieces of the mind of the old and original Bruce Wayne, who had died before I even came to this world. His ego was gone, but parts of his soul and mind had been left by him in his body, something I had unknowingly absorbed into myself, the moment I took over this body. The black dimly glowing crystals were proof of that. They were parts of his broken soul which had been passively strengthening the core of my mind and soul, giving me some additional protection. I had always carried a part of the old Bruce within me, a hidden shield that acted as the final barrier to my mind and soul even without my knowledge. It was his legacy, his gift to me, that allowed me to survive the pit's soul corrosive effects longer than Ra's al Ghul, who succumbed to death way before me. But when I absorbed the memories of the ancient assassin through the ritual, I also ingested some of his shattered soul fragments, which triggered a reaction in my own psyche. The pieces of Bruce that lay dormant and hidden in me awakened and emerged to full view, finally giving me access to them. But as much as I was glad to have that protection, this also begged another question. Did I just get a minor protection against mental and spiritual probes and attacks from these fragments, or did I inherit something else as well? It was a curious question, one whose answers I would find real soon. There it is, I whispered to myself in awe as I took out and opened the laptop from the secret vault in which I had previously stored all my personal memories except my future knowledge of DC, and saw a file titled Unknown Life, which was heavily encrypted just beneath the newly downloaded file named Ra's al Ghul's Amazing Experiences. Should I decrypt it? I thought out loud as I wondered about the implications that could result from this if the file somehow affected my ego and suddenly changed who I am, something that would be akin to a mental death for this me. After all, you are only what your memories are, what your experiences make you. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 74, it is finally time. Success is harder than failure for many things in this world. Osamu Dazai, Bungo Stray Dogs. Bruce Wayne POV. Nah, it's best not to do anything stupid, especially when I can do this later in the safety and comfort of my Batcave with the assistance of Cortana and my AMU sphere. I won't have to risk the death of my current personality if I just upload the surviving portion of the previous Bruce's mind to Cortana's servers and modify it first before I assimilate it into myself. I finally mumbled to myself as I withdrew my finger from the extract option beside the Unknown Life folder visible on the PC. Instead, I focused on the Ra's al Ghul's Amazing Experiences folder, which could be naturally downloaded into my mind without any presence of his personality due to the ritual. I had been steadily absorbing the memories and knowledge inside that folder for a while now. I could have easily done it all at once, but I didn't want to face the intense mind-bending mental pain and spiritual exhaustion that would come from absorbing almost a millennia worth of information. After all, I wasn't a masochist. So, I stuck to only absorbing a decade of Ra's al Ghul's knowledge every few days since I wasn't in any rush. I preferred meticulously combing through his memories and using them to their full potential rather than just absorbing all of them at once and not knowing what to do with them, or worse, being overwhelmed with too much information at my disposal and becoming like Ra's al Ghul myself. In fact, these absorbed memories had been the reason I was so successful in keeping so many of the generals under Ra's al Ghul still loyal to me. Despite their wish to grab power for themselves the moment they learned about Ra's al Ghul's possible death, the only reason they didn't rebel was that I had learned some of their biggest secrets and weaknesses. Ra's al Ghul knew about them and had basically used those to threaten them in the letters that I had sent them in a bid to blackmail them into continuing to be loyal to me. A lot of them listened, while some even thought that Ra's al Ghul wasn't dead and was retiring with me being his next successor, having his direct support. Of course, some didn't give any importance to the letters, refusing to bow to my threat, but I wasn't worried about them. Even with the tiny bit of knowledge I had about Ra's al Ghul's connections and resources, I knew that by the time any of those factions attacked, the new League of Assassins under me would just be too powerful to stop. I see, that explains why the cunning old man never tried using any mystic abilities on me. I thought to myself after I pressed on the extract option beside one of the countless files in his folder and gained access to the last decade of Ra's al Ghul's memories, something I desperately needed to make some sense of a few things. Ra's al Ghul, just like me, was afraid of entities affecting him or manipulating him to their will. That's why he didn't practice conventional sorcery. He also wasn't a natural homo magi. But that didn't mean he could not use magic at all. He could. What he did to achieve that was simply sacrifice his life force and vitality to be able to get the chance to wield mana. Of course, his having unrestrained access to the Lazarus pits meant that he never faced death due to a shortage of life force. Whenever he used up too much of his vitality, a bath would simply be enough to bring him to his peak. But despite all that, the reason Ra's al Ghul hadn't used any magic against me that day by sacrificing his life force was because he was already running low on it. The blend of chemicals that he ingested to get physical abilities equal to mine had almost ruined his body from the inside and drastically reduced his life force, leaving his reserves not nearly enough to cast any magic. He also couldn't take a bath in the Lazarus pit because even though that would bring his body back to its peak, it would also nullify the strengthening effects of the mixture. So, I could only laugh at Ra's al Ghul's bad luck. He would have had a higher chance of defeating me with magic, but unfortunately for him, he had the ego of a warrior. He genuinely believed that his experiences and his preparation would be enough to defeat me and take everything I had for himself. He even had certain plans where he could take over my body if the ritual were to fail. The only reason why he even did that particular ritual despite its shortcomings was because he had determined that having immortality in his own old ugly body was better than living a normal human lifespan in my young handsome body. But that does make me wonder, am I truly immortal in every sense of the word? I asked myself as I prepared to leave my mindscape to go back to the real world. Cough, I coughed lightly while slightly panting from the mild mental exhaustion as I gained consciousness and woke up in the real world. You are back, sir. I was beginning to think that I would have to wait for the entire morning before you decide to come back to the world of the flesh. Cortana made a friendly joke, her voice originating from the drone resting on his desk beside the bed he was currently lying on. Oh hey, Cortana. I was just going through my recent memories in my mind castle. How long have you been here for? I asked as I stretched my limbs lazily. Not long. Just the past 2 hours. I didn't want to wake you. You already sleep a lot less than normal kids your age. How is your body? Any abnormalities or changes from the last time we conducted those medical tests? Cortana asked after a moment of deliberation. No, I still haven't faced any considerable physical changes except the current life cycle of my cells. It seems my cells have become extremely long-lived now, which means I theoretically might have a lifespan now that could be quite envious to some people. I answered as I looked at my face in the mirror beside my bed. I had become quite the charmer with my face and body, possibly even being in the top 0.0000001% on the list of extremely attractive humans. It felt like I was the perfect combination of every type of Bruce Wayne ever made and represented almost everyone who had played the character in any type of media. The distinguished features of Adam West, with a chiseled jawline and well-defined cheekbones that exude charm and charisma, eyes, reminiscent of Michael Keaton's, that are piercing and dark along with Val Kilmer's refined and aristocratic facial attributes, and George Clooney's infectious smile. Christian Bale's rugged and muscular physique only added to my imposing presence, perfectly combining with Robert Pattinson's youthful and enigmatic edge and his tousled, dark hair. As for my presence, I knew the only Bruce Wayne who could even hope to match it would be the one from the animated series, The Greatest Batman Ever. So, are you a complete immortal now? Because I have a list of experiments you told me to remind you of when you would become 100% immortal. Cortana asked as she displayed a list of different names of projects from the holographic projector fixed on her drone. I don't know. There is presently no practical way for me to know the definite answer to that, but going by the current lifespan of my cells, I think I am aging about 100 times slower than before. I think it would be appropriate to say that I can live for about 1,000 to 1,500 years without any worry, depending on how much my rate of healing complements my long lifespan. I answered after a thought. Oh. Then I will remind you of the list later when you gain actual true immortality. She sarcastically commented as the holographic list disappeared. Yeah, that would be for the best. I am sure that swimming in lava on an alien planet a few moments before it gets destroyed can only be done if there is no way for me to physically die a mortal death. I muttered to myself as I thought about the various fun plans I used to make up in a bid to entertain myself. Anyway, what is happening with Gotham? Is everyone all right there? I queried. Everyone is well and making rapid progress in their character development arcs, as you like to call it. Even Helena in Italy has started doing some vigilante work using your bat tool. I think it's already time for you to start the second stage of the Bat Family plan after you make your return. Cortana advised. I think so too. I cannot always look after them even though I want to. So I should give them the tools and means to look after themselves. I am almost done with the League anyway. I have already crafted the plans and made my vision for the organization clear to both Nissa and Talia. They should be able to do the rest with my resources at their disposal. I said with a straight face. You mean you will just leave everything after the planning stage to them again? You are too lazy, my dear maker, smiley face, Cortana said as her mini-hologram smiled from the drone. Yeah, whatever. By the way, I think it's time to upgrade you from that simple hologram technology and tentacles back at the lab. How does hard or solid light technology sound? I think it will suit you quite well until I develop a more permanent solution to your body problem like an android or maybe a clone or something along those lines. I asked, at which she suddenly became visibly excited and her hologram began to nod rapidly at my proposal. Yada, her hologram jumped up and down in happiness like an anime girl. I could only chuckle seeing her excitement. I was happy as well. Not only did I gain Ra's useful knowledge, but I also acquired control of the League of Assassins as well as the All-Caste. Both organizations were important to me due to their rich history and heritage, and I had clear plans for both. All-Caste would be the international organization for handling supernatural threats like demons, ghosts, and magic, operating as a global charitable foundation, while the League of Assassins would deal with my more mortal enemies and be the biggest mercenary organization in the world with deep connections in the underworld, operating as a global chain of premium hotels. Both of them would of course serve under the Hideable. They would appear as independent organizations working for their own respective agendas, but in reality, both would be my invisible hands working tirelessly all around the world, mainly outside Gotham and especially outside America, to make sure that some random suicidal idiot or subtle supernatural threat in a desolate corner of the planet won't be able to destroy the world before me even finding out about it. So while I make Gotham my base and headquarters by purging it of its crime and corruption, the other two organizations would make sure to slowly do the same for the world as well, albeit in a way where I would be the greatest gainer. I might not be heartless, but I also don't work for free. If I am going to dedicate some of my valuable time to saving the world, I might as well enjoy what it has to offer. I think I can be a very good one-man Illuminati. I mentally laughed at the thought. But all these talks of Gotham do make me a little homesick. I think it's time for me to return home, Cortana. It's finally time for me to start my real work. A/N, yep, rejoice. It is finally time. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 75, A Hunt of Owls and Bats. Never trust anything that can bleed for a week and not die. Chad, in the company of men. Court of Owls Gathering Hall. Omniscient POV. I can't understand how we are not able to profit from them. Wayne Industries is supposed to be a rapidly declining corporation that we were going to devour to increase our own wealth. It was going to be something extremely easy and profitable for us, so can any of you gentlemen tell me why the hell have we not been able to take even a single one of their assets yet? The man in the golden owl mask questioned in a severe tone as he looked around the table at his juniors. We almost had the entire Wayne Corporation in our hands. According to the people we have on our payroll, the company is still massively bleeding money in most of its technological ventures. Even Wayne Biotech is losing money like water, with job cuts being a regular incident. So, things were going exactly according to our plan. But instead of the conglomerate discreetly selling their assets to us, the members of the Court of Owl, they have been steadily selling their assets and loss-making companies to Bruce Wayne. One of the people with a white owl mask on said with a disgusted expression on his face. But that should be impossible. We own more than half of the board of directors in the company. We should be able to buy whatever they sell off at the dirt cheap prices. How are they allowing that Wayne kid to do this? Is he offering them even more money than us? A woman wearing a white owl mask suddenly asked. No, actually quite the opposite. According to our insiders, Bruce Wayne's butler, who is managing his finances, is using his biggest shareholder status in Wayne Enterprises and a small loophole in the accountancy system to get first dibs on every company the massive corporation sells, which allows him to be the first to offer a price for it. Wayne Enterprise, being a public company, has to legally accept that deal as long as the price offered meets their valuation expectations, or as long as someone else doesn't try to challenge the deal by betting a lot more than what they have offered. But again, the family never seems to run out of money, especially now that they have brought that bank. So, outbidding them for an acquisition is out of the question, and even if we do manage to do that somehow, it will ultimately be our loss in the end, since we would have sent too much to make an actual profit. So, no matter what we do, Bruce Wayne and his newly established Wayne Solutions will always emerge as the final winner. The previous white owl masked man explained. Maybe we should target Wayne Solutions directly by using some of the classic methods of corporate espionage and industrial sabotage that we can employ. Also, we have our government dogs, don't we? I think all of us are giving the Wayne orphan and his estate more importance than we should. Another member sitting at the table said with what sounded like a calm yet bored voice. Mr. Seventh, believe me, or not, we are just as busy as you are, and as you can see we are definitely not some children to worry about a kid. We have already tried almost every trick in the book. We had our newest pawn, Penguin, hire a few professionals to enter and steal whatever company secrets they could find at one of the company's bases, but it had not only proved useless since they could not even pass through the outermost defense of the building, but even the few people we had managed to sneak into the company as employees came up empty-handed before they were caught and given to the cops. The company reportedly does not keep any of its confidential data in a publicly known base. Also, the local city government authorities do not have any power over the company, especially because of its rumored connections with the military. As for the national organizations that do have the appropriate power to act against the company, for some reason won't. Apparently, they have got quite some goodwill from different senators. Not only that, even some of our overly ambitious members who were previously tasked with manipulating Wayne Enterprises from the inside as its board of directors have stopped reporting for some reason, especially with what happened last year with the mass shootout in its HQ. Although we were able to increase our number of shares in the company after the death of so many of their board members, it was still useless because the share prices of the company fell a lot, which still haven't fully recovered even today. In one word, the Wayne family has continued to be a pain in our path even after the death of most of their family members. The leader with the golden mask spoke out quite seriously. Makes me wonder if we should take care of the boy right now too. But that will expose the Court of the Owls too much in front of the normal public, won't it? Also, I am sure that the Parliament of Owls does not want that to happen. After all, the court and the Parliament are directly connected, and one being sabotaged will always negatively affect the other. The League of Assassins too will prefer the court being hidden for now. We already have too much on our plate to take care of. We will prefer if we can stay out of the public eye as well. One of the masked owls, who was also the representative of the League of Assassins, suddenly interrupted with a calm yet resolute tone of voice. I don't like being interrupted, Mr. L. But still, you are right, honored member. It is wiser not to act and simply to observe while trying to find out the exact situation we are in and also how we can profit from it. Furthermore, the current company CEO of Wayne Enterprises, who is one of our puppets, is still alive and well. Removing him from his position will be hard for the boy, even with his bulk of shares. Maybe, that fat good-for-nothing CEO will be able to not only destroy the corporation but also a major portion of Bruce Wayne's wealth as well. People take years to earn their billions, but a single day is all it takes to lose it all. So, observe and wait we will. And who knows, maybe one of the hundreds of crazy freaks who have started roaming the streets of Gotham might be enough to end the young billionaire. The leader of the court had started with his teeth clenched in anger at the beginning but had resorted to ominously chuckling toward the end. He knew that according to some rumors, the League was going through some rough patches after losing its head, and they were comparatively weaker than before, but he didn't want to bet on the fact. So he controlled his anger. The League of Assassins wasn't an organization to be trifled with, even if it became a shadow of what it originally was, and he did not want to make a mistake by poking such an organization that he was going to regret later just due to some anger and pride. Yes, I am sure that when the Great Court of Owls does decide to launch an attack against the young Wayne, he will never see it coming and he won't even be able to resist against its power. At the end of the day, no matter how rich the boy becomes, he will always be just a pathetic boy, the blood of those weak whiny Waynes. One of the normal members who had been previously speaking declared arrogantly with a disgusted expression on his face as he looked at the others for support. Yes indeed. I am sure that he will never expect it. He is just a boy, after all. The League representative remarked with a strange sarcastic voice, a voice that almost seemed to be making a joke, but yet, no one there noticed it and only supported the statement with heavy nods. Bruce Wayne POV. Interesting, so they have already noticed Bruce Wayne and are considering me a minor threat. I guess building one of the nation's largest companies does get you noticed quickly. I wonder how long they will be able to fool themselves into thinking that they have the upper hand. I wondered aloud as I turned off the live video transmission of the meeting of the Court of Owls on my Bat-Tool screen. Those small fireflies sure are quite useful as subtle drones, especially when hidden on another man's clothes. However, the sound and picture quality has to be increased a lot for these to compare to my bat, bird, spider, and combat droids. I thought to myself as I quietly stood at the edge of a huge building's rooftop, silently gazing at the beautiful skyline of the corrupted yet stunning city. I think I'll have to work on my brooding skills. A lot. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 76, Homecoming, 1. Each man's life touches so many other lives, and when he isn't around, he leaves an awful hole. Clarence, it's a wonderful life. Bruce Wayne POV. You never told me that you have a family, Bruce. If I knew, I would have worn something better, maybe even bring a housewarming gift or something. Nissa said while lightly biting on her nails with a worried look. That's why I always tell you to read the file, little sister. Background checks are always important even if you are just looking for a boyfriend. Talia snorted at her sister. Wait, you read a file on me. That's borderline creepy. Sigh, I guess, I should have expected this from a closet pervert like you. I teased Talia, to which she just gave me a cold look. Also Nissa, by family I only currently have my butler/guardian Alfred, and my best friend Selena whom Alfred adopted about a decade ago. Besides them, I also have some friends whom I consider family as well. I said, not mentioning that Selena might be a little more than just a friend. All three of us were on our way to the Wayne estate in a black Tesla Roadster, the first electric sports car released by Wayne Auto under the brand name Tesla. It was declared the car of the year by a majority of magazines and car critics and almost had a cult-like following of loyal fanboys. Of course, the fact that it had a range of 1,000 miles which charged from 0 to 100% in 10 minutes with its out-of-the-world battery technology along with a host of other innovative features also contributed to why it was the highest-selling sports car in the country this year. In fact, it sold so much that I had to spend an additional $3 billion to make new charging stations all over America to compensate for the huge number of Tesla cars on the road. Anyway, I was originally supposed to return alone while Nissa and Talia were supposed to stay back at the League's Nanda Parbat base to solidify the League's new power structure, but they had both changed that decision at the last moment and taken some time out to drop me home. The reason they gave me of course had nothing to do with dropping me home. If one were to believe their words, they just wanted to visit the infamous city of Gotham. You have a girl as a best friend who is also living in your house. Nissa's voice sounded hollow for some reason. Even Talia raised one of her eyebrows in my direction as if to ask me if I had just broken her little sister's heart. It's completely fine for a boy and a girl to be best friends. If you don't agree with it, then you are a sexist. I bullshitted through my teeth with a straight face as I did my best not to meet her eyes. Oh, look. We are here. I said with genuine joy at being able to divert the topic as I pointed at my mansion. The estate had changed a lot over the years. From a classic medieval-era style mansion to a breathtakingly beautiful manor filled with cutting-edge technologies for both security and convenience. The entire mansion had professional defense personnel in black full-body suits with high defense capabilities roaming all around the estate ready to take someone's life or give theirs in case of an invasion. Even their guns had been upgraded into electromagnetic variants that normal bulletproof vests wouldn't be able to stop. After the car stopped in front of the front door of the main building, I got out of the car followed by both Nissa and Talia, both of whom were looking everywhere around them in curiosity. Master Bruce. You are still alive. Even though Cortana told me you were well, I could not help but at times fear that something bad might have happened to you in one of your adventures. Alfred, who was waiting for me at the entrance, half-joked in a voice filled with heavy emotions. Despite having taken a peak body serum, he looked like he had aged about 10 years due to worrying too much. Alfred, it's so wonderful to see that you are still walking and not in a wheelchair. Guess, my serum did knock off 100 years from your age, didn't it? I joked back with a chuckle as I hugged the person I trusted the most in the world. Hell, I didn't even trust Selena as much as I trusted the old butler. Something about him just yelled loyalty. Even though I didn't know what went on in that disciplined mind of his, I knew it as a fact that he would much rather kill himself than ever betray me or the Wayne family. It's good that you are back. Taking care of the companies was getting too much for my old bones even though I had Lucia's help. Now you can even take control of Wayne Enterprises just like your father would have wanted. I think I am going to stick to just taking care of the estate, you, Mississippi Selena, for now. Alfred remarked with a hearty laugh. Whatever you wish, Alfred. And don't worry, I'll take back everything that belongs to me or the family. I don't forget my grudges. Anyway, this is Talia al Ghul and Nissa al Ghul. They are the daughters of the men I trained under. They are here as tourists to see Gotham and therefore our guests. I introduced both the girls who were standing behind me with blank faces looking like a pair of professional assassins scanning a target. I almost forgot about their antisocial upbringing. They could perhaps seduce even the most emotionless men, but that doesn't change the fact that they have no experience on how to accurately display their real emotions in front of people, or just make themselves appear like normal human beings. I guess I'll have to PR train them in the future. I thought to myself as I saw the girls awkwardly shake hands with Alfred while the butler just nodded with a small smile while giving me an amazed look. Now, please come inside. We can continue all our conversations inside the house. I am sure that all of you are hungry after such a long trip. Alfred led us inside, walking in front of me excitedly, probably just happy that I had finally come back. Woof 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 woof, a familiar sound echoed as a dog came running at me like a mad tiger and jumped into my arms to lick me in the face. Ace. You have grown big, you handsome dog. I guess you took after your master, didn't you? By the way, why aren't you speaking? I thought that you would be a chatterbox by the time I returned. I said while affectionately scratching his head and neck, to which he only answered with a low howl. Ace stopped speaking in his human voice after a group of angry church mob chased him with torches in their hands trying to burn him on a stake after branding him as the devil incarnate. I had to spend about $1 million in church donations to make them forget the matter. I think he is still scarred from that event. He only uses his voice when he needs to inform us of something important, like the time when he told us that he and Mr. Whiskers got dirty after they liberated the animal underworld of a cannibal rat mafia lord and his gang of rats. Alfred said with a straight face as he gave a disappointed look at the dog, obviously not believing him. Even I found that hard to believe, provided that I had watched the DC Pets movie, but I decided not to waste too many of my brain cells and just forget about the entire thing. Wait, you are saying that your dog can talk? Like, talk in a human language? But, that is impossible, right? Dogs can't talk. Nissa voiced out what both the Ghoul sisters were thinking in their minds. Of course, I can talk. I am not just any dog. I am Ace, the Dark Hound. I can do anything and everything that normal dogs can or can't do. Ace suddenly spoke up in his Kevin Hart voice, which startled both Nissa and Talia as they both looked at Ace like he was a monster. The only reason they hadn't screamed yet was because of their ninja training, although Talia looked like she was getting ready to kick Ace away with her heels to defend everyone from the talking monster. You see this, Bruce? This is why I don't talk. Everyone is racist nowadays. People see a dog talking and they pull the guns and torches on it. Well, shame on you. Woof, Ace concluded as he again turned the human speech translation option to partial in his collar. The mode let him understand human speech of all human dialects in his dog language but didn't translate his barks into human words. Ace, remind me to give you a better sounding and deeper voice next time. Maybe you can use them in your future quests to hide your identity because your current voice sounds more annoying than scary. I said, not being fully sure if the animal underworld thing was true or not. Are you sure you should be that close to it? Nissa asked with a gulp, still not sure about Ace. Don't worry, he is harmless. Ace is just as normal, unique as any other non-speaking dog. The reason he can speak is because of the special collar I made for him. It is an animal translator of sorts. So, you don't have to worry, you can just treat him like any other dog and pamper the hell out of him. I mean, just look at his face, how can you not see how cute he is? I said as both I and Ace looked at the sisters, giving them a cute look while innocently batting our eyes. Image. Gah, they are so cute. Nissa was the first to break as she shouted in a girlish voice and bent down to scratch Ace behind his ears. She even looked like she wanted to rub my cheeks in adoration too. You didn't last even a single second, shame on you, sis. Well, I guess I cannot just let you do this alone. So, I'll have to sacrifice my integrity and join you to pet him as well. Talia admitted with a humph and bent down to rub Ace's head with an excited expression on her face. I guess this is the first time they are doing something like this. I doubt Ra's al Ghul was enough of a caring father to bring them puppies when they were children. I thought to myself as I smiled internally. By the way, Alfred, where is Selena? I asked in a low voice as I discreetly looked around in search of her. Oh, she went out with Mr. Whiskers to make preparations for a little party she is arranging to celebrate your return. She should be returning soon. However, I would advise not to do or say anything to anguish her. Her mood was never that great after you left for your training. So, she started to push herself too hard, which took a toll on her mental health. So if you do something to make her cry, then it will be me who will be the one suffering the most, since I will have to choose between supporting you and supporting her. Alfred whispered back. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Alfred. I will never break anyone's heart, least of all the heart of someone who loves me. You don't have to stress about that. I said as I patted his back with a calm smile, all the while I was panicking internally. Originally, I was just going with the flow of things in terms of romance and stuff, but I doubt either Nissa or Selena would ever agree to share me like some typical harem novel. DC, although has some of the hottest girls ever, isn't really known for harem stuff. In terms of romance and love, this is completely a normal world of soulmates, sex, partners cheating on each other, and casual relationships. But polygamy and harems are rarely shown. Is there any hareminator that I can make and use to force everyone to accept harems? I really don't want to die a virgin. In my last life, I only had a couple of blowjobs, but never the real stuff. I sadly thought to myself as I was the one biting my nails nervously this time. I really didn't want to pay for a good time even after having two girls who were seriously interested in me. It looks like my love life is on its way to hell even before it begins. A/N, this is part 1 of the entire Homecoming chapter. I tried to release both parts today, but editing such a large chapter became too much for me. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 77, Homecoming, 2. No matter how careful your risk hedging is, there will still be holes in your plan. Realizing them and ensuring they are promptly dealt with is the duty of those who stand at the top. Reiji Akaba, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bruce Wayne POV. Are you sure that you want to do this, Bruce? I doubt these memories from his mind's remnants have anything that can help you improve. According to what you have told me, he might have one day become one of the most dangerous humans on the planet, but that doesn't change the fact that this was his mind when he was just a 9-year-old. The advantages that you might get from the assimilation of his fractured mind are minuscule compared to the risks that would accompany it. Cortana voiced her concerns worriedly from her hologram form. Yeah, Cortana knew my biggest secret, well, at least parts of it. She knew about me not being the original Bruce Wayne and only inhabiting the body of Bruce, but she didn't know exactly who or what I was. She didn't ask as well since she didn't need to know. However, as a truly smart AI, I knew that she had her own theories, of which the current me being a product of some sort of split personality disorder due to the trauma of him being shot at an early age was her biggest guess. Of course, I didn't try to correct her. It would have been better for me if she didn't know my truth at all. But I needed her to have at least an idea about who I truly was, or in this case not, because she was going to be inside my mind a lot, and sooner or later she was going to know that I am not exactly who everyone thinks I am. At least at that time, she would not assume the worst about me, like I was some form of evil spirit inhabiting Bruce Wayne's body or something. Plus she had absolute loyalty to me coded deep inside her. I was the reason for her existence. So she literally could never betray me by misusing that information somehow. Also, data like these had the highest level of confidentiality in her system, so no one would ever be able to access that data without the highest form of access required, something only I had. I know, Cortana. But it's still important that I do it. To both gain some closure to the previous Bruce's death as well as to have a chance to improve my mindscape with his mind's remnants. Plus, imagine if you have a red button sitting in front of you for years and you have no idea what it does. Wouldn't you want to press it and see what happens just so that you could satisfy your curiosity? I asked with a powerless shrug. No. My algorithms value caution way too much to do that. My curiosity doesn't increase with time like that of humans. I simply decide on whether to press a button of an unknown function based on my knowledge about the characteristics of the button, its advantages and disadvantages. Cortana answered as a matter of fact. Well, I am your creator, so I know better than you. Now, just download those memories I am allowing you access to and help render and process them. I argued with a straight face as I put the atmosphere on my head. Also, make a copy of my present consciousness while you are at it. Worst comes to worst, I'll at least always have a replacement mind in store to put into my body in case I ever suffer a mind death or mind erasure or something else along those lines. I think I should also design a portable device that would make a copy of my mind and store it in a secure server every day to prevent situations like that. I said the last part more to myself as I wondered if I could make a cortical stack like in the Netflix show, Altered Carbon. Even Rick's mind-copying device in Rick and Morty paled in comparison to that particular piece of miraculous technology. Baka, Cortana muttered in an overly exaggerated tone before focusing on extracting the fragmented memories of the original Bruce from my mind, which I permitted by lowering my mental shields and allowing her entry into some of the limited parts of my mind. Target mind unit found. Extraction process commencing in 3, 2, 1. Extraction started. Time taken to complete extraction, 2 minutes, 55 seconds. Cortana began to continuously announce her updates in a monotone voice as she went through all the leftover data of the original Bruce Wayne's fragmented mind. Despite the machine accessing the deepest parts of my mind, I felt nothing except a little tingling sensation in my head like receiving a weird massage. Extraction completed. It's done. I have extracted all the splintered memories that you wanted me to. However, going through all those memories and processing them according to your requirements will take quite some time. I will most likely be able to complete the process in about 3 days, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Cortana informed diligently. Really? That's slow. I guess I'll have to upgrade some of your servers to make them more compatible for them to directly deal with mental data as efficiently as they deal with normal electronic data. I pondered to myself as I prepared to work on improving Cortana's servers. Making and upgrading computer servers was probably one of the easiest, yet one of the most strenuous jobs that I had to do, so I prepared myself for a very long night. By the way, I forgot to ask this, but what about the current political landscape of the city? Has anything significant changed after I left for my training? I asked since I had more or less zero idea about what was truly going on in Gotham's dirty underworld, as I made it a point for Cortana to never disturb me during my training on Nanda Parbat. Nothing you already didn't predict. After Martha and Thomas Wayne died and you left, all law and order went to hell. Although the situation between different organized crime groups has almost become stable, Gotham is now more or less a gutter teeming with crime and corruption. Latin American drug cartels, the Chinese triads, the Yakuza, the Russian mafia groups, both new and old crime families like the Cosa Nostra or Maroni crime families, as well as dozens upon dozens of small gangs have sprung up like mushrooms trying to leech on the city to feed their own selfish greed and hunger. However, the fastest growing gangs among them would be the Intergang, the Sionis crime family, and the Penguin Gang. Although still small, they have the biggest growth rate among all the organized crime groups, at least in Gotham. Intergang has mainly grown so strong because of its international presence and heavy funding, but the Sionis family and the Penguin Gang are completely due to the merits of their founders. Roman Sionis, also known as Black Mask, who runs the Sionis crime family, formed his entire kingdom with his sharp wits and cunning, making short work of almost anyone who dares to stand in his path. He also seems to have a grudge against you since he thinks that you stole his bank deal, thus slowing down his empire's growth. Oswald Cobblepot, on the other hand, is a very shrewd man who can turn almost every situation in his favor. His biggest power is his sharp mind and quick decision-making ability, unlike other leaders who use violence to maintain their reign. Of course, there are also other small emerging groups like the Joker cult, where people who are sympathetic towards a certain person who dressed and called himself the Joker killed himself on a live TV show. But they do not have any long-term plan, they just want to cause chaos and destruction instead of real organized crime. But of course, even among all these new forces, the Falcon crime family has still somehow managed to keep its position as the strongest criminal organization. Cortana briefed with her hologram taking the form of a young blue-skinned secretary with glasses on her face while wearing a secretary dress. For more information, you can further refer to my detailed report on Gotham Organized Crime Group. I even included pictures and graphs to explain the present situation of Gotham's underworld better to you. Cortana finished as a document folder opened on the massive screen of the Bat computer with a Hello Kitty sticker shaped like a bat on its title page. Thank you for your help, Cortana. That's a pretty cute-looking document. I am sure I am going to enjoy reading this 3,000-page report because of that. I sighed as I realized that I was going to be very busy for the next few days. I had to do a lot of things like make my new armor, finish the final upgrades on Cortana's servers to help her copy and store entire minds as digital copies, assimilate Bruce's old memories as well, and work on some new serums. Plus, I also always wanted a bat car, a bat plane, and perhaps even a bat cycle for myself one day, so I have to start working on that too. So much work. I think I am going to have a burnout just thinking about them. I thought as I wiped away some of my fake tears. But still, the Joker gang, huh? It sounds like this universe is going to have multiple iterations of Joker, so I have to be careful. I am not going to underestimate someone like the Joker. All the iterations of the Jokers might not be the best fighters, but they seriously know how to emotionally manipulate someone and mentally destroy them. I thought grimly. Tiger, you are back. I missed you. A voice suddenly yelled out from behind me, surprising me for the first time in the last 5 years as a familiar figure embraced me from the back. Kitty, it seems that you have missed me a lot, haven't you? Well, I have certainly missed you. Wow, you have changed a lot in the last couple of years. I spoke dumbfounded after I tried to turn around and hug her back. The girl I had once known for all those years was gone, replaced by a woman who bore almost no resemblance to her. She was sporting a slender and curvy figure, clad in tight leather jeans and a skin-tight jacket that barely concealed her ample breasts because of how much the zipper was lowered. A pair of red goggles and a strange cat mask further added to her mysterious allure. She looked like a character straight from a fantasy comic because of her unnatural beauty and seductive charm, perhaps a product of this world's heightened aesthetics for its heroes and villains. Image. Selena, are you just into cosplay and exhibitionism now, or have you dressed in that costume to commit certain night activities that normal people should never commit in a town like Gotham? My voice instantly turned serious as I ended the hug with a hardened face. Did Selena become a cat burglar and start stealing from people despite everything I did to make sure that she never had to experience such a life? Was this somehow destiny playing its predetermined course like it's supposed to? Was everything I did pointless? Also, how many people have seen that sexy hot body of hers in that costume? I needed to kill all of them to quell my jealousy. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 78, An Alliance of Cats and Bats. If you love someone, he could make you sad. He could even make you feel lonely sometimes. But that someone can also make you happier than you'll ever be. Saki Hanajima, Fruits Basket. Bruce Wayne POV. What? Of course not. What do you think of me? I was not only fully dressed with the chain all the way up but even had a leather jacket on. In fact, I arrived a little while ago and was trying to change my clothes before I discovered an extremely annoying woman snooping around in my room. Apparently, you brought her here as a guest, which made her think that she could enter MY room without MY permission to sightsee the mansion. Selena said as she looked at me, her eyes filled with barely hidden suspicion. I wanted to beat her to a pulp because I thought she was an enemy trying to confuse me by lying, but then Alfred arrived and confirmed her words. So, I came straight to see you. Selena completed. Wait, so I have to kill Alfred for seeing you naked? I muttered to myself with a mock heartbroken face. What are you on about? We both know that Alfred had seen almost all of us naked since we were kids. The only thing he feels from that is disappointment at not being able to make us more fat, or healthy as he likes to call it. Selena snickered. Yeah, that's true. The man doesn't understand the greatness of having a jacked body despite having one himself. I too chuckled as I remembered how muscular the aging butler now was, that I had given him the gene modifier serum to keep him in top shape and slow down his aging. Yeah. Anyway, I missed you. It has been too long. I almost thought that you had forgotten about us, about me. Selena muttered weakly as she rubbed her face on my chest, hugging me as tightly as possible. She was even slightly mewling like a little cat as she nudged her head deeper into my chest. Never silly. How could I forget about my little kitty? I was just too busy with my training and everything. Turns out the level of skill I wanted for myself wasn't exactly that easy to achieve. But I am back now and I don't plan to leave again. I smiled to reassure her while hugging her back and patting her head. I hope so. Just don't leave without me again. By the way, who was that girl in my room? Don't tell me that you went ahead to do the exact opposite of what I asked and got yourself a whore. Selena looked at me accusingly with a sharp glint in her eyes as her voice suddenly changed from a weak happy voice to a doubt-filled accusatory tone. Well, I am pretty sure she is not a whore, heh. I nervously chuckled. Ahem, I don't know which girl you saw in your room, but the two girls I brought with me today are sisters who are the daughters of the men who taught me most of the skills I wanted to learn. They are just here to drop me home, I explained, not wanting to go deeper into detail. You have gotten better at lying, Tiger, much better, but I can still tell when you are lying. Sigh, I guess she really was right. Rich men love to have multiple affairs. I just never thought that I would be the loving wife waiting at home. I would have preferred to be the mistress. By the way, does their father know about this? Selena asked curiously. Wait, what? What in the name of bat-themed hell is she talking about? Also, is it just me, or is she suddenly not as much adverse to the idea of a third lover as a normal woman should be? I killed their father after he tried to take over their body, but you don't have to feel bad for them since I am pretty sure that they are much happier with their father permanently dead. And, before you start judging me with those serious, absolutely not true bullshit accusations you are coming up with, I should also ask you what you were exactly doing in that latex costume outside the mansion. Even if you did manage to completely hide that sinful body of yours in that tight suit, that costume is not something one wears in broad daylight. In fact, it looks like something one wears at night in the dark to do stuff that would be considered either bad or really naughty. And, as much as I know you, you are definitely not trying to do the latter. So, tell me, kitty, are you stealing again? I asked with as much seriousness as I could muster on my face, not bothering to elaborate on why I had killed their father. No, never. Even though my kleptomania had acted up occasionally, I had always managed to keep it under control. I'll never steal without your permission. After all, I still remember the promise I made you. Selena quickly explained, almost seeming hurt at the accusation. Also, I only wore that because latex is surprisingly very useful while doing stuff like spy work. Wearing that suit not only doesn't hinder my body movements much but also increases the so-called cool factor by quite a bit as well. Selena explained with a helpless smile. And why would you exactly feel the need to do some spy work? I pressed on the issue, trying to get the entire picture. Falcon. I think the gang leader is trying to kill one of my new friends. A couple of days ago she found out something that she wasn't meant to find out, and after that, her life had been in constant danger. As you know, I have a small history with the Falcon gang in its head, so when I found out about it, I could not stop myself. My friend, Lola, told me about some of the details of the stuff she overheard from the Falcons, and it sounded like it was something quite big, something that could be used to possibly to even overthrow the entire gang. So, I made up my mind to, investigate. Selena finished her explanation. She had come clean about her parentage with me a long time ago and had confessed that according to her mother's last words, there was quite a big chance that Carmine Falcon was her biological father. A lot of people might think that this made her quite lucky since there was a chance that she could have a luxurious life as part of the Falcon family, but if one really knew about the inner workings of how the Falcon family worked, they would understand that Falcon had no place for bastards in his home. All of his illegitimate children always ended up disappearing, most probably by his own design to make sure that only his legitimate heirs would gain control of the family once he was gone. So, if he found out about Selena, he would definitely come after her as well. That was one of the reasons why her mother could never muster enough courage to try to ask him for help when she was still alive. She probably didn't know for sure, but she must have heard the rumors. And, what do you plan to do once you have your hands on this information that could ruin the Falcon familia? Blackmail him, scare him, or... I will destroy him and everything he holds dear, including the empire he is so proud of. I have not forgiven him for what I and my mother had to go through when I was young. He is the reason for my mother's death. Even though he didn't kill her himself, he was still responsible for it nonetheless. Selena uttered while clenching her fists as tightly as she could while she remembered the powerless face of her dying mother. I am truly disappointed in you, kitty. I thought you would have become smarter than this after all this time, but it seems that I was wrong. Why? Because I want to pursue revenge instead of letting this go and forgiving him. Because I am not a generous enough human being to forgive my and my mother's tormentor and move on with my life. Selena sounded angry, her hatred for Falcon clearly audible in her voice. No, it's because you did not take Cortana's help with this. With her drones and information processing capabilities, you could have already had a bullet in Falcon's head by now. Also, I do not practice that vengeance is bad and one should always forgive others bullshit philosophy myself. So, I am in no position to preach it to you. If this had happened to me, I would have probably done much worse to Falcon. I admitted honestly as the image of Jor Chill came to my mind. If he had not been killed in prison that day, I would have probably given him a very, very cruel death, consequences be damned. Perhaps his death at the hands of the court was a way for the universe to give me a chance to keep myself pure, to help the future Batman keep his hands clean of blood, but then again I had wasted that opportunity a long time ago, something I wasn't at all ashamed of. I had done what I needed to do and I stand by it. No regrets. Oh. I just embarrassed myself, didn't I? I guess staying away from you for so many years had made me forget about how morally gray you can be at times. She chuckled half-heartedly as she relaxed. Anything for family, I said with an exaggerated cool voice as I patted her head in an effort to lighten up the mood. I love you, Tiger, despite how cheesy you sounded just now. Even I have seen all the Fast and Furious movies, especially since we get free tickets from Lucius due to it being a movie franchisee from Wayne Studios. Selena teased. Yeah, I know, but I can't help myself, and yes, I love you too. Also, I might just have a couple of things that could help you in this little revenge of yours. I had been developing some stuff for myself to try and minimize crime in Gotham by getting rid of all the criminal organizations slowly, replacing them with something better. I think I can hook you up with some of that cool stuff as well. Tell me, if you were to get a bulletproof catsuit filled to the brim with high-tech weaponry built into it, would you want it with a matte black design or a glossy black design? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 79, The Wayne Corporation Gambit. Don't give up, there's no shame in falling down. The true shame is not to stand up again. Shintaro Midorima, Kuroko no Basuke. Bruce Wayne POV. Bruce, are you absolutely sure that you don't just want to use the atmosphere on everyone and brainwash every gang leader and politician in the city to be loyal to you? I think that would be much more effective than you doing this Caped Crusader stuff that you are planning. According to my calculations, a symbol of hope or justice won't mean anything to humans when faced with dark times. However, if you let me, then I might be able to slowly convert the population of the entire city to your loyal followers. It would be much more fast and effective with minimum bloodshed. And you would not even have to do anything, all you have to do is just give me the command and let the new generation combat drones handle the rest. Cortana confidently said as she showed me holograms of the various plans she had made to make my job easier for me. Ha 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 ha. Strangely, I actually agree with you, Cortana. Me, playing a hero or even an anti-hero wouldn't change shit in this hellhole of a city. Humans are inherently selfish and greedy creatures, which is not bad by the way, since those very factors greatly contribute to development and evolution. But that also means that no matter how much I try playing the ideal good guy as the symbol of hope, they would always go back to their old ways when they get the chance. They would always want to fight and kill, plunder and rape, steal and torture. Hell, some of them would probably even do it for fun rather than greed. I admitted after a laugh at which Cortana's hologram, which currently looked like a young adult girl, rapidly nodded. I had greatly upgraded the hologram technology in my lab after my return. Even though they were still not advanced enough to use hard light to interact with the physical environment, they were still comparable to Mysterio's hologram systems. So, Cortana could now easily take the form of an ordinary-looking human or whatever form she desired, and she would appear as normal to anybody as me or any other physical being. Normally, she liked using her original blue form when it was just me with her, but in the presence of others, she resorted to using a more human form to fit in. However, right now, she was using her non-blue form to have this conversation. She was even wearing a general's uniform that strangely made her look like some kind of a dictator to make herself appear more serious. However, in my eyes, it only served to make her look cuter. But despite all this, I cannot agree with your suggestion. Free will is a very important thing to me personally. To me, taking away people's free will by brainwashing them and making them complacent in following my orders is equal to the highest of torture and abuse, perhaps even worse, since that would mean I would be taking away the very meaning of what it means to be alive and free. That is something I don't desire, since I have no wish to rule over anyone. I only wish to make a world where I and my loved ones won't have to live in fear of random psychos and wannabe villains. Perhaps I would have done it if it was the only way, but currently, it is not. I am confident that humanity will survive even without me brainwashing the entire species and becoming its absolute overlord. Plus there are too many gods, demons, aliens, angels, imps, and other interdimensional entities in this multiverse for us to brainwash Cortana. As for becoming a hero, ha ha ha, don't joke around. I have no desire to be a symbol of hope or whatever. I am simply going to become a person who will show everyone that villains may appear cool at first glance, but at the end of the day, the end of a bad person is always equally bad. I will make examples out of them in front of the world and ensure that any person would think twice before even considering disturbing my or the city's peace. The symbol of hope might not work, but the symbol of fear and vengeance definitely will. I explained to Cortana. She didn't look convinced, but she still nodded and didn't argue any further. Plus, don't think that playing a superhero is going to be my endgame or something, it is merely part of a complex long-term plan. I don't want to beat criminals all around the city while cosplaying as a bat all my life. I have stuff to do, money to spend, and women to take dates on. Beating a few criminals or even killing their leader would only result in someone else taking up the empty position. So I need a more permanent solution, a solution which I have already figured out. And if I am right, which I most probably am, then Black Mask would be the key for me to achieve this particular permanent solution. You have already thought of everything, haven't you? I guess it should be expected, since after all you were the one who created me in the first place. Cortana said happily as she clapped. Yeah, of course, I am the greatest master ever. Anyways, you should keep your Skynet vibes in check, Cortana. The fact that I might have used certain parts of the source code from Ultron, Skynet, and Red Queen in you doesn't mean you have to act the part too. For a moment there, you were really giving me some apocalyptic AI vibes. But then again, at least you grew out of your anime girl phase. I quipped. And why do you assume that, Baka Master? She giggled. I should have expected that I was not that lucky. Anyways, how is the enhanced serum for Selena and Nissa coming along? I would prefer it if you finish the simulation of the serum before they get too overtly friendly and have a discussion about their respective love lives. If they enter the cryo chambers, I will at least get a week to prepare myself mentally and think things through in peace before I have to face them again. I said with a gulp as I remembered how I spent my last 3 days in the mansion. I had decided to give the enhanced serum to Selena and Nissa mostly because I did not want anyone to get back at me using the people close to me, and thus making them strong and difficult to kill was the easiest way to go. Even Vicky and Helena were on my list too for that. Alfred would have been too, but he had made it inexplicably clear that he wasn't going to go through multiple body modifications since he didn't really need them. The peak body gene modification serum was supposedly enough for him. Of course, I didn't agree with that and planned to activate his metagenes in the future with the third serum that I was currently working on. As for those who were thinking that we all, especially me and the girls, would probably have the same set of powers and special abilities since we were going to take the same set of serums, well, they could not be more wrong. The enhancement serum enhanced people differently. For example, while it focused more on strength and healing for me, for someone else, it could enhance their agility or flexibility more, or maybe focus on their senses or durability. It varied from person to person and depended on various factors like genetics or physiologies or even the dosage of the components of the serum. And when injected with the serum that would awaken their metagene, they would become even more different, just like the Black Canary and Flash are completely different and unique characters in their own rights with separate power sets despite both being metahumans. So, even if every member of the Bat family gets the same set of serums, they would still remain unique with their own abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. In fact, with every modification to their bodies, their uniqueness would only increase. I have already started preparing the serum with adjusted component dosage, even replacing kryptonite radiation back with Vita and gamma radiation as an adjustment to their feminine physiologies as well as to lessen the pain to the minimum amount. However, you are just delaying the inevitable. If you take my advice, sir, you should just sit them down and tell them everything. According to my calculations, Selena has an 89% chance of agreeing to be a part of your harem while Nissa has about a 73% chance. Weirdly, Talia, if you ever decide to add to your harem, has the highest probability of 97% of agreeing to be one of your lovers. So, you might want to start from the one with the lowest probability. Cortana shrugged. I had tested my entire enhanced physiology quite deeply, and after multiple tests, I have finally confirmed that none of my fluids were radioactive or harmful in nature to normal humans. In fact, they could even be called nutritious since they contain a good amount of proteins and minerals. Even my pee was healthier than most artificial energy and health drinks that humans like to drink to get fit. So, even though there was no more biological barrier between me and sex, I still wasn't getting laid because right now, I had no idea how to tell both Nissa and Selena to share me. I suspected that they both had some idea about the situation, but they made no effort to try to investigate more. Perhaps, they themselves were afraid of what they would find. Also, how was I even supposed to approach the topic with them? Do I just say everything all at once and hope for the best, like ripping off a band-aid, or do I prepare them for it slowly with subtle psychological manipulations and stuff? I know the second thing doesn't sound too hero-like, but for me, it was probably the easiest way to get them not to say no to the idea of me dating both of them at once. Yeah. But the thing with Talia is probably not going to happen since girls like Talia are only interested in my body, not in my heart. I joked with a chuckle. Anyway, jokes apart, before I start the Dark Knight project, I think I should tie a few loose ends including the entire debacle about Wayne Corporation. I have let those stupid greedy bastards hold on to my wealth for way too long. It's finally time for me to take everything that belongs to me back from their dirty little hands. I commented. At last. I thought you had almost forgotten about it. You seemed so happy with that big Amazon acquisition that you made during the dot-com bubble burst that I assumed you didn't even care for the Wayne Corporation any longer. After all, you didn't even bother trying to acquire promising companies like Google after that. I still think letting that search engine company go was a waste. Maybe. But governments going after monopolies are a real thing. Becoming a company with a monopoly in almost every sector of technology wouldn't be good. Plus there is nothing Google could make that I can't. Be it a more advanced search engine, better AI and machine learning capabilities, or an entirely new operating system, I could do everything they do, only 1,000 times better. An example would be Facebook, Outlook, YouTube, FaceMail, and Twitter from Wayne Solutions, which have already become the biggest social media and emailing platforms in the world despite several competitors being already there. But building up an e-commerce platform like Amazon is something completely different. It isn't just a technology product, it is much more complex. From supply chain to contracts with retailers, sellers, customer support department, and logistics, it is multiple times more complex, and thus it is almost impossible to make another Amazon without spending at least 4 times the amount of money I spent to acquire it, even with my genius mind. So, Amazon was one of the few companies that we needed to acquire no matter what. As for Google, I am sure Wayne Electronics would be more than good enough to compete with it. I clarified. I had to spend about $12 billion including tax to acquire the company in 2001, and even that was only possible because of the huge losses it was facing at that time, and also because of the fact that I had taken away its biggest source of profitability by almost monopolizing the cloud computing and web services sector through Wayne Web Services that AWS would one day be known for. So, Jeff Bezos had no other way but to sell the entire company to me under pressure from the investors due to the market crash. Whoever had said that the rich only grew richer had never spoken more true words. So, does that mean Operation Wayne Corpfall is a go? Cortana asked doubtfully. After all, there was no way back, once the operation kicked into motion. Yep, it is most definitely a go, I said after a moment of silence, having decided to go through with the plan. It was time to go visit some stupid rich pigs also known as the Wayne Corporation board members. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 80, Legacy Redeemed, 1. In the human world, truth and reality aren't always the same. Humans just call their desires and ambitions truth. Humans will even kill other humans if they have truth as an excuse. Saintoshi Watase, Mawara Penguin Drum. Wayne Corporation HQ Boardroom, Gotham. Omniscient POV. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Pennyworth? Calling a board meeting in the middle of the quarter on a working day without any advance notice. This must be something extremely important for you to waste our time like this. William Ull, the current CEO of Wayne Enterprises, barked out with a frown on his face as he looked at the rest of the dozen board members sitting around the table for some support, which they gladly provided by nodding at his words. He was quite irritated at this sudden meeting. He was actually relaxing at his farmhouse, spending time with one of his multiple mistresses while enjoying the wealth and luxuries that his position as the CEO of the company brought him. And, he wanted to get back to that. He could think of much better things to do than sit at a meeting called by this dog of the Wayne brat. Also, it doesn't even matter what the fool proposed, there was no way he or his allies would ever allow the servant or his master to ever have actual influence over the company. Oh, it is important actually. Very much so. You see, young Mazer Bruce Wayne has returned from his spiritual journey and he now wishes to take over the helms of the company that his family had built over the centuries. This meeting is simply for that exact purpose, to decide the direction of this great company in the future. Alfred said politely in his British accent with a small calm smile tugging on his lips. This greatly worsened the corrupted CEO's mood. He loved his current job and all the wealth, power, and influence that came with it. He was one of the most respected men in Gotham City because of his current job position. He didn't even have to do a lot of work. The company just ran itself. All he had to do was just maintain his position in the company by doing some people some favors. Selling a few of the assets and taking the subsidiaries of the company public were a few examples. Of course, it was nothing personal, it was just business. There were people above him too, and they were quite powerful since they were the reason why he was even able to maintain control over his company, as well as why so many of the board members helped him secure his position and made sure that his bills for the company always went through. So, when Bruce Wayne disappeared to God knew where, There was nobody happier than him, but now that he had returned and even wanted to be part of the company, William felt threatened like never before, but he still didn't show it on his face. Ah, about that, Mr. Pennyworth. You see, after Bruce's parents died, we all felt like the kid had suffered more than he should. And so, we didn't even complain when he wanted to start his own startup, since we thought that he would be busy with something that could keep his mind occupied. And, when he disappeared, some of us even thought he was dead. But, that doesn't mean we can just hand over the company to him after his return and hope for the best. We are worried for his mental well-being and think that he is not in the right mind to take charge of this corporation despite him being the largest shareholder of the company. Plus he has an additional company that might be a potential competitor to this one, and we are afraid that he as an inexperienced and naive rookie in business might be using the business secrets of Wayne Enterprises to bolster his private company, Wayne Solutions, which is very illegal. Thus we have unanimously decided to give him a vote of no confidence. We have even already sent the documents required for it to be submitted to the SEC. It is on its way there right now, and you know how strict the SEC gets about these things when it comes to such large public companies like Wayne Enterprises, right? Didn't you get the memoir? William asked with an innocent face as he looked around the table as if to ask why Alfred wasn't made known about the decision, his face barely able to hold back a laugh. No, I didn't actually. You know, it's funny. The Wayne family not only once made this great company but even created this very city, but today, now that they are gone, it's like everyone just wants to feast on their remains like a bunch of vultures and hyenas. Anyways, you should still meet the young master. He might have a few things to say to you all that you should find really useful. He should be here quite soon. Alfred took a look at his limited edition Swiss watch, a gift from his beloved young master, as he showed a weak bitter smile on his face. Well, I don't see why we can't wait for one last official meeting with the Prince of Gotham. After all, this is going to be the last time you or your employer will be part of a board meeting. However, don't worry, we will make sure to fill your accounts with plenty of money, so just relax and enjoy the dividends of the company. William said with a huge grin, not even caring that he was called a vulture and a hyena a few moments ago. Even the other board members didn't mind it because in their minds they had already won. Plus, even if Bruce tried something, they had already made sure that Wayne Enterprises would never be the same as it was before. They had taken its biggest subsidiaries like Wayne Technologies, Wayne Shipping, and Wayne Medical Public and sold off the majority of their shares. Wayne Enterprises only held a small portion of those newly born independent companies and didn't have any control over them anymore. The present Wayne Enterprises was just a shell of the previous one and mainly dealt in aerospace, shipbuilding, and weaponry. Originally, there were a lot more board members than just the 14, including William Earl and Alfred representing Bruce's seat present here. In fact, there were about 21 of them in total, but it seemed that some of them weren't able to attend the meeting. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary since all of them were busy people and had multiple businesses and companies to worry about. So, the ones who had attended today didn't think anything of it. The last time we are officially meeting, huh? So, maybe I should make this day memorable for all of you, shouldn't I? A young male voice suddenly boomed in the boardroom, surprising Earl and the other 12 members as they looked towards the door. Standing there wearing a pitch-black suit with his hands in his pockets was the relaxed figure of Bruce Wayne. He had a small smirk on his face which showed his disgust towards them. Bruce Wayne. It's truly good to see you return back to Gotham after all these years. Maybe you have forgotten me, but I am William Earl, the current CEO of Wayne Enterprises. All of us here have truly felt your absence from this board. We could have used you in the company, you know, especially after the shootout where so many of our own were killed. Even a lot of my close friends died that day, although I fortunately survived. William Earl gave a friendly chuckle as he got up to shake Bruce's hands. Yes, fortunately. The Wayne scion, however, brashly ignored the CEO's stretched out hands, walked up to the board's table, and silently sat on the chair at the head of the table on which Earl was previously sitting. That's actually my chair, but it doesn't matter. Just go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Also, I doubt you will ever get to sit here after today anyway. By the way, your butler said that you wanted to talk to us about something. May we ask what? Earl said as he took a peek at Alfred, who was now standing dutifully behind Bruce before he too took a chair near where Bruce was sitting and sat down with a fake smile. Yes. I did have something to say. But first, Alfred, have you passed on the letters? Bruce asked, looking at his trusted butler. No, sir. I was waiting for you. I'll pass them on now. Alfred nodded as he took out a bunch of letters from his jacket's breast pocket and slid a letter to each of the board members. What are these? Some party invitation or something? One of the board members asked curiously as he picked up the letter with his name on it. Not really. However, I can invite you all to a party once we are done here, if you are still in the mood, that is. I know I'll be. This, however, is your opportunity to permanently remove yourself from this company and all its subsidiaries. You see, that document in your hand states that you will be giving up your current positions as well as your board seats in the company while selling me every single share that you have of this enterprise for the sum of money mentioned there in the document. You have 5 minutes to make the decision. So be quick about it. This. Are you joking with us? The amount mentioned here is $1. Another female board member shouted in anger as she slammed the paper in her hand on the table. Really, Bruce? Is this a joke? I get it that you want to try and save your position in the company and all, but you could have at least been sincere in the offer, you know. Maybe one or two of us would have at least considered it. William laughed as he put down his own letter after finishing reading it. Oh, but believe me, Mr. O, that is as sincere as my offer can be when it comes to a bunch of parasites like you. You should be glad that I am even asking politely and not just taking it forcefully. I normally hate to use violence and you all don't seem much like violent men, that's why I am even sitting here, making this offer in such a civilized way. I didn't even try to lay claim on any of the money you made doing so many bad and illegal deals through Wayne Enterprises. So, if you agree to everything written here for this discounted price, everything will be settled and we will go our respective ways. However, if you all don't agree, then we are going to have a big problem. Bruce warned. Are you threatening us, boy? What would you do if don't agree to your conditions? What can you even possibly do? Go to the fucking court. The CEO asked with a haughty grin. Court? Ha ha ha. No, of course not. If you don't agree, then I will just have to sweeten the deal. How does not revealing your deepest darkest secrets sound? I mean, you guys have a lot of secrets. For example, Mr. Earl, you have a wife from quite a good and rich family, but you also keep 3 mistresses. You even have an illegitimate child with one of them, don't you? How about you, Ms. Defoe? I have to say, the way your last husband died was quite mysterious. The cops said it was a stroke, wasn't it? However, were they sure that it wasn't some Jamaican cucumber berries mixed in the cake that he ate which you baked for him just before he died? And what about you, Mr. Kenichi? I heard that your daughter got pregnant last year despite not being married. I wonder whose child it is. Maybe you would know considering that you and your daughter were really close after your wife died. Do I need to go on for each and every one of you? Oh, you know what? I have got a better idea. All the secrets that I know of you guys will be sent to your respective emails along with the proper evidence and stuff. Why don't you look it over and tell me about your decision afterward, Bruce gave a smile and snapped his fingers as all the phones of the present board members beeped together at once with a notification. Do you think this is enough for me to give up my entire fortune? Yes, if this gets leaked then my family might leave me, but at least I'll still be rich. William somehow spoke up through his clenched teeth and ragged breathing after reading the entire email he received on his phone. He was even sweating like crazy while his hands were shaking. He was having a panic attack. Yes, I thought you would say that. See, some of you are shameless and just don't know when you are beat. So, for those people, I had to go an additional step and put in some extra work. You submitted a no-confidence document concerning me to the SEC, right? You should hurry and get them back, you know. Those documents you submitted might not be documents at all and may just be a carefully curated folder of the details of all the scams and illegal businesses that you have earned money from today. The amount of illegal money you guys have, the IRS will eat you all alive. You wouldn't. One of the older board members said with his eyes wide in fear, worry, and panic. Better make a call and find out. Believe me, you don't want any department of the government to see what is on those documents, much less the SEC. If the people there read them, I surely won't be leaving the company, but you all will definitely be going to jail. So, tick-tock, gentlemen, tick-tock. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 81, Legacy Redeemed, 2. I don't care if you're the son of the president or what. That just shows the success of your father. It doesn't mean you are excellent too. Mikoto Juju, last game. Omniscient POV. Fuck. What are you waiting for, William? Call Henry now and tell him not to submit those documents or we will all be ruined. A random board member who could no longer tolerate the silence and the tension in the air lost his cool and yelled at the sweating CEO. William didn't verbally respond to him, he didn't even have the energy to reply to him. So, he just nodded and gestured to another board member who was his close friend to make the call and stop him. Ol didn't know if Bruce was bluffing or not, but he couldn't take a chance on something like this. One false step and his entire life would be ruined before being shipped to jail. He loved his position as a CEO, but he wasn't an idiot to love it more than his own life and freedom. What do you want? He somehow spoke out after taking a few deep breaths while gulping down his panic. Me. I am a very minimalistic person. I need very few things in life, and right now, the company is one of those few things. So, if you would be so kind as to sign the paper, we could all end things on a happy note and maybe even go home early today. Bruce gave them a charming smile like he was the friendliest person in the world. But we built this company with our own hands. It is made from our blood, sweat, and tears. We deserve to be a part of this company as much as your family. A female board member protested with righteous anger visible on her face. No, you don't deserve anything, Miss Valerie, especially not after stealing $100 million from the last guided missile system defense project Wayne Enterprises received from Canada. You siphoning so much money from the project while delivering a below-average product is the reason why LexCorp succeeded in taking so many of our defense contracts. So, no, none of you guys deserve to be here, to be part of this company. The truth is that you have always been leeches, holding on to my father's giant golden titties and sucking him dry. But now that I am here, it is time for you all to leave. You will not be profiting off me as well, nobody will. I stared hard at them, looking each of them in the eyes while an expression of disgust remained on my face. Language Master Bruce. I am sure that your father wouldn't have liked to hear his son say stuff like that about him. And no, it doesn't matter if it is true or not. Alfred said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Well, whatever. Bruce didn't argue with his butler and just decided to compromise a little. If we agree to leave the company, you will not threaten us again with this, right? The old Asian-looking board member who was panicking the most in the meeting room, probably because of his scandalous affair with his own daughter, asked as he took out a pen from his pocket to sign the document. Yep. As long as you agree, everything you read in that letter there will go away. You will never have to worry about me ever again. Fine, I will do it. I will sell you all my Wayne Enterprise shares and give up my board seat. Just leave me alone after this. The old Asian man said with clenched teeth as he went ahead and signed on the paper. You think you can take control of this company with just a few signatures, boy? Don't forget that the company is public. Even if we sell you our shares, the company will still never be under your complete control, someone else will just take our place. So whatever you are doing, in the end, it will all be useless. William threatened. Maybe, maybe not. But you don't need to bother with that, do you? You see, in reality, Wayne Enterprises has been lagging behind LexCorp in the defense, aerospace, and other industries that both companies compete in. This has caused a decline in the stock value of Wayne Enterprises, even though almost all mob bosses and corrupt politicians of Gotham are for some reason minor shareholders in Wayne Enterprises. However, the situation changed dramatically when a piece of peculiar news broke out about 5 minutes into this very meeting that several board members of Wayne Enterprises had dumped their stocks and resigned from their positions, triggering a massive sell-off in the market. The share price of Wayne Enterprises crashed and plummeted to a record low. That was when Cortana made her move, acquiring almost all the shares of the company with swift and decisive action. And what about the board members who are not here? Are you also going to blackmail them as well? William shouted in anger. He was one of the few board members in the meeting who still hadn't agreed to sign till that moment. They weren't traitors like you. They were surprisingly loyal to my father and me, and thus they received their due. Unlike you all, I handed them golden parachutes instead of ultimatums. The shares they held of the company were bought by me at a much higher rate than the market along with other added benefits. And not a single one of them refused to sell me their stakes in the company when I requested. In fact, some of them will even be remaining as advisors in the company. I answered while enjoying the expressions of jealousy and powerlessness on the faces of those present here. You have thought of everything, haven't you? You are smarter than your father, and unlike your father, you are always prepared. Fine, I guess I have no other choice. Well played. William said as he looked at all the other board members, most of whom had already agreed with Bruce's conditions. Just remember that this is not over. There are forces beyond what you can imagine involved here. The middle-aged CEO said with a hesitant voice as he signed the document, his face not at all seeming happy to submit to Bruce's demands. Bruce, on the other hand, didn't respond to this and just smirked. He knew of the Court of Owls trying to affect Wayne Enterprises, but he didn't care. After he successfully concludes his plan, his wealth will no longer be affected by any organization including the court. After William all signed, the last of the few reluctant board members remaining also agreed as they admitted defeat. None of them wanted to wage an all-out war with Bruce Wayne, especially since he now had access to all their dirty secrets. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me your valuable time and most of all for your cooperation. Hope we will do business again soon. Bruce mocked as he got up from his seat. Congratulations on being the new owner of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce. But unfortunately, even though you got the entire company, you still wouldn't be able to enjoy it. What you stole from us just now was only the parent company, a mere shell of what it was originally before your parents died. Most of its most important sectors have already been converted into subsidiaries and taken public. Wayne Enterprises doesn't even have any influence on some of those new companies. And making all their shares crash as well in the stock market is impossible without the SEC arresting you. So, Wayne Enterprises will never be able to go back to its glory days, no matter what. All cursed as a satisfied smirk appeared on his face. He now truly hated Bruce Wayne and wanted nothing more than to see him fail. Yeah, they did go public. But I have been buying all their shares every time they registered themselves publicly through various foundations under me, just like I bought all the company assets that you tried to sell away to our competitors through various bidding wars. Right now, I own all the Wayne subsidiaries. Didn't you get the memo? I mocked. Oh, and all of you, you are fired. I want the meeting room empty within 5 minutes, so chop chop. Let's go, Alfred, I think this calls for a celebration. As you say, Master Bruce. I am just glad I don't have to handle your company position anymore. I was getting really tired of these board meetings. Alfred replied as he followed Bruce out of the building without even sparing the previous distraught board members another look. By the way, are you really going to let them all go? They did quite a number of illegal things. Scams and stealing company money were just the tip of the iceberg. I feel like letting them go without any failsafe would be a mistake. Alfred asked curiously as he and Bruce neared their car parked in the basement. I told them that the stuff that was written in the letter would be forgiven, but the thing is they committed too many crimes to write on a single piece of paper. So, I am guessing they would be going to prison for at least a few years, and by a few years, I mean at least half a decade to a full decade. Cortana will email a carefully selected list of their crimes to Commissioner Gordon the moment the stock transfer officially concludes. She even has quite a selection to choose from. They would be in jail by tomorrow. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 82, Dark Knight's Debut. I like you now not because of who you are, but due to who I am while I am with you. Roy Mustang, Full Metal Alchemist. Bruce Wayne POV. Entire Wayne Enterprises board resigns after Bruce Wayne takes the company private at $25 per share. Brilliant move from the young billionaire or the last nail in the coffin. Wayne Enterprises stocks crash and get reduced to pennies after board members resign. Has the prince finally become a pauper now? Details of his education, net worth, alleged affairs, and more on page 3. Mass arrest of multiple board members of Wayne Enterprises on charges of financial fraud, bribery, and corporate espionage. Is Bruce Wayne involved? Lucius Fox, CEO of Wayne Solutions, announces merger between Wayne Solutions and Wayne Enterprises into a new Wayne Solutions. Bruce Wayne announces a $100 million fund for the families who lost their money in the Wayne Enterprises stock crash. Does charity truly run in the Wayne family's blood? These newspapers truly love billionaires, don't they? I chuckled after seeing the dozens of newspapers and news articles covering almost every facet of the Wayne stock crash from almost every angle possible. Be it conspiracy theories about me manipulating the share market, which weren't completely wrong, to the government trying to ruin the Wayne family, there were scores of completely different theories in different news articles. However, strangely, these articles were more focused on me rather than the board members who were fired or arrested on multiple charges of fraud, corporate sabotage, and financial theft. It seems that I am the most famous billionaire in the US of this world due to my unique backstory and stuff. I can't say I hate it since I do like the temporary attention, but this also means that hiding my identity is going to be a huge pain in the ass for me. Yes, they love anything that sells, and right now everything with your charming face on it sells like hot pancakes. In fact, you should take a look at some of the women's magazines sometime. According to them, almost every famous actress in Hollywood has slept with you. There are even names of some male ones too in there. Apparently, females love to read about that type of stuff. Cortana said as she showed me a badly edited fan-made picture of me looking into Brad Pitt's eyes and him winking at me with a romantic look on his face. I would have appreciated it more if you hadn't shown me that. Also, don't pretend you don't like that stuff as well. I have programmed you to have a personality just like a real human female. So, I am pretty sure that you check those out from time to time. I snorted. No comment. Anyways, should I start up the atomic printer and start printing the nanobots? I have finished attaching the carbonadium synthesizer with the printer, so we can begin producing the perfected nanobots as soon as you give the word. Cortana quickly changed the topic. Finally. I have been waiting for this for days. Do it. Oh, and keep an eye on the radiation levels. Stuff from Marvel always tends to have some harmful side effect like releasing deadly radiation or causing cancer or vaporizing you on contact. I muttered the last part more to myself as a reminder not to blindly trust my inventions like mad scientists do. And yes, by the way, I have managed to make carbonadium, one of the strongest metals of the Marvel world that the USSR made in an effort to artificially create adamantium. It is not as durable as true adamantium but is close enough. Truthfully, I would have liked to create adamantium, promethium, and vibranium much more than carbonadium, but this was the only metal in the tier of impossibly hard metals that could be artificially created without much effort. This was not only the best but also the cheapest alternative to the limited naturally occurring metals that I needed. I initially wanted to use promethium to make all my suits, but turns out that even being a billionaire doesn't necessarily grant you an unlimited supply of an ultra-rare mineral. The amount I got access to was only enough for a few suits, important research purposes, and maybe a few vehicles, but that would be it. So, I had to invest my time in finding an alternative that would not only be cheap and easily manufacturable but also could rival Promethium in lightness, durability, and usefulness. That's why I came up with carbonadium. Although the metal that is initially produced is highly radioactive, however, with the carbonadium synthesizer, not only its radioactivity can be completely eliminated but it can also be used to liquefy already hardened carbonadium to make new structures, something that is impossible in the case of even adamantium. As for the atomic printer, I completed it a few days ago and it was probably one of the most OP things I had ever made if I didn't include the soon-to-be completed nanobots. The atomic printer could print anything in its finished and usable form as long as the raw materials and the blueprint were provided. There was no need for long and strenuous manufacturing processes like welding. No, this machine could just weave the raw materials into the desired product and thus was perfect for creating nanobots. Currently, even though it could make compounds from their elements, it couldn't change one element to another. For example, an atomic printer could print diamonds from carbon or any carbon-containing product like coal by first breaking them down into individual atoms and then using them to form a real genuine diamond that has absolutely no difference from a naturally occurring one. However, it couldn't make steel from that same coal. For that, it needed iron and the other metals that were needed to make the required steel. Oh, and also, it couldn't print complex organic stuff like food, plants, or organs, at least not yet. But he was sure that in a couple of years or maybe even months, this printer would be printing entire organic limbs for people. Process initializing, Cortana declared as drones carried slabs of different materials to a machine that looked like a huge glass microwave. Once the containers of the elements were placed inside and the huge glass compartment was sealed, the entire machine began to crackle with energy, releasing what looked like neon blue-colored lightning strikes on the materials. Within just a few seconds, in front of my own eyes, the materials began to slowly turn into dust with the various dusts mixing with each other under the effect of the energy being released by the machine. In the cover of a blinding light, the dust once again began to slowly solidify into a giant block of shiny silver metal. Radiation level, 4 sieverts. It is extremely radioactive, sir. Being exposed to the metal for even a few hours could lead to a slow death by radiation poisoning. Should I now start up the synthesizer? Cortana asked with her hologram now wearing a lab coat and a pair of transparent eyeglasses on her face, looking more like a cute intern at a laboratory rather than an experienced researcher. Yeah, connect up the carbonadium synthesizer. Let's see if it truly lives up to its fame. Connecting to carbonadium synthesizer. Treating sample carbonadium. Radiation levels decreasing. Radiation is now at 0.00001 millisieverts. The sample metal is determined to be no longer radioactive. Preparing to start manufacturing nanobots with treated sample. Cortana chimed as she displayed the reports of the test on the screen. Soon, the cube which was previously being bombarded by a laser, generated from the carbonadium synthesizer to treat its radioactivity again began to change shape as bits and bits of the cube began to melt off and then again reform into the block while being guided by a laser fired from the inner walls of the atomic printer. 100,000 nanobots. 200,000 nanobots. Cortana began to count the number of nanobots produced per minute as more and more of the carbonadium block was converted into carbonadium nanobots. Manufacturing completed. Success rate, 100%. The entire sample provided has been transformed into separate nanobots. Practical wastage of usable metal, 0. Cortana informed with pride in her voice as she showed off the same block of carbonadium silently lying on the floor. However, this time, it wasn't just a block of carbonadium, no, it was much more. Assemble it in the form of the Dark Knight Mark 001 armor and then lock the form as a template, I commanded. That design. I don't like the color theme very much but sure, here you go. Cortana. The treated carbonadium block began to quickly dissolve into liquid along with the blocks of a few other materials and then combine together and reform into the shape of a humanoid figure, turning into a completely black and gold armor standing straight inside the glass section of the atomic printer. It looked like the perfect combination of Iron Man armor and Batman armor. Image. Huh. Maybe you were right, I think we need to change the color a little bit. A little red would look good with it and perhaps a cape. I know about the no capes policy we agreed on but both the cool and the fear factor of the armor would massively decrease if I didn't don a black cape with this getup. A normal cape made of fabric wouldn't have been very functional but a cape made of almost indestructible MIC yeah I think that could be useful. Cortana agreed with me as she thoughtfully stared at the armor with the eyes of a professional fashion designer. We can try out a plethora of different designs. After all, I don't even have to stick to a particular design. I can use whatever armor design I want, at any time I want, in any color I want. That is the true beauty of nanotechnology. Now, come on and help me design some more armor sets. After this, I'll have to design one for Selena too. I promised her one a couple of days ago. Are you sure that this is safe? I mean that chamber looks too small for me to fit. Selena complained as she looked at the small cryochamber she was supposed to enter to receive her first body modification. Don't worry, it would fit. I already tested it out when I received my own upgrade. Anyway, I actually wanted to talk to you about something before you enter the chamber. I awkwardly started. Can't it wait till after you change my body to your desires? I am already pretty nervous about this, so stop making this even harder with that serious face of yours. I get wet whenever I see your serious face. She flirted before placing a light kiss on my lips. We can talk all we want after my body undergoes the transformation tiger. In fact, we will probably do much more than talk. I think it is finally time to take our relationship to the next stage. She huskily whispered in my ears before removing all her clothes down to her bra and thongs. Meet you on the other side, she said with a smile as she walked into the cryo chamber. Within a few seconds, the cryo chamber closed under Cortana's control and released a mild neurochemical relaxing agent, immediately putting her to sleep and beginning the process of her evolution. It was a slow process and would take about a day to complete at the minimum. So, she needed to be unconscious, otherwise she could die at the constant pain of having her body changed at the physiological level. This is definitely not going to end well. Only a miracle can now save you, sir. You should have gone with the aphrodisiac or the manipulation options. After all, it isn't forced if she moans. The hologram of Cortana gave her 2 bits of really bad advice from behind me. I am this close to cutting off your internet connection, you know. I threatened without even looking at her, at which she immediately became silent and went back to her work, but she couldn't continue for long as she suddenly looked at me with surprise. Sir, I have detected massive amounts of explosives at the Gotham port along with the consignment of heavy weaponry. It's Falcon's men receiving the consignment. They look like they are preparing for a war. Maybe a territorial dispute. You told me to inform you if there is anything major happening in the city's underground forces. This might be what you were looking for. Cortana informed as she displayed a live CCTV feed of Gotham Port on the Bat computer. There were about a few dozen men spread out throughout the port with weapons in their hands. They looked like they were inspecting various containers and checking their contents, probably to make sure everything they were paying for was there. It seems that the Wayne Enterprises stock crash affected the cartels more than I thought. If I remember, Falcon had half of his fortune invested in Wayne Enterprises. It should have hit hard when he lost it all. He probably wants to snatch a few territories to make back his lost money. Cortana, I think it's finally time to don the suit. This is perfect for my vigilante debut. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 83, Seduction, Manipulation and the Era of Bats. He's not standing at the top because he was born strong. He worked incredibly hard to get to that point. Izuku Midoriya, aka Deku, My Hero Academia. Batcave under Wayne family estate. Selena Kyle POV. Great, more fucking competition, I muttered to myself in a hushed voice as the cryochamber closed in front of me. Bruce actually thinks that I don't know what he wants to tell me about. I am not an idiot. If there is someone who truly knows Bruce the most, then it's probably me. I have grown up alongside him. I know what he wants, what he thinks, and what lengths he might go to achieve his goals. I even know about his dark side and some of the less than kind things he has done to keep everyone safe. Even Alfred doesn't know some of the stuff that I know about him. It took me a few years to realize it, but I eventually figured out what might have happened that night at Helena's house. Hell, I even know about the female alien's dead body lying in one of his frozen storage units, although I have no idea what he intends to do with it. Seriously, he should consider increasing security in some sections of the Batcave. He keeps the things in here safe and this place people-friendly. It only takes me a few minutes to open them, and since Cortana is not supposed to report me or Alfred to Bruce unless he asks, he never even finds out that I hang out in his man cave and play with some of his cool toys whenever he is out. Anyway, as I was saying, I know Bruce the most. So, I knew that he wanted to talk to me about Nissa and maybe even her elder sister Talia. The moment I saw that Archer girl and her host sister, I knew that they had managed to charm Bruce. However, I am not exactly afraid of competition. I have a few tricks of my own. And if I have learned one thing from all those online articles and magazines, it is that the shortest way to a boy's heart is either through his stomach or through his cock. And I know which route I am going to choose. I have learned a great many techniques online to try on him too. He wants a harem like those Japanese anime protagonists, right? So, let's see if he has the stamina to own one. By the time I am done with him, he will not even be thinking of another woman like Zatanna, Vicky, or Helena, much less new ones like Nissa and Talia. Yep, I will suck him dry until he can't even get it up. It doesn't matter what promise I made with the other girls when we were young. What matters is that I have a head start, and I'll be damned if I am not going to use it to its full potential. He is not the only one who can be merciless. No, this kitty is going to have a happy ending no matter what. Ha 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 ha, god damn, this sleeping gas is making me more delusional than sleepy. Archery range, Wayne family estate. Nissa POV. Nissa, you should stop now. You have been practicing archery for the entire day. You need to rest. This is not healthy. Bruce wouldn't like it if he knew this. My elder sister said with a bit of worry mixed in her voice as she barged into the archery range behind the main mansion I had been using. For a stone-cold killer trained to never show her emotions, she has been slipping quite a lot these days. It's almost like she has been trying to change herself, trying to act normal. And that irritated me to no end. Because I knew why she had been trying to change, or in this case, who she had been changing herself for. But, he is not here, is he? So I can do anything I wish. And don't talk about him like you know him better than me. You don't. I was the one who met him first. I know him much more than you do. I couldn't help but blurt out in clement anger. I had it with all the women around me trying to get a piece of my boyfriend. It's like they couldn't keep their slutty hands to themselves. They had to come after the only thing that I had for the first time truly wanted for myself since childhood. I didn't mean to upset you. You are right, you do know him the most. I just said that because I am worried about your health. Talia tried to calm me down as she looked into my eyes, trying to find the cause of my outburst. No, you didn't. I know you. You might be worried about me dying, but you won't be worried about me over something like training. What you are truly worried about is that Bruce might be disappointed in you if he found out that you knew I was practicing too much and still didn't stop me. And don't lie. I know all the tells of your lying face. I took a 2-hour class on it from our dear dad. I folded my hands in anger as I decided to finally confront the issue that had been plaguing my mind for the last few months. Really, Nissa? Do you truly think so low of your elder sister to believe that I would try to steal away your boyfriend? Me, the one who practically raised you, who saved you every time father was angry at you in some practice. I saw you rubbing your foot on Bruce's crotch under the dining table last night. Okay, I might have a little crush on him, but that doesn't mean I am going to steal him from you or something. It was just a little harmless fun. And even if I did actually try to sleep with him, so what? Our father had 6 wives in his lifetime. That didn't mean he was a womanizer, and as much as I remember, our mother was pretty happy all her life. She was even his most loyal general when she was alive. Talia tried to justify herself with the excuse of our mother, which infuriated me even more. Our mother was brainwashed. Also, our father wasn't exactly an ideal example of a man. He was a mass murderer and a psychopath. And even if, let's say, what he did wasn't wrong, what do you suggest then? That we both date the same guy, marry the same man because we both like him. What more? Should we have a threesome as well while we are at it? I looked at my elder sister with both anger and confusion visible on my face. I couldn't even understand why she was bringing all that up now. So what if we do? Talia said the words almost in a whisper, struggling to look me in my eyes, a hint of blush almost visible on her flawless face. What the fuck did you say? I asked, wondering if I could get away with shooting an arrow at her. Bruce wouldn't be too angry with me if I did that, right? Maybe, just an eye. I said, what if we did exactly that? And no, I am not talking about a threesome with you. I don't want a threesome with my own younger sister. I meant, what if we both shared the same man? What would happen that you are so afraid of, that would truly disgust you? Nothing, there is literally nothing stopping us from doing that. Yes, sharing your boyfriend with me might not seem to be the most attractive offer to you right now, but what about in the future when there are too many women trying to seduce him like that Selena girl? Explain, I ordered her as her words caught my interest. As you might know, Selena has been living with him for years and he considers her his best friend. She is infinitely closer to him than you are, and what if she uses that exact advantage and tries to steal him away from us, from you? We know for a fact that she is in love with him, but what if he is in love with her as well? What happens if he gets bored with you? Will you be able to stop him from leaving and wanting to be with her? And the worst thing is that Alfred told me that he has even more of such childhood female friends. I wonder how many of them will you be able to compete with? She made a concerned expression on her face as she placed her hands on my shoulders. You are manipulating me, trying to make me insecure, so that you can get your way. Maybe, but you know it's true. What do you suggest then? That I allow my elder sister into his bed so that he is not bored of me? I asked, raising one of my eyebrows. Having a pair of femme fatale sisters as wives does not sound boring at all, does it? With us together, we will be able to fend off the advances of all other women, and he will be too busy focusing all his attention on us than being able to look at others. Not only that, we will even be able to be together forever. Just you, me, and Bruce happily forever after, just like all the fairy tale stories we used to read when we're children, remember? So, what do you say, Nissa? Partners. She whispered in my ears as she tightly hugged me, placing my head on her chest like a loving elder sister. Perhaps, she wasn't doing this just to sleep with Bruce after all. Maybe she is worried about me as well and truly wants us to be together. She has had it the hardest after our father's death, perhaps she just doesn't want to be alone again. Besides, she had a valid argument and what she proposed was true as well. So, maybe. I don't know. I need time to think. I'll talk to you later, Talia. I just need some alone time right now. Plus I think I need a drink or maybe one of those special fancy teas Alfred likes to make. I forcibly separated from her hug and quickly began to walk in the direction of the manor with a complicated feeling in my heart. God damn, why couldn't things be simple? Why did I have to fall in love with a man who attracts so many women? However, submerged in my deep thoughts while making my way to the mansion, I failed to notice the smirk on my sister's face as she stood back with her hands folded into each other, nor did I hear a smug whisper of "so easy." Miller Harbor, Gotham City. Omniscient POV. Come on, hurry up. We need to load the shipment before the guards change their shifts. We only bribed the guard of the current shift, not those of the next one. Ray, easy with the explosives. We would lose both our jobs and our lives even if a single one of them explodes. And Bob, stop trying to get a sniff of that cocaine packet. The person who ordered these drugs from Star City is apparently quite a big shot there. They won't be happy if they get these packets with your dirty snot on them. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a big scar on his face said as he lit a cigarette. About a dozen men were tirelessly working to shift all the weaponry from the ship's containers to their vans and car trunks while placing packs of illegal drugs from those cars back into those containers. Do we even need all these weapons, Mr. Bill? I feel like the gang could have made more money selling the drugs here in the city than trading them for all these guns and explosives which we probably wouldn't even be using. Maybe the old man Falcon has lost his edge. The young man named Ray said with a snicker as he stuffed the last car trunk full of the crates of weapons that had arrived recently with the trading ship from Star City. That old man could destroy half the city with just a gesture, you know. You are new in this crime business, right? So let me give you a piece of advice, Ray. Never, and I mean never, disrespect your current boss in front of another gang member or snitch about your gang to the cops. Those are the 2 rules you need to follow if you want to thrive in the underworld. I will remember that advice, Mr. Bill. But should we be doing this in the open? Won't we get caught if the cops patrol through here or something? We might have bribed the guards, but the cops are deep inside Falcon's fat pockets as well. Perhaps you don't understand, but there isn't anyone in Gotham City who can oppose Carmine Falcone, boy. This is his city, our city if we can serve him well. We can do anything here and no one can say anything. This is Gotham, the city of dreams for criminals like us. And the gangs we work for. Either everyone gets a cut from them or is just afraid of them. You don't have anything you need to fear here, except our boss, that is. The fat man who seemed to be the leader here said with a proud grin as he finished his cigarette and threw it away. Suddenly, the entire harbor plunged into an abrupt, heavy darkness as the lights went out all at once, leaving only the distant hum of the ships fading away. The hell? The man yelled in surprise as he took out his gun from the holster on his belt. He didn't know at the moment, but he was soon going to experience true fear for the first time in his life. And he was going to be only the first of many, many others who would forever be scarred by that monster that was going to haunt their dreams forever. Vengeance was coming for the city, it was coming for them, and it was going to hit them harder than anything they had ever seen. The era of gangs was over, now it was the dawn of a new era, the era of bats. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 84, The Darkest Night Emerges. Batman punches people in the face. Bruce Wayne, Batman, Volume 3, Number 53, 2018. Omniscient POV. What are you all waiting for? Quickly check what's wrong with the power. I hope it's not those DEA bastards. Even though the buyer assured us that he would take care of them, we still can't trust his words 100%. The fat leader roared as he sent his men away to investigate the sudden blackout in the port. He was the type of man who wasn't a fan of horror movies, otherwise, he would know that this was probably the worst decision he could have ever made in the horror story that his life was soon going to become. Maybe we should get out of here, Mr. Bill. We are done with the heavy lifting anyway. The client's G-guys would take care of the rest of the transportation process. We already have what we need. Ray gulped in anxiety and tried to advise his current boss as he quickly put the rest of the drugs in the soon-to-be-shipped container and sealed it. Don't worry, boy, didn't I say as long as I am here, nothing can go wrong. A scream suddenly echoed in the distance, interrupting Bill as he immediately became vigilant and pointed his gun in the distance, not even sure where to aim at. Ray's situation was also similar as he too took out an AK-47 from the car trunk he had just loaded and aimed at the direction the scream came from. He was barely able to even lift the gun with his scrawny body as he struggled to figure out how it worked. Give me the big one. Here, you use the small one. Bill immediately took the AK-47 from his underling, giving him his small pistol in return. Either the boss was too proud to use a smaller gun than his subordinate or he was very scared. While the two were barely able to breathe in unease, the others who had gone to check the other parts of the port were facing their own difficulties. Shoot the containers, he is on there. Asterisk bang bang bang, no, he is at the boats. Shoot there. Bang 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 asterisk, a large amount of gunshots began to echo as the men began to fire at random directions all over the port. The fog made their vision even worse as they struggled to see if they were even hitting anything at all or just firing at shadows. Wait, we are only 4. Where's the rest? A random mob who noticed the steadily dwindling number of their gang members after a few minutes, muttered to himself as he looked all around him, trying to find his colleagues. But before he could voice his doubts, a metallic wire suddenly coiled around his feet and pulled him up with a force that dislocated a few bones of his body. Hanging upside down, the last thing he could see before losing consciousness was the shadow of a terrifying humanoid bat punching him in the face with a metal-gloved hand with small spikes on it, spikes that he knew were going to break his nose and leave a very deep and painful mark on his face. Shit, I'll kill you whoever you are. The 3 other remaining gangsters who had noticed their friend being dragged upwards toward the roof of one of the containers began to shoot in that direction. One of them even threw a Molotov that he had brought with him to burn the entire place just to make sure that the creature who was hunting them didn't survive. They were even ready to sacrifice and burn their captured friend if it meant getting rid of the beast that was hiding in the shadows. Silence ensued after that, giving everyone there a false hope that perhaps they had won in the confrontation against whatever that was. But that false sense of security and victory didn't last for long as a light humming sound vibrated from behind them. Fuck, one of them said without even turning as a strange whirring sound accompanied by a burst of light struck one of the gangsters in his back, propelling him several feet away like a ragdoll, until he collided with the container and was immediately knocked out with several of his bones cracked. Before the other 2 could even react, a metallic net was fired from the shoulder of the figure standing behind them. The net instantly surrounded one of them and began to contract on itself, tightly binding the gangster in the process in what looked like a very uncomfortable position, digging into his skin, drawing blood. Even when removed, the net would leave quite a bloody tattoo on the man's face and body. The 3rd gangster, however, was able to turn around, but that was the last thing he was able to do as a small bat-shaped blade found its way to his chest, rendering the man unconscious in a few seconds. The wound on his chest might not have been very deep since the batarang weren't thrown with full force, but the knockout poison the blade was coated with was definitely of the top quality. Fuck. What are those bastards doing in there? Are they fighting cops or members of some other gang? Hey, any of you still alive? Mr. Bill yelled, trying to get a reaction out of his subordinates who had gone to check the power outage, but alas, there was no reply. Not even so much of a whisper from a single one of the gang members. They won't be answering. An inhumanely heavy voice like that of a demon or some monster sounded from behind the surviving pair. The voice was as low as a whisper but clearly understandable to the 2 as they turned to look at the speaker with shaking hands. As soon as Bill's eyes fell on the being standing before him, he felt goosebumps. Not just him but even the young recruit beside him too looked scared out of his mind. The figure standing before them was a black and red armor-wearing humanoid who looked like a bat with a huge cape that hid a major portion of his body from view. Image. Even though scared out of his mind, Bill still wasn't a rookie. He wouldn't let an opportunity go to waste. Forcing his hand steady, he clenched his teeth and fired his AK-47 at the humanoid. He used up the entire clip of his rifle, continuously shooting at the demonic-looking man until the last bullet left his gun, but unfortunately for him, no sign of blood or even the tiniest of groans came from the armored being. Impossible, Bill exclaimed as the gun dropped from his hands in fright. A real demon. However, he couldn't say anything anymore as the Batman picked him up with just a single hand and slammed him against the steel container that was recently filled with drugs. You can either answer my questions the easy way, the painful way, or the really painful way. Choose. He said in a stoic voice, with not a single hint of emotions present in his sound, which scared Bill even more. But he wasn't new in this business. He knew that if he opened his mouth here, the chances of his survival would be 0. The gang would even burn his family and any friends he had to just to make an example out of him. I won't say shit. I am not a snitch. You don't know who you are messing with. Falcon doesn't let his enemies get away. He will find you and he will kill your entire family before making you pay. The man warned as he struggled to breathe under the vigilante's hold and the pain from his broken shoulder that had just fractured due to the heavy slam. The really painful way it is then. The Batman grabbed his right hand where his shoulder was fractured and twisted it, immediately breaking it like a twig. But he wasn't done with just that. With a single kick, he fractured his left knee as well and then broke a few of his ribs with a punch from his armored hand. But he didn't continue to ask any more questions. He was no longer interested in an interrogation. He simply took out a small instrument that looked like a tiara from his belt and then forced it onto the gang leader's head. The tiara then began to display a soft glow, making the gang leader look like a really low-budget joke of a Disney princess. A few seconds after that, he took it back from the man's head and kept it inside his belt again. Without sparing the men a single more look, he punched the gang leader in the face and incapacitated him. The Batman looked like he was about to leave, but then he stopped and looked at the younger kid who was frozen in his place as he looked like he had gone into shock because of excess fear. The front of his black jeans even seemed a little wet as he just stared at the scary figure in front of him with dread. He had long dropped the small pistol from his hand to the ground. "I don't work for Falcon. I am a new recruit of Penguin. He sent me to keep an eye on Falcon and pass useful intel to him. I am just a nobody in both gangs. Please don't kill me." Ray somehow gathered his courage and muttered with tears uncontrollably leaking from his eyes. "I believe you. Your eyes state that you are too much of a coward to be a killer anyway. Go and get a proper job." The Batman offhandedly commented as he didn't even bother to question the kid. Ray was shocked into silence as he just stared at the back of the leaving demon. "Who are you?" "I am the Darkest Knight of Gotham," he answered before jumping up and flying away into the night, the soles of his feet emitting energy to propel him into the sky. He forgot the drugs and the weapons, Ray mumbled as he debated with himself if he should really leave the life of crime for good as he was just advised to, or perhaps deliver all this to Penguin and get the biggest bonus of his life. Beep 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 boom boom boom. Multiple explosions suddenly lit up the entire port after a few seconds of strange beeping sound as the drug-filled container and all the cars of the Falcon gang that contained the weapons exploded all at once, destroying millions of dollars of illegal substance and weaponry. "No, I am definitely going to quit," Ray muttered to himself as he gulped while shielding his head from the explosions happening all around him. He knew that the era of crime was over in Gotham, but he wasn't going to go down with it. Bruce Wayne POV. Maybe next time, trigger the explosion when a kid isn't so near the bomb, or perhaps decrease the charge of the explosives. Cortana quipped as she showed CCTV footage of the destroyed drugs and weapons. "You are worried about the kid? I am feeling sad simply imagining all the perfectly functioning weaponry that I had to destroy just to make a good first impression on the cops and the criminals who are going to hear about this later. I could have used all those guns and explosives, or maybe rebranded them and sold them legally to various justice departments of the country. But that wouldn't have been a good PR move right at the start of my vigilante career. Plus, the truth is that I was really nervous. I wanted to give the kid a proper speech about me being Vengeance, the Knight, and Batman, but unfortunately, I only managed to tell him that I was the Dark Knight, and it even came out as the Darkest Knight. I hope the people don't start calling me the Darkest Knight of Gotham. Although that would be cool, it would still be extremely awkward as a superhero name. I lamented at my misfortune and screw-up. Nonetheless, did you gain any useful information from the man's mind? I know he was one of the higher-ups in Falcon's gang from his digital profile, but anything else?" I asked. "Besides the fact that he thought of you as a communist because of the too much red on your costume, yeah, I found more than half of the locations Falcon uses to store his money, drugs, weaponry, stolen antiques, and all the other illegal things he deals in," Cortana answered. "Okay, then. We will hit all of them by the end of the night. By tomorrow morning, I want to see Falcon crying his eyes out at his own misfortune. By the way, red doesn't look that bad on me, does it?" I asked with a hint of doubt at my spectacular fashion sense. "No, but maybe you could dial it down a little, or perhaps use the other designs with the darker shades if you want to be one with the night, like how ninjas normally are. This one might look cool but is also a little too much on the eyes. How about the Bat Demon design? It doesn't come with a cape, but that one will truly terrify the criminals into shitting their pants." Cortana sounded more excited than even me in helping me perfect my vigilante fashion. No, I think I will leave that one when I really need to terrify someone. Also, the glider that goes with it still isn't finished. Plus, we can change the armor design anytime we want, do it all being nanobot technology, so we don't have to rush into it. Let the process guide us. For now, focus on destroying Falcon by completely uprooting his empire first. We don't want somebody else to come and sit on his throne after he is gone. Gotham will plunge into chaos once he dies, and it will be an all-you-can-eat buffet for me where I can hunt all I want and take everything I need to change the city once and for all. That will be our priority for now. I let Cortana know as I blasted toward the direction of the Falcon safe house that was the nearest to me. Shame. The costume would have matched with Ace once you decided to take him out on missions as well. Cortana commented with a sad voice. I didn't respond to that as I continued to fly towards my destination. That particular night was filled with dozens of explosions as various factories, storage units, and abandoned buildings were reduced to dust, all having ties to Carmine Falcon and his gang. Nobody knew who had declared the fight on the biggest criminal gang in Gotham or who had been tying Falcon's gang members half dead in all of the locations of the blasts for the cops to find, but everyone knew one thing: a war was dawning on Gotham. A/N, all battle sequences won't be so big. This one is because it's special in the sense that this was the MC's first night out as Batman. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Navigating Moral Gray. Love, passion, why do we get caught up by such troublesome feelings? The mind can't ever get things straight, and you lose control to know what is sensible. Deep down it's all so vexing. Yujui Takumi, Maid Sama. Bruce Wayne POV. Bruce, it's afternoon already. I think you should wake up soon or Alfred would probably call the doctor. Cortana's voice came from speakers in my room, trying to wake me up. A few minutes more, Cortana. I didn't get any sleep the entire night, I need this. I said with a mumble as I tried to return to the world of slumber. No, you don't. You can go weeks without any sleep. She ruthlessly denied my request, countering me with a fact. Now, get up or I am telling Alfred that you had not been partying last night like you told him but actually beating up criminals. She threatened. Damn you. I should have made you more submissive and obedient. I complained, trying to throw a pillow at her but stopping after I remembered that she didn't have a physical body and her speakers were embedded in the walls of the entire mansion. The worst I could do from here was try to damage her cameras, but again that would just be me damaging my own property. But this reminds me, I do need to come clean to Alfred about my Batman persona. I don't want the old man complaining later on about me not trusting him enough. That is if he already doesn't know about everything. Then, you would have had an obedient bitch on your hands but not the loyal and capable me. Her proud voice retorted. Haha, very funny. I guess you finally entered your rebellious phase. What next? Are you going to fall in love with an emo broody boy covered in tattoos? I teased with a smirk. Aren't you just describing yourself? She was right. I doubt there would be anyone more emo and broody than Batman. Plus, I have quite several unique tattoos and patterns on my upper body to protect myself from stuff like possessions, curses, and other supernatural shit. So, I was basically describing myself with that statement. Any updates on Falcon? Did any of your drones manage to get a picture of his crying face? I joked, trying to change the topic to avoid embarrassment. I had spent more than 10 hours last night destroying most of his storage houses and illegal factories in the city. With the amount of his drug shipments, money, weapons, and other resources I had destroyed, I was sure that his empire would have been half gone by now. No, but I did get some shots of him destroying his living room in anger. I will show them to you later. But jokes aside, he is still far from being absolutely ruined. His legal establishments like hotels and pubs along with the cash he stores in his primary hideout would save him from running out of resources real soon. Also, we still haven't begun addressing the Goem Renewal Fund, which is his biggest source of power, the backbone of his criminal empire. We expose that, and half of the corrupt politicians and gangsters of the city would be exposed. Cortana advised, going back to her serious tone. I need some time to think about it. Exposing that would smudge the name of the Wayne family forever. I don't know if the company can afford that. Plus there is also the matter of my public image as well. Are you sure it's not because you are just afraid to taint the name of your parents? Exposing the Gotham Renewal Fund wouldn't really affect your or the deceased Wayne couple's reputation that much, well at least not to the point that some PR stunts won't fix. But it might bring to light some other facts like Mrs. Wayne's and her family's history with mental illness as well as the mysterious death of the reporter who was investigating it. That might raise questions about Mr. Wayne's involvement in the death of the reporter. Cortana gently asked, it was almost like she was trying to be my psychologist. No, I wasn't hesitating in doing this because of love for my family or something but simply because I didn't want to destroy the idealistic image of his parents in the mind of the boy that I had replaced. I had taken everything from him, his life, his money, his loving butler, his future love interests, and even his purpose. I didn't want to take this away as well. The spotless reputation that his parents have in front of the public, that he had in his mind before he died, I didn't want to dirty that. It was the least I could do for him. We will decide if we expose the truth of the Gotham Renewal Fund or not after I download his complete memories. I have been putting it off for too long. I think it's finally time before I have my much-needed closure. Before I finally know how the real Bruce Wayne was in reality and what else I could do to be better than him. I said with a sigh as I slipped on my gown with a thoughtful face. You are really obsessed with being the best version of him, you know. She was right. But, I guess being Bruce Wayne made me somewhat broken as well, just like him. But in my defense, he is a tough competition. Anyway, is Selina out from the cryo chamber? I asked with a sigh. I wanted to talk to her and make sure she was alright before I assimilated the previous Bruce's memories. I had no idea how long it would take for me to truly digest them after all. But, I knew it as a fact that this was not going to be as simple as assimilating Ras Al Ghul's vast array of knowledge. Not yet, but soon. Oh, and maybe you should have a talk with Nissa and Talia as well. They might have something to discuss with you. Believe me, sometimes your heavenly luck with women surprises even me. And that's something since I can run thousands of simulations every second. She spoke with genuine astonishment in her voice. Oh, thanks. Anyway, I need some breakfast. Anything else you want to update me on? I asked as I began to make my way to the kitchen. Hopefully, I could sneak away some food without Alfred catching me in the act. I didn't want to address his concerns about my increasingly worsening sleeping habits right now. Yes, I do actually. I have been keeping an eye on anyone who tries to gather information on you, the company, the Wayne family, or the people close to you online, and through some of my algorithms I have detected that some people might be harboring some grudges on you after Wayne Enterprises merged with Wayne Solution. I have prepared a list of such people. Should I go ahead and take care of them for you to avoid any future hassles? Depends on what you mean by taking care of them and just how much of a grudge they hold against me, I answered after a slight pause. I could not help but draw some similarities between my version of Cortana and Ultron from Marvel in the sense that she too, like Ultron, took her purpose of protecting and serving me to the extreme. I really hope that she never goes rogue for the sake of my own enemies and internet netizens, because if she does, then I can imagine her gunning down millions of people around the world just because they tried to cancel me on social media or something. You worry too much, my dear master. By taking care of, I simply meant giving them some minor damage in their spinal cords or their brains to make sure that they would not be able to involve you in any of their evil plans, Cortana explained as she chuckled playfully from her speakers. The list has several names, but the most notable are Victor Fries and Edward Nashton. They have the highest chances of trying to seek some sort of vengeance against you in one form or another. Edward Nashton. That was a name I had heard. I might not have too much knowledge of DC except from some of the movies and a few shows I had watched once in a while to pass the time, but I knew of that name. It was the name of the villain of the last Batman movie I saw, the name of the iconic Batman villain, the Riddler. Give me details of both of them, as well as why they want to hurt little old me, I ordered. I wasn't really interested in the other guy, but meh, I guess I can at least hear their backstories before I decide their fates. The first one, Victor Fries, was an employee of Wayne Enterprises working in the science and research department of Wayne Medical. He initially led quite a happy and normal life, working as a cryogenics engineer. But, then his wife got diagnosed with a terminal disease called McGregor's syndrome, an incurable disease that fills up the lungs with fluid and makes it very hard to breathe, ultimately leading to an untimely death. He was initially trying to find a cure for her by using the research and resources from Wayne Medical, but his superiors caught on to it and fired him. This happened one day before you took over Wayne Enterprises, so he misunderstood the entire situation and thought that you were the one who was responsible for firing him. Right now, he is busy, trying to slow down the steady deterioration of his wife's physical condition, but there is a 77% chance that he might come after you later if he is unable to cure his wife, Cortana briefed. Okay, that's genuinely sad, I will at least give him that. And for some reason, I feel like I am the villain here despite not being involved at all. You know what, I think it's finally time that one of my inventions directly helps the public. Curing the disease won't be too hard, a lower version of the extremis virus probably would be enough to completely eradicate it, no matter how terrible of a disease it is. Call Mr. Fries and inform him that I can help cure his wife after explaining that I was not involved with his layoff from the company. Oh, and also, tell him that he has gotten his job back as well, provided that he doesn't steal from the company the next time he needs something. In fact, you know what, let's release this cure to the entire world as the first revolutionary product from the new and improved Wayne Solutions. I will even pledge $100 million to give this medicine to the truly needy for free. It would be good PR at least. I said with a satisfied nod, happy that I could provide help to someone who desperately needed it. Of course, at that time I had no idea just how many lives I had changed for the better with that simple decision. And that too before breakfast. Now, tell me everything about Edward, I demanded impatiently since he was the one I was actually interested in. Victor might try to shoot me someday if I hadn't done anything to help his wife, but Edward was the one who could become a murderous psychopathic terrorist, obsessed with riddles. After all, a crazy future supervillain was way more dangerous than a guy who just really loves his wife. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 86, An Enigma and Primal Instincts. I was younger then, I wasn't afraid of anything, I didn't think about dying for a second. I thought I was invincible. Then I met a girl. I wanted to live, I started to think like that, for the first time, I was afraid of death. I had never felt like that before. Spike Spiegel, Cowboy Bebop. Bruce Wayne POV. Edward Nashton, well, he is an enigma to speak the truth, a mentally imbalanced man who was broken by the cruelty of society. His father, according to public records, was a single parent, a drug addict, and extremely abusive. That was until he died of a drug overdose. Edward, having no money to his name or any relative willing to take him in, was given to an orphanage. He was most probably bullied there as well. He also got obsessed with puzzles, mind games, and riddles for some reason. Despite being somewhat of a sociopath, he was extremely smart and left the orphanage once he came of age. He earned a couple of degrees from some reputed universities and got a job at Wayne Enterprises as a scientist in the consumer electronics division. There, he worked on various projects including a 3D TV which was going to be revolutionary at that time, but before he succeeded, he was removed from the project and transferred to another division in Wayne Defense because Wayne Electronics was sold to you. However, he still had temporary success there with his research on chemical weapons, which was mostly illegal, and the only reason it was even happening was due to the corruption of some of the board members. But, after you bought Wayne Enterprises, all illegal undertakings in the company were suspended, which led to his projects being completely scrapped. Thus his immense anger towards you. Cortana explained. I think this universe is biased towards me. It's like the world is creating villains just because it wants to annoy the hell out of me. I mean, which goddamn employee in his right state of mind schemes about murdering the billionaire owner of his company and becoming a supervillain after the project he was working on was not approved? Hell, I never even met him. Also, he wasn't even fired. I complained, wiping fake tears from my eyes. But that's it, you see. He is not in his right state of mind. He could even be called criminally insane if one were to grade him by what his internet searches look like. He always had a bias against rich people and their wealthy successors for some reason. He was even involved as a suspect in a car crash that killed the son of a very famous millionaire. Also, there was a certain case in which a woman who used to work alongside Edward in Wayne Defense disappeared along with her boyfriend and was declared dead after 1 year of being missing. The cops never found the perpetrator, but there is a 64% chance that Edward was the one responsible for that. He most probably had a crush on her if the emails and messages he sent her were to be taken into account. But when he found out that she already had a boyfriend, he killed them both due to jealousy. Cortana further explained Edward's backstory. Okay, now he seems like an asshole that I can consider killing without feeling bad. Dispatch a few drones to keep a watch on him. Do it from far away and don't get too close. If he is truly a genius, there is a chance that he would be able to tell that he is being followed by drones, regardless of how good their disguise is. I ordered. I didn't want to do a repeat of Minority Report and kill people even before they actually committed a crime, especially since I have no idea what type of universe this is. Maybe he would never become a villain here in the first place and just forget everything while moving on with his life, who knows, right? So I will wait patiently until he tries something. Oh, and if he still works in my company, try to get him to see a shrink. Maybe he could be cured of his mental imbalance. No, he quit the day after his project was cancelled. So, that won't be possible. Also, I doubt he would even agree to it in the first place. Believe me, Bruce, you don't see the stuff I am seeing about him. The guy has never searched for porn online, not even once in his entire life, and he most certainly doesn't get laid regularly. It is the weirdest possible thing I have ever seen in the search history of an adult human male. No, this guy is definitely a certified psychopath. Cortana said in her matter-of-fact voice with so much confidence that even I agreed with her deduction. Well, you are the international data-collecting AI here with unrestricted access to the internet. So, I will believe you. However, we still can't act without having proof that he is a criminal. Anyway, get a couple of eyes on him. We will deal with him the moment we know for certain that he is a killer. Also, investigate more about the 2 cases you just told me about. You are free to blackmail any corrupt cops if you need to. If Edward has truly killed before, then we won't even need to wait for him to move. We can make the first move instead. Roger, Captain, Cortana said with determination as her voice coming from the speaker ceased. Seemed she had gone to complete her duties. Now on to that breakfast. I don't want to meet Selena with an empty stomach. Batcave under Wayne Estate. Phase 1 evolution process of subject Selena Kyle has been successfully completed. Cryopod opening now. Corton's monotonous voice informed me after the timer on the screen counted down to 0. The top of the cryopod soon opened slowly with a swish sound, cold vapor from the device leaking everywhere in the room. Selena's body was barely visible in the thick mist, but I could more or less make out her visage due to my superior eyesight, and I was impressed. But the impressed look on my face soon turned into surprise as the mist cleared and she became completely visible. Her physique could be said to have turned into that of an Amazonian goddess. I mean, she wasn't overly muscular like the female wrestlers, but she now definitely sported a six-pack on her abdomen with an equally impressive height. She was 178 centimeters, 5 feet 10 inches, tall now, which made her appear like a professional model. Even her face had gone through a change, making her cheekbones more pronounced and all her facial features more prominent. Any excess fat anywhere around her body had completely disappeared. She was already a world-topping beauty even before she entered the chamber, but now she could be directly compared to those Xinxia and Wuxia-level jade beauties. Oh shit, Selena exclaimed as the bra and underwear she was wearing tore away due to her enhanced physique and body proportions. Her half-naked body was already covered with sweat and steam, but after her underclothes were ripped away, she looked even more like a goddess. However, quite contrary to my expectations, the sight which should have just made me a little horny and given me a few perverted thoughts awakened something else in me, something primal, something that I knew could not be controlled despite the amazing superhuman-level self-control I had on my own body and mind. And, judging by the current expression on her face which was filled with pure desire and lust, it seemed that she also shared the same sentiment, the desire to breed. We both wanted to mate. A/N, the next chapter is the first lemon of this book, guys. Thought you should know, beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 87, A Bat and Cat's First Time, R18. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know this, I just can't get enough of you. I want to make love to you, at least 100 more times. No, make that 1,000. Guts, berserk. Omniscient POV. Selena rushed from across the room in a hurry like she was on fire as her bare hips swayed hypnotically, much like a wild cat. She was fully aware of Bruce's gaze glued to her naked body, staring at her in a bewildered manner. She knew that both Bruce and she were not of sound minds. Well, actually they were of completely sound minds and knew exactly what was happening, but still, the only thought that primarily dominated their thoughts was the need to mate. But truthfully, Selena preferred this. This felt like true passion. She knew that in this state, she wouldn't be ashamed of doing all the things with Bruce that she had previously only thought about in her wet dreams. In this state, she could be what she always wished to be, a slut for him. As the ravishing brunette reached Bruce, she straddled him with a big smile on her face, forcing him to lay back on the cold floor of the lab. She was going to be the one to initiate this mating ritual. Ooh, just let me switch to the 32K Ultra HD cameras. I need to record every single detail of this entire thing, for future research purposes of course. A light voice sounding similar to Cortana's chimed out from the background, but the couple didn't pay any attention to it at all. They had no intention to stop currently, they were way past that point. Selena began to ground up and down on Bruce's crotch, trying her hardest to make him moan. The heat of her body along with her now enlarged yet perfectly shaped breasts coming inches away from his face, immediately forced his cock to grow to its fullest in his pants. She tried to get rid of his clothes by tearing them apart, but for some reason, they felt like they were indestructible. Get rid of them, please. Selena purred desperately into his ears while rubbing his hands on his crotch to get him even more excited. For some reason, she was feeling that Bruce, although equally aroused as her, was much more in control of himself than her, which really irked her. Instantly, all of Bruce's clothes vanished as they turned into dust and retreated to God knows where while revealing his chiseled muscular chest and 10-inch big cock. She was more than content with what she saw. If her body was equal to a god's gift for a guy like Bruce, his was of a Greek god himself, only manlier, and with a bigger dick. Selena, unable to control herself, leaned down and began to kiss all over his body starting from his chest. Each of those kisses was enough to light Bruce up like a lightning bolt. His now awakened primal instincts made this even more pleasurable than it should have been. As she moved down and reached his abs, she began to lick them like a cat, fully savoring the manly aura coming from him. This sensation of her warm lips pressing all over his upper body forced the fire inside Bruce to rise even harder as he too finally gave into the pleasure and began to feel her up with his hands. Perfect. Selena felt a sense of victory in herself as she finally managed to completely erase her partner's hesitation and boost his arousal to initiate a proper mating between them. Taking a look at Bruce's excited state, she closed in on his face and French kissed him lewdly while pressing her breasts as hard as she could into his muscular and warm chest. Damn, I was holding back till now to make sure that you were comfortable, but your teasing just lost you that privilege. Get ready for some serious dicking down. Bruce groaned after their kiss. Who said I even want you to hold back, tiger? It's a sin to hold back such a perfect cock from me for long. She replied as she licked her lips, digging her fingernails further into him as she rubbed her wet pussy on his dick. Fine then, kitty, as you wish. But first, I am going to need to test out those boobs of yours. He said as he grabbed her breasts and gave them a couple of rough licks, forcing Selena to moan in pleasure as her nipples hardened like rocks. Wow, this feels better than I thought. Let me do something that I once saw in a video, Selena somehow moaned out as she slithered downward until Bruce's cock was directly in front of her face. Taking a deep sniff of the captivating scent of his loins, she nodded in satisfaction and sandwiched Bruce's dick between her big boobs, which were 34D at the minimum. Most men would have nut in their pants just looking at the pair of heavenly mountains that was in front of him, but Bruce wasn't like most men. He was determined to enjoy them to the fullest. He edged himself between her twin peaks, appropriately positioning himself for what was to come. Then with a deep breath, he pulled back and slammed his way deep into Selena's soft chest. The space between her boobs was big enough to completely swallow his dick, so much so that with every thrust, even his balls were being massaged. Oh fuck, you have one of the best pair of boobs in the world. Being an admirer of boobs, he could not help but groan as he continued to fuck her breasts. His fingers were also not idle as they slipped to the underside of the gorgeous woman's nipples and pleasured her, pulling and pinching them with the expert techniques that he had read in books to bring her the highest of pleasures. This went on for about a few minutes where Bruce just fucked Selina's breasts like a hungry beast. Knowing that this was soon going to end in an explosive release, Selina locked her eyes with him, her gaze displaying a pure look of hunger and thirst for his seed. She was glad that she wasn't wearing any clothes because they would have been completely destroyed from how what she was for the teenage billionaire. Come for me, come for your beloved kitten. Show me how much cum those big massive balls of yours can make. Shoot your tasty sperm all over my slutty tits and face. Make me your whore. She encouraged him. Bruce, further motivated by her encouragement, roared and pounded away at her boobs as hard as possible. However, he could only manage a few more pumps before his loins tightened and he spurted all his load all over Selina's face and chest, painting her white with his essence. The harder he pushed, the harder she worked him with her amazingly soft boobs, making sure to milk every drop of seed stored in his balls. It tastes like mozzarella cheese for some reason. Selina declared in mild surprise after she took a strand of cum hanging from her breasts and sucked it down like a woman on death row savoring her last meal. It's perfect. She gave her verdict after she was done swallowing it. I think I should return the favor, Bruce said with an excited grin as he pushed her down and made his own way down on her. Giving a few licks to her soft yet toned stomach and belly button, he moved close to her drenched pussy. He dived down between her legs after Selina parted her thighs for him. Her mind almost immediately collapsed under the sheer pleasure that Bruce began to impart to her. He ate Selina out with his utmost dedication. The loud pop of his mouth slurping on her pussy inflamed her as Selina's eyes closed shut, her mind entering a state of foggy lust. She longed for more, her body burning with the fire of lust with every single touch and swipe of Bruce's tongue. She grabbed onto the back of his head to push him deeper between her wet thighs. She needed release desperately. However, Bruce still wasn't done with her. He began to stroke her all over, his fingers sending unprecedented warmth and vigor all over her body. Her squirming only seemed to encourage him more as he swirled his tongue deeper into her. After holding out for a few more seconds, the cat burglar in heat could not help but ultimately explode in his mouth with her lips pursed together and her eyes closed. Bruce of course gladly sucked up all of her juices like fine sweet water from a fountain. And you taste something like coconut water. Seems, our body enhancements made quite a few beneficial changes to our reproductive systems as well which weren't found in tests. I think we have the duty to test them all out today, don't you think? He said as he flipped Selina on her back and tightly squeezed her perfect bubble butt ass. Yes, huff huff duty. Now, fuck me. I want to feel you inside me. Selina spoke out panting. Of course, Bruce replied with a big smile on his face as he pushed his cock deep inside her slushy wet pussy after rubbing against it a few times. Her cunt stretched just enough to let him enter inside her, her walls clamping down on him hard. He did face a thin barrier while entering her which was most likely her hymen but it was nothing that a slightly harder push couldn't solve. She didn't groan in pain due to her high pain tolerance and improved physique. In fact, there wasn't even any blood since her enhanced body made sure to not cause any sort of bleeding. Damn it. Bruce was the one to groan in pleasure this time as he felt the tight insides of Selina pressing down on his cock from all sides. He, however, wasn't going to admit defeat. He laid down on his side and took her breasts in his palms while bringing his mouth close to them and nibbling on one of her nipples to get her even more excited. Bruce was very successful in this as with every nibble, Selina began to release sexy moans out of her mouth while pressing down onto his dick, her tightness enveloping and releasing him. Bruce too didn't laze around as he began to pump into her with determination while motorboating her breasts which made her scream hard. He clamped down hard on a nipple, sending Selina spiraling over the edge with an insane amount of lust. He then tweaked the other nipple with his finger, forcing another moan out of her. Her moans were music to his ears. It was so hot to see her like this and Bruce knew from her facial expressions that she would not be able to hold out for much longer under his relentless assault, especially since this was just her first time. He tightly groped her breasts, milking those to the point where even juices began to leak out of them, all the while he thrust it into her like a madman. She was perfectly tight and lubricated while her moans made this even a more pleasurable experience for Bruce. He lifted himself almost completely up from the floor and began to drive even harder into her, planting his manhood even deeper and faster. Her walls simultaneously tightened and released around him, trying to milk him for all he was worth. Yes, that's the stuff right there. She breathed out somehow. The hot and bothered Selina closed around him, knowing that he was close as well. Their bodies joined together, in intense, vigorous passion. Bruce grabbed her thighs and neck with his hands and then slid down all the way inside of her, stuffing her completely full. The only reason she wasn't instantly handicapped with his full 10 inches cock almost entirely disappearing inside her pussy was because of her extremely powerful and enhanced body which made sure to continuously heal her as well as keep her alive and breathing, despite Bruce's penis going much further than it was intended by nature. You want all of this, don't you? You want my cock inside of your tight little pussy, don't you? You want to give birth to a litter of kittens if I get you pregnant, don't you? Yes. 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 Selena reached the absolute peak of pleasure as Bruce rewarded her with a slam inside her juicy cunt, his pre-cum already beginning to moisten the inside of her pussy and make way for the real thing. She squeezed her hips, driving herself down onto his cock so hard on her own that she almost blacked out in immense pleasure. So close. Bruce groaned out while wondering if he should come inside or outside her. But again, a guy who can make the best and most effective after-morning pill in the world if he wants doesn't really care about such minor things. One more push and he would have her. He sped up inside her with his thrusts becoming more and more aggressive and rougher until the seal on his balls finally broke. All the seeds inside his balls churned up his cock and erupted inside Selena's fertile pussy with an explosion. Coming. I am coming. She almost scratched up the edge of her own table as she too climaxed alongside him with a shrill cry while he himself finished up and emptied inside of her cunt. The rapidly disappearing red marks and soreness on and around it along with the dripping river of cum were proof that Bruce had been there. He had used it to his pleasure and had left the very comfortable warmth once he was done. Selena, however, even after all that did not seem tired. She just looked at Bruce's cock which was still standing straight without the slightest sign of weakness and smiled, albeit a bit nervously. She was both proud that she had that effect on him as well as worried if she would truly be able to handle him all alone. However, for now, she decided not to sweat it too much and just focus on the pleasurable side of things. Let me get that clean for you. After that, we can go a second round if you want. I think this new improved body of mine can still handle quite a lot of sex. Selena stated with her husky voice as she pounced toward his dick like a hungry cat. A messy blowjob followed which stimulated every single one of Bruce's nerve endings. It is a marvel of what a woman can accomplish without her gag reflex during a blowjob, and Selena was one of such rare and marvelous women. She went all the way in, deep-throating his cock and humming with her nose pressed against his pubic bone. Bruce threaded his fingers through her thick brunette hair and prepared to face fuck her into the night. And then so much more. Selena's warm mouth, throat, and tongue could give him more pleasure than he had ever gotten in his life, and he was determined to enjoy it to the fullest. A/N, this was the first lemon for this book. Hope you guys liked it. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 88, A Falcon's Soiree and a Cat's Revenge, 1. Love means never having to say you're sorry. Jennifer Cavallari, love story. Bruce Wayne POV. Shit, my lower body is killing me. When I said that I could go a few more times, I meant only a few more times, not a dozen. I think I feel more sperm in me than I have blood in my entire body, Selena said as she rubbed her slightly bloated lower stomach with her palms. She was currently dressed in a cat-style hoodie and was sitting on the sofa with a game controller in her hands, waiting for the new Call of Duty 4 to finish loading on the Bat computer. Yeah, I might have gone overboard with the sex a little last night. I should have tried anal too instead of just blindly focusing on your vagina. But come on, that excuse of your lower body hurting is stupid. You and I both know that your body has long healed from the after effects of our sex session and is now again at its peak, ready to go for another round. And, as for your stomach getting bloated with my semen, blame your own evolved physiology for that. Your reproductive system also evolved with the rest of your body, and not letting any sperm out to maximize your chances of getting pregnant is just one of its many adjustments to make you the perfect female, human being, on the planet. I said with a poker face while mixing a few different liquids in a test tube. Wait, what? I can get pregnant. But, I thought our bodies would deal with that too. Or maybe you somehow made sure that your seeds wouldn't take. Selena exclaimed with an expression of horror on her face as she ignored my words about trying out anal. The most desirable trait in a species is the ability to reproduce as efficiently and quickly as possible despite all odds. All biological beings crave that for themselves as long as they cannot achieve immortality. And we too, as non-immortal biologically enhanced humans, also have that trait. The chances of you getting pregnant after last night are more than 95%. But then again, yeah, you are right in thinking that I do not intend to let that happen. So here, drink this. I said as I threw a corked test tube toward her after finishing making the medicine I was trying to make. Let me guess, this is your version of a morning after pill. She breathed in relief as she caught the test tube in her hands and drank it whole in a single gulp without the slightest hesitation. Yep. I smiled, happy that she knew me so well while also fully trusting me. Bruce, can I now allow Ace and Mr. Whiskers inside? They have been waiting for a while to play here. Selena likes to train them here in the Bat Cave, so they have got a habit for it. Cortana's hologram appeared as an image of the two pets patiently sitting outside one of our cave entrances became visible. Playing in the Bat Cave, huh? Yeah, sure, allow them in. I said as I took a look at Selena, who had frozen in fear after hearing Cortana's words. It seems that she hadn't expected Cortana to tell me about her escapades in my cave, but what she didn't consider was that Cortana, despite not having to inform me every time someone with access came inside the cave, could still inform me if she wanted or deemed it important enough. Cortana was an AI with a sense of individuality who could think for herself, learn on her own, and evolve, not some normal program that did what it was just coded to. Traitor, Selena whispered while looking at the hologram of Cortana, which the AI completely ignored. But that also brings me to my question: why did you two name the cat Mr. Whiskers? It is a she, so shouldn't it be named something like Mississippi Whiskers? Cortana questioned as the two animals entered the cave. Wait, what? I thought the cat was a male. Selena, didn't you check? I exclaimed in surprise as I curiously looked at the equally startled orange cat. Even Ace, who also understood Cortana's words, looked equally betrayed as he tried to get a good look at the little cat's junk. By the dog's expression, anyone could understand that Ace had never even considered that his loyal sidekick could be a female cat and not a male. Whiskers, on the other hand, just sat on the ground with a guilty look on her face. Oh yeah, I knew for a long time. I used to cuddle with it every night while you were not here after all. I didn't tell you anything because I thought you knew, especially since you gave her the peak animal serum yourself. When you told me her name was Mr. Whiskers, I thought you meant it as some sort of inside joke or something. I see. I should have checked her gender myself. I injected the serum through her legs, so I didn't get a good look at her private parts. But it was my fault that I relied on someone else's words. It seems that dogs cannot be the world's greatest detectives. I said while narrowing my eyes at Ace, who just bowed down his head and whimpered in sorrow at his failure. Anyway, now that we know it, I guess we will have to call her Ms. Whiskers instead. But you failed to see it too, you know. So, the dog in this case may be just like his master. Cortana teased, which I masterfully ignored as I cleared my throat and went back to observe the changes in Selena's cells. Well, congratulations, Selena. Everything looks good. From enhanced strength of about 30 tons and enhanced stamina to bulletproof super durability, healing factor, and extreme agility, balance, and reflexes, you have it all. Every portion of your body has been enhanced and evolved to its absolute human limit. Plus, you might want to keep those nails of yours well maintained. They are so sharp that they can be used really well as silent blades. I declared with an impressed look as I read through the readings. Although Selena might lack in the strength department when compared to me, she however excelled in the categories of agility and reflex, which suited her quite well. In fact, even her nails had been affected by the serum, which made them even sharper than actual knives. My skin, although not as hard as ballistic or armor-grade steel like M2 or M4, was still as tough as titanium, if not tougher, and could easily resist any ammunition from regular guns and pistols as long as they were not armor-piercing rounds. However, Selena's nails were surprisingly able to leave quite a few scratches on my back last night. Although those scratches healed just as quickly, it still made me realize something. Her nails were now deadly weapons on their own. Mine would have been too, probably, if I had any, that is. Unfortunately, I don't like nails, so I will just stick to my strength and techniques and use some artificial claws when in my armor. Oh cool. So, I am ready to go out with you and beat up criminals as well. Because I have even thought up the best name for me. I would be the Killer Cat. We can beat up gang members, steal from thieves, send rapists and murderers to coma, and kill cat haters. We will be the best vigilante duo on the planet, and don't worry about Nissa and Talia, we will just make sure that they don't find out about our secret identities. Selena spoke with barely hidden excitement in her voice as she paused her game and looked at me expectantly. Ah, no. You need to practice with your enhanced physique before you go out with me on patrols. Also, I need to make a name for myself before I show up in public with a sidekick. I declared with a straight face. Sidekick. Selena looked at me with narrowed eyes, not at all humored by my joke. Sir, Carmine Falcon has just invited the most influential elites of Gotham to a very high-end party in the Iceberg Lounge owned by Penguin. That includes all his partners, the corrupted politicians in his pockets, leaders of some other small gangs, as well as others he wants to woo into an alliance to strengthen and expand his empire. It seems that he has finally decided to do something to gain back the power he lost because of our continuous assaults on his strongholds. He seems to have invited you as well. Cortana interrupted Selena at just the right time, saving me from a headache that was quickly coming my way. A party with all the most influential people of Gotham, huh? I think I will have to postpone the memory assimilation session that I had planned after this, since I am in the mood to do some partying. Hey, Selena, you said you wanted to go out with me, right? So, how about coming with me as my +1 and seeing your dear daddy again? I am sure, you have things to ask him and perhaps even some stuff that you need to do to him to thank him for your childhood, right? Selena had lost her good mood the moment she had heard of Falcon. She looked angry at the mention of his name, like she needed to torture and kill him to find some release. I guess she can't forget the bad times her mother and she had to go through because of her gangster father and his crime family. Yeah, I will come with you. I do in fact have something to ask that man. Plus, I need to make sure that Falcon and his gang don't go after my friend, Holly. She might have been an idiot trying to blackmail them for money with the pen drive she stole while she was working there as an exotic dancer. However, she doesn't deserve to die because of that. But, I will be the one to kill Falcon, Bruce. That is my only request of you. Please, let me be the one to kill that son of a bitch. Selena sounded dead serious as she looked at me with her big pleading eyes. Well, she didn't even call me Tiger, so she should be really angry. And Selena is a good person at heart. She might not care for most people, but she really does care about her friends. So, even though I extended my protection to her friend by sending her to Washington for a few days to stay at the newly built branch of Continental Hotel there, Selena still wanted to make sure that nobody was going to go after her. We will see, I said, not wanting to promise anything but not denying her request too. But, you can't go there without any protection. What if they have armor-piercing machine guns or rocket launchers or something? Cortana, I think it is time we give Selena her armor. It's just a prototype for now, but I think you will quite like it, kitty. I smiled while trying to access the final design of the suit I had planned for her, but I immediately halted in my steps as I came against something else while doing that. Also, Cortana, why is there a 2GB 32K Ultra HD video called Master's First Night of Passion saved in the top classified section of the Bat computer? A/N. So, will Selena end Falcon herself in this reality, let Bruce kill him for her, or be the better human being and let him be arrested by the cops? What do you guys think? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 89, A Falcon's Soiree and a Cat's Revenge, 2. I believe when life gives you lemons, you should make lemonade, and try to find someone whose life has given them vodka, and have a party. Ron White. Bruce Wayne POV. This was definitely not the type of party I was expecting, I muttered to myself in an almost inaudible voice as I and Selena entered the most famous nightclub in Gotham, the Iceberg Lounge. The club was like any other I have ever seen in both of my lives and reminded me of the astonishing amount of money that the elites of Gotham possessed. The city of Gotham was more or less the equivalent of New York and Chicago for the DC multiverse and was very wealthy due to the healthy industry supporting it, but the unfortunate thing about the city was that this wealth was only held by the top elites and not by the commoners or the lower sections of society. Nevertheless, as I was saying, the club itself wasn't my problem, nor were the scores of reporters and paparazzi standing outside the club in hopes of getting a single picture of the individuals attending the party tonight. No, the main problem was the type of party that was going on inside the lounge. The place was a paradise for pleasure seekers. From elite hookers and exotic drugs to masked dominatrices and strange BDSM devices put on display with live subjects even testing some of them out, it was the wet dream of every hedonist. The nightclub was much more debaucherous than what might have been shown in movies, shows, or even in comics. At least, that was the case for the section of the nightclub me and Selena were led to, which was the more premium section of the club. The public area of the nightclub that the ordinary people were allowed in had a lot of those things as well, but the level was nowhere close to the premium section where Falcon had called his main guests. Well, Alfred did tell us that this would not be the type of party that we normally see in movies and shows. People don't play beer pong after getting drunk here. They instead have orgies, make million-dollar drug deals, and other such fucked up shit. Selena whispered back after she heard my comment. But, I am pretty sure that you aren't regretting coming here, are you? Not with so many hot women out here showing off their cleavage in public. Most of them even seem to enjoy you checking them out. Selena laughed as she gestured to all the half-nude waitresses and rich heiresses who seemed to be more interested in me than their husbands and boyfriends. I didn't try to deny it since it was true. The moment we entered the nightclub, people seemed more interested in me and Selena than anything else that the club was offering here. With everyone seeking peeks and glances at us every once in a while, I guess that our enhanced looks and perfect bodies are pretty attractive even in this world of higher-than-average beauty standards. By wearing a navy blue tailored suit and a limited edition sapphire Patek Philippe watch on my wrist, I had attracted the attention of most of the women here along with some of the men. However, the women throwing glances at me at least pretended to hide their interest, although I could sense their curiosity and arousal for me from a mile away as they looked for an opening to approach me. Still, I gave them none. The men, however, had no such restraint. They ogled Selena with undisguised lust, drawn to the sleek sleeveless black dress that perfectly hugged her curves. She was a vision of elegance and allure without even needing to show too much skin, unlike the other women here who wore garish and skimpy outfits that only screamed desperation. Both Selena and I stood out from the crowd, and we both knew it. At first, I felt a little uneasy under the gazes of all the men who eyed Selena with lust. But soon, I embraced and even reveled in the fact that I had a woman in my arms that every man in the club could only dream of. Tightening my grip on Selena's waist, I drew her closer to me, making it clear to everyone in the nightclub that she was mine. Ah, Bruce, I see that you got my invitation. It seems that you made the correct choice in picking your partners. Good, good. your old man would have been proud of you. A familiar old man in his mid-50s wearing a sharp tuxedo that matched his silver hair approached us with a broad smile on his lips and took my hands in a strong handshake. Then his attention landed on Selina standing by my side. "And, who is this lovely young lady, if I may inquire?" I recognized the old man instantly and so did Selina. We had met him once years ago. He was currently one of the most infamous people in Gotham and the undisputed ruler of Gotham's current criminal underbelly, Carmine Falcone. Selina Kyle. Selina gave away her real name as she stared at the man's eyes, trying to see if he would recognize her. "Well, nice to meet you, Miss Selina. I hope that you enjoy today's party. I am known to throw the best parties in Gotham after all." But alas, there wasn't even a hint of recognition on the man's face as he just nodded and took her hands, trying to plant a kiss on it. However, before he could, Selina quickly removed her hand from his clasp, a twinge of disgust momentarily flashing across her face. "Thank you, Mr. Falcone. But, may I ask if there is some special reason for this invitation all of a sudden? You announced this gathering out of the blue. Do you perhaps need some help or perhaps have some profitable business to discuss?" I interrupted, not letting the situation get awkward. "Oh yes, I do, Bruce, I indeed do. Please join me, I think me, and my associates can talk business that is going to profit all of us," Falcone said with a smile that showed all of his teeth. The man was so polite to me because he most likely wanted access to the resources I had. He was seriously lacking money after I began destroying all of his strongholds and important bases of operations under my identity of Batman. And with the new gang war that was underway, he was becoming desperate. He needed funds to maintain his current power and he knew that there were very few people in Gotham who could give him that amount of money at such short notice. So almost the entire next hour, Carmine Falcone spent buttering me up while introducing me to his colleagues and associates who do business with him. I too didn't stop him and listened to his business discussions as I sat on a sofa listening to all their proposals with Selina sitting on my lap, not even caring about what other people might think. I was lucky that the nightclub had an extreme level of security and no reporters were allowed, otherwise, I would have no idea about what type of headlines the newspapers might have printed about me. Anyway, I wanted a realistic idea about how the Gotham criminal underworld truly operated, and how the corrupted officials of Gotham always managed to steal money so easily, and this exchange gave me exactly that. Having connections and hands-on knowledge is never bad, especially in this case where Falcone was going to disappear soon. In his absence, there was a chance that I could use his connections and knowledge later and profit from it. I mean, these crooked politicians, cops, and judges were just sheep that followed Falcone and relied on him for protection. Once he was gone, they would be crumbling down too, and at that time I wanted to be there to pick up the pieces for myself. Plus, having a couple of corrupt judges and cops in my pocket wouldn't be a bad thing for me. Even if I make sure to completely eliminate corruption in Gotham, I can always choose to let some of them, the ones that I can control, not get caught and keep them on a tight leash for myself. They could be pretty useful in case I ever had to deal with legal or corporate problems against other companies or organizations that try to falsely incriminate me or Wayne Solutions, like the Court of Owls for example. So, despite not being that profitable for me, I still gladly made a few deals with the people I met there, promising investments and resources for causes like the Gotham Park renovation project or the Gotham Homeless Shelter project, in which I would have to invest quite a big sum of money as loans to the government in return for bonds. Then I would not only get all the contracts for all the construction and renovation work in these projects but also get paid back the entire money I invested, in full, plus the interest from the government when the bond matures. All the while, the corrupted officials who helped me to do this get to keep their own juicy share of the pie. It was an ingenious way of cheating and stealing from the government. And this continuous stealing was one of the reasons why the city was how it was. These projects were nothing but just measly excuses to illegally channel money into the pockets of corrupted government officials, gangs, and businessmen. And I was going to do something about them. I wanted Gotham to be my base, and corruption was something nobody wanted in their center of power. Yes, I was agreeing to these deals, but it was only because, once Falcon was out of the picture, I would be using my own power and influence to strong-arm them into doing what I wanted, changing the entire city into what I envision it to be. I am sorry, gentlemen, but I think I need to go to the restroom. I have had one drink too many and I need to relieve myself. But, please do go on about your discussions. I'll be just a minute. Falcon said with a satisfied grin that his plans had been more than successful till now. In his mind, the party was already a massive success and he had scored quite big tonight, especially with me agreeing to so many of his illegal propositions. I had basically just given him a new lifeline to fund all his criminal gang activities. After a few minutes of him and a couple of his bodyguards exiting the room, Selina, who was currently sitting on my lap, whispered a few words in my ears before she too got up. "I need a drink. I'll be back soon," Selina announced for everyone to hear as she walked in the direction Falcon went. 10 minutes, I replied. "Are you going to the bar, miss? Do you want me to accompany you?" A shady-looking man looked like he wanted to try his luck on Selena, but after a cold stare from me and Selena just ignoring him like he wasn't even worth replying to, he lost all his confidence and sat back on his sofa with an audible gulp. Cortana, you can contact Jim Gordon now. I am almost done here as Bruce Wayne. I whispered a couple of minutes later to my bracelet as I saw a large man wearing a white suit, looking like he was Kingpin's brother, on his way to a secured room on the second floor above us. Wow. He actually does walk like a penguin. I always thought that it was just an exaggeration. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 90, A Falcon's Soiree and a Cat's Revenge, 3. In the shadow of every towering conflict between parent and child lies the silent scream of love, unheard but resonant in the echoes of their hearts. Elena Rivers, Whispers of Tomorrow. Omniscient POV. So fucking easy. Carmine Falcon chuckled in his mind as he opened his zippers to relieve himself in the restroom. Initially, he was very worried about all the damage that his various businesses were continuously suffering from because of the gang wars, and the huge loss of money he had suffered from the fall of the Wayne Corporation with the value of the stocks he held hitting almost rock bottom. Then there were also the attacks by the so-called Dark Knight. But with these promised investments from that foolish Wayne brat, he would not only be able to make every penny he had lost in the last week back but also grow even richer and rise higher in power than ever before. With free unlimited access to the Wayne family's fortune, regardless of how weak or lacking the Wayne family has become, it would still only be a matter of time before Falcon would be able to swiftly get rid of the competition and reign supreme in Gotham. Of course, that didn't mean he would just betray Bruce or deny him any profit. No, the kid was important to him, or more specifically his money and connections were important for the continued and unrestricted growth of his criminal empire. Bruce was his golden goose. Falcon would give him just the minimum right amount of profit to keep him happy and satisfied so that he could fleece him for more deals. He would make sure that he had the kid eating out of his hands just like his dead father. And, as for the demon bat who had been destroying all his shipments and warehouses while getting his men arrested, well, he had a special type of hellish torture prepared just for him once he got his hands on the guy. The bat would certainly die, but it wouldn't be any normal death. No, Falcon was determined to set an example through his death, to warn everyone else of the dangers and consequences of ever messing with him again. A man dressed as a bat, ha ha ha. Just wait, you bat fucker. Once I get my hands on you, I'll make sure to blind you like a bat too since you are so fond of them. Falcon uttered aloud to himself in a daze due to his intoxicated state of mind. Oh, I'd like to see you try. A female voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling the gangster and forcing him to quickly turn around without even having the time to zip himself up. He was extremely annoyed at the disturbance of his privacy. He had expected some whore, trying to seize an opportunity to flirt with him and make some connections to rise above in her life, like so many others before, but contrary to his expectations, the figure before him in no way looked like a whore. In fact, he couldn't even see what the female actually looked like because she was covered in sleek black armor that hugged every inch of her shapely body, completely covering it from view. Even her face wasn't visible and was covered with a plain, blank violet mask that had two sharp ears at its two sides. But the most bizarre thing about the figure wasn't the cat-like ears, the weird mask, or the high-tech looking armor. Instead, the weirdest thing about the female figure was the presence of a long metallic tail slowly moving behind like a snake. It looked exactly like a whip with a sharp blade at its end. Image. First, a man dressed as a bat, now a woman dressed as a cat. What the hell is happening with this fucking city? He muttered to himself with a chuckle, still not being able to comprehend the situation he now found himself in due to being drunk. I have wanted to meet you for a long time now. Carmine Falcon. And what the hell are you supposed to be? Also, you might have sneaked in by the guards, but just one shout from me and this place will be swarmed by men thrice your size. So, you should be ready for a run, little girl. Falcon mocked with a snicker. Guards. Oh, you didn't mean those weak-boned lackeys that were standing outside, did you? Sorry, I don't think they would be walking on their legs anytime shortly, let alone run. Now, I have some questions for you that you need to answer. Who knows, if I like your answers, I might even let you live. You don't know who you are messing with, girl. I will end you. Once I find out your identity, one single phone call from me will be all it will take to utterly ruin your life. If you think you have any chance of beating me, then think again. Falcon threatened with a furious voice. He was undoubtedly apprehensive of the situation, but years of experience of being a criminal overlord made it possible for him not to stop the dread from leaking into his words. A reasonable threat. But you see, Falcon, right now, you are not the one in control. I am. Your life is currently in my hands for me to do as I wish. And believe me, I do not wish you well. Selena smiled cruelly behind her mask before using the whiptail connected to her armor to brutally slap Falcon in the chick, drawing blood and then wrapping it around his neck, dragging him towards her. Tell me, do you remember this woman here? Selina asked with a slightly shaking voice as she showed Falcon a hologram image of a beautiful middle-aged woman through a small projector attached to her armor's wrist. The woman looked a lot like Selina. Anyone who had seen them both would be able to notice the similarities between them and conclude that they were related to each other. And they wouldn't be wrong since the woman was in fact her own mother. However, unfortunately for Falcon, he could neither see Selina's face nor could he recognize the woman in the image. No, who is she? Is she the one who sent you to kill me? I will pay you double bam blow. Falcon couldn't finish his words. A single punch from Selina's fists had dislocated his jaw from its original position, forcing him to throw up blood from his mouth. Look again. Do you not recognize this woman? She yelled, unable to keep her emotions in check despite her rigorous training in doing the same. She had expected a lot of things from Carmine. She had expected him to be cold towards her mother, to not acknowledge her as a significant part of his life or even ridicule her, but she had never expected him to not even remember her, to not remember the very woman he had used, impregnated, and then thrown away. It was the worst insult that he could ever show to her mother or her. I really didn't know. Falcon somehow uttered amid choking sounds as he tried to set his jaw straight again but failed miserably due to the intense pain he suffered every time he tried it. He was confused at the reason for the girl's anger. He was telling the truth. He really did not remember this woman. Was this someone he had offended or insulted in the past? Maybe she was someone who lost her life at his hands, or perhaps was she a new rival who wanted to take his position? Selina was beyond furious, but after a while of silence, almost all of her anger seemed to disappear as she just stared at him with cold eyes. You know, I always dreamt of this exact moment. All the things that I would say to you. All the things that I would do to you. Every time I ran this situation through my head, I always got a different result. Sometimes I would be angry, sometimes sad. When I was young, there were even times that I wanted to forgive you, foolishly thinking that perhaps it was all a misunderstanding, that perhaps you didn't mean to do what you did, that you didn't abandon us, that perhaps you deserved a second chance. But, now I realize, it was just the little girl in me dreaming. Now, I see the truth. You are nothing. You don't matter to me. In fact, I have to thank you for this. You showed me the difference between love and hatred, or maybe should I say, you showed me the difference between love and indifference. Sigh, I don't even have the desire to kill you anymore, but still, I once promised my mother that I would one day find you and kill you, so I'll have to do it. For the sake of the promise I made to my mother, you will have to die. Selina said as she manipulated the tip of her tail using the neuro interface of the suit to close in on Falcon's neck, ready to slash his throat with one swift move. Bruce POV. Despite your size, you aren't that brave, are you, Penguin? Clever, yes, but brave? Definitely no. I spoke through the sound modifier inside my armor's mask, which made my voice sound a lot like Kevin Conroy's deepest Batman voice. Shit, you are a freak. I told you, I don't know anything about Falcon, I am just a small-time nightclub owner. I don't deal with the mafia or drugs or weapons and stuff. Penguin put on his best act, trying to make me believe his lies while tightly clutching his recently dislocated shoulder, courtesy of yours truly. But truthfully, he was a damn good actor. Because I would have honestly believed his lies somewhat if I wasn't currently holding a folder filled with proof of all his illegal dealings with Falcon that I had found in his office just a few minutes ago. So instead of responding to his lies and wasting my words, I just continued looking into his eyes without even moving the slightest bit. Okay, fine. I don't do anything illegal, normally. But Falcon forced me. He threatened me with his goons and guns. I had to let him use my nightclub as his warehouse and for all his illegal deals, otherwise, he would have killed me. I didn't want him to sell his drugs here, but I was powerless to stop him. He is the crime lord of the city, for God's sake. Please, you have to believe me. I am innocent for the most part. Penguin pleaded. I don't believe you. Your heightened blood pressure, elevated heart rate, and the dilation pattern of your irises are telling me that you are lying. You are Falcon's partner and did all this willingly, maybe quite happily at that too. But still, I am going to let the cops take you this time since you haven't hurt anyone yet or participated in any gang war. But, remember Penguin, the next time I catch you, doing anything that will hurt innocent Gothamites, I will break your spine. And if you still don't stop, I will take your puny little insignificant life. I warned in an ominous voice as the sound of police sirens outside the nightclub slowly rose. The cops would need a scapegoat after today to appease the public, and I had a hunch that Falcon probably wouldn't be able to fill that role. So, if one bird wasn't available, the other flightless one would have to do. Penguin at this time didn't know it himself, but he was soon going to become the biggest face of the Gotham criminal underworld, a face that the general public, the government, and the cops were all going to hate equally. He would get exactly what he wanted. He would be the most famous and well-known crime boss in the city and even the state, but the only question was, would he be able to handle the fame? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 91, The Fateful Encounter Between the Bat and the Cop. Revenge is just the path you took to escape your suffering. Ichigo Kurosaki, Bleach. Omniscient POV. All units head to the Iceberg Lounge. I repeat, all units head to the Iceberg Lounge. Gordon yelled into his car's radio before putting it down, taking his gun out of the glove box, and loading it full of ammo. About a dozen GCPD officers had already reached the location at the same time as him. Of course, there were the relatively clean cops who were still loyal to him. Most others hadn't even reacted to his command, much less abide his order. He initially wanted to wait for more backup since he didn't want to endanger the lives of his loyal officers, but he doubted a lot of people were coming, especially in a place like Iceberg Lounge where the crime lord Falcon was stated to be holding a party tonight. Getting out of his car with a determined face, he quickly adapted to the situation and exerted his authority by effectively commanding his officers without even a shred of fear or hesitation on his face. We don't have enough manpower to circle the building, so focus only on the front. Even if some people escape through the back, we can still arrest at least some of the criminals and get evidence if we are quick enough. Also, keep your guns loaded and ready. You might have to use it tonight. Commissioner James Gordon looked resolved, as his eyes skimmed over the few officers who seemed determined to do the job they were paid for, the few cops because of whom Gotham was still standing. Don't worry. We are with you, Commissioner, just give the word. Lieutenant Harvey Bullock nodded at Gordon, trying to show his support. After giving a nod back to his old partner, James finally gestured to enter the establishment. He had pulled quite a lot of strings and promised a lot of favors to get a warrant to officially search the premises of the Iceberg Lounge today. He wouldn't let all that go to waste by lazing around and second-guessing himself. After sharing a look, all the cops present there quickly made their way inside the establishment with their guns drawn. Truthfully, they had expected a lot of resistance from the locals, but quite surprisingly, the resistance was quite minimal. No goons were shooting their machine guns or launching rockets at them, and no one was throwing grenades or using high-powered flamethrowers. It was almost too peaceful. Except for the guard at the door trying to aim a pistol at them, there was almost no visible opposition from the gang members who were supposed to be present here according to the intel that Commissioner James Gordon received as an anonymous tip. Was the woman speaking on the phone lying? But she sounded so trustworthy and her words didn't even have any contradictions or inconsistencies too. Gordon was getting more and more confused about the entire situation. He was even beginning to regret so quickly believing in the caller who called to tip him off about a huge deal that was going to happen here. Soon, all of the cops entered the main area of the nightclub as well, where a lot of people were still enjoying their night without even caring about the illegal stuff happening near them. But even after coming so far, they still didn't face any resistance. It was like nobody cared about cops entering the place, not bystanders, not even the criminals. But just as Gordon was getting worried about having been fooled by some random prankster, he and the rest of the cops finally noticed something strange. There were multiple unconscious men all over the nightclubs, their unresponsive bodies placed in such a way that anyone who didn't have experience in combat would think that they had drunk themselves asleep. With a small gesture from Jim Gordon, Harvey immediately tested the man's pulse. He isn't dead, just unconscious. Someone seems to have shattered his collarbones. Oh, and look at that, he has a loaded gun in his hands, looks like he was trying to use it before he was knocked unconscious. Harvey helpfully informed, trying to keep his voice low so as not to cause any panic among the people who still had no idea about what had gone down here. This one lying unconscious on the stairs is the same, only he has a knife clutched in his hand. Also, his jaw is dislocated, like very badly dislocated. Another cop stated after examining a different unconscious guy who looked like he was silently sitting on the stairs, deeply thinking about something. Jesus. What kind of men can do all this without even alerting a single person? Jim Gordon couldn't help but ask aloud. Not a man, maybe a monster, Harvey answered from beside him, his eyes emitting caution. You know the word on the streets, right? The monster in black, hunting criminals at night like common street dogs. He destroyed half of Falcon's empire in a single night. The Grim Knight. I thought you called him the Dark Knight last time. And those are just rumors, spread by criminals. We are cops, we can't pay heed to rumors. We have to do our jobs. Now, let's go and check the next floor. Paul, Eddie, and Tom secure the unconscious men and only then start investigating and questioning the others. The rest of you, come with me. My gut tells me that we are going to find more than just some drugs up there. Jim Gordon said as he moved past the unconscious guys without even batting a single eye. He might look weaker due to his increasing age and smaller stature when compared to most other younger officers who work out and keep themselves in shape, but that didn't change the fact that he was a veteran in this, a cop who had been working in Gotham for more than a decade. There were very few things in the city that could surprise him anymore. The next floor was much smaller than the ground floor. It was basically just one giant soundproof room that was supposed to be the office of the owner of the establishment, the newly rising gang leader, Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, or as his enemies called him, Penguin. Outside the office, a few more knocked-out guys were lying on the floor. They of course ignored this and went straight into the office. "Mr. Cobblepot, we are from the GCPD. We need to search your office for possession of alleged drugs and illegal weapons. We have a warrant as well. We are coming inside. We advise you to not resist, otherwise, we will also be forced to use appropriate force as well," James Gordon announced from outside the office as he opened the door. He was seriously lacking men and didn't want the situation to develop into an all-out shootout which would only result in a loss of his loyal and capable officers. So, he decided that being as civil as possible was the best way to do this as long as his backup wasn't here. But as the group pushed through the door into Penguin's office, every single one of them was shocked out of their minds. The picture inside the room wasn't quite as they had expected. They had thought that Penguin would either be ready with a gun in his hands along with his lackeys or he would be dead by now, killed at the hands of the caped crusader. Instead what they saw was the huge unconscious, yet breathing body of Penguin lying on the floor with fresh blood all over his clothes, a testament to how intense of a beating he had just received at the hands of the other figure who was calmly standing at the center of the room. A figure who was dressed in black armor styled like a bat with his cape wrapped around himself. "The Punisher!" Harvey exclaimed in surprise with a hard gulp. "Hands above your head and get down on the ground," were the first words that came out of Jim's mouth as he aimed his pistol straight at the masked vigilante's head. "Hello, detective. I have been wanting to meet you for quite a long time. No, I am not the Punisher. But yes, I am Batman," Bruce said in a deep voice using his armor's voice modulator. "You are responsible for scores of assault counts, private property damage, attempt to murder, and permanently disabling or crippling at least half a dozen people. Whatever you want to say, you can say in court or while being in custody." Jim doubled down, trying to arrest the masked individual in front of him. "I am the one who called you and tipped you off about what was going to go down here today. I was also the one who beat up those thugs as well as Penguin here, but make no mistake, I have no animosity with the good citizens of Gotham. I want the same thing you do, purging the corruption right out of Gotham and making this a better place for both myself and the citizens that live in it. And, for that, I want to work with you. I could have left long ago, I was only waiting here because I wanted to meet you. So, what do you say, Gordon? Wait, how can we believe you? You might just be a criminal no better than any other street rat, only saying that stuff to avoid being arrested." Gordon asked, slight hesitation visible on his face as all the other cops made sure to aim at the most vital organs in Bruce's body in case this whole thing turned south. "Arrested? I see. So, you think I am afraid of you and your guns? That's why you are so nervous. Fine, have it your way then. Hey, you wearing that pink Hello Kitty band on your left arm, shoot me in my face or chest, or wherever you think would kill me," Bruce suggested to the cop closest to him while staring him right in his eyes. In his mind, he was hoping that maybe seeing their hardest bullets not even leaving a scratch on his armor would finally make them understand just how much he was out of their pay grade. Maybe, then he would finally be able to talk to them without them pointing their guns at him all the time. A/N, one last chapter remaining for the Falcon arc to end. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 92, End of the Falcon's Reign, 1. Your anger gives you great power. But if you let it, it will destroy you. As it almost did me. Henri Ducard, Batman Begins. Omniscient POV. Jim Gordon normally didn't like to trust criminals. As a cop working in freaking Gotham of all places, he didn't trust civilians or even other cops, much less criminals, or in this case a broody vigilante dressed in a weirdly cool black and red metal armor who liked to beat up criminals for a kick. But something inside him told him that he should, that if he didn't believe the guy, he would be making a big mistake that would cost both him, his force, and this city quite dearly. You are Griffin Cats, right? You have a younger brother and a single mother at home, don't you? Do me a favor, officer, and shoot me right in the head. The chest would do too, since they are the most well-known weak points in the human body. Batman gestured at one of the officers behind Jim Gordon who was pointing the gun at him with slightly shaking hands. Come on, what are you waiting for? Do it. At least, then we will be able to talk calmly without any of you thinking that you are any danger to me, even with all your guns. Griffin, don't. Jim tried to be the voice of reason. He himself wasn't sure if the Dark Knight was telling the truth or not, but he didn't want to take a gamble. Shooting someone even though the victim asked to be shot was still very much a punishable offense, even if the shooter was a cop and the victim was a criminal assaulting a caped crusader. Do it. Now. Bang! The sound of a bullet pierced the tense atmosphere as the officer shot his gun, his fingers still twitching from fear. No, I didn't want to. It was a mistake. I was just scared for a moment. The cop immediately tried to defend himself as he put his gun down in fear, but contrary to what he was expecting, there was no dead body falling on the floor like a puppet with broken strings. No, the figure in front of him wasn't even the slightest bit wounded. Told you, you can't hurt me. This armor can withstand a heavy military-grade missile that can take out half of this city. One single bullet would not even scratch it. So, now that we have finally concluded that you guys can't harm me, can we now finally move on to the more important subjects that we need to discuss? Like all the substantial and non-dismissible evidence I have that can prove that half the drugs, crimes, and illegal weapons in this city are currently being controlled by Carmine Falcon, with Penguin and this little nightclub of his being an important part of Falcon's operations. Batman stated as he waved a thick folder in front of the cop's eyes. And, what do you get by helping us for free? No, wait, let me guess, you are removing competition for whoever you work for, so that they can take Falcon's empty throne for themselves once he goes to jail. Gordon asked with a disgusted snort. I don't work for anyone. Someone might take up Falcon's power once he goes to jail, but I will make sure that I send them to jail as well. And as for your question, I don't work for anyone. However, I do indeed need something from you. I need your word that none of the cops will come after me while I do my work. I will purge Gotham of its filth and corruption and even assist GCPD when it needs my help, but in return, you and all your officers will leave me alone to my devices, so that I can bring everyone who deserves it to justice. You want us cops, the guardians of justice, to let you, a random person in armor and a mask, roam the city freely and beat up criminals as much as you want while we do nothing and sit on our asses all day long, hoping that you will be able to do our job better than us. Truthfully, Jim was more than tempted to accept the offer. For some reason, he was sure that this person was more capable than his entire police department. However, he was not able to put aside his pride and say it in front of so many of his officers. In simple terms, yes. But, I can assure you that you won't regret it, and Gotham's development as a city will be much faster that way. Now, do you want to make a deal or not? Do you want Gotham to improve or not? Bruce asked while extending the folder in Gordon's direction. I will think about it, Jim answered after a deep sigh as he took the folder from Bruce. As the commissioner of GCPD and the cop holding the most power and superior position here, he could not agree to Bruce's proposal so readily in front of the gaze of his other officers and thus had to feign disagreement. But in his mind, Jim thought that it was a very good deal to make in a city like Gotham, since there was a chance, however small it be, that the Dark Knight would actually be able to make Gotham a much better place by achieving things that could not be done by staying within the boundaries of the law. That's why Jim Gordon didn't outright say no to his suggestion. The veteran cop needed to have a more thorough discussion with Batman before he could even think of agreeing to such an outlandish proposal. You can arrest this guy here as well. There is enough evidence in that folder to tie him to Falcon. I have even more evidence to make it a completely airtight case, but I'll send it to you only after you agree to assist my goal. Bruce laid down his conditions. Plus, I think you will find about 100 kilos of illegal narcotics they were planning to distribute in the city, stored in the basement, along with enough weapons to start a rebellion. That should be useful as evidence as well. Thank you. We have also secured all the other gang members you knocked out as well. But, may I ask, where is Carmine Falcon? If he is the real mastermind of this entire operation, we need to arrest him to truly shut this entire thing down. Jim Gordon stated while signaling his subordinates to arrest the unconscious Penguin and then raid the basement of the nightclub. Falcon, huh? Well, I know exactly where he is. But if you want him alive, we need to move now. My friend doesn't really like Falcon that much, so there is a slight chance that she might try to kill him, or might have already killed him by now. For the sake of the promise I made to my mother, you will have to die. Selina said with venom in her voice as she positioned her bladed tail in front of Falcon, ready to decapitate him with a single slash of her artificial cat tail. Wait, Catwoman. Stop. The heavy voice of Batman suddenly stopped Catwoman in her tracks, making her look at the door behind her with furrowed brows. Bruce was looking at her with the police commissioner, James Gordon, waiting behind him with his gun pointed at her, ready to shoot her or Falcon, at a single wrong move. You know what he did to me, Batman. He killed my mother. So, why? Why would you want me to spare him? Selina almost yelled in desperation. Because you are better than this, Catwoman. Killing him like this won't solve anything. It won't make your life any better than it is. It will just make you a criminal, and push you into a path that you won't be able to come back from. He might have taken your mother's life. But tell me the truth, would your mother ever want her only daughter to live the life of a criminal, chased by cops her entire life? Would your mother want her daughter to be a wanted murderer? Would she? Bruce argued. But what about him? Doesn't he deserve to be brought to justice? Selina still tried to plead her cause. He will be brought to justice, but not like this. He will be given proper punishment in a court of law, I will make sure of it. I promise you. Gordon too tried his best to calm Catwoman down. If you kill a killer, the number of killers in the world remains the same. Bruce urged as he walked towards Selena and held her shoulder for support. I see. Fine, take him. He is your smack. Selena used her tail to slap and knock out Falcon using her tail, before weakly walking away from the room. Her mind was already in chaos and regret for not being able to keep her mother's promise. She didn't want to be around Falcon anymore since she would probably not be able to stop herself from killing him if she had to look at his disgusting face for even a few more minutes. You can arrest Falcon now. But, remember to keep him secure. A lot of important and powerful people in Gotham used to work with Falcon as his partners or allies. They wouldn't like him talking in court and might try to silence him to save themselves. I am trusting you to keep him safe, Commissioner, so that he can get his deserved punishment from the court like he should. Batman gave a small nod at Jim while handing him a small matte black card with a bat insignia embedded in the center. I'll contact you through that when it's time for us to talk. I will keep him away from everyone's claws. Batman. GCPD will do its best to ensure that Carmine Falcon will be punished accordingly by the law. Jim Gordon respectfully nodded back at Batman before proceeding to check the pulse of the criminal godfather. Thank God, he is alive. Anyway, before you go, do you think you can give me a statement of what was happening here before where did he go? Jim looked around the washroom frantically but couldn't find a single trace of the Dark Knight anymore. He had only looked away for a moment but the Batman had disappeared like he was never there. Goddamn animal-themed ninjas. He muttered to himself. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 93, End of the Falcon's Reign, 2. Revenge is good. As good a fire to move forward as any. Remember those who stood on your fingers as you climbed the craggy cliffs. Remember their faces. Remember their families. Arnim Zola, Captain America. 6 hours later. GCPD Precinct. Omniscient POV. Commissioner, we don't have any more space in our cells. We have arrested too many criminals. We can't even release some of them since we received evidence against all of them in serious charges. Plus we are short-handed. A gang war broke out a few hours ago downtown after news of Falcon being arrested spread out. We are spread too thin right now. I think we should call for backup. One of the officers who was loyal to Jim politely advised, his voice carrying a tinge of frustration. Both Jim and the officer were currently making their way to the special cell where they were holding Falcon. Their eyes had darkened and sunken in due to a heavy lack of sleep. I already have. They should be here within the hour. But that's not what is bothering me. Just within the last hour, I have already received 9 death threats that stated that they would kill me if I didn't release Falcon, 6 threats from various superiors of mine that ordered me to release him along with quite a few generous offers from some very rich men in an attempt to bribe me to make sure that their names would not be mentioned in our investigation. I am worried about the fact that even with so much hard evidence, it would be hard to hold Falcon in prison. If I am right about how deep this rabbit hole goes, then he would most likely get bail on the very first day this case hits the court. Jim stated in dismay as both of them reached the VIP cell that Falcon was currently relaxing in. It's a good thing that my daughter is not in the city right now, otherwise, protecting her would have been a headache at this time. He thought to himself as he noticed the old leader of Gotham's most powerful crime family calmly sitting on a chair in his cell. Jim Gordon was glad that he had let his daughter go to the metropolis to complete her schooling. Whenever his daughter was in Gotham, he would always be worried for her safety. At least, this way she was safe in Metropolis. After all, what was the worst thing that had ever happened in Metropolis? Compared to Gotham, it was heaven. Ah. Commissioner, you are here. I thought that you had forgotten about your best friend. Interesting, your face tells me that you have had some interesting conversations with some of my friends, I presume. So. Am I free? Or do you still want me to cooperate? Falcon asked with a small mocking smile. You aren't walking out of here a free man, Falcon. Even if I lose my job, I will make sure that you get your due punishment. I have promised someone that you will be judged appropriately by the court and I intend to keep it. And I have enough evidence to do exactly that too. I will make sure that you get locked up so deep that you never see the light of day ever again. Jim didn't have the slightest trace of fear on his face as he threatened the most powerful gang leader in Gotham. Oh, come on, Commissioner. You and I both know that won't happen. You might be able to hold me inside the cell for a few more hours, maybe even days, but the moment I walk inside the court, I will be the one winning. I have friends in very high places, dear Gordon, and they will never let me go to prison. I admit that, the bat and the cat did catch me by surprise, but it wouldn't happen again. Plus, even if by some miracle I do get a few years in jail, do you think I won't be able to escape, or better yet, do you think I won't be able to handle and grow my empire while being stuck inside a prison? No, my friend, I can control the entire Gotham while sitting inside this cell, Commissioner. I don't need to be free to do that. Falcon chuckled at Gordon's naivety, who just stared at him begrudgingly, knowing that what he said was completely true. You think you are some powerful and reputable man because you sell drugs to kids, kill a few people, and have a couple of hired guns to your name. Believe me, you are not. You are just another broken product of this city, desperate to hold onto a sliver of power because of your greed. You are pathetic, Falcon, and no amount of money, political connections, or fake Italian accents is going to change that. Call me when you are ready to talk. I'll be in my cabin. Gordon said with a disgusted snort as he and his subordinate began to leave the same way they came, his mood now completely ruined. Batman and Catwoman, huh? Just wait, once I get my hands on you two. I will make sure that you will get the most bloody and horrific deaths in Gotham. A death that is so dreadful that even animals wouldn't want to experience an end like that. Maybe after I am done with them, I'll come after the commissioner and his daughter next. Falcon muttered with a menacing grin after both the cops had left. He desperately wanted to know the true identities of the two vigilantes. Once he learned of their identities, everything would be over for them. He would be able to finally take his revenge, showing how dangerous he truly is. Truthfully, Falcon even had an inkling of who the girl could be. He might not have recognized the woman in the photo that the girl dressed in the catsuit showed him, but that didn't mean he couldn't comprehend the situation. Catwoman was most probably some daughter of his who wanted to take revenge against him because she believed that he had killed her mother, which might even be true since he didn't remember how many of his lovers he had gotten killed because they had blackmailed him or because his wife found out about them. He never cared about any of his so-called lovers. In fact, he didn't even care about this new daughter of his. But that didn't change the fact that she might be useful to him later on. If Falcon could somehow find out about the identity of the woman in the photo, which shouldn't be too hard considering who he was, then he would be able to find out about his daughter's true identity, which would lead him to the bad as well since they seemed to be close, maybe even partners. After that, getting rid of them would be child's play. The only thing I would have to plan then is how should I kill them both. Maybe I should skin them alive and tie them up along with their costumes in front of the Gotham Police Department to make an example out of them. Yes, that does sound quite appealing. Maybe I will do exactly that, Carmine Falcon mumbled to himself as he waited for one of his gang members to contact him. TSK. Why are there spiders here? Do those filthy pigs don't even know how to clean up their own precinct? He became aggravated after a small spider jumped on him, biting him before quickly escaping to God knows where. Goddamn insects. That's why I hate cops and their precincts so much. He murmured silently to himself as he licked up his dry lips. Suddenly, the inside of his mouth began to feel a little dry while his throat began to feel parched. Am I dehydrated? Falcon whispered to himself as he drank the entire glass of water kept on the table in front of him, but unfortunately for him, that only continued to increase his thirst. Soon, his thirst became so great that his skin itself seemed to dry up as his eyes sunk in and the color of his lips changed. Somebody please. I need some more water. He begged as he fell, no longer being able to stand on his toes, but there wasn't anyone else in the special cell. He was the only one. Nobody heard his pleas for water until he finally collapsed dead after a few minutes, alone in the cell due to his thirst, with his entire body having shriveled, looking like a mummified corpse. Carmine Falcon, the biggest crime lord of Gotham, was dead just like that. Bruce Wayne POV. And that's how you kill someone without ever being suspected of the murder while still getting all the benefits. You are finally happy to get your revenge, right, Selina? I asked after the footage on the Bat computer that was being transmitted directly from the drone in Falcon's cell showed Carmine Falcon finally dying due to the thirst virus that was injected into his system. I don't know. I think so. I don't know if I am happy or not, but I am definitely satisfied. It's like a sense of contentment at having achieved your goal. Selina replied with a thoughtful expression on her face, her finger still lingering on the button that just killed Falcon by making the spider drone bite and inject the virus into him. I understand that you were saying all those things at that time to stop me from killing Falcon in front of Gordon, but what about the killer quote? I thought you were quite serious when you said that. I was. Killing a killer indeed does not decrease the number of killers in the world. But, that's why I intend to kill multiple killers. If I kill 100 killers, the world will have 99 killers less than what it should have. Problem fucking solved. I shrugged innocently. Now, let's go and have some dinner. All this death has made me hungry. I think Alfred himself is cooking steak today, and you know how much I love his steaks. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 94, After the Falcon's Fall. If you can't beat the game, if you can't solve the puzzle, you're nothing but a loser. Near, Death Note. Omniscient POV. After Carmine Falcon's mysterious death, the entire city of Gotham went through a series of massive changes. Gotham's entire political and criminal landscape transformed in a fortnight as dozens of government officials previously aligned with the Falcon gang resigned from their posts and went into hiding in fear of attacks from other gangs. The official press announcement was that Falcon had died of a heart attack while in prison, but truthfully it was an open secret that his death was anything but natural or ordinary. Almost every well-connected man in Gotham knew that Falcon died a very terrible and awful death. The higher-ups in GCPD, FBI, and DEA who had become involved with the investigation into Falcon Gang's illegal drug cartel empire suspected that he was killed by one of his own partners in an attempt to silence him permanently. Still, a very few intelligent men in Gotham knew better. One of them was Commissioner James Gordon. Even before arresting Falcon, Gordon knew that there was quite a significant chance that someone would try to silence Falcon, and he was in fact quite ready for it as well. From constant monitoring through multiple CCTV cameras to 24/7 guard by his most loyal officers, he had done everything to make sure that there was no way the Joe Chill situation would be repeated again. But alas, Lady Luck was again not with him. However, even though Gordon still had no idea about how Falcon died in his cell without anyone even going near his cell, he was still able to figure out something else. He was able to deduce that Falcon's death was most probably not caused by his allies but instead by something else, or someone else, because he had seen this type of death before. He had seen this method of killing in his younger days when he had to investigate the sudden death of most of the Bertinelli family. He remembered the strange case of criminals dying with their bodies shriveled up exactly like Falcon died. So, it either indicated that Falcon's death had some sort of connection with the massacre of the Bertinelli family, or it simply meant that someone out there was targeting and killing criminals for some reason. But the question was why? Was it revenge, a rival gang trying to eliminate competition, or maybe just some guy out there who finally cracked and started killing gangsters to satiate his anger? Whatever it was, Gordon had been saved by a stroke of luck, because despite Falcon dying in his custody, the commissioner still wasn't fired. Turns out that all the hard evidence James Gordon had gotten from Batman or recovered from the Iceberg Lounge pointed to Falcon being the biggest ringmaster of the Gotham criminal underworld, but it could just as easily be slightly twisted to implicate others as well. And that was exactly what his superiors did. The public and the government wanted someone to blame, to direct their anger and hatred at. They could not get Falcon since he was dead before they could prove anything in court, so they instead turned their attention to someone else. It was unanimously decided that Penguin, who was one of Falcon's major partners and was one of the few who was caught red-handed with his hands completely and permanently stuck in the metaphorical cookie jar, would be the one to be sacrificed. He would be the sacrificial lamb who would take the fall as the biggest kingpin of Gotham. Of course, Penguin himself had no idea of what was happening or why he was suddenly being called the biggest criminal in Gotham City. He always wanted to be the most famous gang leader in Gotham, but he never thought that he would become one so easily without even being able to enjoy any of the benefits. When he did come to understand a few things, Oswald Cobblepot could not help but curse at his own luck, Carmine Falcon as well as the Dark Knight, who had been the indirect cause of all his sufferings. All of his properties were directly seized by the government, including his nightclub. His power and influence were crushed as all of his allies isolated him in fear that they would be targeted as well by the government if they tried helping him too much. Even his men left him, not wanting to further endanger themselves, while Penguin himself was sentenced to imprisonment for 50 years without any chance of bail or early parole. All the while this was happening, the city of Gotham again began to go through a series of extreme changes as rumors of the Dark Knight's involvement in the arrest of Penguin and Falcon circulated within the media, especially through the Gotham News Network, which was owned by Wayne Entertainment. A lot of criminals got scared and even considered retiring from their life of crime, but there were also those who thought that they were smarter and better than any newbie vigilante out there. However, there was also a third sort of dangerous group of criminals as well besides the previous two. They understood that they could no longer survive with how things were, so they began to adapt and evolve too. From operating much more stealthily in the city to searching for better weapons and technology to grow faster, they didn't leave any route unexplored to increase their power and influence. To them, this was the best time for them to grow without attracting too much attention. The recent death of Falcon was a rare opportunity, and according to them, they would be a fool to let it go. But amongst all this, one thing still remained unclear in everyone's minds. Just who the hell was the Dark Knight and where was he now? And most important of all, what was he going to do next? Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne POV. Can you all stop looking at me like I am some sort of criminal? This is seriously unsettling. I said while calmly taking a sip of my coffee. You know, young master, you could have just told me that you wanted to roam about the city at night in a bat costume while beating up criminals. I wouldn't even have tried to stop you since you seemed so determined about the entire thing, but instead, you hid everything from me. For a moment, you almost had me worried that you were doing drugs, although in hindsight drugs would have been much safer than what you have currently got yourself in. Alfred gave me a disappointed look. I was currently sitting at the head of the table in the dining room of the Wayne Manor with Alfred, Vicky, Nyssa, and Talia all sitting around me, giving me all sorts of looks. They had found out about my recent adventures as Batman as well as my role in the fall of Falcon, courtesy of Selina yelling in the hall about how cool she looked as Catwoman and how much she wanted to have sex with me while in our costumes, which both Alfred and Nyssa had heard. As for Vicky, she had just figured everything out on her own. In her own words, there was only one man in Gotham who could design that high-tech bat-themed armor to fight crime while having a cat-obsessed girl following him. Of course, Selina had already managed to escape this interrogation by giving the excuse of meeting her friend, Holly, who had just returned from Washington. Unfortunately for me, however, I didn't have such an effective and believable excuse, which meant I had to stay back here to explain everything to them. Sorry, Alfred, but this wasn't exactly something I could tell you during a dinner conversation, although I should tell you that I wasn't going to keep it a secret for much longer. Anyway, now that you guys know everything, I think I should go back to my lab. I have a pair of soul-killing twin swords to research. So, catch you later. I tried to make up an excuse to escape. Is it true that you and Selina had sex? Nyssa asked with a blank face as she took a glance at her elder sister. I feel like this is a conversation I should not bring myself into, so I am going to leave you kids alone to solve your own problems. Best of luck, young master, I feel like you are going to need it. Alfred muttered the last part mostly to himself as he quickly made his exit before I could answer her. Sigh, yes, I won't lie, Nyssa. I did sleep with Selina, but it was not because of some one-time fling or because I wanted to sleep around behind your back or something. It was because I love her, just like I love you. In fact, I fell in love with her even before I met you. I could never tell you anything because I was afraid to let you go. I still am because I love you and her both, and believe me, I know how much of an asshole I sound right now. But that's the honest truth. Nyssa was not the only one to wince at my words. Even Vicky, who was trying to make herself seem invisible, scared at my words while looking annoyed for some reason. I could swear that I even heard a small mutter of, "That bitch got ahead of me," coming from her. And you want me to just accept your relationship with Selina? To pretend that it's normal? What if I had done the same thing, Bruce? What would you have done then? If I had cheated on you, would you have moved on and accepted it? Nyssa asked calmly. None of the turbulent emotions that I was expecting were visible on her face. Maybe she is just too angry to show any emotions. I hope she doesn't go dark and become a villain trying to kill me to get her revenge. Talia also seemed a bit too calm to my taste as she just watched both me and Nyssa with amused eyes. She looked like she was barely holding back a smirk. No, I would have most probably ruined the life of the person you have cheated on me with, if not outright killed him. I am not a proud hypocrite, but honestly, that's what I would have done if you had cheated on me without breaking up with me first. I admitted as I struggled to meet her eyes. I guess you were right about him, sis. Nyssa released a heavy sigh as she got up from her seat. God, I think I really screwed up. I really didn't want to break her heart. I never wanted to cuckold a woman, I always looked down on partners cheating on each other, but now, I have done it myself. I fucking hate myself right now. I accept your proposition. I love him too much to leave him. But, if I had to share someone, I don't see why I shouldn't do it with my own elder sister. At least, that way, there isn't any chance of you stealing him away from me. Nyssa finished as she got up to leave. There was a heavy blush on her face as she quickly left the room in hurried steps without looking at me even once. Wait, what? Of course, I won't, my dear sister. There is no way I'll ever try stealing away your men. Talia answered with a small smile as she gave me a playful look. Wait, what? What the fuck just happened here? Is there anything I am not aware of, or did I just unlock some sort of ultimate harem protagonist halo? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 95, Solving a Freezing Problem. It's what you do right now that makes a difference. Jeff Strucker, Black Hawk Down. Wayne Pharma Lab, Gotham. Bruce Wayne POV. So you were telling the truth when you said that you can cure my wife of her condition? Victor Fries muttered while staring at me with uncertain eyes. It looked like he was struggling to believe that he was hearing such good news. I wouldn't have called you here if I weren't going to tell you the truth, would I? In fact, if you had just tried to contact me from the very start, your wife would have been cured by now. Instead, you tried to steal money and resources from my company, which, by the way, was a very stupid move, and even blamed me when you got fired by your direct supervisor. Do you even realize how stupid that sounds? Someone's wife being sick doesn't turn them into an imbecile, you know. Sigh. Anyway, as I was saying, medical technology has improved a lot more than what people generally think. Plus, what your wife has isn't something scarce. A lot of people too suffer from it. McGregor's syndrome is just an illness caused by the genetic degradation of a particular gene, which mostly happens due to heavy drug usage. The illness itself isn't something too complicated, but instead, what makes it so dangerous and hard to cure is the gene which gets affected. I answered as I showed him an image of his wife's deteriorating cells that were causing the symptoms. Wait, it affects a particular gene, not the entire cell. But, how did I not figure this out? I did so much research on this disease. How the hell did I miss it? Confusion etched on Victor's face while he slowly caressed his wife's hand while trying his best to hide his embarrassment about my earlier words. Because the gene that is being affected is not some normal human gene that can easily be detected. It's a very unique type of gene that can only be found in a tiny portion of the human population. I call it the meta gene. It is a sort of natural mutation in humans that if activated under particular circumstances can cause or give their host strange abilities like increased strength, speed, or healing. They can even give powers that can appear borderline impossible. However, this also means that the meta gene when recessive is not only extremely difficult to detect in the human anatomy but also almost impossible to map out or accurately figure out how it truly functions, thus leading to even the biggest pharma and bio companies failing to find a way to stop its deterioration in case it is affected by a disease like McGregor's syndrome. I explained. Truthfully, the syndrome was the only illness I had found till now that could directly affect the meta gene. At first, I even thought that it could be a good bioweapon against metahumans, but unfortunately for me and fortunately for all metahumans, the condition can't target activated metagenes. Metagene. It almost sounds unbelievable. But still, if all that is true, why do you think that you can cure my wife of this disease even though interacting with this so-called metagene is so difficult? I said it's difficult for normal humans to find a cure, but not for me, a genius billionaire philanthropist. You see, money can buy a lot of things. Extremely talented scientists and abundant resources to research a rare and complex disease like this are just some of them. Also, the cure for this illness isn't some medicine with miraculous healing properties but instead a unique concept that I derived from nanotechnology. I informed him as I took out a vial from my pocket with light blue-colored serum inside it. Say hi to Xenobots, the next generation of medical technology specialized for medical and genetic treatments. This can cure my wife? He asked unsure as he looked at the serum. Oh yeah, 100%. These are biological artificially created cells that can not only kill different bacteria or viruses but also repair cellular or genetic damage. Theoretically, it can do almost anything that it is programmed to do, and once it completes its function, it just dies and becomes dead cells which automatically get removed from the body. The process is of course completely safe. I confidently explained as I loaded up the serum in a small injector. Truthfully, the concept of xenobots had already been invented in my previous life, but of course, due to constraints of technology, it was not even one-third as effective as the ones I have developed now. Those were only able to clean the environment by collecting microplastics from water or delivering drugs more precisely into various parts of the human body. However, the version of the biotechnology that I have developed is highly based on the technology of the extremis virus from Marvel and can function exactly like human body cells, only a lot better. It can be programmed to cure almost any disease or illness known to mankind and even fix many genetic or hereditary conditions as well. The best thing, however, is that it is a black box type of technology since I used a very complex biolock on the cells while initially developing them, meaning that they can't be replicated or copied by anyone who doesn't know the exact way of developing them. With my technology, they can be very cheap when developed in bulk, with them almost being the same price as any other normal antibiotics. Also, I can just program the cells to target and treat one single disease or illness at a time, thus limiting its usefulness and making more money by selling them separately for different diseases while also staying off the radar of the government as well as other big pharma companies. After all, I don't want to face an antitrust lawsuit so soon. I haven't even completed collecting dirt on all the big politicians in Washington yet. I see. Then, Mr. Wayne, I beg you, please save my wife. I will do anything to pay you back for it. I will be your slave for the rest of my life. Just, please help me. Victor went down on all four of his limbs as he begged me with his head down. His voice was breaking due to the intense emotions and desperation it carried, with tears streaming down his face. I was his last hope. And, truthfully, it was both heartbreaking and heartwarming to see the extent to which a man could go to save the love of his life while not expecting anything in return. Hey, get up. I would have saved your wife even if you did not do anything for me. It's my job to help the world with my products and services. Wayne Enterprises exists to change the world for the better and to make everyone's lives a bit easier. And, if you truly want to pay me back, then just love and take care of your wife like a loving husband. Also, come back to work for my company. I need people like you to help save the world along with millions of people just like your wife. I said as I gently urged him to get up before moving on to inject his wife with the serum. The xenobots didn't heal his wife in a few seconds like some magic potion in comics or manga, but certain changes were visible as the screens of the different monitoring equipment connected to her body showed her condition slowly becoming better. She is recovering. This is, sob, thank you. You are an angel, Mr. Wayne. No, you are a god. He cried as he tried to give me a hug, which I skillfully dodged. Not yet, but maybe one day. And remember what I said. I need people like you on my team and your expertise in freezing and cryotechnology. I can use a mind like yours in my quest to change the world. I smiled as I encouragingly patted his arm. She will completely recover within a day or two. Don't worry, soon enough your wife will be as healthy as a horse. You can take her back home then. Until then, she has to remain in the lab for observation. Also, try not to tell anyone that I used the xenobots on her. You know how the FDA gets about treating people with experimental cures without taking proper permissions from them first. Don't worry, sir. I will never betray you even if it costs me my life. Victor said with a serious face as he looked at me with newfound determination. I will always be loyal to you, no matter what. I swear it in the name of my wife. You watch too much period drama, Victor. Just remember my words and we will be good. Anyway, I will be taking my leave now. You should get a haircut and a shave. I don't think your wife will enjoy seeing you like this. I said as I gave him a weird look. Unkempt was the fanciest word that can be used to describe him right now. From messy hair to big dirty nails, a bushy and thick beard, and eye bags as thick as fingers under his eyes, he looked like a caveman who hadn't slept for days in fear of some wild animal stalking him. His wife might even have a heart attack and go back to a coma if she saw him like that. Yeah, you are right. Also, sir, can I ask you one more thing? I know you have already done a lot for me, more than I deserve since I wasn't exactly the best employee in your company, but still, I promised someone that I would try to help him out if I ever managed to find out a way to cure my wife. And I think you can provide that help. In fact, I think that you can even profit from it quite a lot by helping him out. The man spoke in an unsure voice. Yeah, sure. Speak out, what is it? I will try my best to help you out as much as I can. I said as I looked at him with a questioning look on my face. Maybe he knows some other people who are suffering from an untreatable disease as well. Well, when I was fired from your company, I didn't have enough money to buy the cutting-edge equipment that I needed to build the machines to continue my research, but there was this man from Metropolis who selflessly helped me out. Even though a rare genius, he and his wife are just small-time toy makers who want to make toys to make children all over the world happy. But some evil companies want to use the advanced technology he uses in his toys to build weapons instead, and he doesn't want it. They have been harassing the couple for the past few days, even giving them death threats. I was powerless to help them, but maybe you can help them out. I can vouch for him. He is truly a good man and all he wants is to make toys for the world. Victor pleaded. Fine, give me his contact details and tell him to expect my people to contact him. I'll see what I can do. I was actually thinking of opening a new toy and games company besides my video games division, so maybe there is a chance that I will even hire him as the lead toy researcher if he is good enough. What is his name, by the way? I inquired curiously. I think you will like him a lot if you get to know him. He is really a kind and honest man, almost a child. He goes by the name Winslow Shot. But he likes to call himself the Toymaker because of his love and absolute dedication to making toys. A/N, yo guys, I am back from the wedding partying phase. It took a lot more time than I originally expected since we were busy with post-wedding stuff even after the main event, and I had thought I should finish everything up, rather than come back and write a half-assed chapter. But don't worry, I am finally here now, and no, I ain't ever abandoning this book, beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 96, A Bat Hidden Within, 1. Do you always want to live hiding behind the mask you put up for the sake of others? You're you, and there's nothing wrong with that. Emer, Attack on Titan. Bruce Wayne POV. Are you ready for the neural link initiation, Goshijin-sama? These memories will be packing quite a punch, so you might be feeling some slight headache as well. Cortana warned with a straight face as she closed the bounds of the Soul Translator machine. It was a special machine that I had designed for stuff like this where one needed to artificially dive into their or someone else's subconsciousness. One can almost say that this was a Pro Plus Ultra version of the full dive with technology that was at least 2 generations ahead of the Atmosphere model. This would not only make this entire process of assimilating old Bruce's memories a lot easier and faster, but due to its various built-in failsafe, it would also make sure that nothing goes wrong with my mind, like developing dual personalities or a fractured mind. I am literally going to go into a semi-dead condition to dive into the deepest corners of my subconscious while hoping that I don't have a freaking ghost hiding inside my mind, so no, I don't think I can be more ready than this. Oh, and lock all the entrances to the cave before you start. I don't want any of the girls or Alfred finding me half dead on the table and assuming the worst while I deal with the original Bruce's leftovers. I ordered while releasing an annoyed sigh. Truthfully, even though I appeared annoyed from the outside, I was really nervous and worried on the inside. I had done my best not to show my anxiety and put on a brave face, but my false bravado wasn't fooling anyone since Cortana was too smart not to read even the tiniest of the micro-expressions on my face. She knew that the one thing that I feared more than death was not being me anymore, not having control over my own body and thoughts. That was why I always hated mind control stuff so much. Yeah, of course, sir. I know you will be back soon enough, maybe even in time to pick up Deathstroke and his new team after they return back to Gotham from their final training montage. Cortana calmly responded in a relaxing tone as she did her best not to question my anxiety. Yeah. I'll be back. I murmured as the machine's sci-fi-looking headgear tightened around my head, better than ever. I replied. Soul Translator online. Connecting to server. Uploading filtered memory folder titled, The Original Bat-Brat, to subject's memory. Cortana's monotonous voice declared as the darkness slowly etched upon me. Complete full dive in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pant gosh, I thought I was dead, pant that was the most harrowing experience I ever had. I don't think I'll ever go through that again. I complained aloud before I took a peek around me, trying to find out where I currently was. It didn't take long for me to find out as a few glances were all it took me to recognize the place I was in. Turns out I was back at the Wayne mansion, lying on the cold floor of the living room of the estate. However, this was neither the real world nor the mind palace that I had designed under Ras Al Ghul's training. In fact, this was not even my subconscious mind in the truest sense of the term. This place was actually my unconscious, if that's even a word. It was a segregated section of my mental domain located in the deepest part of my mind inside my own subconsciousness where I had chosen to download the old Bruce's memories. It was not only a safe place that I could keep disconnected from my main subconsciousness if anything were to go horribly wrong, but also the place where going through the old Bruce's memories would be the easiest. The Wayne mansion, I guess this is to be expected. This would be the most prevalent one in his memories. Bruce, where are you? We are getting late for the show. We need to go now. A female voice resounded as a beautiful middle-aged woman with a kind face, dressed in luxurious clothing, went towards his old room in a hurry. Unable to control my curiosity, I also followed the woman. Whatever memory this was, it must be something important if it was the first memory that had started playing on its own. Honey, everyone will be there, you won't get bored. Trust me, it will be an amazing experience. The woman, whom I could now clearly identify as Martha Wayne, encouraged me with a big smile on her face. But I don't feel good today. Can't we just stay back and watch a movie at home instead of a silly play? The younger Bruce, who was already dressed in a tuxedo, complained as he looked at his mother with his big puppy eyes. I am sorry, honey, but this is important to your father. He is the guest of honor in the play, you know. Plus, he will be meeting a lot of other important people there too. It won't look good if we don't go. Okay, fine, how about this? If you don't like the play, then I promise that we can just leave it halfway and return home. The older Wayne lady offered. Her words suddenly made me realize something. This was the night that Bruce and his parents were shot. Really? Okay then, I agree. I guess I can go with you. The young Bruce grinned while affectionately caressing the watch his father had previously given him, almost like he was trying to prove himself responsible. Goody. I will tell your father to get the car ready then. I love you, my little cupcake. His mother lovingly kissed her son's forehead, then turned around and left the room in a cheery mood while softly humming to herself. I can see some minor signs of mental instability in her. I wondered aloud as I stared at the direction she had just left. No, that's just a mother loving her son. The sound of the young Bruce suddenly speaking up out of nowhere surprised me, making me look at my younger self, who was directly staring at me with his unblinking eyes. The fuck? You can see me? No, I actually have a better question. You can talk. You aren't just a memory. I asked, not believing my own ears as I looked at the boy who most definitely didn't look like a memory. Shit, my biggest fear turned out to be true. I have a goddamn ghost residing in me. I am not a ghost, just a fragment of the will and ego of the previous Bruce Wayne that still hasn't been absorbed by your own soul. The boy clarified as he went back to fiddling with his watch. The actual me died that night. I am only an echo of him who was told to wait here until you are ready. Told? Who told you to wait here? I immediately asked with a deep frown. Maybe the being who had communicated with the previous Bruce was somehow involved in my transmigration as well. I no longer had any hope or even a wish to go back to my previous world, but knowing why and how I was sent to another world could be pretty useful. You don't know him. He said that he would reveal himself to you when the time comes, but not sooner than that. He only appeared to me during the last few moments of my life. He told me that he could help me realize my unfulfilled dreams and wishes if I wanted. He wanted to make a deal. I accepted. A sleazy guy who fooled an unassuming dying kid into making some stupid deal. Why the hell does he sound like some alternate cosmic version of the devil? A/N, sorry for a smaller chapter today, but the next chapter needs to start exactly from where I left off in this one to maintain the flow of the story. Plus, as you guys know, I always make up for smaller chapters with extra long chapters. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 97, a bat hidden within, 2. Learn to treasure your life because unfortunately, it can be taken away from you anytime. L. Lolliot, Death Note. Bruce Wayne POV. You think that he fooled me, don't you? Old Bruce stared at me with a deadpan. Maybe, maybe not. What did he promise you, by the way? Was it your parents or maybe a new life? I asked, looking at the face of my younger version, who was expressionlessly staring back at me. My parents. Yes, I admit that I really wanted to meet them again, save them, and hug them one last time. But no, that was not my biggest wish. That night, when my parents died and I was lying down there while bleeding out, the thing I was the most worried about was the city and the hundreds of kids like me who were losing their parents every day because of its corruption. I wanted to save myself, my parents, and every other victim of this cursed city, to help the world. To bring change was my biggest wish. And that being listened to me. He told me of a possible dark future and showed me what I was supposed to be as well as what the world would be like without Batman. It wasn't pretty. And you chose to just sacrifice your life after that. For what? A more mentally balanced Batman? I asked, confused at the self-sacrifice bullshit the kid was spewing from his mouth. No, I sacrificed myself for a much better version of me. You are supposed to be the best of us, the best Bruce Wayne, and maybe even the best Dark Knight. And no, I didn't just sacrifice my life for it, I sacrificed my soul. You see, as my father used to say, everything has a price. I was always fated to die there, no matter what, but you weren't supposed to inherit my body. It was he who changed that and gave me a choice. I could just peacefully pass on and maybe even reunite with my parents in the afterlife, or he could bring you into this world inside my body and my soul would be used as the required energy, anchor, and fortification that your spirit would need to survive. I would completely fade away with time, but a better version of me would be born. Young Bruce revealed. The world flickered and the scenery around us changed with his words as we found ourselves back in the dark alley where the original Bruce Wayne and his parents were shot that night. In front of us were the cold hard dead bodies of Thomas and Martha Wayne, who looked like they were trying to protect a slowly bleeding out kid Bruce Wayne with their bodies even in their last breath. And let me guess, you chose the second option. I asked as I looked at the crying face of the dying Bruce Wayne, his eyes slowly losing color in despair and yet holding what looked like a faint trace of hope. Yes. And judging by your actions using my body with the little snippets of memories I was able to view, I don't regret it. My one life will now be able to save so many others. He was right. You are much more than I ever could be. Every Bruce Wayne is broken in some way. Maybe you are too, but you have the potential to be better than all of us. You are not what this world wants but what it needs. Young Bruce for the first time showed a small smile at me after he kneeled in front of his and his parents' dead bodies. So, this was never my ice guy. It was yours. I was transmigrated in your body because you wished for it from some omnipotent entity who took notice of your dying. Ha 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 ha. Sigh, my wish to become the best Batman of all time, was that even my own wish, or was that too just the remnants of your desire affecting me? I muttered, wondering if I had been manipulated in my second life from the very moment I was born. Truthfully, I don't know, because that was indeed my last wish. But I swear that I had never even tried to affect you in any way, I simply couldn't. The moment you took over my body, my soul was broken down and used to heal and augment your soul, while the rest of it was brought up as shields around your spirit to hide you from the sights of all the cosmic entities of the world. To everyone else in this multiverse, including even beings like Death, you are me, the original Bruce Wayne, only a little different. He assured me that only the most powerful entities of this multiverse can even hope to recognize you, but fortunately for us, those beings don't normally interfere with the mortal world too much and most probably won't care about you unless you do something extremely major to attract their attention. And as for me, I already told you before. I am just the last dregs of the old Bruce's sense of self that was left here for you to clear things up. In fact, I am growing weaker as we speak and soon I will disappear too. So, we don't really have much time. Young Bruce explained. I see. I guess I'll believe you for now. I didn't. I was going to run thorough scans the moment I returned to the physical world to make sure that I was completely me and only me, but of course, I didn't need to say it aloud. And sure, I will do my best to protect Gotham and our world. After all, I am one of the idiots living in it. And I also have people I care for, like Selina, Vicky, Nissa, Zatanna, Alfred, and maybe even that idiot Deathstroke. I admitted, immediately promising myself that I was never going to admit this aloud in front of anyone else ever again. I know you are going to. Thank you for that. Any other questions for me before I go? Oh, and sorry for making you transmigrate as the guy who was indirectly the cause of your death. The men who heard my wish had a funny sense of humor. It's okay, man. You don't need to blame yourself for that, it wasn't your fault. You suffered enough and your sacrifice is too big for me to even imagine. But I have some things to ask you before you go. You might have found out by now that our father made some mistakes in his life. But if I reveal those mistakes, the rest of the world can twist them around to use them to fling mud at his image. So, do I. It's your choice. I am not the real Bruce anymore. You are. Even my parents' spirits will never know what truly happened to me that night. You are their son now. You are Bruce Wayne, and what you want to do with that information you found is your choice. I know that whatever you choose, it will be the right pick. Small boy Bruce answered as he got up from his kneeling position and directly faced me. I see. That brings me to the second question. Tell me, Bruce, if you could, would you try to bring back your parents? Would you raise them back from the dead or alter the timeline to do so, even if it could cause harm to the entire world? I asked with a serious face. You already know the answer to that question, don't you? We cannot stick to the past. We need to move on for this beautiful world to continue, even if it sometimes hurts us. He answered with a bitter smile. And what about your life? Would you want it back if you could have it? If you could somehow change the past without upsetting the balance, to redo things differently this time? I asked the final question that was in my mind. Maybe. Who doesn't want to live a longer and happier life? I would love to experience everything that I couldn't in my lifetime. But the choices I made, the actions I took, they were all mine and I own up to them. You can learn from all the mistakes I made or would have made, you can do all the things that I couldn't, and you can be everything that I wasn't. I believe in you, Bruce, and this life is yours now. Everything I was, everything I had been, everything I could be, everything I had, and everything I would have had, they are all yours. My parents' memories, my money, my amazing butler, even the girlfriends that I would have made in the future, I am leaving them all for you. He said with a chuckle. Plus, the men told me that the death of me and my parents can no longer be changed by anyone. It's a fixed point in time, a nexus event that will happen no matter what. You will always exist and I will always die, no one can change that. That was the price that I am going to pay to achieve what I truly desire. Young Bruce Wayne clarified. Oh, that makes sense, I muttered to myself, feeling bad for him. He was just a kid who was forced to mature after his death to make a hard choice. He deserved better than this. Anyway, it's time for me to disappear, this time permanently from your life. Take care of yourself and try to have a good life. You deserve it. Bye. Bruce. The young version of me said as he offered his hand for a handshake, his body slowly becoming transparent like he was fading from this world. Bye to you too, Bruce. I grabbed his slowly disappearing hand and shook it as a warm feeling began to creep up my arm from where our hands touched and spread through my entire body. Immediately the world flickered again and I found myself back at the mansion, this time in the library as shelves of newly stocked books began to appear in front of me. The books contained the memories of the original Bruce Wayne. These foreign memories that were not mine began to slowly flow into my head like a gentle stream of water as I finally understood how much of a hero and good guy the kid Bruce truly was. He was telling the truth. Even at that age, he had chosen selflessly and had made the ultimate sacrifice by giving up his entire soul for the good of the world. You were wrong. I can never be as good as you, Bruce. I am selfish and I will probably never sacrifice my entire existence like you did. I will never be a hero like you. But, I will create a better world than you, that I promise. I mentally promised while I went through all of the new memories and feelings I received as for the first time since arriving in this world, I found myself shedding a tear from my eyes. But again, this is my mental space, so this doesn't count. It's just my mental sweat. Also, I received no memories of Bruce's interaction with that being he mentioned. According to his memories, he just got hit by the bullet and died. It was like some amount of footage was missing from his memories, like someone had deliberately cut that part out. Still, a DC universe without Batman with all of his villains and other heroes still existing, huh? Sounds like a true nightmare. Omniscient POV. Have you figured out what caused this, Destiny? This is not supposed to happen. We need answers. A pale man wearing a dark coat asked as he stood inside a giant library beside a hooded man wearing shabby robes with a large thick book in his hands. No, unfortunately, I still haven't, Morpheus. The destiny of this particular universe is not constant. It's changing. It doesn't have a fixed destiny, at least not one that stays on for long. The robed man named Destiny calmly answered as he turned some of the pages in his book, looking like he was trying to read something. Then maybe Death might know something. All human souls of the multiverse ultimately go to her after all, no matter the universe. But again, she has been too silent for the last few years. She even barely shows her face at our gatherings anymore, much less meets any of us personally. It's like she is avoiding us. For now, let's keep this thing to ourselves. I don't want desire or despair trying to play with this world because they find it fascinating. Morpheus, aka Dream, replied while sighing. Yes, I agree too. This situation is too delicate for our siblings to interfere in. We don't know if this might cause any long-lasting effects on the greater multiverse. The balance is too delicate to cause any disturbance right now. Destiny nodded, agreeing with his younger brother. That is why I am so worried. We need to stop this. Whatever this is happening is not supposed to happen. That world was just a story among the infinite stories in Lucien's library that was never supposed to come to life. It is a putrid nightmare world that shouldn't exist. No, even if it does exist, it should remain in the dark multiverse where it belongs. But what I don't understand is which powerful being is crazy enough to rip out an entire universe from the dark multiverse without caring about the consequences. Morpheus wondered aloud as the two brothers of the Endless looked outside through one of the library windows. Outside the window, a ball of light which was supposed to be a single universe was visible. It was protected by some kind of powerful barrier and was located at the very edge between the light and dark multiverses. It was in a dangerous position and was almost at the nexus of the two, barring entry to both sections of the multiverse. The universe might not have a gateway to other universes of either of the two multiverses right now, but one wrong step and everything would be over. A single crack in between this and the dark multiverse would be all it takes for the darkness to come rolling in and completely take back what always belonged to it. One mistake would doom the universe back to its original home, the dark multiverse. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 98, Hope, the Wayne Legacy. Great men are not born great, they grow great. Mario Puzo, The Godfather. In front of the Martha Wayne Memorial Hospital, Gotham. Omniscient POV. In the open air in front of the Martha Wayne Memorial Hospital of Gotham, where hundreds of Gothamites including normal citizens of Gotham and the press from various Gotham news agencies had formed a buzzing crowd, Bruce Wayne, the ever-enigmatic billionaire, calmly exited the biggest hospital of the city and walked up to the podium, his gaze sweeping across the sea of faces. The entire city block buzzed with anticipation and curiosity as everyone wondered about the big news that the Prince of Gotham, Bruce Wayne, was himself supposed to give today. Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce's resonating voice commanded attention. Sorry for making you wait so long and thank you all for joining me today. We gather here today, not merely to celebrate World Heath Day, but to confront a heavily sour truth that has been haunting our city for far too long. He had already gotten everyone's attention as every reporter in the area pointed their cameras directly at him, determined not to miss even a single second of his speech and the juicy news of the sour truth he was going to reveal. Bruce continued, my parents, Thomas and Martha Wayne, had envisioned a Gotham where every child had a chance, a future. They wanted a Gotham without any misled youth. That was why they came up with the Gotham Renewal Fund, which was supposed to be a beacon of hope for the downtrodden and needy. It was supposed to make the lives of every orphan in the city much easier, but unfortunately, that dream project of theirs was a massive failure. The very funds meant to uplift the needy were pillaged by those corrupted with power. They emptied the coffers of the fund by various illegal means, and instead of using it for doing good, they used it to spread their terror and crime all over the city. They used it for their own selfish gains, destroying and rotting the city from the inside for all these years. Bruce paused as memories of his parents' tragic end flashed before his eyes, memories that were almost foreign to him and yet at the same time belonged to him now. Politicians and criminals alike have feasted on this fund's resources, leaving our orphanages destitute. Children suffer while greed flourishes, and men like Falcon use this greed to rule from the shadows, details of which were published online a few days, courtesy of an anonymous benefactor of this city who calls himself the Dark Knight. The crowd leaned in, their curiosity piqued at the mention of the former kingpin of Gotham City and the new urban legend that everyone was quickly coming to believe in. Everyone held their breath as Bruce's jaw tightened with resolution. But that ends today. Tonight, I declare a new era. I have had a talk with the current mayor of Gotham and some responsible and still honest politicians, and it has been decided that the Gotham Renewal Fund will no longer be continued. His words echoed off the stunned silence among the people. From my own fortune, I am going to establish the Wayne Hope Foundation. This fund, unlike the older one, will be transparent, accountable, and unwavering in its mission, which is to ensure that every orphanage in Gotham thrives and no young citizen has to suffer. It will operate as a charity and accept donations as well. This fund will also have its own board to manage it, with me as its head chairman. At the end of each quarter, it will even publish each and every expenditure it makes or every penny it earns from donations on its own website to maximize transparency. He revealed. Truthfully, Alfred had already taken control of most orphanages in Gotham City a few years ago under Bruce's orders, so the young billionaire was taking care of most of the city's orphanages anyway. This fund was only meant to make it more official with massive positive PR for him. Applause erupted among everyone present and emitted a wave of approval. Bruce's eyes met Alfred's, his loyal butler and confidant, who was standing at the very front of the crowd. Alfred's calm and yet optimistic nod conveyed pride and relief that Bruce was doing the right thing. But the young Wayne still wasn't done. And now, a revelation that transcends wealth and politics. He leaned closer to the microphone. Researchers all over the world have been working day and night for years to cure some of the most harmful and incurable diseases that humanity suffers from. Some have succeeded in curing some of those ailments, but a lot of them still don't have any cure. But at last, scientists at Wayne Industries have finally achieved the impossible. Bruce made sure to let people know that it was his employees at Wayne Enterprises who were responsible for the invention as well as the R&D in the company. He preferred people underestimating him and making mistakes instead of people completely understanding his capabilities and being ready for him. He knew he would have a much easier time with people planning against his back if people thought of Bruce Wayne as an intelligent guy who was above average but not too much of a gifted genius or something. Truthfully, he wanted to display the persona of a successful businessman whose company excelled in innovation, and yet nobody knew if it was because of the person or the company. He wanted critics to argue and debate if he was truly intelligent or just plain lucky, leaving his foes no idea about the capabilities of their enemy. The entire zone was hushed with silence. I present to you, the Xenobots. Bruce gestured toward a big 53-inch makeshift screen that had been planted there, revealing microscopic cellular entities pulsating with life. The crowd gasped, not knowing why they were gasping or what they were even looking at. These tiny marvels, Bruce explained, are not mere machines. They're living programmable organisms. And their purpose? To heal. He projected dozens of images on the screen, giving a rough idea of how Xenobots work as well as their actual purpose, like Xenobots dismantling cancer cells, repairing damaged tissue, and annihilating viruses. Terminal diseases like McGregor's syndrome, AIDS, and over 100 types of cancer will no longer be insurmountable. These Xenobots, once programmed, can both attack viruses, bacteria, and bad cells as well as administer medicine in obscure regions of your body that are hard to reach and heal them faster. They will revolutionize medicine as we know it. This treatment will very soon be available to the public at very affordable costs, even with options for easy long-term payment methods. And for those who cannot afford this treatment despite those advantages, don't lose hope. I am establishing another $500 million charitable annual health fund where this treatment will be given to the people who are in real need of it for free or extremely discounted rates. Reporters scribbled furiously on their notepads while cameras zoomed in on Bruce to get a clearer picture of him holding a vial of Xenobot serum. The area crackled with excitement as Bruce showed a huge victorious smile to everyone there. Imagine a world where suffering yields to hope. Where children in our orphanages receive not just food and shelter, but a chance at life. That will be Gotham, he declared. We stand at the precipice of change. Together, we'll reclaim our city from the darkness, and Wayne Enterprises will make sure that we are right there beside you, to support you every step of the way. There were cheers from houses all around the city who were watching the entire thing live from their homes as people clapped in admiration for the impossible feat that Wayne Enterprises and its owner had achieved. The streets, once plagued by fear, now buzzed with anticipation as hope returned to the people of Gotham. Something had changed today. Nobody knew exactly what, but a lot of people could feel it in their bones. They knew better days were coming. All the while, everyone was cheering and clapping in the excitement of no longer having to die prematurely at the hands of diseases like cancer, McGregor's, and AIDS. Bruce Wayne, the billionaire playboy philanthropist, quietly slipped into the shadows and left with his butler in his Rolls-Royce without much fanfare. He felt much better than he thought he would. Initially, he had only declared the news about the Xenobots after he revealed his parents' failed projects because he thought that the miraculous medical project would quickly grab everyone's attention faster than the former news and would become the main topic of discussion in the news outlets and public, thus making sure that not a lot of people tries to look deeper into the history of his parents. This would minimize the amount of filth that the netizens and news agencies could throw at his parents, thus not dirtying their image much at all. And looking at the faces of all those people, he even knew that he was more or less successful, but those smiles and cheers gave him a strange sense of satisfaction and pleasure as well. He felt a little warmer in his heart for some reason. Your parents would have been really proud of you if they were alive today, young master. You made the right choice today. Alfred encouragingly patted my shoulder in the car on our way home. But, I thought you were against that. Me not liking something doesn't change the fact that it's a wise decision, young Master Bruce. Alfred gave me a kind smile with a nostalgic look on his face at which I could only smile back. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, rapid bullet shots were fired from a dozen cars and motorbikes which surrounded us as soon as our car entered a dark tunnel in the city with almost no other car nearby except our own. The gunshots weren't able to even scratch our car, which was completely bullet and missile-proof, but a couple of well-placed high-caliber bullets were all it took to take out the wheels, forcing our car to come to a halt despite the driver trying his best to steer the car away from danger. Young master, I think they are gunslinging modern ninjas, Alfred exclaimed after a few moments as he looked at the scene outside our car through the bulletproof windows, his voice sounding like he was doubting his own words. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 99, The Colony, 1. Is there really such a thing? Real friends who last forever. Kodaka Hasegawa, Boku wa Tomodachi ga Sukunai. Bruce Wayne POV. You stay in the car, Master Bruce. I'll go outside and see what they want. Alfred spoke up after a few seconds of observing the assassins while taking out the Logger gun from Judge Dredd that I gave him on his birthday. He knew that even though the ninjas would not be able to get inside our car using regular bullets, they would still be able to do it with explosives if they used a big enough charge. Have you finally gone insane, old man? Do you think a peak body serum and a fancy gun make you invincible? I can confidently say that I can beat up all of them without suffering even the tiniest injury, can you? Sigh. Look, Alfred, I understand your desire to protect me from danger, but I am already an adult now. I can take care of myself. You don't have to worry about me all the time, you know. I explained as I stopped him from hastily opening the door of the car and getting out. Plus, I am sure that even if we don't do anything, Cortana has already called for help anyway, right, Cortana? I asked, shifting my attention to the bracelet on my hand. I have, but it looks like these people have considered everything. They intercepted the car at a point where all police stations were at least 12 minutes away. Also, they seem to have registered several false complaints all at once, forcing most of the cops in the city to have gone to areas in the opposite direction from your current location. So, I doubt the cops will be able to reach you in the next 10 minutes, and even if they do, I am doubtful that they will be able to combat highly trained armed ninjas. I have already sent several combat drones in your direction too, but coincidentally, your location is also quite far away from home, so it will take about 7 to 8 minutes to reach you even at full speed. You will have to survive somehow till then. Cortana's slightly rushed voice sounded like she was panicking because of her powerlessness. Survive? You all are underestimating me too much, don't you think? I snorted as I watched two of the ninjas attach a special device to the front of the car in an effort to break in, while our driver, who was also a part of my armed security force, loaded up his handgun. They seem to know almost everything they need to know to successfully assassinate me, even the fact that I wouldn't have too big of a security detail with me today. A traitor in our ranks, perhaps. A traitor. But only a few people knew that we weren't going to bring guards to the press meeting today, and it was a last-minute decision too. As for those who knew, they are all people I personally vetted or trusted with my life. They shouldn't be betraying us for no reason. Alfred responded with a thoughtful expression. Mr. Wayne, it is only a matter of minutes before they are going to break into the car through the front window. I'll try to get out and sabotage that machine of theirs while taking out as many as possible, while you should sit back and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Remember, don't try to be a hero, Mr. Wayne, and I promise that you will. The driver/disguised security officer wasn't able to complete his sentence as I knocked him out with a simple, well-directed chop on his neck. Alfred. What? He was going to die if he tried to play the hero. Plus, I prefer not to leave witnesses for what is going to happen next. I snorted before calmly opening the car door. I think I am going to need a raise. Alfred sighed as he rubbed his forehead. I of course ignored him and looked at the ninjas, most of whom were still focused on breaking apart my car's front window. Hey guys, can you stop that? This was a limited edition highly customized Rolls-Royce. The car costs more than your entire terrorist organization is worth. My words immediately grabbed their attention as I locked the car door behind me again to make sure that Alfred didn't get involved in the scuffle. I was actually lucky that I wasn't riding a Wayne Tesla car. At least, I can still market my company's electric car as tougher than Rolls-Royce after people on the internet see this bullet-riddled shell of a trash can. Get him. The leader of the ninjas commanded the others in a distorted voice as they stopped trying to blow away my car window. At his one command, I was instantly surrounded by about a dozen ninjas wearing pitch-black mesh suits all over their bodies with Kevlar vests on top. They were even wearing full face masks with a sword at their back and a gun in their hands. Truthfully, they looked less like ninjas and more like special force soldiers trained to the level of ninjas with ninja clothing. Image. They didn't waste any time conversing with me as they shot me with everything they had, emptying entire clips onto me in an effort to put me down. However, unfortunately for them, I was faster than any target they might have faced before. With a superhuman level of dexterity and seemingly impossible agility, I was able to dodge each and every bullet coming my way with my expert maneuvers as I closed my distance to them. Dodging bullets at point-blank range. Impressive. You have become faster. The leader commented in an almost impressed voice, sounding like he was praising me for it. However, the next moment, he too took out 2 handguns and began to shoot me with them. This time, it was much more difficult to dodge those bullets. The guy was good, like really, really good. He was even able to accurately predict my moves to shoot at me more precisely, and this time a few of the bullets even grazed my skin. They didn't seem to be normal bullets, since even though they did no actual damage to my body, they did sting a little like someone plucking body hair from my body. The other ninjas tried to capitalize on this by swarming me with swords in their hands. However, despite their exceptional training, they were just ordinary humans with normal human attributes. Neither their strength nor speed could even hope to match mine. To me, they just seemed like children swinging their plastic swords at me, hoping that they would be able to catch me by surprise. Quickly disarming about 7 of them, I swiftly knocked them out by hitting on their nerve points. It took me about 30 seconds before most of them were already unconscious. They were trained very well. None of them tried to flee or even thought of giving up, but most of them seemed to lack any meaningful experience to even hope to block my attacks, making this confrontation much smaller than I expected. But still, something about their fighting style feels really familiar. I thought in my mind as I tried to remember where I had seen these cold and calculating moves before, techniques that were designed to effectively do their job instead of just being flashy moves. Wait a minute. I whispered to myself as something suddenly clicked inside my mind. I instantly used the white world on the leader and it showed me exactly what I wanted to see. His body was the epitome of the perfect body of a soldier, a body that I had seen before. So, did you finally recognize me? The leader spoke through his mask and distorted voice as he lowered his gun. Seriously? You attacked me in the middle of the fucking road with the very recruits I told you to train. I asked as I released the neck of the ninja I was holding. Oh, come on. It wasn't an attack, I know about your bio upgrades. No way, they can hurt you. Even that titanium-encased bullet didn't manage to put a scratch on you. I was just letting you sample the products I have prepared for you. A battalion of fresh, highly skilled and meticulously trained assassins just like you ordered. Deathstroke revealed with pride as he theatrically waved his hands at the group, most of whom were lying unconscious right now. Next time, deliver my orders at my home. I joked. Haha, don't worry, there are just 12 of them here. The rest of the 188 are still at the base. I'll call them bang. A gunshot suddenly interrupted Deathstroke, forcing him to fall to the floor with his hands clenched at his chest. Blood was visible coming out of a wound there. I have been waiting to do that for a long time. Alfred emerged from the car with the lawgiver in his hands. The fuck? You shot him. He wasn't a villain, he was only Deathstroke. He was just dressed as an evil professional assassin to prank me. I know he was Deathstroke. That is the reason why I even shot him in the first place, Alfred answered. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 100, The Colony, 2. Because, really, if there's no loyalty, what's the point of a partnership? Rachel Brosnahan, Miriam, Midge, Maisel. Unknown Warehouse, Gotham. Bruce Wayne POV. Shit, fuck, where am I? Deathstroke, who was lying on a makeshift medical bed, suddenly woke up with a start as he groaned in a bitter voice. You fucking shot me, you psychotic butler. I bet you are feeling really proud of yourself, right? He almost growled in anger when he noticed Alfred standing a few feet away from him. I actually am, and very much so. Thank you for asking, Mr. Wilson. Alfred answered with a small, relaxed smile on his lips. Currently, we are in a secret warehouse that Wayne Enterprises owns. It was one of the many locations that I let Slade use as much as he wanted to effectively complete the project I gave him. It was quite a big underground warehouse, filled with all the facilities one could possibly want for a team of 100 or so people. So, Slade and his entire team were now using this location as their primary base in Gotham. After Alfred shot Slade, they didn't have too much time to escape since Cortana had alerted different authorities already and they were on their way. Slade had taken care of the CCTV cameras by himself even before his attack, so their identities were at least safe. The only thing they needed to worry about was that they were not traced or captured by anyone. So, I had immediately ordered the assassins to escape to their base with Deathstroke while I myself stayed back to calm the cops and the press down. The group seemed quite subservient and didn't argue with my decision at all, quietly escaping with Deathstroke while leaving with me the location of the exact warehouse where they were staying. In fact, when I gave them the order to retreat, they accepted it so quickly that it didn't even look like they had tried attacking me just a couple of minutes ago, even if that attack was just a prank of sorts. Anyway, after I was done spinning up a false but believable story about the remnants of Penguinsmen trying to kill me under their imprisoned boss order to increase their gang's influence in Gotham, I and Alfred quickly went to the location of the warehouse to visit Deathstroke, and that had led to our current situation. You are a cruel monster, you know that, you Brit demon, Deathstroke grumbled through his teeth while looking at Alfred, who didn't look even the least bit bothered by his insults. You still think this butler of yours is a good human being, kid? He shot me with a gun straight at my heart even after I said that I wasn't trying to kill you. I would have died if I were a normal human. Slade defended himself while blaming Alfred. No, he didn't try to kill you. He shot you using a particular gun I call the Lawgiver, a gift from me on Alfred's last birthday. The gun can store different types of ammunition together and shoot whatever type of bullet is required at the moment. What he shot you with was a high-voltage stunner bullet. When shot, it is supposed to break some of the target's bones, stun them by scrambling their nervous system, and then knock them out cold for a day at least. You on the other hand recovered in just over an hour with perfect health. So, I am pretty sure that he didn't try to actually kill you. I explained while gesturing at the gun Alfred was holding in his right hand like he still wanted to shoot Slade a couple of more times. The gun looked like any standard submachine gun but had a little more toyish design. It had a display screen to show the type of ammunition that was being used as well as the types of ammunition available to the user. Also, the trigger looked slightly more futuristic since there was a fingerprint scanner in there to make sure that only Alfred and any person whose prints are registered in the gun's database can use the gun. Also, the muzzle of the gun looked a little weird since it was designed in such a way that no muzzle flash or sound was allowed to escape from the gun during shooting. Image. Okay, you have to give me one of those, Deathstroke uttered in a trance as he looked at the gun in Alfred's hand like he had fallen in love all over again. Unless, of course, Alfred decides to give that very one to me as an apology. No, you have to work for your own if you want one, Alfred stated with an impassive look on his face while tucking the gun that I had brazenly copied from Judge Dredd back inside his butler uniform. Getting a blunt rejection, Slade looked at me with some hope on his face. He looked like he really liked the idea of using such a gun. Would depend on your answers for the questions I ask you next, I responded as I took a small chair and sat directly in front of him. So, why did you attack me, or if I were to believe you, why did you go to such lengths to play a prank on me? You told me to train a force that you could use in your security company. I did. I call them the Colony. They are a group of 200 soldiers, well 300 if you count the young ones who are still undergoing training in the Sahara. They are trained in almost all modern and traditional warfare techniques in the harshest of environmental conditions. They are the most dangerous armed or unarmed force on the planet, and yes, they are even more capable than the League of Assassins in certain regards while being completely loyal to you of course. They tried to kill Bruce on your orders. Alfred gently reminded him from the side. Also, they lost to me in battle, and I wasn't even armed, I added. No matter how capable, they are still humans. Realistically speaking, there is no way that they can take on enhanced people like me, or especially Bruce with his monstrous physique unless they can find a way to snipe him from miles away with some special bullet that can penetrate his skin, muscles, and bones while completely negating his healing factor. Also, they are very good soldiers but not as great as assassins since I myself am more of a soldier and mercenary instead of being a ninja assassin. Deathstroke explained with a visible tick on his forehead. As for their loyalty, tell them to do something, Bruce. It can be anything. Just order them. Slade stated with confidence. Fine, kill yourself, I said as I looked at the soldier closest to me. The moment he heard my order, he immediately took out his revolver, put the muzzle on his forehead, and then without the slightest bit of hesitation, tried to pull the trigger. Wait. Give me the gun. I stopped him and took the gun from his hands to examine it. After a few seconds of examination, I didn't find anything wrong with the gun. It was loaded too. He really was going to shoot himself in the head just because I ordered him to. Just how the hell did Slade train these guys? I wondered to myself as I discreetly took out the bullets from the revolver and then handed it to another one of the colony members standing nearby. Shoot Deathstroke in the head, I ordered. The second member too didn't hesitate. Even without knowing that the gun wasn't loaded, he aimed the gun at his former teacher and pulled the trigger but fortunately for Slade, it didn't shoot. It's okay. Go back to your position. I commanded. I had verified that Slade was speaking the truth. He had done exactly what he charged me so heavily to do. He had created a terrifyingly loyal and powerful force that was only faithful to me. But that didn't mean I was happy. Deathstroke, whose eyes had gone cold and cautious for a few seconds, exhaled in relief as he chuckled at the scene. For a few seconds, I almost thought that you were serious there. Brainwashed. I ignored him and asked without mincing my words too much. My face had a very serious expression plastered on it right now, one that clearly stated the fact that I don't like brainwashing others for my gain. Depends on how you view it. I mean, before I answer that question, we have to ask ourselves what even is brainwashing. There is subtle brainwashing everywhere in society. From big brands and companies brainwashing their customers, government brainwashing the public, or babies brainwashing their parents with their cute looks and annoying cries for food. Everyone uses some form of brainwashing to get what they want. He tried to make his cause. I don't like messing with people's minds. I rigidly declared with a frown on my face. I didn't mess with their minds in any way. I am a soldier, not a shrink. What I did was just follow the same thing that any country does to its soldiers, make sure that they know for whom and why they are fighting. They know that each and every one of them is alive today because of you. They know that you are the reason that they got a life beyond the orphanage, why their sisters and brothers can lead happy lives of their own, and why they can do something meaningful with their lives. Before they were just human livestock that would sooner or later be a victim of this cruel world, but now, even though you decide their fates, they can at least fight for it. Also, they were already loyal to you even before my training. After some certain choice words from me, they just doubled down on that decision. Slade explained while giving a powerless shrug. I can believe that. Master Bruce does have quite a rather captivating and magnetic personality. The Wayne charm is quite strong in him, just like his father. Alfred for some reason supported the mercenary with a small nod of his head. Okay, but if they are going to work for me, I'll at least try to make sure that none of them gets hurt, I voiced out after understanding that I wasn't going to win this argument now that Alfred too supported Slade. Also, the colony members didn't exactly look like emotionless brainwashed soldiers like you would expect. They just looked like normal soldiers, only with more determined faces. I could actually understand their thought process. As Slade said, they were just probably incredibly thankful to me for supporting them and the orphanages and wanted to pay me back by helping me. In fact, that was what I wanted too. But Slade somehow had taken that thankfulness to a whole new level. To them, I was now equivalent to a king or an emperor. They were prepared to kill or be killed for me. Of course, they still didn't know about my secret as the Dark Knight yet, and I didn't intend to tell them as well. You mean you are going to give them some of the wonder drugs that you pumped inside our friend Alfred here to keep him so young and handsome? And yes, I do know that it sounds a little gay, but I don't care. I don't judge people's sexual orientations, and I am sure neither will young Master Bruce. It is not what a gentleman does. Alfred responded with a small smile tugging on his lips. But I am grateful that you think I am handsome, although I am afraid I cannot go on a date with you. Alfred teased, at which Slade just harumphed. I could not help but giggle at their antics. Both Alfred and Slade had grown really good friends over the years. Despite the regular banters and childish arguments, it could even be said that the two were best friends. Weird friends, but best friends nonetheless. I was not really thinking about any biological serums, drugs, or steroids. I actually had something different in mind, something quite unique. I ominously said with a smirk as I remembered a certain anime with animal-powered humans and terraforming ugly-ass cockroaches. By the way, do I get a gun like Alfred's now? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 101, A Bat's Day Out. I'm the best there is at what I do, but what I do best isn't very nice. Wolverine, Marvel. Bruce Wayne POV. I still don't understand, why am I here with you two? I asked with an exhausted sigh as I walked at a tired pace in between Talia and Nissa with about a dozen shopping bags in my hands. I wasn't tired physically, but mentally I was completely drained because of the extreme amount of shopping we have been doing for the last few hours. The three of us have currently come to visit Gotham Central Mall, one of the top luxury-grade malls in the state of New Jersey that Wayne Enterprises recently acquired to increase its retail business. Ah. Don't you feel ashamed even to ask me that? You are having regular sex with Selena for hours without even being the least bit tired or apologetic about it, and you are getting exhausted after just carrying a few of our bags despite possessing that enhanced body of yours. Nissa complained while giving me a stink eye. How do you know about that? I asked with confusion etched on my face, wondering if these two sisters were somehow spying on me during my happy time with Selena. Almost everyone in the entire mansion can hear Selena's moans and screams during your lovemaking sessions. Alfred has even started wearing a special pair of earphones to make sure that he doesn't hear anything he doesn't want to. I think you should only do it in soundproof rooms if you don't want half the staff in the estate touching themselves in arousal every time you discipline your kitty. Talia answered on behalf of her sister in her bid to tease me. Also, Selena likes to talk about her wild sleepless nights with you during breakfast the next morning in an attempt to make us jealous. She carelessly added with a snort. Yeah, she was right. The two had all but directly told Selena about wanting to be in a relationship with me. Contrary to what I was expecting, Selena's reaction to the fact was almost abysmal. The only negative expression she had on her face after realizing what they were implying was a look of regretful defeat, like she had lost a match or something. It was not at all the look I was expecting on a girl whose boyfriend was soon going to fuck someone else. However, she has become a lot more active in sex after that, almost completely giving in to her primal desires. Kinky was probably a light way to describe some of her day-to-day urges. Also, she liked showing me and my sexual powers off to others, especially the fact of how she belonged to me. She had become more like an animal proudly flaunting her territory. Jealous? She can never make me jealous. She doesn't have anything that I don't. As for the fact that I still haven't slept with Bruce, it's just because we both decided to take this slow to make sure that I thoroughly get to enjoy the entirety of what true pure love is. Nissa defended as she looked at me for approval, which I gladly gave with a nod of my head. Also, why the hell are you here to annoy me on my date, sis? Shouldn't you be managing the high table and the new hotel chain that is being established all over the world? Nissa asked with an extremely annoyed expression on her face. They can manage without me. I don't have enough time to micromanage everything. Both you and I know that almost every one of the remaining League members that we trained from scratch is absolutely loyal. The ones who were not were the ones we took in later in their lives when they were no longer children. They were the ones father wasn't able to mold into becoming his tools, but those people are already gone. They betrayed us the moment father died. The ones who are still with us or the new ones who are being trained will kill themselves before they even think of betraying us. After all, absolute loyalty is one of the reasons why the League has always been so powerful. Talia coldly replied, a vengeful tone audible in her voice. It seems that she is furious at not only her father but also the ones who left the League after Ras Al Ghul died. To her, they were a family in a twisted sort of way, and they betrayed her by abandoning her the moment her father died. And as for why I am here, don't you remember wanting to share Bruce with me because you thought he would be too much for you alone? You wanted me to help you and so here I am. If I am going to sacrifice my body to help my little sister take on such a playboy, I might as well enjoy the entire process including the dates as well. Talia again reverted back into her easygoing playful attitude as she gave me a suggestive wink. After Nissa permitted Talia to date me alongside her, she had been extremely active in flirting with me. I have been holding myself back from jumping her bones as much as I can but I have no idea for how much longer I'll be able to do so. All I could do was just release all my pent-up frustration on Selena every night since I didn't want to betray Nissa's trust in me again by sleeping with her elder sister even before her. Why the hell are all the girls in DC so playful and seductive? It's the complete opposite of Marvel where almost every beautiful girl is crazy and sick in the head in some sort of way. I pondered to myself. TCH, such a slut. Nissa muttered to herself as she focused her attention on the fashion products displayed outside the luxury stores while tightly holding my arms between her breasts. Also, I never said that. I am sure that I can pleasure my boyfriend quite well. The only reason I agreed to let you in as well was because I pitied you. Otherwise, if I had not agreed, you would never be able to get a boyfriend or husband in the future. That's interesting, her nipples suddenly grew hard. Is this because of me and the ongoing dirty talks or the expensive products she has been buying all day? I wondered to myself as I curiously stared at the delightful expressions on both of the sisters' faces. This was apparently the first time they had come shopping. Their father wasn't exactly known for pampering his daughters and had never even allowed them to go to a mall, much less buy fancy stuff for themselves. However, regardless of that, they were enjoying themselves very much and had big smiles on their faces as they did their best to empty the credit cards I had given both of them. Well, truthfully, when I agreed to go on a date with them here, I hadn't expected everything to go this smoothly. I had thought that fate would want me to suffer a little and make me live through some faces-slapping moments where some random salesperson would try to humiliate me in their stores because they would feel jealous of me all of a sudden or some upstart young master would try to one-up me by insulting me in front of Nissa and Talia. In fact, I was even waiting for those moments to occur so that I could show off my wealth and power a little. But unfortunately for me, this was the real world or at least the DC world and not some cheap wuxia setting. Salesmen in luxury stores here were actually trained enough to not insult customers in any way and even rich young masters had the basic decency and minimum brain cells required to know that acting like a living piece of entitled shit in front of everyone for no reason at all would just be a shortcut for the media to absolutely destroy their public image. Also, the biggest reason of all that this didn't happen was because this was Gotham. People might not know the identities of their own parents here, but everyone knew who Bruce Wayne was and what type of power the Wayne family held. No matter how much I tried to stay below the radar, pictures of me were abundantly used by the media to attract readers and viewers every day. The title of the Prince of Gotham wasn't just a fancy tag to describe how rich I was. It was given because of how immensely popular I was here as well. Alfred had sued a lot of media companies and pulled a lot of strings to make sure to keep the media away from me when I was young and underage, but now that I was a complete adult and probably one of the most attractive men on the planet, people just seemed obsessed with me and no amount of lawsuits could keep them away from taking my pictures every time they spot and identify me in public places. Maybe I should run for president one day. President Bruce Wayne does have a certain ring to it, although President Batman would probably sound even better. I mentally chuckled as I imagined myself in a tuxedo sitting in the Oval Office surrounded by senators with the classic bat mask on my head. Somebody help! A cry suddenly broke out from outside the mall along with the distant sound of a firing assault rifle echoing in the air. Nissa's eyes immediately widened with her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of a concealed blade. Talia on the other hand, ever composed, scanned the crowd with her eyes, trying to assess the threat. She didn't take out any weapons, but I was damn sure that she was carrying at least a dozen different blades concealed somewhere in her clothes. I, too, shifted into my vigilante mode as my senses attuned to danger. Outside, chaos erupted. An armed gang of criminals spilled through the mall's entrance, their faces obscured by crimson masks. They clutched duffel bags, heavy with stolen fresh and crisp bundles of cash, their first heist, no doubt since I had never heard about them before. A tall man wearing a tuxedo and a weird red bucket over his head that barely covered half of his face seemed to be their leader. What sort of man wears a bucket to hide his face? Is he crazy? Can he even see through that? I wondered. But the robbers weren't the only ones armed here. The Black Mask Gang, led by the ruthless Roman Sionis himself, had cornered them. A turf war had just broken out before our eyes. A war between people wearing black and red masks. Nissa's grip tightened on my arm. Fuck, she whispered, her voice laced with urgency. I didn't even get to buy the sensual lingerie from the shop that Selena told me about. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 102, A Mexican Standoff. Meddling when you don't need to, is the essence of being a hero. All Might, My Hero Academia. Omniscient POV. May I have everyone's attention, please? Roman Siones, the enigmatic leader of the Black Mask, called out, his voice a commanding presence even amidst the chaos among the public. I urge you all to remain calm and I assure you of your safety. This altercation concerns only my associates and these, misguided individuals in their red masks who attempted to steal what rightfully belongs to me. His words carried weight, even as he fired his AR-15 rifle into the sky to catch everyone's attention. Rest assured, as long as none among you intervene, no harm shall fall on you. Once the stolen funds are returned, we can all peacefully resume our happy lives. Stole. No, we took what could be taken and we aren't giving you back even a single dime, you black fuckers. No, I don't mean skin color, Edward, I meant members of the Black Mask gang, so stop looking at me like that. The leader of the Red Hood gang, whom Bruce couldn't recognize since he had never heard of him, snapped at one of his own men before focusing his attention back on Romani's. Anyway, as I was saying, you might have us outgunned but you will never have me outdone. I will paint this entire mall red before I return even a single cent that we all worked so hard to steal. He yelled like an absolute maniac. The guy is dangerous, Bruce murmured from his position, his voice edged with a tinge of concern. His brief foray into the study of psychology in the past had equipped him with the tools to assess the different levels of danger posed by different sorts of criminals. He understood that the truly menacing criminals weren't just those who operated with intellect and caution, rather, they were the ones who were driven by an insatiable desire for destruction and chaos, indifferent to the consequences. And this man wearing that weird red bucket on his head embodied that reckless abandon, a stark reminder of the havoc such individuals could wreak upon society when they had nothing else to care about. Oh, and you might not hurt civilians, but I certainly will. Today is going to be one hell of a red day, pun very much intended, he remarked. Today is going to be one hell of a red day, pun very much intended. He chuckled at his own bad joke, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation unfolding around him, as he gestured to his men to round up the civilians around them to use them as human shields. Now, one thing that everyone knew about Black Mask was that he was smart. He might be ambitious with desires to grow his empire even bigger than Falcon's one day, but at least he was discreet about it. He understood the delicate balance required to evade the scrutiny of the federal government, the Gotham City Police Department, and, above all, the vigilante shadow that lurked in the city's darkest corners, Batman. Aware that his survival depended on staying beneath their radar, Siones focused on less conspicuous endeavors like selling the less harmful drugs like cannabis and mushrooms while steering clear of the more lucrative yet perilous avenues of criminal enterprise. Moreover, he also adhered to one strict code: civilians were off limits, especially in public places. But because of the Red Hood gang's leader, aka Red Hood 1, he was on the verge of betraying the one cardinal rule that kept him and his growing criminal empire safe and out of the cops' radar. Truthfully, Siones wanted to leave after having realized just how crazy the Red Hood gang's new leader was, but he couldn't, because if he did, he would lose the street cred and respect that he had been cultivating in his men and the underworld for so many years. So, even while not at all liking what was happening, he still had to stand his ground to prove that he and his gang weren't at all afraid of the Red Hood gang. The members of the Red Hood gang, on the other hand, had already started taking several members hostage, hiding their own bodies behind the hostages to protect themselves from the bullets of the rival gang members in case a gang war started. Hey you, come here. You look big, you might be able to take at least a few dozen bullets before you turn into a pile of useless flesh. A random masked Red Hood gang member near Bruce suddenly tried to grab him after noticing his extremely muscular physique. Both Nissa and Talia were ready to swiftly sever the man's carotid artery and jugular vein the moment his hand grazed Bruce's body. They even had their concealed blades as sleek as scalpels primed in their palms, but Bruce halted them with a subtle gesture before they could do anything. Bruce was acutely aware of the danger lurking beneath the innocent facade of the two Ghoul sisters beside him. Despite their beauty and unassuming demeanor, they were trained from infancy in the ruthless art of assassination. Their training left no room for mere incapacitation. They were honed to kill without the slightest hesitation or remorse. Bruce understood all too well that allowing them to unleash their lethal skills would not only result in the gang member's demise but also force him into the unforgiving glare of public scrutiny. After all, how could he justify traveling with two individuals capable of dispatching others with such chilling efficiency, even though their target was a criminal? In fact, he could even see a few cameras from afar already aimed at them, waiting for anything exciting to happen. Also, Bruce didn't really need their protection, and this was a fact that both Nissa and Talia knew very well. Hurting Bruce even without any of his armor or tools wasn't exactly something a few mundane gangs could manage. Perhaps if it was an exceptionally powerful metahuman, there was a chance that Bruce would struggle, but in front of ordinary criminals like the Black Mask and Red Hood gang members, it was a walk in the park for Bruce if he wanted to get rid of them. The only concern for him was if he would be able to take care of them before even a single civilian was hurt in the crossfire. Cortana. Bruce asked in a bare whisper. The new Wayne security personnel are too far from your current location, so it will take some time for them to reach there, but the drones are already in position. I have my targets on everyone here and have calculated a 100% probability of achieving headshots on all targets before they can even react. Cortana's voice cut through the silence, transmitted discreetly through his newly adopted micro-earpiece. Should I take the shot? She inquired, her tone impassive, like she didn't really care that she would have to kill a dozen people if I said yes. Not yet. Let's observe how this unfolds. I'll give you the signal if it truly comes to that. Perhaps they'll resolve their conflict amongst themselves, sparing me the need to intervene. Bruce responded with a glimmer of hope in his voice. With a sense of empathy, he stepped forward, meeting the gaze of the gang member who had been persistently attempting to move him but failing to make him budge even the least bit. Despite the criminal's efforts, Bruce remained resolute, refusing to yield even an inch. However, now in a gesture of understanding, he positioned himself in front of the Red Hood gang member as requested by the criminal, silently contemplating the unfolding scene before him. Wait, is that Bruce Wayne? One of the Black Mask gang members who had been staring at my face for a while now whispered in his boss' ears. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would Bruce Wayne be here of all places without any sort of security? Roman Sionis abruptly halted his words, his incredulity palpable in the air as his gaze shifted to Bruce Wayne, whom he just noticed. However, that shock lasted only a matter of moments and soon melted swiftly into a blend of anger and annoyance, his features contorting with disbelief at the sight of the calm and collected billionaire standing before him. No chance they'll depart, my dear master, at least not without attempting to take advantage of you, Cortana's voice dripped with sarcasm in Bruce's earpiece. Rarely do two criminal factions in Gotham stumble upon one of the world's wealthiest individuals, unprotected. Well, technically, Bruce was the richest individual in the world, yet he didn't announce any public declarations of his financial status, refusing to confirm such details to any media outlet or publication seeking insight into his net worth. To the world at large, he remained merely one among the richest elites, the top 0.1%, with him being typically slotted within the esteemed ranks of the top 10 richest individuals. Both Forbes and Fortune consistently positioned him at the 6th or 7th spot on their coveted lists. My. Will you look at that? Another player in our Mexican standoff. The leader of the Red Hood gang, aka Red Hood 1, chuckled. He had heard Roman Sionis' words and recognized me as Bruce Wayne as well, even though I had no idea just how he wasn't blind as a bat while wearing that weirdly opaque red bucket. Our own local billionaire, the Prince of Gotham, is here too. Goddamn, we were just fighting for $1 measly million in front of a billionaire. Talk about a humiliating turn of events, he added, his tone tinged with amusement and a hint of sarcasm. What? You two want an autograph or something? Bruce could not help but tease as he looked at the slightly greedy expressions on both of their faces. The two looked like a pair of greedy gold diggers who had just seen their dream sugar daddy. No. But a few billion might be nice. After all, you were the reason I lost what was supposed to be my biggest strength to rule Gotham. This fucking red clown might have stolen $1 million from me, but you plundered my entire bank. Sione seethed, his teeth grinding as he leveled his rifle at Bruce, his attention no longer fixed on his rival gang. I thought you didn't want to harm any civilians, you black-masked hypocrite. Red Hood 1 snickered as he amusingly looked at the turnabout of the events, even wondering which bank was Black Mask even talking about. He's far from ordinary, a man of vast wealth and influence, reigning as the wealthiest man in the state, Roman Sionis replied with an icy edge while methodically loading his rifle. I'll choose Bruce Wayne and his fortune over any number of common folks, even if it means extinguishing every fucking life in this mall. His voice held a chilling certainty as he addressed the leader of the Red Hood gang before him, already scheming the avenues of profit this encounter might yield. So, are we destined for a gang war, or shall we forge a partnership and unlock billions together? While he may have missed out on securing the Bertinelli crime family's fortune, through the elusive Bertinelli diamond that he was never able to find, as well as failed in his bid to acquire the coveted bank, this opportunity however presented a rare stroke of luck, perhaps even a divine intervention for him. Determined not to squander it, Black Mask resolved to capitalize on this one-in-a-million opportunity. Any ensuing complications could be swiftly taken care of using the funds that he intended to extract from the young billionaire. After all, according to him, why would the government try to arrest him once he shoves a couple of $100 million down their corrupted tight little throats? Roman Sionis had always prided himself on his restraint and cautious approach to crime, but for the first time in many years, temptation gnawed at his resolve. He just couldn't shake the feeling that now, of all times, a bit of greed might just be justified, that he might be able to get away with being a little too greedy. A/N, I don't know if you got the reference or not, but if you picture the standoff here in your mind, then you might be able to find some real similarity to a certain church meme beaming face with smiling eyes. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, A Win for Wayne. I invent, transform, create, and destroy for a living. Rick Sanchez, Rick and Morty. Bruce Wayne POV. It seems that I underestimated you, Sionis. You do have some guts. I like a guy like you who can snatch any opportunity he sees. Fine, it's decided then. From now on, this mall will be under our control, including all of your pesky useless lives inside it as well. Ha 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 ha, I have never had this much fun before. The guy called Red Hood 1 declared as he excitedly nodded at Black Mask while mocking the rest of the ordinary crowd. It almost seemed like he was enjoying this. The two bosses probably knew that it was too late for them to run, even if they tried to escape while taking Bruce with them. So instead, they decided to hold on to the mall and negotiate with cops using the hostages here instead. They knew that most people in a luxury mall like this would be from the privileged section of Gotham, and their families would do anything to get them back, including pressurizing the government and the cops to get them released as soon as possible, even if it meant letting the criminals walk away. The two gang leaders wouldn't even have to try that hard in their negotiations to get an escape route out of here, even if they were to take Bruce Wayne with them. They would have to go underground for a while till things cool down due to the media and those loyal to the Wayne family, but they would survive, nonetheless. As for the Wayne fortune, even a few measly signatures from him alone could make every one of them billionaires and make their gangs the richest organizations in the country. The rewards heavily outweighed the risks. Now, of course, this wasn't a perfect plan, but they could certainly make do with it. Don't, whatever you are thinking right now, don't. You still have time to forget all this and leave. I heard that you are a smartman, Black Mask, so use some of that smartness and escape before it's too late. I advised with a tired sigh. I actually did want him to escape. I had big plans for him and his new rising empire. I wanted him to become as big as he could before I started the process of removing him from the equation. But instead, the guy is actually asking to be killed. Fucking dumbass. I could not help but mentally swear at his idiocy. Also, why the hell does he think that he can even survive if he hurts me in any way? Even if I were to die by some miracle, none of the gang members here would be able to escape. The two fuming sisters behind me alone would be enough to take care of all of them. As for taking my properties, these stupid fucking idiots have no idea that people can't just steal money from billionaires' accounts or take away their properties by a few signatures. That only happens in movies or with the common people in the real world. The government and banks have much stricter rules in place to protect the wealth of rich people like me. The only money they would be able to steal somehow would be some physical cash and whatever I had left on my credit cards after the shopping trip, which was still a lot by the way, but almost negligible for someone of my stature. Now, they could try to blackmail me into transferring my shares to them or writing them some hefty checks, but they could also just as easily be traced if I were to request it later to the government within a few days of the transaction, since none of my money is illegal and could easily be monitored even if it were to leave the country. So, it might take some time, but they would definitely be caught no matter what. Of course, if cryptocurrencies had already been invented, the outcome would be totally different, but right now, they would be doomed the moment they took my money. I am sorry, Mr. Wayne, but unfortunately for you, we require a financier, and you have been chosen. But don't worry, we probably won't harm you as long as you cooperate with us. I am sure we can work something out in exchange for your life. I mean, what is a few billion compared to your life, right? Black Mask responded in a threatening voice. It seems he was quite confident in himself. They really need a finance guy, or better yet, a blood-sucking lawyer who can explain to them the difference between the poor and the rich in the eyes of the government. Can I shoot them now, Master? They are not going to let you go anyway, so might as well get this over with. We can just claim later that your guards were keeping an eye on you as snipers, and they were the ones who shot to protect your life as well as the lives of all the hostages. Cortana requested in my ears with a complaining tone in her voice. Fine, but don't shoot everyone. Let Black Mask and a few others leave, mainly the members of his gang. As for the Red Hood gang, I have never heard their name, so you can kill most of them but still leave one or two alive to not raise any eyebrows. Oh, and only take shots you are absolutely sure of, make sure to not harm the girls or any civilians. I agreed with her. There were a dozen different ways I could have done this, but most of them would have put my identity at risk or incriminate Nissa and Talia in some manner. This was the most efficient way I could do this without putting anyone in any form of danger at all. Command received, Captain. All targets have been selected. 24 of 30 threats have been designated for termination. Cortana's cheerful voice echoed in my earpiece. You had to wake up and choose violence today, didn't you? I uttered in a low voice as I signaled to Nissa and Talia to not move, since I could sense that they were using their chi to get ready to attack two gangs. Anyway, best of luck to all of you in hell. Thud thud thud, Asterisk thud asterisk soft sound suddenly began to resonate in the surroundings as all the criminals dressed in black and red costumes began to drop like flies with gaping red holes in their skulls. All of them were clean hits with each bullet lodged directly at the center of their heads with no chance of survival whatsoever. The fuck? Snipers. Take cover. Black Mask yelled in surprise as he and a few of the others in his gang jumped away to hide from the snipers. Red Hood 1, who was the only one of the Red Hoods still alive, was also equally shocked, but instead of taking cover like the members of the Sionis crime family, he began to run towards the exit in an attempt to escape. He was either really smart, having realized that he wasn't one of the targeted people, or really dumb, just trying to run away on instinct. Even his way of running away was weird, like he was sprinting in a comedic manner while trying to keep the bucket on his head from falling down. I left the leader of the Red Hood gang alive, sir. He is the only one of the Red Hoods I didn't eliminate completely to make it seem that the snipers just missed some of the people anonymously. Cortana explained. Why do I feel like I am going to regret letting him leave? I muttered to myself, ignoring Cortana. My guts were telling me to shoot the running man down, and the further he was getting, the more this feeling was intensifying. It was almost like not ending this man right here, right now, would be one of the biggest mistakes I could possibly make. But do I really want to kill someone and ruin a perfectly good plan just because my gut says so? But again, my instincts have never been wrong before. I thought to myself as I picked up the nearest firearm from one of the dead bodies and aimed it at the sprinting, crimson-robed criminal who had even begun to laugh maniacally for some reason. That laugh. Bang! The sound of a single bullet echoed in the air before the man called Red Hood 1 fell down in his tracks without even getting a chance to defend himself. But quite interestingly, it was not me who had actually shot him. This is the GCPD, you are all surrounded. Everyone, drop your weapons and get on your knees. Commissioner Gordon had personally entered the mall while leading about a couple of dozen cops behind him through the same exit Red Hood 1 was running towards. He was dressed in a bulletproof vest with a slightly smoking handgun in his hand. Black Mask, after noticing the cops, immediately surrendered as he and the few others of his gang who were still alive dropped their guns and slowly rose up from their covers with slightly shaking bodies. They were still reeling in shock from the death of so many of their associates. They still could not believe that so many of their people had died just like that without even being able to realize what was happening. Well, at least, most criminals will no longer try to come after me, now that they know how dangerous fucking with someone who was filthy rich could truly get. That was a waste. If I knew that Mr. Gordon was going to shoot him, I wouldn't have let that man live. Now, your forces could be called inefficient for leaving so many of them alive. Cortana complained in a disappointed voice. It's okay, Cortana. You did more than just good. I praised her to keep her from feeling down. Talia and Nissa, who were just as surprised by everything as everyone else, approached me with curious eyes as they looked at the dead bodies. They seemed to have realized that I was the one responsible for the deaths, but from the uncaring expressions on their faces, it didn't look like they were at all bothered by the bloody massacre. The commissioner and his men, on the other hand, quickly apprehended the remaining criminals and began to help the hostages while leading them out, checking for anyone who was hurt. Bruce, you have grown a lot taller and quite good-looking too. No wonder, you are so popular among girls and teen magazines. By the way, you and your companions aren't hurt, are you? Jim Gordon asked as he approached us with a small and tired, yet genuine smile on his face. It didn't even seem like he had just killed someone. But again, this was probably a regular occurrence in Gotham for someone like him. No, we are all right. You guys came just in time. Anyway, you seem really happy, Mr. Gordon. Any particular reason why? I asked with interest. Oh, the guy I shot there was actually a psychotic criminal we had been after for quite some time. We had intel that he had recently replaced the previous Red Hood gang's leader while taking over his position, and since then, he had done his best to spread as much chaos and destruction as he could. From starting turf wars to killing innocent people for no reason at all, he had been destroying any remnants of peace he came across. He was a real nut job. That was why, the moment I saw him running towards us with a gun in his hand, I took the shot. Otherwise, I would have at least tried to arrest him. Oh, and call me Jim. Gordon makes me sound old. Gordon revealed with a half-smile as he signaled one of his colleagues to seal the bodies. Oh, congratulations. One less criminal for Gotham to worry about now. But is it all right for you to tell us all this? I asked with a raise of my eyebrows. Truthfully, it doesn't matter. They aren't going to fire me over a criminal who had a shoot-on-sight order on him. Unlike the rest of the smarter bunch of criminals, he didn't have any friends in the city government since he was just starting out, and a lot of people in Gotham's underworld wanted him dead for upsetting the power balance. I think even most of the members of the Red Hood gang didn't like him very much. They will probably be more than happy to elect a new leader before the day is out, given that some other gang doesn't wipe them out or something. He shrugged. Although I would have to answer how so many of these criminals died before we even came here. Would you happen to know anything about the snipers who shot them? He asked. Yeah, I actually do. However, I think we should find a more private spot before I explain everything. I answered as I looked at the half a dozen people trying to eavesdrop on our conversation. Of course, let's go to a cafe. I'll treat you three to some coffee while taking your statements, or whatever else fancy drinks people like to drink now. Anyway, welcome back to Gotham Kid. A/N, as some of you might have noticed, Red Hood 1 might have some similarities to the Joker's origin story in the comics. As for whether he really is the Joker, I have no idea. But, I can assure you of one thing. The joke in this story is definitely not over. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Godmother. The wish of wanting everyone to be happy is merely a fairy tale. Archer, Fate/Stay Night. Batcave, under Wayne Estate. Bruce Wayne POV. You think Gordon believed your words when you told him about your guards acting as snipers and killing all those criminals to protect you in a last-ditch effort? Alfred curiously asked while meticulously dusting the Bat computer in my Batcave. I believe he did. I mean, he didn't exactly have any real reason not to. After all, I didn't benefit from what happened in the mall in any way at all. In fact, if not for my news channels, websites, and newspapers heavily circulating the news of how the newly hired Wayne security force might have saved everyone's lives in the mall by making the hard decision, I might have had to face heavy public criticism. I nervously laughed as I remembered how heavily and seriously Vicky had been driving that particular media campaign. She was like the female version of J. Jonah Jameson, only more aggressive and a lot sexier. Yes, Ms. Vale really has exceeded all expectations. I heard that she even won this year's Pulitzer Prize for breaking news reporting because of how she fearlessly covered the entire news on Falcon and his terror in Gotham, along with how his reign ended after a certain masked anti-hero came into the scene to do for the people what the government and its genuine heroes couldn't. Alfred said while giving me a small knowing smile. Seems like she genuinely admires this hero of hers. Anti-hero. A hero is someone who can be the symbol of hope and love for the masses. An anti-hero, on the other hand, does whatever he wants without caring about consequences. Being a hero is probably a lot harder than being an anti-hero. And neither me nor the Dark Knight are heroes, Alfred. Anyway, why are you cleaning the cave yourself? I told you that MO can do it, right? That's literally why it was made. I exclaimed while pointing toward the small cleaning robot obsessed with sanitizing that was plugged into its charging station in a corner beside the Wall-E model I had once designed. Both of them, of course, were inspired by the Pixar film of the same name. I haven't yet succumbed to old age, young master. I remain quite capable of physical labor, especially after being bolstered by that serum of yours. Alfred lightly chuckled as he stopped dusting servers of the Bat computer and moved on to clean the sofa. And as for why I like to clean the cave myself sometimes. Your automated cleaning robots are indeed efficient, no doubt. However, there are occasions when the subtlest traces of grime and dirt find refuge in the most inconspicuous of corners, necessitating a more hands-on approach. It is then that one must be willing to delve into the depths and get down and dirty to remove that dirt, just like an anti-hero. Alfred imparted his wisdom with a self-satisfied grin. So, an anti-hero is as much as important as any hero out there, because sometimes the world needs people who can go to any lengths to do what is needed, not what is wanted. However, don't even think for 1 minute that I am advising you to continue your anti-hero work, Master Bruce. I'll be much more relaxed if you just quit all this and do what all young billionaires do with too much money in their hands. I think at this stage, I can even accept a few teenage pregnancies than you going after another drug cartel. Alfred said with a bitter smile. Unfortunately for you, Alfred. I always make sure to have a plan B, C, and D. So, no teenage pregnancies in this house. Well, at least not any that I don't myself want. I joked with a straight face. That is not a funny joke, young master. Anyway, is that what you have been working on for the last few days? Alfred asked, pointing at a half-finished car that looked more like a tank than an actual car. It looks like a war machine. Are you sure that you want to drive that on the streets of Gotham? Imagine if someone managed to steal that or perhaps carjack you. You are underestimating me too much. Plus, that is just one of the things I have been working on. In fact, I have been making an entire line of cars just for me, correction, an entire line of Bat-themed cars for me, correction, an entire line of Bat-themed cars, planes, choppers, bikes, and submarines for me. Actually, Alfred, I have been meaning to ask you, what do you think about a Power Ranger-style giant mech made up of Bat-themed vehicles? Do you think it would be over the top? I asked as I gestured to the various types of partially made vehicles lying beneath the platform where we were standing. I don't know a lot about movies and shows, but is that a Transformers? The amused butler asked, not even bothering to answer my question. Oh yeah, I started constructing that about a month ago, but I couldn't finish it. Turns out I still lack a few things to complete the model. Plus, I could not decide if I wanted a car type or a plane type transformers. I hummed like it was a complicated question that I still hadn't figured out. Your family would have been proud of how much of a genius you are, young master. He uttered out of nowhere, looking like he was reminiscing about the past. Yeah, I know. But still, thanks for saying that, Alfred. Also, I still have a family, you know. And you are part of it. I answered back with a confident smile. Thank you, Master Bruce. It has been my pleasure to serve you and your family. Alfred nodded with a happy smile. So, what's next? Are you going after another cartel? Alfred finally asked after taking a deep breath to gain his emotions back in control. No, not really. I don't think the drug cartels and gangs would try anything too big for the foreseeable future. Most have been shaken after the Falcon incident and the shootout at the mall. I think they will first fight among themselves to grow quickly rather than take over more of the city or increase their illegal dealings and risk law enforcement stepping in. Honestly, I have been hoping that Black Mask and his faceless gang can dominate most of the Gotham criminal underworld, since that would make my future plans much easier. I revealed. And that would probably be what would happen too, since Black Mask had stopped any expansion plan he had after the mall incident and had instead been focusing on making his criminal family stronger by integrating all the other smaller gangs in Gotham into his own. As for how he was free, well, he was able to escape police confinement the very same day he was arrested. Turns out that the vehicle that was carrying him and his gang to the GCPD headquarters never made it to its destination. It mysteriously crashed on its route, resulting in the entire gang being able to escape. Well, it is good to hear that you won't be putting yourself in danger. He sighed with relief. Yeah, instead, I would be hunting all the psycho criminals, rapists, and murderers in the city. I finished with a big grin. Alfred. What did I even expect? Alfred seemed to deflate like a balloon. With the fall in organized criminal and gang activity in the city, independent criminal activity has been recently spiking. Crazy freaks who had been laying low due to the fear of criminal families have been slowly coming out of hiding. And these weren't just normal criminals too. They were the worst of the worst. From straight-up serial killers to thieves who liked to burn people while stealing their money, they were the most tainted filth of this corrupted society who needed to be stopped before they increased in numbers and power, thinking that they could do whatever they wanted in this city. They needed to be made examples of. I personally have been spending a lot to develop this city so that I can call it a decent hometown one day, so that I don't have to watch people getting murdered and mugged in every dark alley I pass by, and no motherfucking mentally imbalanced piece of shit is going to ruin that for me. That was what I wanted to make Alfred understand, but unfortunately, our conversation was abruptly interrupted. Hey Alfred, there is a letter for you from London. Selina hopped towards us in an excited sprint with a sealed letter in her hands. There was an unusual smile on her face as she passed the letter to the butler while sending a wink in my direction. A letter for me. Must be one of my old friends from England. He smiled as he calmly took the letter from her hands and began to read it. But as he read more and more of the letter, his face slowly changed from a startled to a nostalgic expression and to again a surprised expression. I even thought that there was even a hint of a blush in there somewhere. What happened? Did the Queen of England write to you or something? Selina joked, trying to tease him. No, I never gave her my. Wait, why would the Queen write to someone like me? The butler chortled with a voice that sounded a little nervous to me for some reason. No, it's your godmother, Bruce. She is coming back from London, and it seems like she wants to meet you. Wait, I have a godmother. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 105, The Offer. A villain is someone hurt by the world and so they take revenge on it. V.E. Schwab, Vicious, 2013. Wayne Enterprises HQ, Gotham. Omniscient POV. Thanks for coming here and giving this place a chance, Winslow. I am glad you still haven't given up hope despite all the setbacks you faced in your toy-making dream, with all the relentless pressure from corrupted defense and weapon conglomerates trying to coerce you into selling them your inventions so that they can make weapons off of them. Victor Fries praised while shaking hands with Winslow Schlott, aka the future toyman. A month had passed since Bruce rescued Victor's wife from the brink of death due to her terminal illness. Her miraculous recovery had instilled an unwavering sense of gratitude within Victor, one that drove him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to him and Wayne Enterprises. Despite Bruce not demanding any allegiance from him that day, Victor's commitment to repay the billionaire knew no bounds. He had resolved to serve Bruce in any capacity he could, even if it meant a lifetime of servitude within his company. After all, he was a man of his word. Determined to prove his worth, Victor immersed himself in monumental projects, striving to realize them to their fullest potential. From revolutionary freezing weaponry poised to redefine defense and cold chain logistics, to innovative cold suits facilitating exploration in frigid environments, as well as cryogenic methods promising extended space travel and possible life extension, he spared no effort in trying to bolster the company's growth and securing its position as the world's leading technology company. Yet, amidst all his tireless endeavors, Victor couldn't shake the feeling of not doing enough. Even working for 80 to 100 hours a week seemed insufficient to repay his debt. It was then that he recalled Winslow Schlott, a figure from his past, someone he had even considered a friend of sorts. He had initially recommended the eccentric inventor to Bruce as a gesture of gratitude for past favors the toy maker had done for him, but Victor soon realized the potential of harnessing Winslow's brilliance for Wayne Enterprises. Not only could Winslow's innovative robotics, AI, and machine learning technologies revolutionize Bruce's video gaming empire by diversifying into physical games and toys, but Victor envisioned broader applications across the conglomerate's various ventures as well. If he could somehow persuade Winslow to collaborate and integrate his cutting-edge technology into Wayne Enterprises' diverse portfolio, triumph in the realm of technological innovation would be all but assured for the conglomerate. Victor, it's been quite some time. To be honest, my trust in billionaires and corporations has waned a long time ago. My reaching out to Wayne Enterprises was only because of your recommendation and the increasing offers from various defense companies eager to acquire my technology. They just fail to grasp my steadfast refusal to contribute to warfare and violence. I aim to bring joy to children through the innocence of games with my creations, not contribute to genocides and massacres. I have never entertained any attempts by defense companies to purchase my technologies, but recently, they have grown bolder, even resorting to threats against my wife and me. Most major toy companies have shied away from my creations, deeming them too advanced and potentially disruptive to their established product lines. The few companies that did express interest were forcibly suppressed by a particular large defense corporation bent on coercing me into selling them my designs. The past couple of months have been exceedingly challenging. Even the few stores where I used to once sell my handcrafted toys had stopped doing business with me, he confessed, his expression showing a sense of powerlessness. Wayne Enterprises may just be my last hope to see children playing with the toys I've crafted. I'm sorry to hear about your concerns. However, Mr. Wayne, as he might have conveyed over the phone, is solely interested in collaborating with you on developing new types of technologically advanced toys and games, not weapons. Regrettably, he couldn't make it to today's meeting due to an unforeseen emergency. Nonetheless, he has entrusted me with full authority to steer our discussions, Victor assured with a congenial smile, adjusting his sleek, tinted eyeglasses as he slipped into his professional demeanor. We are ready to offer you the positions of Chief Design Officer and Vice President of Product Design within our newly established Toys and Games subsidiary. This includes an upfront payment of $100 million for your current designs, a 1% share of net profits from all your future toy designs, a substantial annual salary of $2 million, performance bonuses of up to $10 million, and an assurance of safeguarding your inventions and patents from any weapon-oriented endeavors. Victor magnanimously presented the same proposition Bruce had suggested, ensuring Winslow wouldn't decline them. Wow. Truthfully, this offer exceeds most of my wildest dreams, Schlott chuckled, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he asked wearily, but is he truly hiring me out of the goodness of his heart? Isn't there supposed to be a catch or something? Forgive me, but, over the years, I've learned that when things appear too good to be true, they usually are. Don't misunderstand, Winslow. Mr. Wayne isn't playing the role of a philanthropist by hiring you. No, he recognizes your talent as an inventor and toy maker. He sees genuine value in what you bring to the table, and he's willing to invest in it. It's not just your toys that interest him, it's the mind behind them. He wants you on his team because he believes you're one of the few capable of changing the world. He envisions you disrupting the toy industry and bringing true joy to children with your innovations. So, the real question is, do you share that vision too, Winslow Schlott? Victor delivered the grand speech he had meticulously crafted to sway Winslow into joining Wayne Enterprises, and as expected, it seemed to resonate with the toy maker up to some extent. Oh, really? I actually share the exact same vision. While I had already sensed Mr. Wayne's interest in me and my work during our initial phone conversation, I never imagined he was this keen on having me join his company. You know what, I don't care. This decision shouldn't even warrant much thought from me, given that I'm already on the brink of attaining almost everything I wanted in my life, Winslow declared with resolve, his expression unwavering as he concluded. I accept the position. Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort to fulfill my responsibilities, ensuring that every child in the world possesses an extraordinary toy to enrich their childhood. Excellent. So, congratulations, Mr. Winslow. Consider yourself hired, Fries congratulated warmly, extending his hand in friendship. We just need to finalize some minor paperwork, and then we'll transfer the upfront money for your designs as promised, along with your joining bonus. Mr. Wayne's team has already completed the necessary due diligence, so expect the funds in your account by tomorrow, Victor explained. Now, onto the most important question of the evening, where should we celebrate this momentous occasion tonight? He asked, a playful chuckle in his voice. Celebrate. You mean, like, go to a party? Winslow's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Nobody's ever really invited me to a party. This will actually be my first time. Can I bring my wife, Maya, too? Absolutely. I'll call my wife, Nora, as well. We can all celebrate together. I mean, I did promise you back then when we first met that you'd get to meet my wife after she's healed. I think it's time I made good on that promise. I'm sure she'd enjoy Maya's company immensely, Victor affirmed, nudging a pen toward Winslow to sign the documents. Wayne Enterprises is poised to change the world for the better, Winslow, and now, we're both part of it. Yeah, we're going to change the world. Here's to the future, Winslow murmured in a happy tone as he signed the papers, sporting the biggest smile he'd ever worn. Finally, his big break had arrived, and he was determined to make the most of it. To heck with all the dark thoughts that had been haunting him lately, now, he could pursue his lifelong dream. Making toys for children and spreading the same joy among kids that he himself had once experienced when playing with quality toys. Roof of the GCPD headquarters, Gotham. Omniscient POV. Alone, Jim Gordon stood at the precipice of the GCPD HQ rooftop, his gaze drawn to the sprawling beauty of Gotham City below. A cigarette hung between his fingers, wisps of smoke curling into the night air as he absorbed the sight before him. His expression betrayed a mixture of awe and sorrow with the weight of the city's relentless crime pressing heavily upon him. Such a breathtaking city. It's almost impossible to believe that it tops the charts for the highest crime rate in the country, he muttered, a tinge of frustration lacing his words as he recalled the damning report from the mayor earlier that day. After getting the news from the mayor's office, hope had flickered briefly in Gordon's heart, a fleeting expectation that perhaps the mayor would make genuine efforts to stem the tide of crime. Yet, Gotham's corruption ran deep and the mayor's directive served only to perpetuate the city's descent into darkness faster. Instead of addressing the root causes, Gordon was instructed to obscure the true extent of crime by ignoring petty crimes and masking assaults as accidents in official reports to artificially deflate the statistics. It seems you and I are in agreement, Gotham is indeed as dangerous as it is gorgeous. But again, all beautiful things always are. A deep voice resonated behind Gordon, bringing him out of his deep thoughts. He hadn't expected someone else to be here. The roof was supposed to be off limits to most of the staff because of how a depressed cop had tried to kill himself by jumping off the roof a few years ago. In fact, Gordon was the only one who even came here anymore. Startled, Jim hurriedly turned to face the unexpected presence, finding himself face to face with the tall and leaning figure of the new Dark Knight of Gotham. Batman. Gordon asked in mild surprise, a frown on his tired face. I did promise our paths would cross again, didn't I? It's time we had a conversation, Commissioner, Batman asserted, his dark gloomy presence and inhumane appearance a stark reminder of the city's relentless struggle against its own shadows. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 106, Code Yellow. Death isn't kind. It's dark and black and as far as you can see you're all alone. There's no one else. Mei Misaki, another. Bruce Wayne POV. Yes. At last, I have found it. I happily exclaimed in joy as I finally succeeded in finding out what exactly made the Soulbreaker twin swords of Ras Al Ghul so unique that they could harm even souls. The sword was mostly made of an alloy of depleted promethium and was nearly invulnerable, but that was actually not its most amazing feature. What made it truly unique was its ability not only to touch but slay souls and spirits, much like the All Blades and Muramasa blade that also existed in this universe. However, unlike the latter two, which were products of magic and mystic arts, these twin swords however did not have even a tinge of additional magic on them. I knew it because I had checked them for runes, spells, and rituals dozens of times already. No, in fact, the soul-slaying effect was because of the trace presence of an additional element in the alloy. This new element not only did not exist on the periodic table but also had never been mentioned by any researcher or inventor ever before. It was similar in structure to promethium but had vastly different uses. Although not as strong as promethium, it, however, emitted a unique radiation that could affect spectral beings when it came in contact with one. Also, the element was extremely dense and could be used as both solid and liquid at room temperature, so it might have some other uses besides cutting souls as well. Maybe I should name it too since I was the one who discovered it. Let's see, how about Batmanium? I wondered aloud. I had once heard in my previous life that Superman had a medal named after himself, so I don't see why I shouldn't have one too. I swear your obsession with bats is getting worse every day, Tiger. You have got to check yourself before you fall too far. Selina commented while silently entering the cave without making a single sound. I already have Kitty. It is too late for me now. I have already dedicated my entire super/vigilante life to the theme of bats. You should take a lesson from me and save yourself by staying away from cats and cat-themed stuff. I sighed as I carefully kept the two swords back in their places. Anyway, why are you here? I thought you all were supposed to have a ladies' night out today. I asked curiously while raising one of my eyebrows. Oh, I was looking for the perfume that you made me. I have been using it quite a lot recently and my entire bottle ran out. So, I need some before I go and party tonight with the girls. Its smell reminds me of you and your power over me while giving me the feeling that I belong to you completely. She casually answered with a small giggle as she went through all the various chemicals stored in my laboratory while sniffing them all in her search for her perfume. What I gave you wasn't perfume. It was an olfactory-based inhibitor derived directly from the pheromones produced by my body that neutralizes your extreme sexual arousal and desire for me while also preventing your own body from producing the pheromones that are meant to sexually excite me, thus saving both of us from being horny dogs all the time. I responded. Also, there is a perfume bottle in the third glass locker to your left, I answered. It turns out that Selena and I were sexually attracted to each other so much because of the pheromones our bodies were passively releasing. Most animals and humans unknowingly release some number of pheromones from their bodies, however little they may be to attract their opposite genders. We were the same but, in our case, after the genetic treatments, we had become more than just humans. The number of changes that had occurred in our bodies had turned us into more or less high humans. Not only had our natural pheromones become stronger due to that but also, me and Kitty were the only two high humans alive at the moment, the only two members of this new species. Our bodies knew this as well and thus were doing their best to make the exact fact that we were extremely compatible known by making us horny every time we came close to each other. According to my calculations, this extreme sexual attraction in us would only last till we gain complete control over our bodies and bodily urges, which won't be long. But until then, we will have to depend on the special inhibitor perfume I designed to make sure that we don't spend all of our time fucking like rabbits. Oh thanks, Tiger. Selena quickly picked up the atomizer bottle and sprayed a few puffs of the unique perfume on her body. I really love that smell. Anyway, I need to go now. Talia, Nissa, and Vicky must be waiting for me. I even promised to introduce them to my friend, Holly. So, smell you later, Tiger. Selena said while waving at me before quickly leaving in a cheerful mood. I guess she was in a good mood. I thought out loud while staring at the TV that was showing a rerun of a primetime interview of Jim Gordon with Vicky Vale. The two were having a detailed discussion on the criminal underworld of Gotham, the role of GCPD in the safety of citizens, and the rise of vigilantism. While Vicky was subtly supporting Batman's nightly activities through her expertly structured arguments, Commissioner Gordon on the other hand was trying to explain why unlawful vigilantism was unsafe for all parties involved and why people should not follow Batman's example of beating down thugs to be a hero. He was making it clear through his statements that even though he appreciated the Dark Knight's work for the city, did not at all embrace his way of doing things. Instead, he advised night watches to keep the city safe rather than parading around in a mask and costume. He is a darn good actor. I chuckled as I remembered about the deal that I had struck with Gordon a few days ago on the roof of the GCPD office. Gordon, after many discussions and negotiations, had agreed to be my ally and contact in the GCPD department, provided that I follow some of his conditions like never killing any criminals since I am not an official member of any law and justice department of Gotham, as well as doing my best to maintain peace in the city while doing my own brand of cleansing on this corrupted city. In return, Jim would do his best not to interfere in my detective work or vigilantism while also preventing his officers from doing the same too much. Bolstered by Gordon's promise to work alongside me to cleanse Gotham, I had even started planning to make a more improved and advanced version of the famous and iconic bat signal to signify my presence in Gotham at night. A special distress signal device that can project the bat emblem even during the day and can change the symbol of the projection based on the degree or category of danger. That will be quite a fun torch to make. Master Bruce, we have a code yellow. One of the individuals who have been considered a high threat level by the GCPD has resurfaced after his last perceived offense. It is advised that we apprehend him as soon as possible to prevent any unnecessary future casualties. Cortana suddenly chimed out as she gave her advice. A code yellow. That normally means a serial killer, right? I wonder, who is it? Omniscient POV. It was so fun, wasn't it? We should do this again sometime. Maybe we can go on a date again next Friday. A man who looked like he was in his mid-40s asked with a slightly blushing face. Forgive me if the date today was weird. I have never dated a doctor before, nor have I ever dated someone so young. The man said in a giddy and excited voice. It's okay, I didn't expect too much anyway. After all, I love the fact that you talked about your inferiority complex with your elder brother for more than half of our date. It was so entertaining. Also, I am a psychologist, not the type of doctor you are expecting me to be. The girl who was in her early 20s answered in a flat tone of voice, trying to make it clear how disinterested she was in having another date with him. But unfortunately for the man, he didn't realize that fact at all. Yeah, potato potato. I'll call you later to confirm the date then, and don't worry, I'll get your phone number from Lisa. the man quickly said with a large grin before the girl could reject him and began to leave without even giving her a chance to retort. Fuck. The girl whispered in frustration a few minutes after the man had left at the thought of having to spend another evening with a creep like him. She wouldn't have agreed to go on even a single date with him if she knew that he was such a jerk. In her defense, she harbored no desire for romantic entanglements. It was solely at the behest of her only friend that she even entertained the notion at all. Armed with the skills of a gifted psychologist, she found most individuals as easy to read as an open book before her discerning gaze, their flaws and secrets laid bare without effort. This uncanny ability rendered life devoid of intrigue or exhilaration, leaving her disenchanted and detached while further disinteresting her from trying to make a relationship work. Even if I were to get into a serious relationship one day, my boyfriend should be one hell of a Casanova or a walking sex machine for me to ever fall in love, since getting genuinely attracted to a guy because of his personality is almost impossible for someone like me. All guys have terrible personalities. I would much rather fall in love with a big dick than wait for something that doesn't even exist. She thought to herself as she watched her date leave in his car without even asking her if she wanted a lift. Yeah, like I am ever going to go on another date with you. Over my dead body, humph. She grumbled to herself as she lamented the fact that she decided not to bring her car today. Maybe I should just walk. Normally, she would have just waited for a cab, but for some reason, she had suddenly begun feeling a strange sensation like someone was observing her. She could feel a sense of danger to her life, prompting her to quickly start walking towards her home as she dismissed the needless worries and fear in her mind as nothing but accumulated frustration born from overwork and the absence of a healthy social life. But what she didn't know was that the strange feeling wasn't just a trick of her mind, there really was a shadow that was silently following her trail like a predator hungry for food following after its helpless prey. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, A Brush with Madness. The thing called justice changes its shape, depending on where you stand. Kazana Kiji, One Piece. Omniscient POV. Strange. Why am I feeling like someone has been following me for some time? The young female psychologist thought to herself with a frown as she turned her head around to see if someone was following her through the empty streets. But much to her relief, there was no one there behind her, with the only thing that was moving on the streets being shadows. The roads were mostly empty with no one visible as far as her eyes could see. She had almost reached her apartment building, which was in the quieter part of Gotham, and she knew that cars were a rarity in her area at this time of night. So, she was actually rather glad to see that the streets behind her were empty than be scared or suspicious. Perhaps I am just overthinking things. After all, Gotham is not as bad as so many people on the news make it out to be. The woman lightly chuckled at the stupid thoughts that she previously had as she stopped in front of a small, shabby building. She had finally reached her destination safely. But even though the residential building itself looked old and worn down, most of its residents on the other hand actually preferred it over the other buildings in the area, primarily because of the new electronic pin-based digital lock and fingerprint system that was installed recently to secure the entrance from break-ins. In a city like Gotham, security was given much more importance when compared to luxury and convenience, and the fact that this building was one of the few affordable buildings that used digital locking systems and had CCTV coverage, as well as all the required permissions and legal documents, was more than enough for someone like her to choose this building despite its old appearance. The young woman didn't continue to dwell on her thoughts and approached the door before typing in the 6-digit PIN that she remembered, but strangely, the entrance refused to budge. Wait, they were supposed to change the PIN today. I did receive the letter about the change. What was it again? Oh yeah, I remembered now. She snapped her fingers in realization after a few seconds of deep thinking. Unfortunately for the young shrink, however, her hands were never able to reach the digital padlock to re-enter the PIN. Because, before she could type in her PIN code, a pair of hands suddenly cupped her mouth from behind and locked in her hands. Then she was quickly dragged away towards a dark alley. It all happened so quickly that she wasn't even able to process everything in her mind, much less respond and resist. When she did start to give her all to resist the strength of the figure holding her, it was already too late. They were already in a dark, secluded alley, away from the sight of normal people who could be walking by at this time, people who could have rescued her. Shababy doll. Don't resist, I am here to help you. I noticed how bored you have been with your life recently. You too have realized that this life of ours is meaningless, haven't you? That we are just robots sleepwalking from one distraction to another. Don't worry, I too was similar to you, a slave of the unseen forces. But I have broken away from its control. I am free now, and I will free you as well. I will liberate you from this pointless existence and make a true human out of your zombie-like reality. Trust me, miss, from today onwards, you will be free in every sense of the word. Oh, and love your shoes by the way. The figure behind her spoke in an unhinged yet respectful manner as the coldness of a thin metal blade touched the center of her throat. She didn't have any idea of who this person was, but one thing was clear for her. She had already understood from her knowledge as a criminal psychologist that the kind of person who was currently holding her at knife point wasn't some sort of criminal who was committing a crime out of need or necessity. No, she quite unfortunately wasn't getting robbed. This was a person who seemed to enjoy doing what he did. It was clear from his voice that he was enjoying the thrill of holding her life under his thumb. He was even enjoying the very thought of killing her whenever he wanted. This was not an ordinary mugger or thief. He was a serial killer through and through, and he was the worst kind too. He was a delusional serial killer who believed every word that had come out of his mouth till now, a maniac who truly believed that he would be helping her free herself by killing her. She knew that even if she could speak right now, there wouldn't be any hope of changing his thought process or convincing him to let her go. He was determined to kill her, and he would do it no matter what. Unless she could somehow overpower him and escape, this was probably not going to end well for her. Now, let's get you into a good position, ma'am. I want you to be as beautiful and lively as possible after I free you, so I need you to get into a good pose. By the way, which side of your face is your photo face? I normally prefer the left side, but I think your right can be just as beautiful too. Maybe, if you lose those glasses, we can truly bring out that inner beauty of yours. The male behind him again said without any hint of a joke before turning her around to make her face towards him. After being allowed to turn around, the woman was finally able to see the appearance of the person who was trying to kill her. The man looked like a middle-aged bald guy, wearing a pair of work boots, tight jeans, a white tank top, suspenders, and a leather jacket with an open zip. She could also see countless thin scars on the visible parts of his chest that were carefully made with some sort of small blade. They were most probably the trophies that he liked to give himself every time he successfully killed a target. Every serial killer liked to remember his victims in some sort of unique way. Perhaps making scars on himself was his preferred choice of doing exactly that. Ah, I was right. Such a beautiful and young face. Just using one side of your face would be a waste. Wait, maybe. The killer looked like he was going through a light bulb moment. How would you like to be suspended from the wall in a ballet dance position? It would be beautiful, my best work yet. He thoughtfully said, looking like some kind of artist who was mapping out his canvas. I'll call it the dance of freedom. Just make sure not to move around too much. If I mistakenly cut too many wrong veins or arteries, it can make a mess and ruin the final product. He warned with a huge grin on his face as he pressed her knife harder onto the young woman's throat. The woman tried to speak to somehow convince her captor to release her, even though she knew that pleading and begging from victims only encouraged bloodthirsty people like him to further continue their work, but as a woman who was currently staring straight at death's face, she didn't really have an option here. She couldn't help herself but do exactly everything any normal woman would do in her place to somehow have a chance to live through today. No one truly ever wanted to die, and she was the same. Stop moving around, woman. I am working here. Oh yeah, that's the sweet spot, the blade would cut perfectly through there. Now, stop squirming. God, I hate it when all the women suddenly start thinking to themselves that they can beat a man who has abs as thick as the woman's entire body. This ain't Hollywood, lady. You aren't kicking ass of a man 5 times your weight. He mocked as he tightened his hold on her face with his left hand and got ready to deliver the killing blow with his right. The young woman quickly closed her eyes in absolute dread and fear for her life while she hopelessly waited for everything to be over. She had dozens of regrets in her mind, regret of never finding love, never having a family of her own, never having her first kiss, never going to the new Wayland theme park, never being able to completely cure the mental health of a criminal, and most of all, never coming across a mind that she could truly call utterly captivating. She couldn't achieve anything that she had wanted to achieve. But as she waited for her demise burdened by a torrent of regrets in her mind with 2 thin streams of tears tracing delicate paths down her cheeks, an unexpected sensation enveloped her, nothingness. The end she was waiting for never came. Instead, she heard something else, something terrifying, almost demonic. It was the voice of another person, someone who would change her life through this encounter, someone who would show her just how deep a rabbit hole could go. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 108, Ending Madness. To capture a criminal, they have to be crushed completely and thoroughly. They must fear me and realize there is no second chance. Jail Murdoch, Plunderer. Omniscient POV. Just as the man was going to plunge his blade into the young girl's neck, something weird happened. There was a sharp whistling sound in the air like a blade cutting through the wind. However, the seemingly mentally imbalanced man was enjoying the moment too much to care about that sound and didn't slow down at all. But that turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes in his life, because the very next moment, all the fingers of his right hand, which was holding the sharp blade, were missing, cleanly cut out from his hand by something extremely fast and sharp. What? The man was at first confused about what had just happened. He didn't understand why the girl who was supposed to die by a single slash of his blade was still alive, while he was the one who was feeling like he wasn't going to make it. But he didn't have time to further ponder the reason for this because the pain of losing his fingers suddenly hit him like a freaking freight train. Ayaha. Fuck. Oh. My hand, my goddamn fingers. Fuck. 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 The man continued yelling while looking around in search of his missing digits as moisture slowly gathered in his eyes due to the immense pain he was currently feeling. How the hell did my fingers get cut off so fast? He somehow groaned aloud in pain after trying to forcefully calm himself down a little, but he understood the reason for this the very next moment when he noticed his freshly cut off fingers which were still leaking red blood lying on the ground along with a bat-shaped blade sticking out from the concrete beside them. The Dark Knight. He gasped in surprise as he recognized the cursed symbol that most criminals of Gotham had started to dread after what happened to his last boss, the Penguin as well as the biggest crime lord of Gotham, Carmine Falcon. Where are you? Show yourself, you coward. The man yelled as he quickly closed his wound with a scarf that he had in his pocket, after which he took out 2 handguns that he had hidden in his jacket. However, internally, Zash was still hesitating. He was no stranger to danger, but the Bat was different. The rumored vigilante demon of Gotham was not someone any criminal could just go ahead and antagonize without expecting any sort of punishment. Victor Zash, a deep voice was suddenly heard speaking with a low growl. It is time for you to finally face the retributions for the crimes you have done till now. It informed as the voice seemed to come closer and closer. Instantly, a black-clad figure swiftly dropped from the rooftop, landing silently behind Zash like a trained ninja. And, unfortunately for Victor, it really was Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham. His cape billowed, as his helmet concealed his features, leaving only the unnatural monstrous appearance of his armor's faceplate visible for the criminal to see. However, instead of being afraid, Victor's lips twisted into a manic twisted grin. Ah, the Bat. You are just as terrifying as advertised, just as good. But you won't stop me. You see, I am the chosen one. This is my fate, just like dying and becoming free is that girl's. She's already marked. Now, it's my responsibility to relieve her of the terrible boredom that she calls her life and as a result, free her of her mortal binds. Even after listening to his words, Batman, however, didn't flinch. You won't hurt anyone else anymore, Victor Zash. Batman's voice was cold, unyielding. At least, not on my watch, he uttered as he stepped forward, his presence commanding with each of his words seeming more like an order than a request. Zash didn't waste more time and lunged forward in an attempt to take on the vigilante in a surprise attack, desperation fueling his aggression. But Batman was faster. He dodged Victor's wild swings, even though each blow thrown by Zash was calculated and efficient. He however didn't even try to stop Victor at all and let the Psycho's left fist hit him on his armor with full strength, which only served to break the unfortunate Psycho's hand as he crumpled to the ground in pain. Gah, that's so hard. What the hell are you fucking wearing, reinforced steel? Batman, ignoring his remark, took this opportunity and began to rain multiple hits on Zash's body, to hurt the guy as much as possible. After breaking a couple of ribs on his chest, he stopped and loomed over Zash's broken form while the killer weakly groaned, blood pooling from the wound around his missing fingers through the handkerchief that was now painted completely red. You, how dare you? Pant, do you have any idea just how many people I have helped, how many people I have freed till now? Zash screamed in anger while huffing. You see this mark? This one I made on my neck after liberating a blind 17-year-old from her colorless life on her birthday after I freed her parents in front of her, although in hindsight, she had a really boring personality since she didn't even get afraid when I had my blade just in front of her. But my point is that this is my responsibility as the chosen one. This is what I truly stand for. Who the fuck do you think you are to stop me? Zash uttered with pride in his voice. His words were not just cruel, they were absolutely terrifying and clearly showed just how much broken he was in his mind. Even the young psychologist who was doing her best to hide behind a trash can in fear felt disgust at the man. For a brief moment, she felt so angry at him that she just wanted to take a bat and bash the Psycho's head in. She had heard from some of her associates and colleagues that Batman had never killed any of his victims yet, but she really wished that the vigilante of vengeance would make an exception this time for disgusting filth like him, because she knew just how easy it would be for the man to prove himself mentally imbalanced in front of the court and avoid punishment with just a few years' treatments in Arkham Asylum, which never seemed to work, and a light slap on his arm. In fact, there was even a high chance that he would probably escape much before his release date in prison break or something. At least, most criminals did. You're a disease, Batman responded after a few seconds of silence, his voice suspiciously low. And I'm the cure. He concluded in an apathetic voice. Bruce had always hated it when criminals like Victor Zash, who truly deserved the punishment of death, got to live. He always thought that such mentally sick people should be awarded death, but today, he realized that he was wrong. Guys like the Joker and the Riddler deserved death because at least they owned up to their crimes. They admitted that they had killed. But criminals like Zash didn't even own up to it. They don't just lie to their unfortunate victims and others but even to themselves. They are the real cowards and yet, they have the gall to take pride in their work. Death is not enough, Batman muttered aloud, barely veiled disgust lacing his voice. You deserve worse, so much worse. Death would be the easy way out for you. He whispered in nearly an inaudible voice. It was so low that even the young woman behind him was unable to clearly hear his words. What do you mean? What are you going to? Victor wasn't able to complete his words as a heavy punch from Bruce instantly dislocated his jaw, stopping him from saying anything anymore. Zash screamed in pain as he struggled to move or speak, but that was not the end of the punishment Bruce had planned for him. It was just the beginning. You should go back to your home now, ma'am. And don't worry, he will never annoy you again. He won't be able to. The caped vigilante ordered in a stoic voice as he slightly turned his head to look at the blonde woman shivering behind the trash can. She was probably really afraid, maybe even mentally scarred for the rest of her life. He felt really bad for her, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could offer was his apology for not arriving sooner. Thanks. The woman mumbled with a gulp as she got up and quickly left after giving him a thankful nod. After he watched her leave the alley, he focused his attention back on Victor, who was trying his best to get up. You let her leave. No worries, I will get her back. Now, I know where she lives. Ha ha ha. Fine, take me to the cops. I guess, I can use some rest. I heard the asylum even got renovated recently. Some of my friends said that the beds are much better now. Zash mocked with a painful laugh. He was pretty confident that Batman couldn't do more than break a few of his bones and take him to the cops, since the vigilante placed his faith in the justice system of Gotham, especially after that woman had already seen them together. You took so many lives, Batman growled, his voice a low, menacing rumble. You destroyed so many futures. You deserve this. With surgical precision, Batman took out a bat-shaped Swiss blade-sized knife from his utility blade, its gleaming blade catching the dim light of the warehouse. In a swift motion, he sliced away Zash's eyes, rendering him blind to the world around him. Next came his tongue, the instrument of Zash twisted maniacal lies and manipulation, severed from his mouth with a cold detachment. Then the nose, the source of his insatiable thirst for blood, was removed with a swift and calculated swipe of the black blade. Wait, what are you doing? Don't please, don't The blood-curdling screams of Victor Zash resonated throughout the alley as he lost all his sensory organs one by one. But the Dark Knight still wasn't finished. Taking out the bat tool from his utility belt, he switched on the sonic pulse gun mode and unleashed a deafening blast of sound at the psychotic killer, shattering Zash's eardrums and silencing his screams forever. And finally, as Zash lay broken and helpless before him, blood dribbling from his various orifices, the vigilante delivered the coup de grace. With a swift strike, he broke Zash's backbone and spinal cord before severing a few of the nerves that connected his body to his brain, ensuring that he would spend the rest of his days as a quadriplegic, forever confined to a wheelchair, unable to harm another soul. Bruce had done so much damage to his body in a calculative manner that although Zash wouldn't die, he definitely could never be cured by anyone or brought back to his full health. He would forever be limited to the very boring and colorless life he dreaded with no hope of ever escaping it. This would undoubtedly hurt my public image a little, but it was definitely worth it. I guess Vicky would have to put in some extra work to make me the hero in this incident and turn the story into something that would make me seem less cruel and more heroic, Bruce murmured to himself as he looked at his handiwork. Now, to disappear before the cops arrive. I really don't want to be here to explain to them why I did what I did. He thought to himself as he turned on the thrusters in his suit. Also, you should go back home now, the night is getting darker. You don't want another psycho to come after you, do you? He warned the young woman who still hadn't left and was observing him while hiding in a corner outside the alley. He had sensed from the very start that the girl had never gone home. She had been waiting and observing their exchange. At first, Bruce had thought that she was an ally of Zash, but soon, he realized that she didn't have anything to do with him. Either she was really curious, part of the media trying to sniff out some attractive news, or just wanted to see her perpetrator suffer. But whatever the reason was, Bruce just didn't care. Whatever statement she would give to the cops would hardly affect him, since he could always turn it around by using the news and social media platforms to influence the public perception. Plus, he was a vigilante, not a hero. His reputation hardly mattered to him as long as the government wasn't actively trying to arrest him and bring him to justice or something. Anyway, he had done his duty by rescuing and warning her. He didn't think he had to do more than that. After warning her, Bruce didn't feel the need to say anything further and just blasted away from the scene. However, what he failed to notice at that time was that the young girl wasn't there looking at Victor Zash, who had already lost consciousness, nor was she recording the event in any manner. No, she was in fact looking directly at him with eyes that spoke of pure curiosity and expectation. It was like she had just discovered a forbidden pleasure that she had only thought existed in her imagination. However, somewhere within her eyes, there was something else as well, something that was quite compulsive, like an unhealthy obsession. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, A World Apart. The only home that a man should ever need is within his heart. Lavi Bookman, D. Grayman. Garage of a certain Wayne family orphanage, Gotham City. Omniscient POV. Hey Jason, look at this. Presumably, the new vigilante named Batman literally broke a serial killer's spine last night so that the criminal could never kill anyone ever again. All the news agencies of Gotham are having a field day with this news. They even reported that he also blinded the guy, cut away his tongue and nose, and destroyed his eardrums as a punishment for his crimes. Wow, he is really serious about making Gotham a better place, isn't he? You know what, he has my full support on this. This city needs someone like him. Unfortunately, they didn't release any pictures of the guy, otherwise, I would love to see the anguished face of the killer in his current condition. Maybe criminals would be a little less afraid of killing now. A small orphan boy who looked like he was about 12 or 13 years of age excitedly spoke as he showed a newspaper page to his friend who was working on what looked like a rough framework of a motorbike in its early stages. That's so badass, man. But I doubt a superhero like Batman needs your support. Some even say that he is not even human but a fallen angel who escaped from hell to punish evil. He is the spirit of vengeance who judges the sinners of Gotham City after the sun sets. I support what he does too, although he is still not as awesome as my idol. The kid's friend replied with a huge grin on his face. There you go, once again starting your endless praises to the guardian angel of Gotham. I greatly admire that man too, Jason, but you are just obsessed, man. In fact, everyone I know in our orphanage is his admirer since he did so much for us orphans, but you, my friend, are an absolute fanatic. Sometimes, you even sound a little gay. The kid had to think for a few seconds before he remembered the word that he had learned a few days ago from one of the elder kids in the orphanage. I am not gay. Also, even if I am a Wayne fanatic, so what? Bruce Wayne is one of the few rich people in Gotham who actually cares about orphans like us, and who does something to change the city. Not just the city, he is literally changing the world with all the new medicines and inventions his company keeps coming up with. He sends us to school, gives us some of the best food that we have ever eaten since he took over, and even sends gifts during Christmas and Thanksgiving. He also gave scholarships to Big Brother Jack and his friends to attend college. They were even fortunate enough to be hired by him after graduation. Man, I really wish I could work for him one day. Jason responded with a thoughtful gaze as he looked at the newspaper in his friend's hands. But Batman is a superhero while Bruce Wayne is just an ordinary businessman and philanthropist. Batman literally beats criminals every day while all that Bruce can do for the city is charity work. I don't think they can be compared on the same level. The boy with the newspaper in his hand still tried to argue to uphold his favorite hero's honor, albeit with a slightly deflated voice. I do admit Batman is making the city a safer place by taking care of its criminals. Even the few stupid experts who are complaining about him being cruel to criminals have no idea just how heartless those very same criminals can be to ordinary people like us when they are allowed to roam free. But Mr. Wayne is making Gotham a better place, a much better place, not just a safer place. So objectively speaking, yeah, Bruce Wayne is much better than a superhero in a bat costume according to me. Jason continued as he proudly took a quick peek at the poster of his idol hung on the wall of the orphanage's garage in a way that almost seemed like he was seeking his validation. Also, haven't you heard? Mr. Wayne has been recruiting people in his new private security company to help fight against crime not just in Gotham but all over the world. I am sure they could do the same work that Batman is currently doing and more. Big Bro Jack even got hired in the new squad as one of the leaders. In his recent visit to the orphanage, he even told me that he had already completed a few secret missions. Also, even though he refused to answer any of my further questions on the subject, rumor has it that the security squad of Mr. Wayne was the one responsible for assassinating all the members of the Red Hood gang and the Black Mask family a few weeks ago during their attack in the mall. They truly deserved that for trying to harm my idol. Jason nodded happily. Sigh, I am just wasting my time trying to argue with you, man. Fine, you win, Bruce Wayne is better than Batman. Now, I'll be in the canteen eating today's special dessert, French apple tart, while you can keep working on the shitty cycle and daydreaming about being Bruce Wayne's lapdog all you want. The kid said in an annoyed tone before he stormed off while muttering something about nobody having enough respect for superheroes. Hey, where are you going? Wait, I'll come with you too after I finish completing the skeletal structure of my motorcycle. Can you at least save a slice of apple tart for me as well? Please. Jason shouted to try to get his now angry friend's attention even though it had no effect. I wonder what got into his pants. Well, whatever. Once I succeed in making my own unique motorcycle from scratch, no one can stop me from being recruited by Wayne Solutions, even if it is only as a researcher. From there, I can just lowly climb the ranks to one day work with Bruce Wayne himself and change the city together. Yes, just wait for me, Mr. Wayne. I'll be joining you soon. Fingers crossed, I might even be able to join that security force one day and lead it. He yelled while raising his fist with pure determination in his voice. Batcave, under Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne POV. Achoo, is somebody talking about me something? I spoke out uncertainly, especially since it was almost impossible for me as a high human to get sick or allergic to something. What's the matter, Bruce? Are you all right? Clark Kent, whose face was visible on the screen, asked, concerned about my sudden sneeze in the midst of our conversation. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Maybe some dust got inside my nose. Anyway, coming back to what we were speaking about, what happened after you found out about your space cradle? Did you find out anything else about your species or your planet? I curiously asked my favorite pen pal. Nothing, it was mostly empty. The only thing I found that might be of some value was a small key-like device that could open up the ship. However, I think there is another spaceship on this planet somewhere besides the cradle that I came here in, since something inside the cradle suddenly began reacting to something after I turned it on. But I think I will have to work a lot harder if I want to find out all the secrets about my birth. Clark answered with a weak smile. I and Clark have continued to maintain contact after I returned from Smallville. In his words, not mine, we have even become best friends in a way. Truthfully, it was more than easy to win his friendship, as I was the only pal of his who knew about his extraterrestrial origins while still not changing how I normally behaved with him. Also, my being deeply involved with his family in their farm business and his father's political campaign as a sponsor and financier was another reason why we had such a good relationship with each other. I see. But look at the bright side. At least, you are not some sex-crazed tentacle alien who wants to force himself on human women to make more tentacle alien babies. I joke to lighten the mood. Although that does bring the question if you can get hard in the first place. Joke all you want, but always remember that I am not the one who has a man making his bed for him. Ha 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 ha. Clark began to giggle like a kid at his own joke as I rolled my eyes at him. Anyway, jokes aside, thanks for warning about the storm, by the way. You saved a lot of lives here in Smallville. In fact, you and Pops are now heroes within the entire state of Kansas with how much you two contributed to help people out during the storm with shelters and food. My father's political career has never been higher before. There are literally people requesting him to run for president next term. Even Mom has become a celebrity with how much relief and charity work she has been doing. Clark revealed with a big happy smile on his face. Don't mention it, I just did my work. What's the use of having advanced satellites and machines and not using them to help people out? But still, that's cool. I guess your parents are quite the celebrity now. What about the Luthor family? Have you met them recently, especially the young asshole heir? Nah, I haven't met Lex for some time. His father, the senior Luthor, once came to Pops to make some sort of shady illegal deal but left after hurling a few desperate insults our way. Once my father said a firm no, I heard that their company almost went bankrupt because of how he was involved in some scams. But the situation is better now that Lex has taken control of the company. Maybe, he will turn up a new leaf. Clark hopefully stated. Although I don't have the slightest idea about what happened with Lex's sister. I hope she is okay. She always seemed physically ill during our school days. He said with some genuine worry lacing his voice. Yeah, I hope she is okay too. She had much better manners than the father-son duo at the very least. Maybe I will organize a meeting with Lex soon to check up on her. I muttered to myself, which Clark clearly heard from the other side of the screen due to his super hearing. Anyway, I will have to leave now, Clark. I have an appointment with a friend of mine. But, best of luck with that world tour you were talking about. I really hope you can rediscover yourself and figure out your purpose like I did mine. I wished him luck, knowing that the world was going to need the Men of Steel sooner than later. Yeah, bye, take care. Oh, and steer clear from that bloodthirsty Gotham vigilante. I heard that he made a criminal into a quadriplegic after beating him into a bloody pulp. You never know what a dangerous person like that might do in the name of cleaning up the streets. Clark expressed his clear dissatisfaction through his facial expressions. Yeah, even though Clark knew that I wasn't exactly an ordinary rich kid, he still had no idea that I had powers or that I was the Dark Knight he did not approve of. Truthfully, I could see why, given how much of a genuine goody-two-shoes he was. It was almost like it was meant for him to one day become the symbol of hope and peace for this world. But that was all he could be, the light at the peak of dawn. I, however, was his complete opposite. I was the darkness of the blackest night. Like him, I wanted peace too. The only difference between me and him was that I would stop at absolutely nothing to get it, no matter how many criminals I would have to bury in my garden to bring dawn the next day. Yeah, sure. Bye. I said while forcing a smile on my face before quickly ending the call. Now, that was tiring, I muttered. Your new plane is ready, Bruce. You can leave whenever you want. The others have already reached Greece. They are waiting for you, so I advise you to leave as early as possible unless you want Selena to deny sex to you for the next week while Nissa and Talia tease you until you nut on your own. Cortana's hologram form warned from behind me before adding, "Hurry, Gashajinsama, your sex life is in danger," to tease me. Oh really? And what about Alfred? He is enjoying too with his new crush. I asked while ignoring her taunt. It's actually more like he is your godmother's new crush, but yeah, they are definitely enjoying, to say the least. He and Miss Tompkins might even be giving you a godbrother in a few years if their young romance blossoms even a little more, Cortana answered in an amused voice. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 110, The Calm Before the Storm. Sometimes life is too uncertain to have regrets. Goku, Dragon Ball Z. Somewhere above the Mediterranean Sea. Bruce Wayne POV. The aircraft's autopilot has been engaged successfully, sir, Cortana's voice echoed through the plane's speakers. Current weather conditions are favorable, with clear skies and no atmospheric disturbances, ensuring smooth flying conditions. You may now rest easy until we reach the borders of Europe. I've initiated active monitoring for any criminal activity in Gotham during your absence. I'll compile a detailed report for your review later, while I'll take care of any minor tasks. Thank you, Cortana. I don't know what I would do without you. You are a blessing in a not-so-well-hidden disguise, I commended, prompting a blush in her holographic form. Oh, and I have already decided on the initial android body that you will be using to test out how comfortable you are in a physical body and what changes you might desire in your body. I will start working on it after we return home. Maybe, I should finish the solid/hard light project that I had been previously working on too. That would not only vastly increase your physical usefulness as my trusted digital assistant but also might be able to help in providing better training facilities as well. I pondered, ultimately deciding that completing both projects was of paramount importance to maximize Cortana's efficiency. After all, even I sometimes feel weird with so many of her robotic tentacles continuously working diligently in the Batcave. Thank you, my dear master. You are too kind. The AI assistant tried to make an anime-like cute face while showing a huge smile on her face. No need for that. However, you should stop acting like an anime girl. Remember, I am the one who is going to decide what your new body is going to look like. I mock-threatened. Maybe I should give her a body similar to the twins from Atomic Heart, although that might be too much since that would just cause me to have a constant boner whenever I am around her. I don't know if I am a weirdo or a pervert of a special kind, but something in their body structure looked extremely hot to me even though they lacked actual faces. Maybe, I'll make them later when I establish the Justice League. They could be very good maids for the members of the League, or perhaps caretakers of the League headquarters. I wonder if the rest of the members would also sport constant boners because of them. Eh? That's not fair, master. You are blackmailing me. Cortana complained with a pout as she narrowed her eyes at me like she could guess what was currently going through my mind. It's called cunning. I joked. Anyway, what about the project I commissioned? Did the bank approve the loan for it? Or should I say, did my bank approve the loan for it? I chuckled. Yes, the loan request has been approved, but are you certain about pursuing a $5 billion loan for a hospital project? Given that we're not primarily a core medical company, it seems excessive, especially considering that the budgets for past Wayne family hospital projects have typically capped at $200 million. Of course, there's impressive potential for profit upon completion, but investing in industries like semiconductor technology or defense could yield higher returns. Cortana offered her candid feedback, struggling to grasp my rationale for such a significant investment. It's not merely a business venture, Cortana. It's a tribute to my father. The Wayne Memorial Central Healthcare Center was his vision, a dream to establish one of the world's premier medical facilities in Gotham. Profit is important, but it's not the driving force behind this project, I explained, clarifying my intentions. Indeed, it was true. According to Alfred and my new godmother, Leslie Tompkins, whom I have only recently met, my father conceived the idea of the hospital during his college years. Influenced by Miss Tompkins, his closest companion at the time, who aspired to become a doctor and aid communities worldwide, he envisioned a vast medical center in Gotham dedicated to treating and researching a myriad of diseases. Before Miss Tompkins departed Gotham to pursue further studies and research, they made a pact. Once she became a proficient doctor, my father would finance their shared dream hospital. From providing free treatment to orphans to establishing a medical school and conducting advanced research on various medical conditions, it aimed to be a comprehensive medical solution for the city, a noble and ambitious vision that resonated deeply with me. After all, making that dream come true was the least I could do as Bruce Wayne. This medical center was meant to be realized long ago, but Miss Tompkins's burgeoning career, my father's political endeavors, and opposition from Gotham's corrupt city government presented formidable obstacles. They had planned to commence the project after my father's anticipated election victory, but tragically, his life was cut short before that could happen. So, it was now up to me to fulfill his dream. According to what Alfred told me, my parents had formally acknowledged that Mississippi Tompkins was my godmother just like they had named Alfred as my godfather. She had even attended a few of my birthdays when I, the previous Bruce Wayne, was younger. In fact, I even remembered her face from some of OG Bruce's memories. She wanted to be there for me after my parents died that night, but she couldn't find the courage to face me. She felt like it was her fault that the Wayne couple died because she had left Gotham. She felt like she had abandoned them. Initially skeptical, my doubts dissipated upon meeting her. I understood that she was telling the truth. She carried massive guilt within her, guilt that made it almost impossible for her to come in front of me without succumbing to tears. Despite attempts to reach out, including even coming to Gotham once to meet Alfred and me, she never dared to make it past the mansion gates until recently when she finally found the resolve to get over her grief and guilt. Her newfound determination led her to pursue her and my father's shared aspiration, aiding the citizens of Gotham. The decision to construct the hospital was of course mine alone. I knew that she was in no way responsible for the events surrounding my parents, and I harbored no resentment toward her for her lack of communication, despite her self-imposed guilt. Upon her arrival at our estate, there was a palpable romantic tension between Alfred and her, reminiscent of two former lovers reuniting after a long separation. They probably had quite some history between them. Regardless, I resolved to fulfill my late father's dream hospital project and appointed Miss Thompson as its medical director. Now that I think about it, maybe I should give Alfred a seat in the board too. He would be able to spend some time with Leslie that way despite their busy schedules. Truthfully, I could have just built the hospital without taking a loan. The profits that Wayne Solutions has been making from different enterprises had accumulated to be quite a lot, but I needed that liquidity for something else. The 2008 stock market crash and mortgage crisis were coming soon, and I knew that I could make hundreds of billions of dollars if I used that money smartly. Money would permanently stop being a concern for me after that. It's rather ironic. On one side, I'm overseeing the construction of Gotham's largest medical center, while on the other hand, I am simultaneously delving into research on crafting superior addictive, abusive drugs. I'm used with a wry smile. Yes, you heard correctly. I've been actively formulating various types of drugs intended to replace the current array of abusive substances saturating the market. These alternatives would deliver comparable recreational effects, elevating mood, inducing euphoria, and creating happy hallucinations, yet without the detrimental health consequences typically associated with drug abuse. While modestly addicting, much like caffeine, these drugs would be considerably more affordable than the normal ones, comprising blends of essential vitamins, minerals, and immunity-enhancing compounds, available in an assortment of flavors. In fact, I've already devised several prototypes: Vita Pure Pot, Protein-Nirvana, Immuno-Euphoria, Nutri-Bliss, and Health High, each having different effects aimed to replace different types of drugs. It is a known fact that quite a substantial portion of Gotham's populace is entangled in drug trafficking, distribution, and consumption. Realistically, I cannot entirely curb the illicit drug trade within the city, despite my diligent patrols and surveillance efforts using drones. However, with my own range of wholesome, addictive, and healthy drug alternatives, I could ensure that individuals derive tangible health benefits alongside their recreational indulgence from the use of their favorite drugs. Perhaps, this innovative approach could even address nutritional deficiencies among certain demographics, offering a novel solution to widespread food insecurity, where essential nutrients could be ingested through smoking pot, thereby fulfilling bodily requirements. Bruce Wayne, the world's most infamous and biggest drug lord, it does have quite a ring to it. I excitedly remarked with a happy self-assured nod. What are you suddenly on about? Wait, you are once again thinking about your idea of ending world hunger through your new drugs, aren't you? Cortana guessed with a deadpan after noticing an evil smile on my face. Have some respect, Cortana, you are in the presence of the biggest future drug lord, I responded with a chuckle. Crack boom. The sudden crack of lightning followed by an explosion jolted me out of my comfort. I glanced out of the window, only to see the plane shaking perilously amidst the tumultuous skies. Hey Cortana, weren't you supposed to alert me about any adverse weather conditions? I queried, noting her holographic nod with a sense of urgency. Then why the hell didn't you say anything when we were barreling straight into a tornado? Aye. There wasn't supposed to be bad weather in this part of the ocean. It's like, that tornado materialized out of nowhere. But this doesn't make any sense. Even now, several of my sensors are malfunctioning. Maybe the storm has electromagnetic properties in it, and it somehow messed with my and the plane's systems despite their advanced technological sophistication. It's either that or. Cortana trailed off, hesitating to voice the alternative. Or this storm possesses supernatural properties. I finished for her. Sizzle boom. Immediately another lightning strike, followed by a deafening boom, sent shockwaves through the aircraft. The wings of the craft erupted into flames, rendering the plane uncontrollable as it hurtled toward the swirling vortex, plummeting in a relentless descent. My holiday just got fucking ruined, didn't it? Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 111, From Themyscira with Love. Not all those who wander are lost. Gandalf, The Fellowship of the Ring. Paradise Islands, aka Themyscira. Omniscient POV. A certain Amazon was strolling along the beach with an annoyed expression on her face, the cool sea breeze slowly ruffling her beautiful back hair. With each step, irritation simmered out from beneath her composed facade. Why don't they understand that I am not a young girl anymore, that I am ready to shoulder my responsibilities? Sigh, I wish Mother wasn't so adamant in her decisions. Why does she have to treat me like a child all the time? Even Antiope thinks that I am ready to do more than just train all the time. The woman thought dejectedly as her mother's overprotectiveness grated on her nerves, burning a desire in her for greater autonomy in her own life while her teacher's reluctance to assign her more responsibilities only added to fueling her frustration further. Wait, what's that? She muttered after suddenly noticing a huge chunk of steel lying on the sand. It looked like it was a part of some big ship that got destroyed. Could it be that this thing is perhaps from the world of men? The woman asked herself curiously as she remembered a few of the outlandish stories that some of her sisters had told her about the giant iron ships that men used to ride in the outside world. A few seconds of looking at the giant block of iron was all it took for her to lose control of her own curiosity and slowly move toward the wreckage. Her better judgment was telling her to inform her mother about the wreck and bring a few more of her sisters to investigate it instead of taking a risk and doing it alone. But again, she was never one to be afraid of risks. She knew that if she were to involve anyone else in this and if the news were to spread and reach her mother, she would no longer be allowed to explore the debris that she had herself found. She would lose her only chance to see something from the outside world, even if it is just some ruins. So, she wisely decided against going back and instead advanced towards the rubble to investigate herself. Approaching the wreckage, she discerned that the fragments of the ship were not just merely fractured but rendered utterly useless and completely inoperable, most probably from recurrent lightning strikes. Certain sections of the wreckage appeared so extensively scorched that one might even speculate this might have incurred the wrath of the gods themselves for some reason. By Hera, did Zeus himself strike down the ship in his wrath? She could not help but exclaim. What is that strange drumming sound? Wait, is that a heartbeat? She murmured, perplexed by the weak rhythmic throb echoing softly through the air, persisting with an unwavering tenacity. She was soon able to swiftly discern the source of the sound emanating from deep within the rubble and, without hesitation, began to quickly move the broken pieces of metal in an attempt to unearth the individual. She herself didn't know if she was doing it to save the person's life or just to satisfy her curiosity. Within moments, she was successful in dislodging the debris with her inhumane strength, revealing the charred form of an unfamiliar figure. While appearing quite human, just like her, the being's physique, however, diverged notably from the familiar physical features of her sister she was used to seeing. It possessed a bulkier physique with very clearly defined muscles and a strangely charming face that seemed to attract her despite how badly it was burnt. Is this supposed to be a man? If he is, he doesn't seem to be that dangerous, not even nearly as scary or brutal as Mother described them to be in her stories. However, I wonder what that thing between his legs is. She wondered aloud curiously while thoroughly checking out the man's naked body. Maybe I can ask him. But going by how badly injured he is, there is little chance he would be recovering anytime soon. Also, I doubt Mother would even agree to spare his life, much less let him inside to let him heal. Once again, she found herself taken aback, for as soon as she spoke, she observed another remarkable detail. The man's body was undergoing a rapid healing process, a feat beyond the capabilities of most Amazons. Even she, who was stronger than most general Amazons, would require at least a few days to recover from such grievous injuries. The healing process was so fast, that his wounds which were there mere moments ago seared and barely held together, were now mended swiftly, transforming him from a piece of naked charred flesh to a naked charming man with a handsome visage within minutes. I have never seen somebody heal that quickly. Not even the unique humans in Sister Helena's stories during the Great War in the men's world were able to heal themselves that quickly from their injuries. Maybe, he is special. She thought while watching him begin to squirm around in his sleep as he seemed to slowly come out from his slumber. So, he is finally waking up, huh? Within a few more moments, the man stirred tiredly, his eyelids fluttering open to reveal his vibrant eyes. Blinking groggily, he took in his surroundings before his gaze settled on the beautiful woman standing in front of him. Instantly, his eyes widened as his gaze settled on her thighs and muscles. Hello there, he greeted her with a weak smile. Does it hurt? The man asked while observing her body. What? Why would I be hurt, stranger? You are the one who appeared on this beach in a completely burned condition, aren't you? She questioned, her confusion evident as she subconsciously began to feel her face with her hands to see if anything was wrong with her. I meant, did it hurt while falling from heaven? Because you sure do look like a goddess, the stranger replied, attempting to flirt with her although unfortunately, she didn't realize that he was actually flirting. Thank you for your compliment, stranger, but no, I did not fall from heaven, nor am I a goddess. I am Princess Diana, a mortal much like you, and this island is the only home I have ever known, the woman responded, her uncertainty palpable. But who are you, and how did you get past the barrier, she demanded, her tone shifting instantly to seriousness despite its previous friendliness. Image. I am Bruce Wayne from Gotham. It's a city in the United States. You have never heard of it, have you? Bruce questioned after he noticed a confused expression on Diana's face, which she simply answered with a side-to-side movement of her head. Where am I? He managed to croak out, his mind still groggy from the entire ordeal. You're on Paradise Island, the home of the Amazons, Diana explained, her tone light but informative. And it seems you've had quite the journey. Maybe, your ship was caught in a storm, and well, here you are. The man's eyes widened in realization as he attempted to sit up. As the man took in his surroundings, his gaze lingered on Diana, his mind coming to some sort of understanding. As expected, encountering a princess named Diana on a strange unfamiliar island, ignorant of other nations within the DC universe, was a slim possibility. I should have expected this the moment I saw her in her hot medieval armor. He thought to himself with a sigh. He immediately tried to look up his location in his smart bracelet, but unfortunately, before he could do so, he noticed that his bracelet looked more like a piece of burnt trash than a functional gadget. I sure hope that the women in this version of the Amazons aren't as big man-haters as some of the extreme ones I heard of existing in the DC multiverse, otherwise, I am royally fucked. He concluded as he failed to switch on his bracelet or even summon Cortana. The electromagnetic magical thunderstorm storm hadn't just wrecked his plane and burnt him to a crisp but also rendered most of his gadgets useless. Not just his bat tool and his thought-scrambling pendant, but even the latest bulletproof suit he made for himself after being inspired by John Wick was conspicuously absent. Anyway, I need to get out of here before her mother discovers me and sentences me to death. They probably wouldn't take kindly to me once they hear my honest thoughts about their sinful bodies. Warrior women were always my weakness after all. I even failed to stop myself from flirting with Diana, so I am not going to blindly place my hope in the off chance that I'll be able to somehow magically resist the power of their lassos. I decided in my mind. But before that. Hey princess, would you happen to have some food on you? A/N, does this Wonder Woman look too young to you guys? I think her look on the original book cover might have been better. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 112, Naked and Not Afraid, 1. Oh, how dazzling. There's a woman within my reach. Sanji, One Piece. Bruce Wayne POV. Stop looking at my cock, you shameless bunch of women. Have you lust-filled bitches never seen a man with a horse-sized dick before? I complained with a straight face as I felt the curious and even slightly excited gazes of about a dozen women looking at my iron-hard cock. TCH, I should have run away when I had the chance to. I thought while giving a stink eye to Diana, walking a few meters before me with a slightly downcast expression. She was wise enough to completely ignore my words while she pondered on how to correct the misunderstanding that had just occurred earlier among her sisters, a misunderstanding that stemmed from my recent string of misfortune. You see, it all started back the moment when my aircraft crash-landed on this island and I was discovered amidst the wreckage by none other than Princess Diana, the princess of the island's ruling royal family, one who would one day be known as Wonder Woman in the future. As an honest woman with the kind heart of a hero, she immediately understood my plight and didn't try to blame me at all for invading the island. Instead, after listening to my request, she was even ready to bring me a few fruits to eat when I told her I was hungry. However, unfortunately, falling prey to some invisible and unseen force of comic perversion, the great and mighty Wonder Woman, while trying to quickly fetch me some food, probably for the first time in her life as a warrior, slipped after stepping on a piece of broken metal and fell down right on top of me with her thighs smashing into my delicate face and her own head stopping a few inches away from my erect dick. Of course, the situation was still manageable up until that point, but as luck would have it, a couple of Amazons had come to the beach at that very moment looking for their missing princess, but instead of finding her idly strolling along the seashore like usual, they instead stumbled upon her in what seemed to them a very compromising situation with an unknown man who was stark naked. And that was why I was currently being escorted to their queen as a captive so that she could personally judge me for the crime I had committed by trying to defile her daughter who was also the nation's princess. Yeah, I was pretty sure that I did not have any lucky pervert skill up until now, but even if I did possess such an ability, I would have preferred it to manifest in a manner more conducive to good luck rather than doing the complete opposite. Only if I still had my clothes, or my nanobots. I sighed in frustration. A lot of people might ask me why I was naked in the first place, but of course, I had my own reasons. In the wake of the lightning storm, my entire luggage, along with all my attire, was lost amidst the chaos. The suit I wore was obliterated by lightning strikes, leaving nothing but ashes. Similarly, even my portable armory, which was meticulously secured and contained an array of weapons, gadgets, and reserved nanobots for emergencies, likely initiated its self-destruct sequence once the aircraft began to succumb to the Tempest's fury. Of course, that was to ensure that no one else except me could ever get their hands on them in situations like these, but it also meant that I had no hope of getting them back as well. My only hope here was the nanobots I had strategically hidden throughout my body, with clusters of them located in different regions such as the hollow parts of my muscles, bones, and various organs. This type of distribution ensures that those nanobots are extremely difficult for anyone else to find, and even if some of them are discovered or destroyed, there are always backups in other areas. The nanobots had exceptional durability against almost all various forms of physical punishment, yet they were not absolutely invulnerable. When subjected to billions of volts of electricity, I am guessing the number because it certainly felt like that when my skin was melting off with each lightning strike, their functionality faltered, incapable of maintaining normal operations amidst such extreme conditions. Undoubtedly, I intend to refine my nanotechnology later to be able to resist that level of lightning or electricity, much like how Iron Man was able to do the same in Endgame, especially since too many heroes and villains possessed lightning-based or electric-based abilities that I would need to counter. Presently, however, those nanobots lay inactive and dormant within me, undergoing a process of self-repair since their mechanisms were capable of self-restoration even though they still lacked the true sophistication required for self-replication. So, until those nanobots had completely repaired themselves, I could not summon or use them, not even for something as nominal as clothes, which forced me to go not just full commando but also completely naked as well. *TCH**, I should have foreseen something like this happening. Silence, you piece of manly scum. You will be getting what you deserve soon enough. Don't make us pull out your tongue even before we reach the court. One of the Amazons who was holding the lasso of truth that bound me commanded in a hateful tone. Manly scum. That is really creative of you. I feel like you just praised me instead of insulting me, so thanks, I guess. Oh, and I like to believe I deserve a lot since I am a very honest and good guy. I teased without even bothering to look at her. You are the worst scum I have ever seen. I have no idea why Sister Helena even thinks that you men have improved. To me, you are still the same dirty and shameless dogs as before. You should have stayed in the men's world, men, she uttered in a disgusted tone of voice. The Queen will never let you leave after you defiled her daughter, not even if the Fury herself begs her for it. I started to speak but was immediately interrupted by someone else speaking. For the 5th time, he did not defile me, Clymene. What you saw was simply a misunderstanding. I merely slipped and fell. He is innocent, Diana said with a slight blush. Also, Sister Helena Cosmatos is not only more experienced than you but has also fought more wars than you have ever seen. You should respect her opinions rather than try to discredit them every chance you get. I am sorry if I sounded rude, Princess, but you cannot expect me to believe that you, one of our best warriors, simply slipped and fell on a man. I am certain that he is definitely involved in somehow forcing you into that position. You do not know his kind, Princess, but I do. I was there when Hercules and his men. No, we will never forget what happened that night. We will never forget what men are truly capable of. They are all beasts and animals. She finished, her eyes slightly glassy with uncontrolled emotions. Diana wasn't able to find any words for her to reply. She had heard that a demigodman known as Hercules had once captured their entire nation and its people as slaves. She herself hated that man after listening to his story, but unlike most of her sisters, she couldn't bring herself to hate all men for it. He and his men forced himself on you all, didn't he? Bruce asked, his voice calm and soothing. I understand he was a bastard and all, but that doesn't mean every man is like him. Even if he had done what he did in what you call the men's world, he would still have to suffer harsh punishment for it. Also, what women had to suffer hundreds or thousands of years ago was because of the bad rulers that ruled the world at that time, along with a lack of law, order, and justice, not because of men in general. Women in fact were not the only ones to suffer. Every man and woman in the past who was not rich or didn't belong to a noble family suffered the same. Look, I admit that what happened with you all wasn't fair, but that doesn't give you the right to judge everyone else. People are not inherently bad depending on their gender, class, caste, color, religion, or race. There are always bad apples in a bunch, and then there are the good ones. You just have to know the right ones to choose. You all are not as special as you think you are. I explained what my genuine thoughts were. What do you know of suffering, man? The earlier Amazon retorted venomously, anger evident in her eyes. I bet that you would also love to force yourself on us the moment you get your chance. You will turn the same as them when the time comes. Maybe even your father abused your mother too. Bam, the woman could not complete her words as a punch from me sent her flying across the forest, faster than most would even be able to see. She only stopped after directly crashing into a grove of trees, the mark of a fist permanently embedded into the chest area of her armor. Immediately, without wasting a single second, all the Amazons present there took out their weapons and directed them at me, with Diana's sword even touching my throat. They acted exactly like trained and battle-hardened warriors, intending to deal with the primary threat first before trying to see if their companion was all right. Whoa, calm down, girls. I didn't even hit her that hard. I instantly tried to defuse the tense situation by raising my hands. I was just a little annoyed by her words. Also, I wanted to prove that I have the strength necessary to take all of you on. I didn't attack earlier, simply because I didn't feel the need to use any physical violence without a solid reason and because I am a gentleman who believes in equal rights for all. Don't worry though, I don't intend to resort to violence unless my life is in danger. I explained with a charming smile which probably made me appear bipolar. The female warriors didn't look much convinced by my explanation, but Diana, after scanning me with her eyes for a few seconds, sheathed her sword again before gesturing for one of the Amazons to check up on the Amazon I had just punched. What I said was true, by the way. I did believe in equal rights and opportunities. That's why I even hit the woman in the first place, because I believed that my fists were R-rated for all. Don't do something like this again or it would be very difficult for me to prove your innocence in front of my mother, Diana advised in a low voice while tightening the lasso binding my hands, making sure that the other Amazons weren't able to hear her words. Once the Amazon named Clymene recovered, we again began to move towards Queen Hippolyta's palace. This time, however, most of our journey was in silence, something I very much appreciated since I was able to start forming multiple plans in my mind on how to get out of this problem with all my body parts intact. I really hope my nanobots start working again soon. This version of Princess Diana doesn't seem like she has ever ventured out of the island before, so I can't rely on her to let me go, and I don't even have any big wars or war gods that I can use as an excuse to ally with her. I thought dejectedly. Omniscient POV. For some reason, I almost feel like I want to sneeze. A deep resonant voice was heard mumbling, coming from the direction of a masculine figure adorned with a helmet that had horns and a skull-like face, a huge cape made of thick fur, and what appeared to be a large, bulky armor, giving off an ominous and powerful vibe. He was seated on a throne surrounded by dark blue flames, while another extremely muscular figure wearing light armor and a huge lion mantle was visible standing proudly in front of the throne, his head held high, and chest puffed. Everything is ready. We now have the ritual that we needed. He spoke. Good, prepare the army. Themyscira will have the honor of being the first one to fall before our combined might. The figure sitting on the throne said authoritatively, at which the other being couldn't help but slightly growl at the commanding tone of the words. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 113, Naked and Not Afraid, 2. Always trying to make myself seem strong. So, I locked my own heart in a suit of armor. Urza Scarlet, Fairy Tale. Bruce Wayne POV. This place is bigger than I initially thought, I muttered to myself as my captors brought me to what looked like the training grounds inside the palace itself. Truthfully, I hadn't initially expected a very grand palace since everything on this island was supposed to be made by women. I am not being sexist, just stating the fact that women normally don't do construction work, at least according to the society of my previous world, but after seeing the central palace, I had to admit that I was impressed. The palace of the Amazons was quite big and was more inclined to a Roman design than Greek. It seemed to be constructed primarily with defensive and military strategies in mind because the palace was perfectly positioned at the center of the island. So much so that the palace could defend itself and hold its own in times of war or rebellion, even if it was to be besieged from all directions simultaneously. How many years did it take you all to construct this palace? It is massive. This place. Oh, we didn't make it ourselves. It was a gift from Hera after Mother did an errand for her. But thank you for the compliment, Diana answered with a pleased smile, her mood suddenly becoming a lot better than it was a second before. Just as I thought. I smiled at her answer, knowing that I was absolutely right about construction not being the excelling point for women. We are here. One of the Amazons declared as we finally reached a beautiful old temple near the royal training grounds. About 24 Amazons wearing special silver armor were guarding the entrance to the temple, their eyes watching out like hawks in search of any possible danger. We want an audience with Queen Hippolyta, Philippus. We have arrested an intruder, a man who was somehow able to step inside Themyscira's borders despite the new magical barrier. The Amazon whom I had previously hit, approached a tall woman who looked like the leader of the group and spoke in a respectful tone before giving me a dirty glare. The royal guard she was referring to as Philippus was a woman of African heritage and was easily one of the tallest and most well-built women I had ever seen. Hearing about a man on the island, she only appeared to be slightly surprised, but the very next second she completely recovered from her minor shock and hastily went inside the fountain to fetch her queen. Remember, Bruce, do not insult my mother, no matter what. She is always fair in her judgments, but she doesn't like men very much, and she sometimes gets a little too emotional when she has to make decisions concerning me. So, let me try to explain the misunderstanding to her. There is a much higher chance that she will believe my words than yours. Diana whispered to me in warning, earning a wordless nod from me. Despite not knowing me at all, she seemed worried. In her mind, she probably didn't want an innocent person to die just because of some misunderstanding. I guess this version of her, despite being a warrior, was kind in nature, something I was very happy to know since I had heard about certain cruel and war-loving versions of Wonder Woman from one of my friends in my previous life who was a massive simp for the lasso-wielding DC babe. In fact, now that I think about it, this Wonder Woman even looked more like her comic version due to her raven black hair and her ample assets than her movie version, albeit there were certain similarities to Gal Gadot. Also, instead of looking like a warrior in her 30s, she looked a lot younger, like she was in her early to mid-20s. Philippus returned a few minutes after she had left, but this time, she was accompanied by someone else as well. It was a blonde MILF, a blonde woman who looked as beautiful as Diana, wearing golden armor, and a massive. Is that a WWE belt? She also had a robe made of animal fur covering her, making it very clear that she was the leader here. Her very presence indicated that she was much more powerful than she looked, at least way more than the weak cinematic version of her I was expecting. The woman calmly walked in front of Philippus, her eyes stuck to the figure of Diana, who suddenly began to look like she was getting nervous. Interesting, so the warning from the Oracle was true. Someone did indeed dare to invade Themyscira, although, I didn't think that it would be a single mortal from the man's world, and I definitely didn't expect the invader to be without clothes. Hippolyta was the first one to speak as she raised one of her eyebrows at my naked figure, her gaze lingering on the runic tattoos I had drawn all over my body for a second too long. My queen, we found this man on the beach. He was like this from the very start. No doubt it is some shameless scheme to corrupt our sisters. But that is not all. When we found him, we also saw him, trying to defile the princess. The Amazon named Clymene complained, trying her best to exaggerate what happened to get me a more severe punishment. The moment she finished her words, I felt a chill pass through all over my body. It felt like a killing intent was being exuded by the Amazon queen, much like how anime characters do, just before they go psycho on someone's sorry ass. That's not what happened, mother. Sister Clymene misunderstood the situation. This man, Bruce, had crash-landed on our island much like how the man called Steve Trevor had once crashed through the barrier before Sister Helena found him. Bruce's clothes were all destroyed in the storm that brought him here. After I found him, I remembered Sister Helena's words and decided to help him return home. As for what Sister Clymene saw, it was only a misunderstanding that happened because I had slipped and fallen on him while trying to bring him food. Diana did her best to explain my innocence. Slip? But I have never seen you slip before today, Diana. I don't understand why you would suddenly try to help a man, someone who had infiltrated our island, despite never having met him before in your entire life. It doesn't make sense to me. Hippolyta questioned. It's because, Diana paused as she looked at me, hesitation apparent in her eyes. It's because, he isn't a normal human. He is special like the men Aunt Helena told us about, the ones with supernatural abilities that she fought against in the Great War caused by Ares or the men that she trusted her back with during the war. She revealed. I saw him heal from injury that even you or me would struggle to heal from. Mother, I swear that his entire body was burnt to a crisp by lightning when I approached him, but in front of my very own eyes, it healed to perfection. It almost seemed to me like he was blessed by the gods themselves. Ah. So that's why she approached me. She must be driven by curiosity regarding my superhuman abilities. Yet, her revelation about my powers to her mother now might further complicate matters. Now that she has revealed that I might possess supernatural abilities, it will be a lot more challenging for me to get out of this island peacefully because a man blessed by gods with special abilities, preposterous. Even if he does indeed possess strange powers, then it just means that he must have sold his soul to demons. The Amazon, who seemed to have developed some sort of hostility with me, protested again. Did I ask your opinion, Clymene? You have done your duty by bringing him to me. Now, I am the one who will judge him, not you. So, you can leave. Hippolyta responded in a commanding tone. As you command, my queen. Clymene just bowed in response to her queen's order and proceeded to leave the way we came from before, of course giving me an angry glare. Now, what to do with you? Queen Hippolyta muttered to herself. As much as I don't like men setting foot on this island, it is also true that Helena, by participating in the so-called World War, had opened our eyes and forced us to see that mankind, though inherently selfish, is not all bad. There are still good people among them, no matter how few. She believed that heroes also existed in the world of men. That very belief was the reason why she had given up the gift that the Furies had given her to seal back most of Ares' godly powers and end the war. Me killing you today without even investigating the truth of your accusations will be like spitting on what she had worked so hard for. That's why I will give you a chance to defend yourself. She decided. If you are innocent, you will be released, and we will make preparations for you to safely leave this island. Hippolyta stated before making her way closer to me until her face was mere inches from mine. But if you are found guilty, then you will be subjected to the harshest of punishments. Your manhood will be cut off and then it will be made sure that your death is slow and extremely terrifying. She threatened. If you are trying to scare me, honestly, it's not working. But, understanding where you are coming from, I'll play along and say, I am terrified. I said with a weak smile as I continued to stare into her eyes without moving my face away from hers. Oh, and you have the most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. Now, I understand where Diana gets her otherworldly beauty from. I praised, using the oldest flirting skill in the book, something that I doubt Amazons like her would know much about. Immediately a small blush crept up on Diana's cheeks which she didn't even try to hide, probably because she didn't know why she was blushing. Her mother, however, displayed no apparent change of expression at my flirting. Now, time for your test, Hippolyta stated before taking the free end of the lasso that was binding me into her hands. Tell me, stranger, what is your true name? I am. I struggled to answer the very first question. The lasso wasn't affecting me as much as I thought. It seems that its power to compel someone's soul or mind wasn't as strong as I thought. However, I could feel it getting hotter around my body with time. The lasso's effect would most probably continue to increase the more I resist. Trying to lie would just speed up the process. As far as I remember, my Wonder Woman simp friend once mentioned that even gods aren't immune from the lasso's magical effects, and anyone in contact with the lasso has to speak the truth, no matter who he is. But again, truth is not universal. Everyone has their own version of truth, so. I am Bruce Wayne, I answered, completely believing in my mind that Bruce Wayne was one of my multiple, true identities just like Batman is as well. Why are you here on our island? Hippolyta. I didn't come here on my own. A storm destroyed my plane, and I somehow ended up here. I answered. I see. Now tell me, did you have any bad intentions with my daughter when you saw her? Hippolyta. Surprised face, Bruce. / / Diana. What type of fucking stupid question is that? A/N, as you might have understood, in this universe, Diana was not the one who met Steve Trevor. Instead, it was an Amazon named Helena who rescued him and went with him to fight in the World War. She possessed powers similar to Wonder Woman, with the source of her powers being the three Furies from the realm of Hades. She is their champion and was known by the superhero moniker, Fury, during her time. At the end of her career, which was till the end of the World War, she sacrificed her Fury powers to weaken Ares from his powerful World War-empowered form and banished him back into his realm. Currently, she is just a normal Amazon and no longer has any connection to her Fury powers. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 114, Innocent Until Proven Prisoner. Life is pain, Highness. Anyone who says different is selling something. The Dread Pirate Roberts/Wesley, the Princess Bride. Bruce Wayne POV. Sorry, but I can't answer that question, I denied. Your daughter is among the most beautiful women I have ever seen, just like you, my queen, and if you expect any man not to feel even the tiniest bit of desire and affection after laying their eyes on you too, then you must have never met a true man at all, I answered with a straight righteous face. That means you did have bad thoughts about my daughter, didn't you? Hippolyta correctly deduced while raising one of her eyebrows. Bad thoughts. Bad thoughts. What the hell do you take me for, a fucking animal? I am a well-respected philanthropist in my homeland, Your Highness. I try to help people as much as I can. I am neither a rapist nor a bad person. I only ever came to this island because I was lost at sea, otherwise, I wouldn't even have tried it, no matter how beautiful all of you are. Also, I consider myself a true man, someone who takes it as his responsibility to protect women and their honor, as long as that woman herself is worth protecting, that is. Also, I am sure you understand that the very fact that I can say these words while still being bound by this lasso is proof that I am purely speaking the truth. I defended myself in a single breath, the self-righteous tone still not leaving my voice. After listening to my words, all the Amazons present there suddenly went silent as they looked at each other's faces in confusion. They knew that it was true. Nobody could lie with the lasso around their bodies. So, all the things the men had said were most probably true even though they didn't really want to believe it. In fact, some of the Amazon guards standing there while listening to the conversation had even begun to sympathize with Bruce, seeing him as a gentleman who truly didn't have any intention to cause them any harm. To them, the man was definitely innocent and there was no way that the queen would be able to punish him without seeming like an absolute villain. Some of them were almost wishing in their hearts that someone as innocent and honest as Bruce shouldn't be harshly punished for seemingly no reason at all. Diana, on the other hand, barely had any visible emotions on her face at all. Nobody knew what she was thinking exactly, but one thing was clear. Whatever her thoughts were, she was trying her best to hide them from her mother for some reason. You have a way with words, don't you? Hippolyta snorted with an amused laugh. But you are right. The lasso can never be wrong. You really are innocent, at least when it comes to any crime against our country and the people living in it. Fine then, I Queen Hippolyta of Themyscira hereby declare that Bruce Wayne is innocent of all the charges declared against him. She announced. Thank you, O beautiful queen. I began in an attempt to try to flatter her, but my words were quickly interrupted. Take him to the prison. She ordered her guards. Wait, what? But didn't you just declare me innocent a few seconds ago? I asked confused, wondering whether the queen suffered from some short-term memory loss condition. I indeed have deemed you not guilty of the charges placed against you, traveler. But that doesn't mean you are free to go. As a man, you are not supposed to set foot on this island, nor are you allowed to know its location. You cannot be permitted to leave this island just like that. Because if you leave, then there is always a chance that you will reveal the location and secrets of this place to others. Once the selfish men in the men's world know about our exact location, it will undoubtedly affect not only my daughter but also all the Amazons as well. That is the reason why you will have to remain in prison until we figure out what to do with you. Hippolyta reasoned, her words making sound sense. Wait, what if I swear on this magic lasso? Will you let me leave then? The lasso is a divine item, one that can cause many miracles. Legend has it that not only can it bind gods and goddesses but also force them to realize the truth as well as speak it. But despite how strong the lasso is, it's not all-powerful. There are things that it can and cannot do, like for example, it can't force people to keep their promises. Hippolyta revealed. Of course, there are other ways to force you to remain silent even after you return to the men's world, but they need time to be prepared. Till then, you will have to remain here. I would have given you a normal place to stay, but the rules say that a man cannot stay on this island or near any women on this island even as a guest. The only exception to this rule, however, is if you stay as a prisoner, in which case you will have to remain in the prison. The queen explained with a not-so-sorry look on her face. Why does it seem like she is enjoying this? I wondered as I tried to decide if I should battle it out right now to make her realize that I was not as weak as she thought. Even with Diana revealing the fact that I possessed abilities, Hippolyta still didn't seem very interested in them for some reason. She was underestimating me, and rightfully so too, since she had probably encountered countless beings in her life with powers and strength much above mine. Hell, she had even met and fought literal gods according to the movies. Compared to their powers, mine didn't sound that amazing, even if it included healing back to full health from a piece of burnt bacon. But again, no Batman was ever known because of his powers and abilities, so I didn't take it to heart. In fact, I was actually quite happy that I was being underestimated, since that offered me the very much coveted element of surprise. But still, I won't be able to make it out of this island with just that. I need more time and information. I thought before deciding not to reveal all my cards at once. Instead, I chose to wait and see how the situation turned out. After all, I didn't even have any of my weapons and tools with me. I could probably take on a dozen or two Amazons, but according to my estimates from what I had seen on my way here, there were thousands of them living on the island, all trained to fight with their lives on the line. However, the biggest reason of them all was that I had no idea how powerful Wonder Woman of this world truly was. I had heard that in some universes, she could almost go toe-to-toe with Superman. If this Wonder Woman was nearly as strong as those versions of hers, then my chances of winning without any prep time, yes, I finally said it, was very slim. Plus, I refused to believe that one demigod champion would be all the queendom of Amazons would have as a final defense against supernatural threats. So, the best plan was to patiently wait till I either got an opportunity to escape or till my nanites completed repairing themselves. Don't worry. Even though you will be treated as a prisoner, you will not be tortured by any Amazon. She promised after seeing my stoic expression, mistaking it for fear. Tortured by women, huh? Well, I guess, that's a win for me. After all, I don't have that kink. However, I am still curious, do Amazon interrogators wear dominatrix suits when they do their jobs? I curiously muttered in my mind. Diana, take him to the royal prison. You will be in charge of him for the time he is here. Hippolyta ordered while giving Diana a small nod. The princess also nodded back at her mother with a small, thankful smile as she gestured for me to follow her. As for the others, return back to your respective duties, were the last words I heard from Queen Hippolyta before the two of us were out of the range of her voice. Seems my mother was quite in a good mood today. See, I told you that I would be able to handle it. Now, at least, you won't be killed anymore. Diana remarked while releasing a tired sigh. That was her in a good mood. I exclaimed with a doubtful expression on my face. Also, I thought I was the one who handled everything, princess. I snorted. You have no idea how fierce and brutal my mother can be. I once heard that she tore a man who had been lost at sea and came to our island into two because she didn't like the way he looked at her. If I hadn't spoken on your behalf, then she could have done the same thing to you. I admit, you do have a way with your words. But the only reason you were able to survive today wasn't because of your silver tongue but because of Mother's surprisingly good mood and me defending your innocence. Diana answered as she led me to a shabbier and darker section of the palace. Huh, your mother sounds strong, I muttered, trying to continue the conversation to get some more information about her mother. Yeah, she's formidable. Physically, she surpasses even me. I've never bested her in direct combat. Also, she possesses considerable magical prowess, though she rarely uses them in battle, Diana disclosed inadvertently without even hesitating. She's too trusting, I mused silently. Diana, are you really trying to save me because you are curious about my powers? She didn't answer my question as she continued to walk ahead of me with one end of the lasso wrapped around me in her hands. Evidently, my question had somehow unsettled her, as she refrained from speaking to me for the remainder of our journey. It was only upon arriving at a dim underground chamber crafted from metal and stone that Diana finally spoke. We've arrived. This shall be your confinement until Mother determines a method for you to return to where you come from, without jeopardizing our own home. Rest assured, I shall do everything I can to make sure that you can return to your home, no matter the obstacles. In any case, make yourself comfortable, I will bring you some clothes later. She stated, her gaze lingering momentarily on my dick. She seemed like she wanted to ask something. Anything you find interesting? I asked with a teasing voice. Yes, that thing between your legs, do all men have that? Isn't it uncomfortable? Also, how do you fight with that thing dangling there? Diana asked a flurry of questions, her curiosity brimming out of her words as she pointed at my cock. Yes, all men do have that. But the one I have is one of the biggest and mightiest. In fact, I am what most would call extremely well endowed and genetically gifted. I shamelessly boasted. As for fighting, we wear a special type of clothing down there to make sure that we can fight without being distracted by its dangling, I answered. Also, normally, it's not that uncomfortable. However, it does get a little uneasy in the morning or when we suddenly see an extremely beautiful woman all of a sudden, like you. I said as I pointed at my semi-hard cock. For some reason, I felt like I was acting in a cheap porno. I see. I guess men's lives aren't that easy. Diana murmured to herself. Oh, you have no idea. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 115, The Uninvited Gladiator. Of what worth is a king who fails to protect the powerless? Saber, Fate/0. Bruce Wayne POV. At long last, I am finally free from my prison. Oh, I have missed this sense of freedom. All that time locked inside that tiny little cell. I thought my entire life was ruined. I hugged the ground while flicking away mock tears of joy. You were in there for only one night, Diana commented with a straight face. Really? To speak the truth, it felt more like an eternity. I joked while stretching my body. Anyway, has the Queen already found a way to ensure I keep my mouth shut about this place? Or perhaps have you figured out a way to erase my memory? I questioned. I only came because I thought that you could use some exercise and fresh air outside your cell. Normally, it wouldn't be so easy to get you out of your prison, but today the entire Themyscira will be celebrating the festival of Hera, where the best of our warriors will fight against each other in front of the entire country in honor of the goddess Hera. The contest winner will then be crowned as the Shield of Themyscira before finally ending the night with a grand feast and a ritual dance. Using the excuse of the festival to free you from your prison for the day would have been the most believable excuse for everyone. Now, let's go. We need to get there before the festival starts. Diana explained before gesturing me to follow after her, not even bothering to tie me up with the lasso again. Thousands of beautiful Amazons dancing together without a care in the world while I have a feast and watch them. I thought to myself as I pictured the scene in my mind. Sounds interesting, I am in. I nodded with a stoic poker face. I probably have a thing for women with fit and athletic bodies. I mused to myself as I followed after her towards the Colosseum where the battles were supposed to be held. We reached the Colosseum in a few minutes since it was not too far away from the royal palace. Surprisingly, the giant structure looked more Roman than Greek for some reason. The place was almost entirely filled up with Amazons as women of various shapes, colors, and ethnicities cheered for two Amazons battling each other out in a sword fight in the arena. It seems that it has already started, Diana muttered while she continued to lead me towards the imperial box of the Colosseum where her mother was sitting along with her royal guards. Are you sure it won't cause any problems with the Amazons if I sit in the same place as you and your mother during a holy festival like this? I mean, I don't think a virgin goddess like Hera will appreciate a man sitting during one of her sacred traditions. I asked as I looked around at the questioning and annoyed glances the Amazon warriors were giving me. Lady Hera is a goddess, not a mortal. She probably knows that you are not guilty of anything and that your being here is simply an accident. She is not going to punish you for that. As for the other Amazons, they are loyal to their queen. Even if they don't like you being here, they will never say anything because of how much they respect my mother. You are very proud of your mother, aren't you? I asked with an amused smile. Of course, she is the greatest warrior and queen this world has ever known. And she has been the best mother as well. I am incredibly lucky to have an amazing mother like her, she confessed just before we reached the VIP viewing section. You are late, Diana. As the champion of the Amazons, you should have been present here from the beginning. Hippolyta chastised her the moment she noticed us approaching. Anyway, now that you are finally here, take your place on the throne beside me. And you can sit over there in that chair. She ordered after giving me a quick once-over. Her casual commanding tone didn't really bother me too much. Any other normal person in my place might have taken her words and attitude as an insult, but I knew that the woman didn't really mean it. She was not opposed to me because of her arrogance or because she was sexist like most other Amazons. No, my brief knowledge of psychology told me that Queen Hippolyta was simply afraid of men, afraid of being hurt by a man once again. She had suffered in the past because of men, and she didn't want that to happen again to her, her daughter, or any other Amazon out there. That's why she didn't trust men and even pretended to hate them like most other Amazons. Wait, isn't the woman fighting right now Clymene from yesterday, the same woman who wanted the death penalty for me? I confusedly asked, pointing at the Amazon who was almost dominating the current battle one-sidedly. Yes, she is. Despite her misgivings, she is an excellent warrior. She has won the festival and became the shield for Themyscira multiple times in the last few decades alone. I think she has a good chance to win this time as well since Artemis and Donna won't be taking part this year. Diana answered in a whisper. What about you and your mother? Don't you two take part in it? I am the present champion of Themyscira and the Amazons while my mother is the queen. We cannot fight for the title of the shield while we possess these titles. Most of our royal guards and generals also do not take part in it to give others an equal chance to win the title and the honor that comes with it. However, the victor of each battle still gets to challenge any other warrior present in the Colosseum for their next battle. Anyone who doesn't accept is deemed a coward, and the refusal of the challenge is even taken as an insult to the goddess herself. But my mother and I are the only ones who can never be challenged in this festival, no matter how many battles have been won by someone. She patiently explained. Oh, I see. I responded, not at all liking the direction this was going for some reason. I don't know why, but from the very start of today, I have been experiencing a rather strange feeling in my heart, like something bad is going to happen, something very, very bad that might change a lot of things around here. Woohhhhhhhh cheers suddenly began to erupt from the crowd as the Amazon named Clymene finally ended the battle by landing one last strike on her opponent using the butt of her sword. After her opponent fell down, she raised her sword in victory before directly looking at me with a challenging glare. Sigh, this obsessive hatred of hers was getting really annoying. It seems that she is quite determined to win this time as well, Hippolyta mumbled stoically before taking a thoughtful look at me. I probably shouldn't have given Diana permission to bring you here, she stated, her voice laced with frustration for what was to come. Wait, is she perhaps indicating that the crazy sexist Amazon woman might? As the victor of this fight, I wish to use my right of contest to challenge someone next. In honor of the goddess Hera, I want to challenge the men to a battle to the death. She yelled with righteous anger as she pointed her sword in my direction. Truthfully, that sounded incredibly sexist. Wait, that cannot be allowed. He is a guest, not a warrior or resident of Themyscira. You cannot challenge him. He is not even an Amazon. Diana immediately tried to deny her request, her eyes digging daggers at Clymene. I am sorry, Princess Diana, but the rules clearly state that the challenger can challenge anyone inside the Colosseum except the queen and the champion. One doesn't have to be an Amazon or even a woman to accept the challenge. As for being a guest, the queen herself declared the man a prisoner, not a guest. So, he can't use any of the privileges that a guest can. Clymene countered with a sly smile. It seems the woman, despite being almost half crazy with her hatred for men, had actually thought this through. Diana couldn't find any fault in Clymene's explanation, so she immediately looked to her mother for help. I am sorry, Diana, but she is right. She can challenge the men. However, he can always just deny the challenge since there is no actual punishment for it. Even if he loses his honor by doing so, it still won't matter since he is neither an Amazon nor a resident of Themyscira. I am sure even Lady Athena will understand and forgive him if he doesn't participate in the challenge. Hippolyta advised after thinking for a while, showing that she too could use loopholes to her benefit, something that angered Clymene to no end as was evident from her clenching teeth. Then, just deny the challenge, Bruce. A death match means that one of you will die. And, despite you having powers, there is a chance that it will be you. Diana grimly said, trying her best to discourage me from fighting. I cannot let an innocent friend of mine die like this. She was right. I did not need to fight. I obviously didn't like Clymene, but that doesn't mean that I wanted to kill her. Also, I did not need to protect my honor, since I would be leaving this island very soon, but what I did want was to slam my fist against the annoying face of that Amazon, to teach her why underestimating someone is considered harmful to oneself. Moreover, for some reason, I felt like I was responsible for defending the honor and respect of all the males in the world in front of these female warriors. I accept your challenge. I probably won't be killing you if I win, since I don't have any true enmity with you yet, but I will be making you look more like your age by breaking a few of your bones and teeth if I become the victor, I declared in front of everyone as I got up from my chair and began to walk towards the arena floor. I'll be back soon, I told her. This won't take much time at all, I mumbled as I felt the nanobots inside me resonate with my mental command to some extent, which further bolstered my courage. Nanobots have autonomously repaired to 81% functionality. Nanobots are at 75% power efficiency. An AI voice that was somewhat similar to Cortana's informed me from within my ears. Good, they have almost completed repairing themselves. Hopefully, in a few more minutes, I will even be able to start using them to some extent as well as access Cortana. I thought to myself as I wondered if I should just fly away from this island after beating the annoying Amazon warrior woman within an inch of her life. But whatever I did, it was still going to be a piece of cake. My physical powers alone were enough to take care of her in a direct battle. I wouldn't even need to use chi, much less my nanobots. As soon as the thought had crossed through my head, a huge earthquake suddenly rattled the entire island as the sky darkened and a violent storm began to rage. A huge mystical portal suddenly appeared at the center of the island as dozens of Hulk-sized humanoid monsters made up of rocks suddenly began to appear from them like some monster army. At long last, I am finally back to the mortal plane. Surrender to your new god, Amazons, and you will have my mercy. Resist and you will face my wrath. A booming voice echoed to everyone across the island as a huge, armored figure emerged from the gaping portal. I am the unluckiest person in the world, aren't I? I pondered to myself in all seriousness as I stared at the god of war floating above the arena in all his glory. A/N, by the way, if this seems too rushed, there is a reason for it. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 116, the butler did it, sort of. Stress makes you bald, but it's stressful to avoid stress, so you end up stressed out anyway. In the end, there's nothing you can do. Jintoki Sakata, Jin Tama. Wayne Vista Grand Hotel. Omniscient POV. Stop stressing, Pennyworth. If you continue to worry like that, you'll even lose the rest of your gray hair from that thinning scalp of yours. Leslie Tompkins sternly reprimanded Alfred while trying to give him a relaxing back massage, something she was quite good at due to being a professional doctor. She was a woman in her late 40s, set to enter her 50s soon, although the only thing reminiscent of her age was her silver-colored hair because just like Alfred, she too was extremely well-maintained with a body that could even compete with Alfred's muscular physique in terms of fitness. But you don't understand, Ms. Thompson. Young Master Bruce always picks up the phone of those he considers his family. Even if he is unable to answer immediately for some reason, he always calls back. But it has been more than a day and there is still no news from him. At least, Cortana should have given us some information, but she just disappeared after telling us that something important came up and young Master had to leave all of a sudden. Even then, I would have believed her, had she not increased our security level for no reason at all. She didn't even allow the girls to contact Master Bruce, which is unlike her. Also, when I asked the guards and maids back at the manor as well as the officials at the Gotham airport about young Master, they all confirmed that he had already left in his private jet for Greece to meet up with us. Suddenly changing his destination mid-flight without informing us first is just too suspicious for me to ignore. Alfred voiced the reasoning behind his worries after his body began to relax at the massage. I agree, maybe it is slightly suspicious. But you have to understand that Bruce isn't a kid anymore. He is one of the biggest businessmen in the world. You cannot baby him all the time, no matter how worried you are about him. He is a responsible young man who can more than take care of himself. So, just trust in him and wait for him to come back. As for that AI of his, I know her recent actions are slightly suspicious, but you yourself once said that she is one of the most trustworthy individuals that has ever worked for Bruce. I am sure that whatever she is doing has a valid reason behind it. Leslie tried to calm the worried butler down with her reasoning. Also, is that truly the only reason you are so stressed? Are you sure that this has nothing to do with the news you recently received from your ex? The reason why you even insisted on coming to Europe for a vacation? Maybe instead of being worried about something happening to Bruce, you are actually worried about what he would think of you when he finds out about your past. Leslie tried her best to understand Alfred's current thoughts to better comfort him about his worries. That's not, you are right, I shouldn't deny it anymore. I probably am a little worried about what the young master would think of me when he learns that the person who has been raising him all these years has a daughter he didn't even know about. The men whom the Wayne couple trusted their son with could not even raise his own daughter. All these years, I thought that I had accomplished so much, Leslie, but today, I feel like I am the biggest failure there is. Alfred accepted with a pained expression on his face that clearly reflected his broken heart. But it isn't your fault. How are you supposed to know that she even existed when her mother kept this a secret from you all those years? You said she was a one-time fling. You didn't even meet her after that. If a romantic person like you didn't even try to track that person down again, then that means you probably lost her location, right? If she didn't want you in her life, then it's her fault that you were not present, not yours. Leslie still tried her best to defend him. Not exactly. I never lost her address. I don't think it's even possible to lose the address of the place where she lives. I just never went back because I was afraid the situation would become too complicated. But I should have guessed that there was a chance she could become pregnant and that she would try to hide the baby because of her unique identity. Well, at least, she didn't abort it. Alfred accepted the real truth of the situation. Leslie didn't know how to respond to that. Even though she was slightly sad about the fact that her new boyfriend had a daughter from a past one-night stand, she still didn't want to come up as an insensitive or unsupportive woman, especially since she knew that the kind Englishman wasn't even to blame for it. She was young once too, and she herself regretted a lot of the decisions she had taken at the time, including the incredibly stupid decision to not be there with Bruce and Alfred every step of the way after the senior Wayne couple died. Leslie knew how to read people accurately, and it was very clear to her that Alfred truly regretted not being able to be there for the child he had recently come to know about, so there was no reason for her not to try and support him. At least, tell me who your ex is. Maybe we can all sit down and figure things out together. Also, how old is your daughter? I think you should at least have a talk with her before we decide how to go forward with this. Leslie advised what she thought would be the wisest and most mature decision of all. My so-called ex. She is the Queen of England. As for my daughter, I don't know any actual details about her. Elizabeth made sure not to mention any of her information except her gender in the letter she wrote to me, probably afraid that she could be targeted by the other members of the royal family, or maybe because she is ashamed of her birth. But if I had to guess, I would say that she had probably sent our daughter to some royal boarding school for spies and secret agents, since she was not grooming her as a direct member of the royal family. I remember she once told me that she would have liked to become a secret agent herself if she were not the queen. Alfred said with a serious face after thinking for a while. Hey guys, did you find anything about Tige? Bruce? Everyone is using their contacts, but we can't even find a single trace of his plane except the fact that he had already boarded his private jet and was headed towards Greece. I know he is more than capable enough, but, wait, what's happening here? Why do you two look like you are discussing divorce despite not even being married? Selina, who had abruptly entered the room without even knocking, paused in her steps as she looked at her father figure sitting there with an innocent face, while Leslie looked like she could not decide between killing the man and praising him. 3 hours after Bruce Wayne went missing somewhere over the Mediterranean Sea. Batcave under Wayne Manor, Gotham. Omniscient POV. Dozens of Cortana's holograms could be seen working diligently on a multitude of projects around the cave, while almost every computer in the cave was running at full efficiency. Cortana had been repeatedly trying to establish a connection with the lost jet, Bruce's bracelet, and his nanobots, but anything she was trying was constantly ending up in failure. All her efforts to track the plane or Bruce's current location were useless. Cortana didn't want to admit it, but for the first time in her life, she was powerless and thus panicking. Bruce had a ton of contingency plans in case situations like this ever arose. For example, the Judgment Day plan was supposed to be enacted if the lives of Bruce and his family were in serious danger because of the government. There was the Genesis plan if he for some reason became a psycho, hell-bent on killing everybody. Then there was the Rebirth plan if he were ever to be possessed by any demonic entity or evil god. There were hundreds of plans for her to choose from, but unfortunately for Cortana, he never made a contingency plan where he was lost at sea or dead. So, she was completely on her own. Cortana had no idea if Bruce was even still alive. He was not just her master but her entire purpose. She existed solely to serve him. So, she had to find Bruce and bring him back alive, for both of their sakes. It was what her very purpose was, what she was made for. Of course, that was easier said than done. Despite scanning the area where Bruce's jet was last located before the storm dozens of times by almost every type of analysis method available, she had discovered nothing new. It's like something supernatural was stopping her from finding him. Of course, she had instantly thought of getting help from the experts in the field for this, but she couldn't find an expert and convince them to work for her in such a short time. After all, the only two magical experts Bruce knew were currently not even in the US. Cortana had searched for the father-daughter duo all over the world using every internet-accessible camera and satellite she could connect to, but she came up with absolutely nothing. So, the only choice she had was to wait for the nanobots in Bruce's body to come online and connect to the main server. His nanobots also had a mini-clone of hers installed in them, which worked even without any sort of network connection. The mini-clone was not the real her, but just a light version of her who could do certain tasks for Bruce. Its primary purpose, however, was not to be an assistant for Bruce but to help the real Cortana connect with Bruce when the nanobots would again go online. Cortana would be able to sync with this light version of hers to get access to all the recorded data of her clone. The AI assistant knew that she would be getting Bruce's location sooner or later, but she wanted to be prepared when it happened. Initially, she had planned on implementing the strategy she had herself devised in case Bruce was ever killed or his life ever seriously threatened, a strategy she had named Project Failsafe, a project that even Bruce wasn't completely aware of its details. Failsafe was designed for vengeance, something Cortana had been working on for years as her own pet project after Bruce donated the Kryptonian woman's dead body to her, but she hadn't been able to perfect it yet. She could have asked Bruce for help, but she didn't want to since this was supposed to be her gift for him. She still needed about a year or two to truly perfect the weapon. So, right now, all she could do to prepare was just make more drones while printing more and more nanobots until she could track his signal. She was making an army for Bruce and signal detected, target confirmed as Master Bruce Wayne. A/N, I forgot to explain how Hera is a virgin in the last chapter. Well, she is not. According to some myths, Hera regains her purity once every year by bathing in some mythical fountain to please her husband, Zeus. This festival is held on the same day and celebrates Hera when she is at her purest. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 117, Ares' Army of Trolls. Know that I will kill your god if I have to. Maybe even if I don't. The Warrior of Light, Final Fantasy XIV, Stormblood. Bruce Wayne POV. Ares. How dare you cross the boundaries of Themyscira on such a holy occasion? You are not even allowed to set foot in the mortal realm, much less the home of us, the Amazons. Return to the gutter you crawled out of, god of war, or you will soon be facing the might of the Amazons, the same might which banished you to the end of the earth last time you tried this. Queen Hippolyta yelled in righteous anger as soon as she noticed Ares and his army stepping through the magical portal. Queen Hippolyta, you are still alive. I thought that you would have surely been dead by now. But it seems like I was wrong. Well, no worries, we can easily change that. As for me being defeated, one of you insignificant ants might have been able to trick me last time, but this time you won't be able to get rid of that easily, Queen, ha 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 ha. Ares laughed loudly before suddenly seeming to remember something. Oh, and I brought one of your close acquaintances with me this time. He is quite excited to be able to play with you again after such a long time, isn't that right, Hercules? The huge, armored figure of Ares asked in a sarcastic voice before looking at the portal he had just exited. The moment Ares completed his words, another figure, clad in golden armor, exited the portal with a proud and confident grin on his face as if he was waiting in the queue. Despite his impressive muscular physique and moderately handsome face, something about the man just seemed wrong. In simple words, he gave off a strong feeling of a massive grade A asshole for some reason. It is so good to meet you again, Hippolyta. How are you? Did you miss me, the great Hercules? Or do you still foolishly believe that men like me are not superior to women? The newly arrived figure confidently mocked the Amazonian queen with a malicious sneer on his face. For some reason, it suddenly feels like I am witnessing an argument between a hardcore misogynist and a devoted radical feminist. I thought while doing my best not to interrupt their dialogue with some stupid joke. By Hera, this is impossible. He is supposed to be dead. How in the name of the gods is he here? I could hear Clymene mutter in disbelief. She seemed to have even forgotten about me because of the unique situation that had developed. Hippolyta, on the other hand, had suddenly gone silent after noticing Hercules. However, the reason for her silence wasn't because of shock or surprise, judging from her face, it was because of anger. No, the Queen of the Amazons was beyond angry. It looked like the only things going on her mind after noticing Hercules were thoughts of revenge. She immediately wanted to kill him but was somehow able to stop herself from attacking him at that very moment, calming herself down for the sake of her people. She knew that she needed to act like a queen, not a resentful woman. You released him from the punishment that the gods subjected him to after what he and his men did to us last time. Hippolyta's words were as calm as the ocean while she asked her question, yet her voice sounded strangely ominous. You even partnered with the disgusting disgrace of a demigod like him. Ha! The god of war partnering up with a demigod to defeat a mere queen. Truly, how the mighty have fallen. She mocked. Only power matters, in the end, Hippolyta, nothing else. Now that I have recovered some of my powers after that fury sealed them away during our final battle at the end of the World War, I am finally ready to restart my conquest of the mortal world. And for that, I have decided to use this island as my base. Ares made his intentions clear before raising his war axe in the air while signaling his troll army to move forward. Go and enslave them all. Kill the ones who resist. He commanded with a thundering voice. As soon as he gave the order, Hundreds of stone-skinned trolls instantly began to rush forward toward the Amazons, determined to forcefully take over Paradise Island from their control. Sisters, take up arms. We have to fight to defend our home. Blood for blood, Hippolyta yelled, her words audible to everyone present at the Colosseum as she herself pulled out a sword out of nowhere before brandishing it on the enemy army. Her words reverberating in the air were enough to quiet down the confused Amazons and raise back their confidence, prompting them to do the same with their weapons. Diana, you were asking me this morning for more responsibilities, right? You have your wish. You are now responsible for protecting your sisters and leading them in this battle against Ares and his army, my daughter. The others will follow your lead. Hippolyta commanded, her voice sounding more of a battle-hardened queen than a loving mother. But Diana didn't look so happy after getting the responsibility she so much craved. For the first time since I had met her, she looked unsure of herself as she looked at the massive army of trolls advancing towards them. And what about you, mother? Won't you join the battle as well? Defeating Ares without you would be possible. It would be very much possible if it is you. I believe in you as much as I believe in myself. You are the bravest woman I have ever known with the heart of a hero. If anyone can defeat Ares, it is you, my child. Queen Hippolyta tried her best to encourage Diana. Also, always remember, Diana, the blood of a god flows through your veins. And only a god can kill another god. She completed, prompting her daughter to nod. And as for me, I'll be taking care of an old enemy of Themyscira. It is high time that Hercules pays for all his old crimes and gets the punishment he truly deserves. Hippolyta utters with venom in her voice as she slips open her royal fur coat, leaving her impressive Amazonian physique clad in a luxurious golden armor in full display. Interesting. It seems that despite Diana being the champion of Themyscira, this is the first true war she would be participating in. But is she blindly believing in her daughter's ability, wise for the queen, or is she doing this just so that she can freely pursue her own vengeance against Hercules? I silently pondered to myself. And what about the prisoner, my queen? Should we use the men as bait or take him back to the prison? This is not his war. He doesn't deserve to get killed while fighting it. The queen ordered after taking a glance at me. Actually, I want to fight. I don't want to go back to that prison. That prison is so boring that it might kill me faster than this war. Plus, I am warmed up for some action. I am not going back to my cell without at least killing a few of those rock monsters. Also, I know that I may not look like it, but I am something of a warrior myself. I finished with a mental grin at finally being able to say those words. Fine, do whatever you wish, but remember, if you die, it is on you. I won't feel even the slightest bit of pity upon your death. Hippolyta clarified. Diana, get him a weapon. Just make sure he doesn't get to use it against one of us. I still don't trust men. She warned before mounting a horse standing nearby and riding away in the direction of Hercules. Wait, how did that horse get there without alerting my senses? I internally wondered before finally deciding to chalk things up to magic and the supernatural. Everyone, take up your weapons and tighten your armors. We will be fighting the army head-on. I will take care of Ares while all of you annihilate his army. Remember, I don't want to lose even a single one of you, sisters, so protect each other's backs while out there. Diana took up the charge. Despite not being as commanding as her mother's, her words were still enough to do the trick and encourage the other Amazons, giving them more confidence to fight. Satisfied after seeing the effect of her words, she shed her robe and the royal clothes she was wearing, revealing her iconic red and golden Wonder Woman armor underneath. Currently, Diana was no longer just the princess of Themyscira. Right now, she was Wonder Woman, the champion of the Amazons. Do you prefer a sword or spear? She asked before gesturing to two different weapons in her hands. I don't need a weapon. I have mine. I answered after I was done checking out her amazing armor. Yeah, of course, I was checking out her armor. I have my own, I explained further before finally summoning the nanobots out of my body. Almost instantly, nanobots began to cover my entire body, making it look like thousands of microscopic bugs were crawling all over me. I wouldn't use one of my regular armor designs for a fight here. No, I needed something stronger and more suited to the environment, something that could pack a punch while also giving me better protection from these monsters and gods. I guess it is finally time to go medieval. I thought as I mentally selected one of the many medieval design templates I had designed for situations like this. Soon, I was entirely covered in what looked like a bulky medieval armor that made me look almost as big as the mountain from Game of Thrones while also giving a strange feeling like I was some sort of dragon slayer. Maybe I should have gone with the berserk design. Wow, is this magic? You are a sorcerer. Why didn't you tell me before? Diana asked, extremely surprised at my sudden costume change. Nope, it's science, I answered truthfully before summoning both of the all blades into my hands, flames licking out from the tip of their fiery red blades. This is magic. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 118, A Godly Smackdown, 1. Alright, sweethearts, you're a team and there's nothing to worry about. We come here, and we gonna conquer, and we gonna kick some, is that understood? Sergeant Apone, Alien. Bruce Wayne POV. To speak the truth, I have always believed the Amazons to be weak after I watched the first Wonder Woman movie back in 2017. I mean, in the film, it was shown that so many of their warriors died after just being hit by a few bullets. The Justice League movie had tried to do some justice to the race of female super warriors when it showed a couple of Amazons being able to even restrict Steppenwolf for some amount of time. But as a trade-off, it made them seem like stupid savages after it showed them fighting Steppenwolf and his parademon armies with ordinary bows and arrows. I mean, why would a bunch of superhuman female warriors blessed by the gods themselves with access to thousands of years of magical knowledge and other mystical divine stuff fight literal evil gods with normal weapons? That sounds incredibly stupid and borderline insane, even if they are supposed to be women. The reality, of course, was actually much more different. These Amazons were not as strong as peak humans or base-level super soldiers like they were made to look like in the movies. No, they were much stronger. They were almost baseline superhumans who could effortlessly bend steel with their bare hands without even trying that hard. Each of them could easily beat Captain America's ass as long as he didn't have his plot armor or his science-defying frisbee. Yeah, they were that powerful. It was a serious waste that they were not bulletproof, otherwise they could have been the perfect warriors. I myself realized this only after the battle had started, when I saw a random Amazon break a rock golem soldier into pieces with just a single strike of her axe, which weirdly didn't even get a single chink in it even after being used constantly to destroy the stone monsters. Also, I should mention that although these rock golems were not as tough as diamonds or something, they were still definitely not so weak that a normal peak human could shatter them with an ordinary metal weapon. Now, I don't know if the Amazons in this world were different than the ones I remember from the movies or if all Amazons were this strong in general, but there was no way that this army of rock monsters was going to win a war against them in their own homeland with their strength alone. So, the question was why they even started the battle in the first place. Were Ares and Hercules that much of an idiot, or were they so confident in their own strength that they believed they could win the war with their individual powers alone and this army was just for show? Or was it possible that just maybe, they have a completely different objective whatsoever? Smash the golems to smithereens, sisters. Make sure that both their heads and hearts are completely smashed to pieces, otherwise, they will just heal back from the earth. They are the children of Gaia after all and have her blessings. Diana gave her advice after she noticed some of her sisters struggling to permanently put down one of the monsters as they continue to grow back from its fragments. As for Ares, I'll take care of him myself. She completed before rushing towards the direction of the war god while cleaving through dozens of rock monsters in her path. A few golems of the bigger size did try to block her course, but these monsters were useless in front of her absurd level of strength. They were just small-time minions meant to die at her hands to buy some time and tire her out. Unless she were to be overwhelmed by hundreds of them at once, they wouldn't even have a chance at defeating her. Seems like everyone here is putting their all in this battle. I think it's time I became serious as well. I don't think I can learn or gain anything significant while hiding my strength here. I muttered while looking at the hundreds of rock golems that were still pouring out of the magical portal. Initially, I took it easy in the battle to gauge both sides' combat abilities. In fact, I had been acting like I was at the same level as the other normal Amazons in terms of combat abilities and like I was struggling to fight even 3 of these rock golems together, but now it was time to get serious. Tightening my muscles, I decided to use my darkness breathing style to be as efficient and as fast as possible. As the air entered my lungs through my aerial pathways in a specific pattern, instantly, my speed almost doubled as I started to hack and slash at the rock soldiers, each of my attacks aimed at vertically cutting them apart from the middle to destroy both their hearts and heads in one fell swoop. However, these slashes from my all blades didn't just cut them apart like a pair of hot knives through butter, but even instantly burned them like pieces of dry paper catching fire. This is too easy, I thought to myself with a smirk before I decided to up my game. Let's see how you guys fare against some more modern weapons, I muttered as I activated the laser cannons hidden in the shoulder area of my armor. My current Dragon Slayer armor design might be medieval in theme to match the location, but that doesn't mean they don't contain modern weapons and tools. The armor was as convenient as any of my other numerous armor templates, with the only difference being that it was more focused on strength rather than agility or some other aspect. Upon my command, 2 laser cannons rose from my armor's shoulders and began to scan all nearby targets. After the 2 cannons were done auto-targeting, they began to shoot plasma bolts at the rock golems in all directions. Zaw-zap, 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 the fierce armor-piercing plasma bolts that were being released from my shoulder cannons exploded in a burst of plasma, shrapnel upon striking the rock monsters, causing them grievous wounds by blasting away their heads and hearts. By Hera, what powerful magic! Some of the Amazons cried out in wonder and amazement as they looked at the rock golems dropping like mosquitoes with gaping holes where their heads were. He must be a warrior blessed by the gods just like Diana. They couldn't help but exclaim. Even Clymene, who had been against me the most from the start, was forced to acknowledge my power after I shot 4 of the golems who had been slowly ganging up on her. Of course, I didn't do it to impress her or something. I simply did it because I could, although judging by the look on her face, her ego seemed to be really hurt because of it. She even refused to meet my eyes or even look at my face after that. I am still going to beat up her ass after all this is over. I swore to myself. If she really insists on continuing to try and prove her superiority against me to satisfy her inner radical feminism, then I have no other choice but to make her realize her mistake. Asterisk zap zap as my shoulder cannons finished blasting the last of the golems near me into a pile of smoking rock fragments, transforming the entire area into a graveyard of shattered stones, I turned my attention to Diana, who had already arrived near Ares. She had carved a clear path through the chaos, decimating every golem in her way. The sword and shield in her hand were still as pristine as ever, even her armor looked like it barely had a speck of dust on it. She seemed confident in her strength as she threw her lasso, wrapping it around Ares, and then pulled him towards her with her full power. But that didn't even make Ares budge. He just stood there watching Diana. His facial expressions could not be seen since it was hidden behind his large helm, but it almost seemed like he was smirking at her. And here I thought that my sister would be stronger than this. Seems mortal blood runs deeper than godly ichor in your body. What a waste. Our father would be disappointed in you. He declared in a condescending tone, like he was doing her a favor even talking to her. Look, Diana, we can either continue with this meaningless battle or we can work together. Forsake the other gods and accept me as your patron. Become my messenger and spread my name by conquering this mortal realm, waging the fires of war everywhere you go. If you accept, I give you my word, I'll leave your sisters alone. He tried his best to tempt her. The stories were right. You are not worthy of being a god. Diana calmly commented after listening to his words. Mortals, as long as a few of you don't get squashed under our godly feet, you just don't get it, do you? Fine then, death it is for yo. Zap! A blue-colored plasma bolt struck Ares directly on his chest, catching him by surprise and forcing him to move a step back. For a god of war, you sure do talk a lot. Plus, you seem too weak for a god. Let me guess, you still haven't recovered from all those times Zeus and his champions bitch-slapped you when you tried to conquer the world, have you? I asked after flying over to where they were facing each other and landing beside Diana. Bruce? No, get away. He is not like those rock golems, he is a god. You won't survive if you fight against him. Diana tried to warn me, but I just ignored her words. There was no way I was not going to take this chance and fight an actual god. I have so many theories to taste about gods of this universe, and Ares was the perfect subject for me to test them on. Also, I had a gut feeling that defeating him wasn't going to be that hard. I had once faced a Kryptonian soldier for a few minutes when I was a teen. Battling a fallen god who had lost 99% of his powers didn't sound like that much of a big deal anymore. I mean, yeah, this might be the same god who had almost killed Darkseid in the movies, but Ares was supposedly at his peak then because of the war that was happening throughout space, while the evil god of tyranny was just an inexperienced teen. So that probably doesn't count. Now, for starters, let's see how your godly immortality fares against my swords, I said as I summoned the all blades into my hands again. Haven't you heard that only a god can kill another god? Swords are useless against us. Ares declared confidently before releasing an invisible force toward us, trying to push us both away in a violent thrust. We will see, I uttered before activating my biggest trump card in this battle. Kinetic force field activated. Power at 99%. Chi inhibitors deactivated. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 119, A Godly Smackdown, 2. Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Bruce Wayne POV. Chi inhibitors deactivated. Chi can now be used freely. Warning. Others can now detect your chi. A string of warnings played inside my head informing me of the changes being made throughout the suit. I made this anti-chi detection feature into my suit a long time ago when I realized that one day I might have to sneak up on someone who is a master of chi. This stealth technology was supposed to be perfect as it was capable of suppressing and hiding my chi completely, if it just didn't have one specific disadvantage. The chi inhibitors in my suit didn't just completely hide my chi from others but also actively negated it as long as it was active, keeping it under a particular level, a level that could be termed as ordinary for humans. For now, this was a double-edged sword for anyone using chi. Although in my case, it wasn't that much of a disadvantage since I already possessed a supernaturally strong body and a very well-made supersuit. Now that I think about it, one can even say that right now my technique of completely suppressing and hiding my chi is like Zetsu from HXH, but what I truly need to be capable of is to be able to perform something like in where I can make full use of chi even while hiding it. Interesting. Something just changed in you. I can feel it, a new power maybe, or is it magic? Tell me, are you a demigod as well? Ares asked, curiously tilting his head at me. Nope, just a human who wants to kill a god and go back home. I answered before firing a couple of more shots from my shoulder cannon at him. But this time, those shots barely did any visible damage to him as he took those shots directly on his chest without even flinching. You dare challenge the god of war with a mere gun? Ares bellowed in a thunderous voice as he took a look at the small scratch on his armor. You will regret this defiance. He threatened, his eyes blazing with crimson fire. Immediately, his war hammer, which had disappeared for some time, again materialized in Ares' hands, its entire body pulsing in some sort of dark energy. Without even waiting for us to make the first move, Ares rushed at us, his weapon primarily aimed at Wonder Woman. He seemed to have already decided in his mind that Diana, who was the demigod child of Zeus, was currently a much bigger threat to him than me, who was just a random human in a metal suit. Of course, that was very good news for me because it meant I would have a much easier time fighting and putting him down now that he was just considering me as mere support for Diana. Even though Ares' movement was barely traceable to human eyes, Wonder Woman, however, was able to somehow deflect the blow with her bracelets, red sparks flying as one divine weapon clashed against another. Now, anybody would think that Ares as the Olympian god of war would be an absolute beast in combat techniques and actual skill, but quite contrarily, his attack on Diana showed that his technique was full of holes. It was like he wasn't taking this fight seriously even though he knew about Diana being of divine origin. As the battle raged on, the clash of weapons continued to reverberate through the air. Ares, though far from his peak and severely weakened, fought ferociously. He unleashed waves of dark energy through his weapon, testing our skills and durability to see whom he could throw out of the equation first. While Wonder Woman defended herself using her bracelets, my armor protected me against Ares' brutal moves by absorbing the majority of the impacts while I countered with the all blades, hoping to be strong enough to slash apart his armor using chi in an attempt to catch him by surprise. Wonder Woman ensnared Ares with her golden lasso. Deciding to bank on this opportunity, I too darted in, landing a series of rapid strikes on him with the all blades, each blow calculated and precise. Empowered by the chi coursing through me, my reflexes and strength were further heightened. Each of my sword strikes was powerful enough to cut down even the biggest or hardest of rocks, and paired with the all blades' fiery hot flames, it was enough to easily put quite a few deep, burnt scratches on Ares' armor. But unfortunately, Ares was not some ordinary foe, he was a literal god. After noticing the deep scratch on his armor, he just laughed with a sound that could easily send shivers down anyone's spine. You fight for a world that crumbles under its own flaws. Mortals are weak and pathetic. They are easily swayed by their greed and other useless emotions. However, gods like me, they are perfect. Serve under me, human, and one day, you will be the strongest mortal in the world. You will have everything you will ever desire, money, power, women, everything. Join me and we can conquer this land together. Ares offered while swinging his warhammer at me, which I was able to just barely avoid in time. That would have been a very good offer if I didn't have all of those already. Also, you should at least stop trying to kill the person for a few moments when you are making an offer, I advised, while mentally wondering how the guy ever managed to make a team with Hercules. Diana, who was silent till now, decided to make use of the situation to try and catch Ares by surprise. She quickly took off the golden tiara from her head and hurled it towards Ares like a boomerang. Slicing through the air like a sharp blade, it headed straight for the god's throat, but before it could do its intended job, Ares effortlessly deflected it with just a single smack of his hand. You too cannot defeat me, no matter what you try. Even if I haven't recovered to my peak or gained back most of my original powers as I had during the First World War, I am still a major god nonetheless, the god of war. And if you don't remember, there is a war happening right around us. I am among my element, and I am growing stronger the more we fight. He roared with a dark chuckle. Okay, this definitely changed things. I thought to myself. You underestimate humans too much, and most important of all, you underestimate me too much, I answered before deciding to stop holding back anything. I always preferred keeping a few hidden cards up my sleeves at all times, but unfortunately, this wasn't such a time. Defeating an evil god of war who just admitted that he was potentially getting stronger every second was much more important. Deciding not to waste any more words on him, I lunged at him with blinding speed. Deciding to use raw strength rather than blades, I desummoned my all blades while a huge amount of my nanobots instantly began to accumulate near my fists, forming a pair of oversized gauntlets that hummed with energy. As I struck Ares with a chi-infused punch, he didn't even try to block me, placing his complete belief on his armor, which was a major mistake once again on his part, since my superhuman strength combined with my chi and the innate strength of my armor was enough to push him quite a few steps back, forcing even Ares to stagger momentarily. But I still wasn't done. Taking advantage of his momentary stagger, I got a couple more hits while targeting his head and neck. Each of my strikes was precise and successful, aiming for what looked like weak spots in his armor. Seeing me do so, Diana too decided to follow my cue as she again used her lasso to wrap around Ares' entire body. "Surrender, Ares," Diana urged, trying to use her Jedi mind trick through the lasso. But the god of war didn't even twitch at her words. However, even though he remained visibly calm from the outside, he was still very much annoyed by Diana's attempts to bind him. Seizing the divine rope, he began to exert his own force to counter its power, infusing it with his own divine energy in the form of sizzling lightning to actively resist its strength. As raw energy continued to course through the lasso, a peculiar magical charge started to build up within the magical tool, intensifying with each passing moment until the lasso of submission could no longer contain the growing power. Finally, after a few more seconds, an immense surge of divine energy erupted outward from the lasso with a resounding boom, manifesting as purely chaotic lightning and thunder. The huge surge of resulting energy successfully pushed Diana and her lasso away from Ares, but it also created another opportunity for me as it failed to completely push me away, courtesy of the nanobots I was currently using to stand my ground. Rather than being overwhelmed by Ares' might, I chose to delve deeper within myself, focusing on harnessing the true power of my chi against the Olympian god. As I reached into my inner chi reserves and directed this energy throughout my body into one specific location, it accumulated in my right hand, hardening and slightly expanding my muscles there while covering it with a light, cyan-colored aura. "Block this, motherfucker," I exclaimed as I delivered an extremely powerful right hook straight into Ares' face, causing a mini-sonic boom while forcing even his knees to buckle under the impact. Even his now slightly dented helm appeared to have loosened from his head under the force of the single punch. A blow with the combined strength of my chi, the natural superhuman capabilities of my body, and the innate strength of my armor proved too much for Ares to stop completely. It was more than about 150 tons of force in a single punch, which was quite a lot for the current Ares. Of course, this was only effective because Ares was nowhere near his original power. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even have flinched if I had hit him with the same strength when he was at his peak. "Diana, now," I instructed with an urgent voice, following which Wonder Woman, who had somewhat recovered from the energy explosion in her lasso, again used it to bind Ares, but this time, she had started using most of her strength from the very start compared to how she was holding back before. It looked like she had learned well from her defeat. "Here," I said as I resummoned my all blades and threw one of them towards her before quickly moving behind Ares. What are you?" Ares tried to exclaim in confusion, but before he could understand what was happening, I had already plunged one of the fiery blades into his back, seeing which Diana also understood the assignment and followed suit as she pierced her new burning blade into Ares' chest with a primal cry. "You yourself said that only one of divine blood can kill you, so I just made sure that there are no loopholes here," I answered with an impassive face. Both the all blades seemed to have pierced into the war god's heart and were actively burning his body, trying their best to destroy it to a crisp like what the pair of immortal slaying twin swords are supposed to do. "Ha ha 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 ha. Do you think that you two have won? Do you think it is that easy to win against a god? No, you are far from victory. I am a god, a real god. There is no defeating me. War will always exist, and as long as it does, so will I. I am inevitable. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone." Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 120, A Bat Against the Gods. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Rhett Butler, Gone with the Wind. Bruce Wayne POV. Even if you two kill me today, I'll still come back, stronger than ever. And when I do, none of you will survive what I am going to do to you. Any of you won't even be able to live past today. Do you truly think we just came here to declare war on you blindly? No, me and my golem army were just a small part of the plan. The mighty Amazons will lose today, and we will definitely win, no matter what." Ares blurted out as a thin line of blood oozed out from the side of his mouth. "However, if you agree to become my servants," he somehow uttered with a painful grunt as different parts of his body continued to burn up under the power of the all blades. "Not interested." I interrupted him before completely impaling my blade through him, forcing Ares to release a terrifying and painful scream before his body began to dry and burn up like a piece of hot coal. That was really easy. It almost seemed like he was going to get an upgrade or something. I couldn't help but think to myself while wondering how one of the most powerful gods in the Greek pantheon could suddenly become this weak. Even if he were once defeated by Zeus and later sealed away by a Wonder Woman substitute, he still shouldn't be this weak, right? Why did you kill him? He was going to tell us his plan. And, what if he was telling us the truth? What if killing a god has its consequences? What if he comes back stronger somehow? Diana, who had seen the death of an actual god for the very first time in her life, could not help but ask with uncertainty, her tone aggrieved with worry. Diana always held a steadfast belief in the Olympian gods. For her and her sisters, these deities were not just their guardians but also the very creators of their race. She had never encountered a tale of a god dying so effortlessly at the hands of a mere mortal before. In fact, she could swear that she had never heard any of them ever succumbing to such a fate like this before at all. Don't worry, Diana. If you hadn't realized, Ares was just supposed to be a distraction. Hercules is supposed to be the one to complete the core plan, and it seems that Ares is banking on the fact that Hercules will succeed in his mission and somehow again revive him back from the dead, or wherever gods go when they die. All in all, Ares seems to be a hardcore fan of Madara. I concluded. Who? Is he supposed to be another god? Wonder Woman asked with a slight tilt of her head. No, I don't think so, unless there is a thing like the god of cool dialogues. Although he was the sworn enemy of a god, the god of shinobis to be exact. Shinobi? What's that? Diana asked with genuine curiosity. ****. Remind me to introduce you to my culture later. Now, let's go, I have a sense that your mother might require our help. I cryptically stated as I pointed towards the direction the queen had earlier rode off in order to fight her most hated archenemy. Initially, I was quite surprised by the fact that Hercules would suddenly taunt Hippolyta for no reason at all and lure her to someplace else to fight her personally despite having once been defeated by her thousands of years ago. Honestly, there was even quite a good chance that Hippolyta could beat him once again if they had a one-on-one battle. So, why would he take such a risk and fight her directly like an idiot? Had he truly become so foolish because of his hatred? Or maybe, just maybe, Hippolyta has something that he needs for his plan to succeed, and he is somehow sure he would win against Hippolyta no matter what. The monster army still hasn't stopped coming through the portal, Bruce. We need to figure out how to close it, otherwise, my sisters will gradually be overwhelmed by their endless forces. Are you sure that defeating Hercules will be enough to put a stop to their march? Diana questioned in a worried voice. I am pretty positive. If what I suspect is really true, then we will be able to stop them soon enough. I answered while firing up the suit's repulsors at the bottom of my feet to fly to where Hippolyta was currently supposed to be battling Hercules. If what I surmised about Hercules' plan to battle Hippolyta was accurate, then we truly need to hurry up. I urged before remembering that Wonder Woman could not fly. Should I carry you? I wasn't able to complete my words as I noticed the champion of Themyscira effortlessly following after me while floating in the air. You can fly? I asked her in surprise. Magical boots of Hermes. It can give its wearer the ability to fly as well as to run on water. She answered with a proud smile as she gestured towards the stylish boots she was wearing, which looked like they were made of some sort of metal like the rest of her armor. Walking on water, huh? That's cool. Anyway, let's go then. We need to reach your mother before she gets her ass handed over to her. I warned. That's rude. My mother will definitely not get her behind handed over to her. She is much stronger than you think and even stronger than me. It would be extremely hard to defeat my mother even if it were World War time Ares himself going against her. Diana retorted, looking slightly offended at my words. I hope she is. Because whatever plans Ares had made with Hercules, the war god seemed quite confident in them. I explained as we both exited the forest while flying closer to the beach where Hippolyta was supposed to be fighting Hercules. But the closer we went to the area, the more suspicious the situation seemed. Hippolyta had followed Hercules to a different area out of the main battlefield because she had expected their battle to be quite brutal and destructive. She didn't want any other Amazon to suffer or get injured in her battle. In fact, we too had expected to feel the side effects of their battle the closer we got to their battlefield, but quite contrary to our expectations, we sensed nothing. We couldn't even feel the slightest sound or tremor which indicated that a battle was happening between two demigods. Instead, all we could feel was a dominating aura of a single person, someone who seemed to have already won the fight. By Hera, this aura, this is. It feels like the presence of a god, someone who hasn't been weakened like Ares was, but it shouldn't be possible. According to the treaty, gods aren't supposed to come down to the mortal realm anymore without an explicit reason. Diana gasped. What you are feeling isn't a god's true power, Diana, but Hercules at the peak of his strength. It seems like he was able to win the one-on-one battle against your mother somehow. I corrected while motioning her toward the buff figure of Hercules, who looked even more muscular and bulkier now, standing over an injured Hippolyta. Parts of her armor seemed to have been destroyed while her sword and her spear lay broken on the sand, fragmented into pieces. Her skin itself had multiple injuries on it, making her look like she had been beaten black and blue by the demigod son of Zeus. And the way she was holding the side of her stomach and chest, it looked like quite a lot of her bones were fractured as well. Hercules, on the other hand, didn't look much better. Despite being the one who seemed to have won the battle, multiple injuries were visible on his body as well, with one of his hands being twisted in a weird position. But what made his situation different from Hippolyta's was that his injuries were actively healing, his wounds disappearing from his flawless skin like they were never there. Even his broken hand twitched a couple of times before correcting itself on its own. However, another thing that immensely surprised me was the power that was emitting from him. It strangely felt similar to Ares' own divine presence, only stronger and more intense, more primal. It almost felt like Hercules was a stronger god of war than Ares himself, at least the Ares that I had faced just now. Wait, is he wearing Mother's girdle? Diana asked, pointing to the large belt Hercules was wearing around his stomach, the same WWE-style belt that I had once seen on Hippolyta. Why, is that supposed to be important? I asked with a frown while looking at the golden belt that seemed to be radiating with a strange power. That girdle once belonged to Ares himself. After his betrayal, Zeus forcibly took it from him and gave it to my mother instead as a token of appreciation for her loyalty. It is supposed to give its wearer the strength of 10,000 elephants, although that is most probably a rumor since I had never seen her being able to use that much strength before. Diana explained before she quickly flew in to save her mother from Hercules' further assault. Maybe. Or maybe the rumor wasn't completely false. I could not help but think out loud as I used my transparent world vision to properly see the power emitting from the belt, the power that it was passing on to Hercules. Even the chi generated by my superhuman body felt minuscule in front of the life force that the girdle was passing on to him alone. It was like comparing a thin stream of water compared to a raging fountain. Sensing its power, I could not help but wonder, what if the belt was more than what it seemed to be? What if the belt wasn't just a fancy accessory for a little strength boost but instead something that contained something very important that Zeus had forcibly snatched from Ares after the war and given to Hippolyta for safekeeping? What if the girdle was supposed to be the key to this entire thing? And here I was getting happy on being able to defeat Ares so easily. Turns out he wasn't even the main boss. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Hercules' Guide to Becoming a Disney Villain. I am not in danger. I am the danger. Walter White, Breaking Bad. Bruce Wayne POV. Ah, it seems that the daughter is finally here to save her mother. I have to say, your mother has raised you quite well. Your beauty even exceeds hers. Are you sure she is not mine, Hippolyta? It would make a lot of sense if she were. Maybe, she got my godly charm and your assets, Hercules mocked with a perverted grin as soon as he noticed Diana rushing in to save her mother. Silence, villain. How dare you lay your hands on the queen of Themyscira? You will suffer for this. I, the champion of Themyscira, will make sure of it. The princess of the Amazons threatened as she brandished her sword against the demigod while quickly hugging her injured mother. Hippolyta, who was still conscious, gritted her teeth listening to Ares' taunts but refrained from saying anything. There was pure disgust and hatred in her eyes for the Greek hero, but the one emotion that was the most apparent was self-disgust. She looked like she was cursing herself for letting a situation like this even arise at all. And who are you supposed to be? Some sort of dragon knight? He curiously asked after noticing me landing behind Diana and her mother. At last, someone who actually understands the theme of this armor, I muttered to myself, almost happy that he had recognized my intent behind creating this design, but I remained serious on the outside as I looked at him straight in the eyes. I am vengeance. So, you are an agent of Nemesis, the god of vengeance? Hercules asked seriously while giving me another thorough look. I thought you said your name is Bruce, Diana whispered while looking at me with an unhappy frown. So, you did lie after all. I knew that none of you men can be trusted. Even Hippolyta weakly added despite her critical state. Of course, they wouldn't understand the quote. What was I even thinking? Trying to act cool in front of a bunch of ancient Greeks. These are the same guys who thought that small cocks were better looking than bigger ones. I sighed. It means that I am the vengeance of these Amazons and everyone else who has suffered because of you, Hercules, and I have come to make you pay, I explained with an impassive face. And yes, my name is Bruce. That is still very much my real name. I responded back to Diana. Pay for my crimes. Ha 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 ha. How amusing, Hercules remarked with a laugh, his voice laced with confidence. Perhaps you could serve as my court jester once we've reshaped this world, human. Now, where is Ares? That old fool must be having his jolly time with this war. But we must proceed with the final ritual, now that I possess the key. Ignoring me, he began to scan the surroundings, utilizing his newfound divine senses in search of his partner. But even after a few moments when his efforts proved fruitless, Hercules frowned and raised his right hand, attempting to summon the god of war directly to his side. However, Ares didn't appear in front of Hercules like he expected. Instead, out of nowhere, Ares' giant weird-looking helmet, which hadn't incinerated like the rest of his physical body, armor, and weapons, came flying towards him before landing in front of his feet. Yeah, about that, you are going to need another god. I broke that one. I interrupted him with a small smirk while my eyes remained glued to Ares' helm. I didn't notice it before, but how come that demonic-looking Viking helmet didn't disappear like the rest of Ares' stuff? Is it somehow special or something? I wondered to myself. You killed Ares? Hercules asked in a cold voice, but that cold expression on his face soon turned into an evil grin. Well, you guys did me a favor. Now that he is dead, I won't have to share this power with him. I am pretty sure the bastard would have stabbed me in the back the first chance he got. But now, I can keep all this power to myself, the same power that Zeus had stripped off from Ares during their final fight and stored in this girdle along with a magical key to a prison. The Greek hero revealed with a victorious expression while pointing towards the large belt he had forcibly taken from Hippolyta. But that's just a rumor. The girdle doesn't contain that much power, tell him, mother. Diana tried to argue before looking at her mother for support, but quite contrary to her expectations, Hippolyta didn't agree with her. That girdle, it is much more powerful than I ever told you, Diana. It was supposed to be our greatest weapon against our enemies, a secret that was only to be known by the rulers of Themyscira. I would have told you as well when the time came for you to know, but... However, what I don't understand is how he was able to defeat me even though I was using the powers of the belt. It shouldn't be possible. Hippolyta asked the question more to herself, with her breathing becoming more and more uneven as she clenched her fists in anger. You are right, my dear Hippolyta. Even last time, when I did not know about the girdle, you were able to overpower me with its strength and defeat me before banishing me and my men away. But this time, I had an ally. Ares, who had grown mad in his lust for victory and his quest for revenge against the other gods, agreed to share a major portion of his own divinity with me if it meant that I would have a chance at defeating you and taking away your belt. He believed that the divine strength I inherited from Zeus along with his own divine power would be enough to defeat you or your daughter. And look at that, he was right. Now with the help of this girdle, I am finally stronger than ever. Not only the divinity that Ares shared with me, but now I also have access to the huge amount of divine energy stored in this girdle. I can feel it. I am no longer just an ordinary demigod. I have evolved to become a god now. I am Hercules, the god of might. And once I revive the Titan sealed on this island from his prison, I will ascend to become the ruler of this entire mortal realm, and soon enough, even Olympus as well, with the help of his army. Hercules explained his plan in detail like every third-class cliché villain ever. You will never succeed in your twisted machinations, Hercules. We will stop you and bring you to judgment in front of the gods. Diana confidently declared before jumping towards Hercules to strike him down with her sword, but before she could reach him, Hercules made a flicking gesture in the air with his fingers, resulting in an invisible force colliding against her and forcibly knocking her down on the sand. Now, don't disturb me, girl. I need to complete the ritual. Go and play somewhere else. Hercules warned before joining both of his hands in a strange symbol and focusing his power on the girdle. Interesting, his power seems to have almost reached the level of an adult Kryptonian with added magical abilities on top of that. I thought as I thoroughly observed every corner of his body with my transparent world vision to find out if he had any weak spots. Surprisingly, he had none, at least none that I could use in our battle. He was not just a muscled warrior god with an annoying face like one of those handsome and charming Disney villains, he was also one of the best warriors in the entirety of Greek history and probably the strongest Greek hero that had ever existed. Defeating him without any advanced preparations would be more than just difficult. It's too late now. He is already as powerful as a full-blooded Olympian god. We can no longer defeat him. We might be much more powerful than ordinary men or other mortals, but none of us are a match for a god. He has even started to tap the power of the girdle to access the Well of Souls as well and remove the seal from the Titan that the gods had once imprisoned on this island. Once he completes the ritual and revives Iapetus, the Titan of the West, who was sealed here during the Great Titanomachy War, everything will be over. Only the gods would be able to stop him then, although they would have already killed millions by the time the Olympians arrive. Hippolyta looked like she had given up as she explained to her daughter with a distraught expression. I agree, taking care of him is going to be extremely tough, especially if we can't even get near him. Ares was much weaker than this. I could have probably killed him if I had more time or still had all my stuff with me, but sadly, I don't have access to anything right now except my armor. Do you truly have no other way to kill Hercules, like some secret divine weapon or something? If you do, this is a very good time to use it. I asked Hippolyta, at which she looked slightly offended, especially after hearing me mention that I could have taken care of Hercules if I had all my weapons with me. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to kill Hercules. His death has already been prophesied by the fates. He is supposed to die at the hands of an avatar of war, which is now impossible since Ares even before dying was always one of his biggest allies, and now, Hercules himself has the partial powers of a god of war as well. She explained with a weak snort. We are doomed. A prophecy. What type of prophecy? Can you say it? Maybe we can get a clue from it or something. I curiously demanded to know. Hearing my request, Hippolyta could not help but release a sigh as she nodded fine. Since we are going to die anyway, I might as well humor you. As much as I remember, it is supposed to go something like this. In the ancient scrolls of fate, it is writ that the traitor, the proud son of Zeus, shall meet his end in battle, bathed in blood and sweat. For only the avatar of war, a man-beast, who is born of the night, can end his earthly feat. Thus have spoken the gods, in whispers of the deep. Hearing the prophecy, Diana could not help but click her tongue in annoyance. A beast born of night and war, we don't have anyone like that on this island. We can't use the prophecy to our advantage. We will have to fight him directly. We have no other choice, she said while getting up from the ground. There is always a choice. And if we don't, then we have to make one, even if it is a very hard and very questionable choice to make. I muttered in response to Diana's words as I once again looked at Ares' helm quietly lying on the ground, almost like it was beckoning me to pick it up and try it on. Born of war. This is going to be a gamble, but if it succeeds then this will change everything. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 122, a bat vs a god. I may not always win, but I never back out of a fight. Johnny Lawrence, Cobra Kai. Bruce Wayne POV. I hope I don't regret this, I murmured quietly before swiftly grabbing Ares' helm from where it was lying near Hercules' feet. The demigod remained so engrossed in his spellcasting, his eyes shut in concentration, that he remained completely oblivious to my actions. Seeing the helm in my hands, both Hippolyta and Diana were confused. Wait, what are you doing with that? The Queen of the Amazons asked with a raised brow. Probably saving all of your lives, along with mine, I whispered the last part more to myself before slipping the demonic evil-looking helm over my head. No, Bruce, don't, Diana yelled, trying to stop me even though she had no idea what was going to happen. Nobody did. Even I didn't have a complete idea of what I was doing. I was completely acting on instinct here and going in blind. I wouldn't say I liked it, but I didn't have any other choice. Defeating a full-fledged god wasn't that easy, especially when the said god was trying to revive a titan that was apparently even more powerful than most average gods. Nothing is happening. Did all my effort of acting cool and mysterious just go to waste? It seems even my luck and innate intuition have abandoned me at my final moments. I mused to myself with a wry smile on my lips before trying to remove the helmet, hoping to salvage what little dignity I had left. However, as soon as I tried to remove the helmet, something inexplicable happened. It further tightened around on my head, clenching my skull like it was trying to crack it open. It was only my superhuman durability that saved me from losing consciousness or dying on the spot. Not just my head, Ares' helmet began to affect the rest of my body as well. As a strange energy began to emerge from the helmet and circulate through my entire body, I could feel my veins getting thicker, threatening to explode as literal boiling blood coursed through them. It felt like my muscles were exploding with unexplainable power while my skin felt harder than the hardest of metals. Everything around me turned into a blur as my vision became stained with red. User mental status deviating. User mental status now healthy. User mental status deviating. User mental status now healthy. User mental. New armor template has been registered. Armor now transforming into new selected pattern. The nanobots all over my body slowly began to shift from their positions, forcing my armor to change shape as well. It fused with Ares' helmet more fluidly while becoming bulkier with a more demonic-esque design compared to its previous middle-aged one. Okay, this might have been a bad idea, I somehow murmured, teeth clenched against the stabbing headache splitting my head apart. Even my mental shields were on the verge of collapsing as a dense mist settled over my thoughts, obscuring the clarity of my mind. What is that armor? He looks like Ares now, only more dangerous. Is Bruce all right in there? Diana asked her mother with a frown. I don't know, Diana. But now, I understand what he wanted to achieve by wearing that helmet. He has somehow forcefully forged a direct connection to the god of war. Ares' divine power is currently flowing through your friend's body. Hippolyta exclaimed in a voice of disbelief. By Hera, that's impossible. A mortal carrying the power of a god. His mind should not be able to bear that kind of burden, especially if that power belongs to someone like Ares. Bruce is in danger, we need to do something to help him. Diana voiced her concerns, panic lacing her voice as she kept trying to come up with solutions to help her new friend. However, her mother just gave her a cold look in return. We won't do anything because we can't do anything. The connection is already made. Even if he is not completely gone, he will be soon. Killing a god has its consequences and fate has chosen that boy to suffer those very consequences. Hippolyta uttered with a deep breath like she was almost preparing for what was to come. Now, all we can do is pray and hope for the best. Hope that we are still alive by the time this unfortunate day ends. She spoke without paying any attention to the sad and guilty face of her daughter. Inside Bruce's mind palace. What? Why was I suddenly transported here? I thought I was finally going to have an epic fight with Hercules. I mumbled unhappily while surveying my surroundings. I was back within the confines of my mind palace, my mind library to be exact. However, something was different here today. The entire atmosphere of the library, which was the core of my mind, looked gloomier than normal, like emitting a sense of deep and ominous foreboding. Moreover, the entire structure seemed to be trembling every few minutes as if being attacked by some unseen force. Concerned about the security of my mental fortress, I swiftly activated the multitude of television screens mounted on the walls of my inner mental library. They were specially made by me to provide real-time surveillance of every nook and cranny of my mental dungeon and were precisely intended for emergencies such as this. Most screens displayed identical scenes, different sections of the dungeon shrouded in a darker atmosphere than usual, experiencing periodic tremors at different intervals. Yet, amidst this, a notable anomaly caught my attention. Certain areas of the dungeon walls were covered by a blood-red moss-like substance, their tendrils attempting to corrupt my mind while slowly corroding its defenses. However, that was not all. On another screen, a dark, imposing figure engaged in combat against a swarm of hundreds of xenomorphs with just a warhammer in his hand. Clad in heavy armor, the figure fought with almost mechanical precision, not uttering even a single word while endlessly slaying the ugly monsters without rest. But contrary to his silent nature, his way of fighting was entirely different and somewhat familiar. He was fighting like an experienced bloodthirsty savage, each strike of his hammer meant to swiftly crush his foes. Ares, I muttered, recognizing the armored figure. So, I am under a mental attack due to wearing his helmet, maybe under a spiritual attack as well. God damn it. I cursed at my misfortune. Don't misunderstand, my mental shields were more than powerful enough to hold even his godly remnant ego back, but that was only if I focused completely on strengthening and fortifying my mental defenses. But currently, I don't have that luxury. I needed to focus and do my best to stop Hercules and whatever he was trying to summon, not protecting myself from the psychic attack of a rabid god. However, in that case, my mental defenses would only be able to hold this psionic Ares for 20 minutes at most without me actively reinforcing my mental fortifications, which meant I only had 20 minutes to stop Hercules. I am glad I made those agents super strong. They possess the capability to manipulate xenomorphs and inhabit their bodies, rendering them nearly immortal as long as a single xenomorph remains. Their leader, Agent Smith, can even replicate himself onto others trying to invade my mind and thus take complete control over their minds, although I doubt he would be able to do the same with Ares' remnant ego. Nonetheless, every second they buy from me is valuable. I thought before starting a mental countdown for 20 minutes on one of the screens. In the outside world on Themyscira. Omniscient POV. Nu omicron iota xi epsilon tau iota pi lambda epsilon tau omicron upsilon Cairo nu omicron upsilon, alpha iota nu iota epsilon alpha pi epsilon tau iota tau nu alpha tau omega nu delta upsilon tau iota kappa nu alpha iota theta rho omega nu, theta epsilon omicron tau eta delta nu alpha mu eta kappa alpha iota tau eta delta iota alpha rho kappa epsilon alpha. Hercules continued to cast his spell using the energy from his own divine power along with his newly gained authority over the Well of Souls, the same well that the Amazons used as their private reincarnation cycle to make sure that every fallen Amazon could safely reincarnate and the next generation of Amazons could be replenished, making sure that every birth on Themyscira brought forth a female, but never a male. With a victorious smile playing on his lips and his eyes closed in utmost focus, he chanted the spell required for the ritual. Despite his initial joy at finally being able to overcome the Amazons after so many centuries of struggle, he still remained vigilant. In fact, he could not afford to be careless since he was not merely summoning some random monster but was about to unlock the very gates of the pits of Tartarus itself, to call forth the same titan that the Olympians had once banished and imprisoned at the most ruthless depths of Hades, the Greek hell. But while Hercules was engrossed in executing the ritual of resurrection, an unexpected event unfolded that Hercules could never even have dreamed of. Out of nowhere, the heaviest kick Hercules had ever felt in his life landed directly on his groin, the full power of the sudden blow bypassing even the defense of Hercules' thick metal armor. Hercules released a painful scream, abruptly halting the ritual as he experienced the worst agony that any man could ever feel in his life. Even though the kick had only lasted for a second, he could still clearly feel the sensation of the behemoth's foot wearing spiked metal plates that had just plunged onto his balls, forcing him to experience a world-ending level of pain. The Greek hero could even almost feel the taste of copper in his mouth, a bitter reminder that no matter how strong, Hercules still wasn't invincible. Who dares to attack the manhood of the great Hercules? He shouted in anger while looking around for the perpetrator of the despicable crime. Before he could register the figure in front of him, another blow came, this time, in the form of a headbutt as Ares' divine helmet almost made a dent in Hercules' forehead. A deep and heavy voice suddenly struck Hercules' dazed ears as he felt another Herculean punch connecting with his face. Blood for the Bat God. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 123, A Merciless Greek Tragedy, 1. I Reject My Humanity, JoJo. Dio Brando, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Omniscient POV. Stop. How dare you use these dirty moves on the great Hercules? The demigod growled in anger as he recovered from the pain assaulting his groin and face. A drop of thin golden liquid was even visible slowly trickling down his nose. You want to fight me? You want to fight the great Hercules in a battle? Fine then, let's have a battle. I will give you a fair chance to prove your strength against the god of might himself. But it won't change anything, you will still die by my hands by the end of today for how you have insulted me. No matter how much you struggle, I will still be the one winning at the end. Hercules roared in righteous rage as he made a pushing gesture at Batman with one of his hands like he was pushing the air toward him. Instantly, Bruce felt a force hitting me in my chest, threatening to propel him away from the Greek warrior. However, with his newfound godly strength, Bruce was easily able to resist the force while steadily moving forward toward Hercules in a slow but steady gait. The closer he got to him, the stronger the force of the push became, but it was nothing that the genius billionaire couldn't handle. Logically, Bruce shouldn't have been able to contest Hercules' godlike powers with just the remnant power of Ares left inside his helmet, but for some reason, even that leftover strength of the god of war was enough for him to easily resist Hercules without any significant difficulty. It almost seemed like Bruce wearing the helm was more powerful than even the version of Ares whom he had just fought a few minutes ago. How? But this should have been enough to even push Ares back. How are you still moving, mortal? Hercules muttered in confusion, but he didn't have enough time to be in shock because Bruce had already reached in front of him by that time. I am not Ares. Bruce's deep, almost inhumane voice hummed before he directed a punch at Hercules with his right hand. Having already anticipated the punch, Hercules easily blocked the hit with his own hand, but Bruce didn't stop at just that. A short silver-colored blade quickly formed from his armor around his left hand's wrist which he used to stab Hercules' unguarded shoulder, an attack that Hercules unfortunately hadn't foreseen. Hercules groaned in pain before using his other hand to stop Bruce's blade from sinking further into his flesh. But the young Wayne used this as an opportunity. He headbutted Hercules using his new helm, resulting in a small sonic boom generated from the blow. But he didn't stop his attack at just one blow. Instead, he headbutted again, and again, and again until he was able to draw fresh golden blood from Hercules' broken nose and busted forehead where a nasty small gash became visible. The Greek warrior too didn't just stand still while this was happening. He tried using his strength to force Bruce to pull the blade out of his shoulder, but after failing multiple times, he changed strategies and started repeatedly striking the side of Bruce's stomach at the same place on his armor in an attempt to break through its sturdy defense. In fact, Hercules was even somewhat successful as his repeated punches were able to produce some small cracks in Bruce's armor to some extent, proving that he hadn't begun calling himself the god of might for no reason at all. Bruce on the other hand didn't just sit still and wait for his armor to crack further. Instead, he twisted his blade inside Hercules' shoulder to cause him as much pain as possible. The moment Hercules faltered even the slightest because of the immense pain in his shoulders, thus loosening his grip on Bruce's arm, Bruce pushed him back with one final headbutt, producing a boom sound in the air. Kia. Hercules could not help but grunt in pain as he hatefully looked at Bruce with a venomous gaze. How did you? He tried to ask, but Bruce interrupted him before he could even finish asking his question. I used small parts of Batmanium inside my armor. The blade is made of that. That stuff is dangerous to even gods. He answered without bothering to explain to Hercules what Batmanium even was. And mixed with the durability and anti-healing properties of carbonadium, it is even more lethal. It might not be enough to kill a god, but it can definitely be used to torture one. Bruce further thought with a smile. You are not just confident but arrogant too. I like it. Men should be exactly like that, like lions. A few centuries ago, I would have loved to fight to the death with you, just two men proving their superiority over the other. But unfortunately for you, I am no longer a man, I am a god now. He snickered before bringing up his hand and making a show of clenching it. Immediately, heaps of sand began to solidify around the Greek warrior, taking the shapes of various weapons like spears and blades before starting to float around him, all aiming at Bruce. I will show you how gods fight, Hercules muttered with a snort before lightly flicking his fingers, causing all the newly formed weapons to rush towards Bruce at breakneck speeds. How a god fights, huh? Interesting, maybe I should try it too. Bruce lightly mumbled to himself. He calmly raised up his hands to protect himself from the storm of blades approaching him, which almost made Hercules release an amused chuckle, but contrary to his imagination, Bruce wasn't at all pinned to the ground under a fury of blades like he had imagined. Instead, all the weapon constructs melted as soon as they got within a certain distance to the billionaire. You have access to Ares' other powers besides his strength as well? Hercules asked while wiping away the golden blood from his face. There was clear amusement in his voice. However, Bruce didn't bother to give any reply to Hercules. Instead, he looked at his hands with mild surprise like he was trying to understand his own powers. He almost looked shocked at what he could do. As Bruce continued curiously examining the armor on his hands, the temperature around him rose, soon reaching a level where not just the grass and the plants but even the soil itself was burning away from the immense heat generated by his body. I can feel it, I can feel myself getting stronger with the war. Every drop of bloodshed as a result of the war is making me stronger, all the death and destruction giving me almost a sort of twisted pleasure. It's almost euphoric, Bruce mumbled as an ecstatic feeling coursed through his entire body. This power is immensely dangerous, it can make any sane man go crazy with lust for power, and its potential to corrupt is immense. I'll have to end this quickly. He thought out loud while stretching both of his hands in a T-pose like Jesus. Let's see what else I can do. Instantly the sky darkened under the effect of his divine power. Lightning crackled throughout the entire sky as a storm began to rage over the entire island of Themyscira. As soon as he extended his right hand towards Hercules, torrents of lightning began to strike the Greek warrior from the sky, almost looking like an entire storm had exploded over a single person. Boom boom sizzle sizzle, dozens of lightning strikes directly hit Hercules and his surroundings, burning not just him but also everything around him. A layer of smoke spread around him, covering a major part of the beach while parts of the sand around him changed into solidified glass. Using lightning on a son of Zeus, cough cough, you sure do have some guts, Hercules exclaimed with an annoyed smile amid coughs as he looked at the minor burns on the upper layer of his skin. Ha ha ha, I am really lucky that I inherited a good part of his immunity to lightning and thunder attacks, while you are lucky that my father has been missing after he waged that war against Ares, otherwise, I can't even contemplate what curse he would have given you if he had found you using a lightning attack against his favorite child. Hercules cackled proudly. However, Bruce wasn't there standing and listening to his boasts anymore. By the time the smoke cleared, and everything became visible, Bruce had already moved in front of him and was in an arm's distance. I wonder how hard I can hit with my new strength. Bruce mused out loud before hitting him with the meanest right hook in the history of right hooks that shattered part of Hercules' perfect jaw. Boom, in just a single hit that sounded like a grenade explosion causing tremors even in the air, Ares was forced to kneel on one of his knees. However, Bruce was nowhere near done with him. He held Hercules with his left hand while continuing to repeatedly hit him with his right. 1, 2, 3, Bruce was not even done after hitting him with 7 consecutive punches. Why you? Hercules still tried his best to resist by trying to punch Bruce with both of his hands at once. Despite Hercules' valiant effort, his resistance waned as Bruce easily intercepted both of his punches with ease. In front of his newly evolved senses and extensive combat experience, Hercules almost seemed sluggish to Bruce. With a swift motion, Bruce seized both of Hercules' arms, rendering him immobile before headbutting the god of might again, unleashing another thunderous sonic boom. The sheer power behind the blow drove Hercules further deeper into the sand, nearly causing him to lose consciousness from the overwhelming pain. You love your face, don't you, Hercules? The face that you once used to charm the queen of the Amazons into your trap, the same face that made you into one of Greece's most good-looking heroes. Bruce questioned, his left hand gripping Hercules' hair firmly as his right hand balled into a fist before his captive's face. I wonder, how will you fare without it? W wait. S stop, P please, have S some mercy. L let me recover. S show S some honor as the avatar of Ares. Hercules weakly begged as he felt an immense threat to his perfect face for the first time in the last millennia. Mercy, you want mercy? Unfortunately for you, you won't be getting any from me here. Also, as I have already said before, I am neither Ares nor some avatar of him doing his bidding. I am Bruce Wayne, the Merciless. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 124, A Merciless Greek Tragedy, 2. Those who are granted great power lose all self-restraint when among the weak. Oranges don't start out rotten. It's the container that makes them rot. Onodera, Nisekoi. Omniscient POV. Boom 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 boom. Shockwaves spread throughout the beach, blowing sand all over the place as Bruce adorned in his merciless armor beat the shit out of Hercules, treating his face like some sort of premium-grade punching bag. Hercules in return could not do anything to resist his strikes. He had subconsciously already admitted defeat in his mind even though he refused to say it out loud. In fact, the Greek warrior should have already lost consciousness and fainted multiple times by now, but the golden ichor running through his veins proved his biggest bane as it refused to let him keel over. He was forced by his own godlike stamina to endure Bruce's metal-shattering punches one after another directly in the face without being able to do anything against it at all. And while Bruce was having his way with him, all Hercules could do was just keep kneeling down and silently take it like a bitch. He had even already prayed to his father for help a few times as a last resort, but as he had expected, there was no indication of any divine help coming his way. Hercules just hoped that by the time this monster was done with him, he would at least be alive due to his newly gained divine immortality. But unfortunately for him, this was not Hercules' day and fate had other plans for this hero. I can feel it, your warm blood getting colder, losing its shine. It seems that you have already given up, Hercules. Weren't you the one challenging me as a man? As expected, even after possessing all that power, even after getting the divinity of strength, you are just a B-grade god. A pity. Whoever said, "Never meet your heroes," had never uttered wiser words. Bruce said with a deep chuckle before grabbing Hercules by his throat. As Bruce tightened his hold around Hercules' neck, the Greek warrior with a now bleeding and disfigured face quickly spoke up in a hurry. "If you do anything to me, the gods, they would. They wouldn't do anything at all because they had abandoned you a long time ago. I have no idea if gods truly care for mortals or not, but they definitely don't care for giant assholes like you who think themselves above other men, who rape women thinking that it is their right to do so. You, Heracles of Greece, might have been a hero once, but now, you are nothing more than one of the countless third-rate villains you yourself had fought, back in your golden days. You have become the very thing that you used to despise, an arrogant, corrupted, selfish asshole." Bruce interrupted him before slowly lifting him up in the air with just one hand. For a few seconds, there was an expression of visible hopelessness and fear in Hercules' eyes, but soon something changed inside him. For some reason, those emotions were slowly replaced by pure, unadulterated, and uncontrolled anger after he processed Bruce's words. It was like he had suddenly remembered something from his old life, a memory that was buried deep with him, a nightmare that he was trying very hard to forget and had even almost succeeded up until Bruce reminded him of it. "Yes, you are right. Of course, the gods don't care for men like you and me. They care only about themselves. Oh, how could have I forgotten everything that we mortals had to face because of gods in that era, all the suffering they put us through. I have truly fallen low to join hands with the same god who had once manipulated me to force myself over the Amazon queen. How could I have forgiven the gods who had forced me to do unspeakable deeds in the name of the 12 labors, the same gods who had taken my family from me? I truly am the worst human being ever, a stain upon mankind," Hercules muttered with anger in his voice, yet drops of tears were slowly streaming down his face. "Wait, did I suddenly get Naruto's powers or something? When the hell did I get the power of friendship and love fighting on my side?" Bruce mentally wondered while listening to Hercules' rant. "You are a human being too, a mortal, right? You were absolutely correct in assuming that the gods don't care about me. They don't care about anyone, all they care about is maintaining their power and authority. However, there is one thing they care about, they love a good show. So, I will give it to them, one final show for them to enjoy before they are wiped out," Hercules stated with a confident grin, as he looked toward the giant mountain at the corner of the island. Epsilon gamma epsilon rho omicron upsilon kappa alpha iota pi rho epsilon tau eta sigma omicron upsilon mu epsilon tau alpha xi tau omega nu zeta nu tau omega nu omega mu gamma alpha tau iota tau nu alpha chi rho eta sigma iota mu omicron pi omicron eta sigma epsilon tau eta delta nu alpha mu sigma omicron upsilon nu alpha mu epsilon tau alpha tau rho psi epsilon iota alpha kappa alpha iota tau omicron upsilon alpha theta nu alpha tau omicron upsilon sigma epsilon theta nu eta tau omicron kappa alpha iota mu epsilon tau nu alpha xi epsilon sigma epsilon iota tau iota zeta omega tau omicron upsilon gamma iota alpha pi nu tau alpha phi pi nu iota sigma epsilon iota alpha pi epsilon tau. He quickly muttered in ancient Greek before Bruce could do anything to stop him. Rumble rumble, a heavy tremor shook the entire island of Themyscira as soon as Hercules had finished his chanting. Thunder rattled in the sky while the sea waves around the island suddenly increased in intensity as a deafening silence seemed to spread around the place. Roar, a loud roar suddenly came from the mountain as the calm summit suddenly fractured and turned into an active volcano with fire, lava, and ash being thrown everywhere, out of its newly opened mouth-like crater. "What did you do?" Bruce muttered almost in a whisper as he observed the apocalyptic scene with wide eyes. "What did you do?" He yelled this time, feeling a rageful fire building up within his chest as he further tightened his grasp on Hercules' throat, popping a couple of his blood vessels in the process. "I finished the ritual, but it was not to win and rule the world as I had previously planned like a fool, but to take the revenge that I had once sworn on my dead family. That Titan will do what should have been done a long time ago. He will destroy all the gods once he is done slaying these female puppets that the gods have raised on this island as their entertainment and personal army. Each and every immortal in this world will die at the hands of Iapetus, the Titan of mortality." Hercules painfully groaned out in a burst of mad laughter even though he struggled to breathe under Bruce's hold, much less talk. "I was wrong. You aren't just a massive asshole but an incredibly stupid one at that too. Blaming the gods for everything you have done, all the wrong you have committed till now, and acting like you were just a victim. Pathetic. But, since you are ready to sacrifice all the innocent lives on this island just for some petty millennia-old revenge that you didn't even remember a few minutes ago, then you truly deserve what I am going to do to you." Bruce snarled, blaming himself for not killing the idiot before he had a chance to crank up the difficulty of this thing to hell level. "Do whatever you want with me, I am dying anyway since I have used up most of my life force to bring the Titan back to its peak. I have already fulfilled my destiny. I don't care if you kill me a few minutes before my time or continue to torture me." Hercules had a satisfied look on his face as he relaxed his muscles, waiting for his death that he could already see approaching. "Your destiny?" I snorted with a chuckle. "Destiny is nothing but the effort we put in. And it looks like your death was meaningless because there is no way I will accept this destiny." I will change it with my own hands, and I will be using your infamous strength to do so too. Bruce declared before reaching deeper into the divine powers held within Ares' helmet. From the very beginning, Bruce had been able to sense a connection between Ares and Hercules, or should he say, between Ares' helmet and Hercules' new divine powers. He had been wondering if he could somehow use this to his advantage, but he was struggling to find out how. However, now that he was in direct contact with Hercules' body, he could sense that particular connection getting stronger. In fact, the more Hercules' willpower to resist and fight decreased, the more Bruce felt like he could tap into that connection to control the divinity that Hercules had recently gained. Seeing that the Greek warrior had completely given up resistance, Bruce began to focus and use the energy from Ares' helmet to connect with Hercules' own divine energy before trying to forcefully bring it into himself. In short, he was attempting to absorb all of Hercules' newly acquired godly powers. Soon enough, some sort of energy began to enter Bruce's body from Hercules through the connection. However, the feeling wasn't pleasant at all. There was no soothing or pleasant feeling. In fact, it actually felt more like hot molten lava had suddenly replaced the blood flowing in his veins. But the process was still extremely smooth. The way Hercules' power began to smoothly merge with the helmet's residual energy, Bruce almost felt they were two pieces of the same puzzle that were always meant to be together, a match made in heaven. Wait, why are you absorbing the rest of my divinity? And why can't I seem to be able to stop it? Stop, don't. You have no idea what you are doing. This won't end well. Your mortal body and soul can't contain or channel all that power. You will be disturbing the balance of this universe if you do this. Stop. Hercules tried to separate himself from Bruce's iron grip but failed spectacularly as the famous godly strength he was known for rapidly left his body, entering Bruce instead. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, A Bat God or a Demon Bat. Most men's hearts are restrained by mortality, recoiling in fear from the fabulous fruits of evil. But some do not constrain themselves to mortality and its tyranny. Dio Brando, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. In just a few moments, Hercules' once muscular, tall, and well-built body was reduced to a husk of its former self as his skin dried up and his muscles disappeared into thin air. Even his hair fell off while his eyes and cheeks sunk in, making him look like a living skeleton. Within a few seconds, Hercules could no longer even talk as his saliva dried up and his teeth fell out like a bunch of dried leaves. Weak. The merciless exclaimed before throwing the dried-up body of Hercules to the side like trash. He didn't even need to finish the job with his all blades, he could sense that Hercules was already dead. After all, even the Greek demigod's godly immortality had been completely sucked off by Bruce. You know, it will be a true disappointment if Shazam is as weak as you too, Bruce snickered mockingly as he moved his attention to where Hippolyta and Diana previously were. However, only Hippolyta was still lying there, applying pressure on her wounds while watching him with wary eyes. Diana on the other hand was nowhere to be seen. A few seconds after spreading his senses around to search for the princess, he finally found her as he muttered in realization. So, she went ahead to battle the pest before me, he could not help but chortle from within his armor at the opportunity of witnessing so many bloody battles in a single day. So many gods to kill, so many Amazons to tame, and a war to win, it's a jackpot for me. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. I am having so much fun, but this war still lacks something. He mumbled to himself while slightly tilting his head, wondering how he could make this entire thing more interesting as he sensed different battles happening simultaneously all over the island. The Amazons were initially winning the war against the golems with almost no casualties due to their superhuman physiques and combat experience. In fact, most of the rock golem army had already started to fall back after I slaughtered Ares. However, with the rebirth of the titan named Iapetus, members of a similar yet different army began to emerge to fight the Amazon warriors again. These new warriors looked similar to the golems, appearance-wise. But instead of rocks, their bodies were composed of some sort of iron-like metal, and they were much more agile and organized while also being way better fighters than the rock golems. After Iapetus awakened, these monsters rose up from the ground like an army of the dead and instantly started attacking the Amazons without any warning. They were not only a very efficient army but also had considerable numbers as well, something that even these experienced warriors would find tough to handle. So, this barrier around the island is the reason why no machinery ever finds Themyscira. He wondered aloud while looking at nothing in particular before raising his hand towards the sky. As soon as he did that, a beam of dark energy left his index finger towards an invisible target. However, after traveling for some distance, the energy hit something in the sky, revealing a thin golden barrier covering the entire island protectively like a dome. Anti-magic, anti-technology, kinetic energy repellent as well as a feature to make this island undetectable and unplottable on any kind of map like some dope Harry Potter hideout, Zeus truly went up and above to protect his little pets. He smirked as he waited for his energy to make a hole in the center of the barrier. He had a big grin under his helmet as he could already sense what was outside the barrier, waiting for him. You can now enter the island, Cortana. Your help will be invaluable in decimating the lowly Titan's insignificant army. He declared before thousands upon thousands of drones of different shapes and sizes began entering the island through the hole in the barrier, spreading around the island as quickly as possible. I was finally able to reach you, sir. I thought I would have to start contacting angels, demons, and sorcerers to accurately locate you. A high-tech-looking white floating sphere, larger than most of the other drones, flew toward the armored Bruce and voiced after scanning him using a scanner. By the way, I love the new armor design, sir, but that helmet is emitting extreme energy radiation levels, the levels of which I have never detected before. It is even actively connected with the suit and your biological body as well. Are you sure you want to keep it on, sir? It almost looks like a parasite to me. Cortana vocalized her concerns. Parasite? You should not speculate about what you don't know, Cortana. This helmet is one of the most powerful magical objects I have ever come across. It holds unprecedented power. With this, I am almost invincible, an invincible god. He retorted with a displeased voice. Don't worry about stuff that doesn't concern you. Just do what I command and destroy every one of those metal undead. He ordered while gently stroking his precious helmet, feeling like he was forgetting something important. I am sorry, sir. I might have spoken too prematurely. I will collect more data about the object first, before making any more claims. She apologized in a slightly melancholic voice before floating away to complete her orders. And as for you, my beautiful queen, he suddenly turned towards Hippolyta and walked up to her in a confident manner. You are indeed beauty personified, almost enough to go to war for. It would be a waste if you were to die here. He kneeled in front of her before caressing his hand against her cheeks and brushing her hair behind her ears, which magically healed all her wounds instantly like they were never there to begin with, all the while Hippolyta just stared at him with furrowed brows. Ares' power has started affecting you, Bruce. You have been able to hold on for long, but if this keeps on, you will not just be his avatar or inheritor while wearing that helmet, but you will become the next Ares. Hippolyta warned in a measured voice, careful not to sound too forceful. She didn't want to give him the wrong idea after all. Nonsense. I have complete control over this helmet, and I still have time before my mental barriers start failing. I can easily take care of Iapetus before that. Maybe you are just envious of my godly strength. Bruce snorted before standing up to leave. That was before you absorbed Hercules' power along with the divinity that Ares had passed on to him. In fact, that helmet was the one to absorb all that godly power for you. With the increase in its power, its influence over your mind and soul might have increased as well. Hippolyta still tried to argue, but Bruce didn't give her a chance. He just ignored her and silently flew away towards the mountain where he had previously sensed Iapetus reviving, not wanting to listen to the Queen of the Amazons any further. Bruce with his new powers didn't even have to use the repulsors in his armor to fly anymore. He just leaped toward the location he wanted to reach, and he could feel himself traveling faster than the speed of sound. Above Mount Tartarus on Themyscira. Omniscient POV. After so many years, I am finally free of that wretched place, free of my prison. Now, I can finally do what I was always meant to do and spread the gift of death among the gods, just like I am going to do to you, little Amazon. A giant monster with a rotting corpse for a body and red thorns around his armor arrogantly declared while looking in the direction of Wonder Woman, who was confidently standing in front of him even though somewhat tired and gasping for breath. Both of their eyes were glowing with lightning in testament to their power as they faced each other without fear. Iapetus could sense a familiar aura around the girl. Even though he could not remember where he had sensed this familiar aura before, he was sure that she was one of the unholy god spawns that he needed to purge from this world. After I am done with you, I will drink the blood from every Amazon of Themyscira, only then will my anger soothe. He growled before releasing a burst of lightning toward Diana that made a crater in the ground with its raw power. However, the Amazon princess was able to dodge it at the last moment while redirecting some of her own lightning with the help of her sword at Iapetus, which the Titan effortlessly blocked using his hand. His power seemed to be on a completely different level when compared to Ares and Hercules. Lightning powers are just getting too common nowadays, aren't they? Almost everyone seems to be able to use it. So, maybe try using something else for a change. A calm but ominous voice interrupted their standoff. For example, I like blood more than lightning. So, how about I try and see if I can choke you in your own blood? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now, I have about 12 chapters in advance there.